Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 132, A Father's Return and a Beast's Fury. Outside the Sung family home, late afternoon. Sung Il-won stood on the sidewalk outside his own home, staring at the modest apartment building as if it were a dungeon boss he needed to prepare for. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, his posture tense despite his best efforts to appear casual. It's been so long, he thought while his heart beating faster than it had during most of his battles with magic beasts. Too long. Will they even want to see me? Will they understand why I stayed away? The weight of his absence pressed down on him like a physical force. Years. He'd been gone for years, fighting a shadow war against the monarchs as the fragment of brilliance, the apostle of the brightest light. All to protect his family from a cosmic conflict they didn't even know existed. He had carried the crushing weight of the ruler's will, the responsibility, the danger, the terrible burden of that will and the power he held now. Il-won understand it all. His son, Jin-woo, had become the vessel of the shadow monarch. Il-won had been ordered to kill him, but instead, he intended to slowly sway the ruler's opinion, turning Jin-woo from a target into an ally against them. While fighting in the war, he had expected to die a soldier's death, far from the warmth of a dinner table. But everything had changed with the appearance of Ethan Carter. Two monarchs, Il-won reflected while still struggling to fully process what he'd witnessed. He killed two monarchs in a single night. Not just defeated, killed. And he made it look easy. Almost boring. The sheer power Ethan possessed was terrifying to contemplate. Il-won had fought some of the strongest mana beasts in existence and crossed paths with national rank hunters during his time as a hunter, yet none of them came close to what he had witnessed from that young man. No, comparing them to Ethan felt like an insult to the young man. Even the rulers are wary of him, Il-won thought while remembering his communication with one of the rulers just last night. They'd been unusually direct, watch Ethan Carter until all the monarchs are eliminated. They had plans for him afterward, plans they hadn't shared, which was never a good sign. But that was a problem for the future. Right now, Il-won had more immediate concerns. Thanks to the deal he'd made with Ethan, the burden of fighting the monarchs had been lifted from his shoulders. Which meant, for the first time in years, he could focus on what truly mattered. His family. He'd given Ethan's words considerable thought over the past few days. The younger man had been right, family was worth more than any cosmic war, more than duty or responsibility or the weight of the world. I've decided, Il-won affirmed to himself. I'll meet my family. Live with them. Be a father again, a husband again. For however long I have left. He'd come here specifically because he knew the apartment would be empty. Jin-woo would be out on a raid or training. Jaina would be at school or with friends. And his wife, Kyung-hae. Il-won's expression darkened with pain. She remained in the hospital, trapped in eternal slumber, a mysterious condition that put victims into a deep, unresponsive sleep from which they rarely woke. He'd visited her multiple times without anyone knowing, slipping in and out of her room like a ghost, just to see her face, to hold her hand while she couldn't feel it. Jin was been taking care of everything, Il-won thought with fierce pride. The hospital bills, Jaina's school fees, all of it, paid for with his earnings as a hunter. Even when he was just an E-rank, the weakest of the weak, he never gave up. Never stopped trying to protect his family. His son had grown into an incredible man. Il-won desperately wanted to tell him that, to share in his pride, to rebuild the bond they'd lost. But it had been so long. The gap felt insurmountable. I need more time, he decided before exhaling slowly and closing his eyes. Tomorrow. I'll approach them tomorrow. Give myself one more day to build up the courage. It was almost funny, in a painful way. He'd faced mana beasts and was ready to face monarchs without flinching, had fought battles that would have driven normal humans mad with terror. Yet the thought of knocking on his own door, of facing his family after years of absence, required more courage than any of that. Reunion takes more strength than war, he realized. Who knew? He was preparing to leave, to come back the next day with better preparation and a speech rehearsed, when a voice called out behind him. Il-won. The voice was soft, almost disbelieving, but achingly familiar. Il-won's eyes snapped open, widening in shock. He spun around, his heart suddenly racing for an entirely different reason. Standing at the edge of the walkway leading to their apartment building were three figures. Park Kyung-hae, his wife, who was supposed to be in eternal slumber in a hospital bed, stood at the front. She was thinner than he remembered, almost fragile-looking, clearly still recovering from whatever had afflicted her. But her eyes were open, alert, and locked directly onto him with an intensity that made his breath catch. Beside her stood Sung Jaina, his daughter. She'd grown so much, no longer the little girl he remembered, but a young woman with her mother's features and her own quiet strength. And behind them both was Sung Jin-woo, his son. Taller, broader, with an air of power around him that Il-won could sense even without trying. The Shadow Monarch's vessel, yes, but more than that, still recognizably the boy who'd once asked his father to teach him how to throw a baseball. All three of them had frozen mid-step while staring at him like he was a ghost. "Is that really you?" Kyung-hae whispered with her voice breaking slightly. Before Il-won could respond, his wife suddenly moved, trying to run toward him despite her obvious weakness. Her legs buckled almost immediately, her body too frail from her long sleep to support such sudden movement. "Kyung-hae!" Il-won shouted. Jin-woo moved instinctively, reaching out to catch his mother, but Il-won was faster. Years of combat training and supernatural enhancement meant he crossed the distance in a blur, materializing in front of his wife and catching her before she could fall. His arms wrapped around her gently but securely, supporting her weight as if she weighed nothing. Their faces were suddenly inches apart, and Il-won felt his heart clench at the sight of tears forming in her eyes. "Be careful, Kyung-hae," he said softly with his own voice thick with emotion. She looked up at him with slightly tearful eyes before her hand reaching up to touch his face as if confirming he was real. "Is it truly you?" she asked while searching his features. "This isn't a dream, right?" "It's me," Il-won confirmed with his voice breaking slightly. "It's really me. Not a dream." Her expression transformed, pain and confusion giving way to pure, radiant joy. "I knew," she said while smiling through her tears. "I knew you'd come if we stayed at our home. I knew you'd find us. Find me." Il-won felt something break inside him, a wall he'd built to protect himself from the pain of separation. He pulled her closer, hugging her tightly but carefully, mindful of her fragility. "I'm here now," he whispered into her hair. "I'm here, and I'm not leaving again." Then he looked up at his children, both still frozen in shock, and smiled, a real, genuine smile that felt like the first one in years. "You two have grown up wonderfully," he said, his voice filled with pride and barely restrained emotion. Jaina was the first to move. With a small cry, she rushed forward and threw herself into the hug, wrapping her arms around both her parents. Her tears came freely, years of hoping and waiting and wondering finally releasing all at once. "Dad," she sobbed. "Where were you? We didn't know if you were alive or—" "I'm here," Il-won repeated with one arm still supporting his wife while the other wrapped around his daughter. "I'm so sorry I couldn't come back sooner. But I'm here now." But Jin-woo remained where he was, his expression unreadable. Il-won could see the conflict in his son's eyes, the war between hope and caution, between the desire to believe and the fear of being hurt again. And underneath it all, something else. Suspicion. Jin-woo stood apart with his fists clenched at his sides. He's alive, after all this time. Last night, after conquering the demon castle, he'd claimed the holy water of life and cured his mother in a miracle of light. As an S-rank hunter, he'd fast-tracked her discharge, racing home, only to find their long-lost father. But the aura radiating from Il-won was immense, rivaling, or surpassing, his own power. A flicker of doubt gnawed at him. Is this truly my father, or something wearing his face? He senses it, Il-won realized. The power. He's wondering if I'm really his father or something pretending to be me. Jin-woo could sense power levels with frightening accuracy. And what he was sensing from his father was comparable to, or perhaps even greater than, his current strength. Il-won gently released Kyung-hae and Jaina, making sure his wife was steady on her feet before he stepped toward his son. Jin-woo tensed slightly, his body language shifting into something more defensive despite his neutral expression. Il-won stopped an arm's length away and looked directly into Jin-woo's eyes, gray eyes that mirrored his own. Taking care of both your mother and sister at such a young age must have been incredibly hard, Jin-woo, Il-won said quietly, his voice filled with genuine emotion. The burden you carried, the sacrifices you made, I know what that cost you. What it still costs you. He reached out slowly, giving Jin-woo time to pull away if he wanted, and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. The contact was warm, solid, undeniably real. But you did it, Il-won continued, his voice cracking slightly. You protected them when I couldn't. You became the men of the family when you were barely more than a boy. You've grown into a wonderful young man, and I'm... He had to pause before swallowing against the lump in his throat. I'm so incredibly proud of you, son. For a moment, nothing happened. Jin-woo's expression remained carefully neutral, his eyes searching his father's face for any sign of deception. Then, slowly, his expression began to soften. The suspicion faded, replaced by something that looked almost like relief. It's really him, Jin-woo thought, feeling something ease in his chest that he hadn't realized was wound so tight. Not an imposter. It is really Dad. For the first time since his father's appearance, Sung Jin-woo smiled. It was a small smile, uncertain and fragile, but genuine. "Thanks, Dad," he said quietly. "It's good to have you back." Wan's own smile widened, and before he could stop himself, he pulled his son into a tight hug. Jinwoo stiffened for half a second, then relaxed and returned the embrace. Behind them, Kyunghai and Jaina were both crying openly, but smiling through their tears. "Dad," Jaina said with her voice still shaky, "where were you all these years? What happened to you?" Kyunghai reached out and took her daughter's hand before squeezing gently. "Let's go home," she said with a warm smile. "We can talk as much as we want inside. I imagine we all have quite a lot to catch up on." Wan released Jinwoo and nodded, looking at his family, his whole family, together again, with an expression of profound contentment. "We have a lot of catching up to do," he agreed. Everyone smiled, and together, they walked toward the apartment building. Wan supported his wife on one side while Jaina held her other arm. Jinwoo walked beside his father, and for the first time in years, the Sung family was complete. As they climbed the stairs to their apartment, Wan sent a silent thought of gratitude toward Ethan Carter. "You were right, kid. This was worth more than any war. Thank you." Meanwhile, the Beast Monarch's domain. The dimensional portal tore open and three figures stepped through into a world of primal violence. Rockin's domain was everything you'd expect from the Beast Monarch, a savage paradise of endless wilderness under a blood-red sky. Massive mountains of jagged stone jutted toward the heavens like the fangs of some buried titan. Dense forests of twisted trees with bark like iron and leaves sharp as blades covered the valleys between peaks. The air itself felt thick with the scent of blood and wild musk, the accumulated essence of countless hunts spanning millennia. Rivers of what might have been water, or might have been something far less pleasant, carved through the landscape. In the distance, impossibly large creatures moved through the forests, beasts the size of buildings, predators that would make any Earth dinosaur look like a house pet. This was a world where only the strong survived, where the law of the hunt reigned supreme. And into this savage domain walked Ethan Carter, Jean Grey, and Anna Marie, looking completely unbothered by the oppressive atmosphere. Ethan immediately flew upward, rising several hundred meters into the blood-red sky. His hands moved in practiced patterns, and four massive red runes materialized at cardinal points around the domain: north, south, east, and west. The seals blazed into life, creating an invisible barrier that sealed the entire dimension. No communication in or out and no escape. Nothing would leave this domain until Ethan allowed it. He descended back to where Jean and Anna waited, landing with a smile on his face. "Setting is done," he announced cheerfully. "Anna, you're free to go wild. No one will interfere, and Rockin can't call for backup or run away." Anna's expression lit up with excitement. She stepped close to Ethan before grabbed the front of his suit, and pulled him down into a deep, passionate kiss. When they separated, she was grinning like a cat about to pounce on a particularly interesting mouse. "Wish me luck, sugar," she said. Ethan kissed her back while pulling her into a tight embrace. "It's Rockin who needs luck if you ask me," he replied with complete confidence. "You're going to tear him apart." Jean sighed from beside them, though her smile betrayed her amusement. "Get a room, you two. We're supposed to be hunting monarchs, not having a honeymoon moment." Anna pulled away from Ethan with a laugh, her eyes still glowing with affection and battle lust. "Why not both?" she asked rhetorically. Then her expression turned more predatory. "So, how am I going to announce myself to our Beast King?" She tapped her chin thoughtfully, then grinned. "I know, I'm going to knock on his door." Loudly. "His location?" she asked Ethan. Ethan pointed toward a distant mountain range where the largest peak stood crowned with what appeared to be a massive structure. Castle at the center of the domain. Big ugly thing made out of the mountain itself, covered in trees. You can't miss it. Perfect. Anna cracked her knuckles. "See you guys on the other side." With that, she launched herself into the air, flying toward Rockin's castle at tremendous speed. Ethan and Jean took off as well, following at a more leisurely pace and maintaining a safe distance. This was Anna's show, they were just here to watch and intervene only if something went catastrophically wrong. Anna stopped about a kilometer from her target, hovering in the air as she studied Rockin's fortress. It was massive, a castle carved directly from the mountain itself, with towers that looked like they'd been grown rather than built. Trees with trunks the size of buildings covered much of the structure, their roots digging into the stone like claws. The entire thing radiated savage power and ancient violence. "Knock on the door, huh?" Anna thought before her grin widened. "Well, let's make sure he hears it." She raised both hands in front of her chest with fingers forming intricate patterns as golden energy began to accumulate between her palms. A magic circle materialized, brilliant yellow gold, spinning rapidly as it gathered power. This was one of Ethan's custom spell creations, inspired by an ability from one of his favorite anime series. He had taken inspiration from Escaner's cruel sun spell from the 7 deadly sins, finding it cool enough to recreate within his own magical framework, using the 7 sons of Sinibus spell as its foundation. The spell was called Solar Genesis, Cruel Sunday. A sphere of condensed solar energy materialized above the magic circle, a miniature sun larger than a beach ball and radiating heat that would put most stars to shame. The temperature in the surrounding area spiked dramatically, the air itself beginning to ignite. Anna's eyes gleamed with excitement as she spoke the technique's name, Cruel Sun. She threw the miniature star forward with both hands. The sphere of solar fury streaked toward Rocken's castle like a meteor of pure destruction. It crossed the distance in seconds, and when it made contact with the fortress, boom! The explosion was apocalyptic. The entire castle, centuries of construction, countless battles survived, the very symbol of the beast monarch's power, simply ceased to exist. The miniature sun detonated with the force of a tactical nuclear weapon, releasing temperatures hot enough to vaporize stone and metal alike. A mushroom cloud of superheated air and pulverized rock rose into the blood-red sky. The shockwave flattened the surrounding forest for miles in every direction. The trees, already dry from the domain's harsh environment, immediately caught fire, creating an expanding wave of flame that spread across the landscape. Within seconds, the entire area around where the castle had stood was transformed into an inferno. Anna hovered in the air while admiring her handiwork with obvious satisfaction. "Now that's what I call knocking," she muttered. In the distance, Ethan and Jean watched with matching smiles. "She's enjoying herself," Jean observed. "As she should be," Ethan replied as his eyes tracking something moving through the flames below. "And she's about to enjoy herself even more. Here he comes." He slowly took the camera from his inventory spell and hung it around his neck. He had no intention of missing the chance to capture Anna in action, especially when she looked that breathtaking while fighting. A figure erupted from the inferno below, moving at a speed that should have been impossible for something so large. Rocken, the beast monarch and king of fangs. He was massive, easily 3 meters tall, his body a perfect fusion of humanoid intelligence and predatory savagery. His form was covered in fur-like armor that gleamed like polished obsidian, muscles rippling beneath with each movement. His face was bestial, amber eyes blazing with fury and vertical slits that tracked Anna with predatory precision. Massive claws extended from his hands, each one the length of a small sword, capable of tearing through steel. A mane of wild black hair framed his face. He'd escaped the cruel sun at the last possible moment, his instincts warning him just in time to avoid being at ground zero. But the fact that someone had invaded his territory and just obliterated his castle, his home, with a single attack had triggered every aggressive instinct in his ancient, predatory soul. Rocken roared, a sound that combined the fury of a lion, the menace of a wolf, and something far more terrifying and alien. The roar carried across the entire domain, announcing to anything living that the apex predator had been challenged. He launched himself directly at Anna, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Anna saw him coming and grinned, she drew back her fist and met his charge head-on. Crash! Their fists collided in midair with the force of colliding meteors. The shockwave that erupted from the impact was visible, a sphere of compressed air that expanded outward at supersonic speed. The force was so great that it actually extinguished the forest fires below, snuffing out thousands of burning trees in an instant through pure concussive force. Chapter 133, The Hunter and the Beast. Rocken's Domain. Anna grinned as she descended from her hovering position, diving toward where Rocken had landed after their initial exchange. The beast monarch was already rising, his massive form beginning to shift and expand. "You want a real fight?" Rocken roared, his voice distorting as his transformation began. "Then let me show you what a true monarch looks like." His body erupted with dark energy as he assumed his true beast form. Rocken's transformation was both magnificent and terrifying. His already massive frame doubled in size, muscles swelling with power that could crack continents. A colossal werewolf-like creature standing over 15 feet tall, obsidian claws longer than swords, fur matted with ancient battle scars. Burning crimson eyes glowed beneath a mane of wild black hair, and massive fangs glinted as his muzzle pulled back in a savage laugh. Spiritual pressure rolled off him in waves, thick enough to crush lesser beings outright. This was Rocken in his true form, the apex predator of the universe, the king of beasts who had hunted gods for sport. "Much better," he laughed, his voice now a chorus of savage sounds. "So you're the one hunting monarchs? The fool who thinks they can steal our power. I'll kill you here and now, show the others that Rocken alone is enough to end this threat." He then paused while his eyes studied Anna with confusion. "But, strange. I sense no mana from you. How can you be so strong without mana? What are you?" But soon his grin widened, showing all those terrible teeth. "No matter. You'll die just the same. But let me ask you this, are you this Aeon who killed Tarnak and Yogimunt? The one stealing monarch cores?" Anna's smile was pure sass and confidence. She planted one hand on her hip and pointed at him with the other. "Nope. Name's Anna Marie Carter, Sugar. I'm Aeon's wife, one of them, anyway. Her grin turned predatory. And I'm the one who puts uppity monarchs like you in your place. Consider this a house call. Never in his countless centuries of existence had Reconnecting been this simultaneously enraged and excited. His entire body trembled with barely contained violence. You have a sharp mouth, woman, he roared, but his grin was huge and genuine. Let's see if you have the strength to back it up. Anna cracked her knuckles. Oh honey, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Come on then, let's dance. They charged at each other simultaneously. Boom. Crash. Boom. The sound of their combat was like artillery fire, each impact creating shockwaves that flattened the landscape around them. They fought with pure physical force first, testing each other's limits. Reconnecting's arms were a blur of motion, each clawed strike coming from impossible angles. He fought like the ultimate predator he was, no wasted movement, every attack flowing seamlessly into the next, centuries of combat experience guiding each blow. Anna met him blow for blow, her enhanced physiology allowing her to tank hits that would pulverize mountains. She had absorbed the powers of three of the most durable beings across multiple universes. Viltrumite physiology with near-invulnerable skin, strength that could move planets, the main man's ridiculous healing factor that could regenerate from a single cell, combined with his raw strength and berserker fighting style. And also Wolverine's ability to recover from any injury almost instantly, his combat instincts, and centuries of fighting experience. Combined, these powers made Anna essentially unkillable and gave her raw strength that matches even Reconnecting's monstrous levels. But Reconnecting had something she lacked, millennia of actual combat experience in this form. That would be his advantage in this fight. At the same time, several hundred meters away, Ethan and Jean hovered in the air, watching the battle with interest. Ethan had one hand raised, holding what appeared to be a heavily modified camera, covered in glowing runes and magical circuits that pulsed with power. Click 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 click. The camera was taking rapid-fire photos at superhuman speed, capturing every moment of Anna's battle from multiple angles simultaneously. She's beautiful when she fights. Wow, look at that footwork, Ethan commented while zooming in on Anna's movements. She's adapting to his attack patterns. Each exchange is making her sharper. Reconnecting has the technical advantage, Jean observed, his experience is giving him openings, he's predicting her movements 2 or 3 steps ahead. Below, Reckoning's claws carved furrows through solid stone where Anna had been a fraction of a second earlier. She countered with a devastating uppercut infused with Viltrumite strength, sending the monarch skidding back hundreds of meters. His attacks, vicious, precise, honed by centuries, drew thin lines of blood across her face, but the wounds sealed almost instantly thanks to Logan's healing factor woven into her very cells. True, Ethan agreed while taking another burst of photos. But Anna's durability is insane. Look, he just hit her with a combination that should have torn her in half. But thanks to her durability and magic enhancements of our clothes, she didn't even flinch. Indeed, down below, Reconnecting had landed a devastating series of strikes, 2 claws attacks in rapid succession, each one capable of destroying cities. The impacts had created craters and sent shockwaves across the domain. Anna emerged from the smoke completely unharmed while grinning like a maniac. That all you got, kitty cat? My turn. She drove her fist into Reconnecting's stomach with enough force to create a visible shockwave. The beast monarch actually doubled over, coughing, before his own healing factor kicked in. She hits hard, Reconnecting thought with growing excitement. Harder than most monarchs. But she's raw, unrefined. I can use that. Just as Reconnecting thought he was gaining the upper hand, landing more hits and forcing Anna into a defensive posture, everything changed. Anna's hand shot forward, and golden energy materialized from thin air, forming a whip of pure magical force that wrapped around of Reconning's arms. Surprise. Anna shouted, her southern accent thick with satisfaction. Hope you didn't think I was just a brawler, sugar. What? Reckonning started, but Anna was already moving. She spun in midair like a discus thrower and hurled the beast monarch like a projectile. His massive body went flying across the domain, crashing through 3 mountains before finally skidding to a halt kilometers away. Impossible. Reconning roared before tearing free of the magical bindings. You have no mana. How are you casting spells? Anna just grinned and raised both hands. Around her body, a visible field of electromagnetic energy began to form, crackling with blue electricity. I don't use mana, honey, she called out. I use something better, good old-fashioned physics. She had absorbed Magneto's powers before. But more importantly, she had absorbed his memories, decades of experience manipulating electromagnetic fields, and thanks to Ethan's teaching and making her understanding the fundamental forces of the universe, and guiding her into weaponizing them in creative ways. What followed was a masterclass in electromagnetic warfare. Anna started simple, lightning bolts. She raised her hand, manipulating the electromagnetic field to ionize the air and create a path of least resistance. Natural lightning followed, but amplified 1,000-fold by her conscious direction. Crack boom. The bolt struck Reconnecting dead center, carrying enough voltage to power a city for few years. He roared in pain as electricity coursed through his body, his fur standing on end and smoking. Lesson 1. Anna called out cheerfully. Lightning isn't just pretty, it's several billion volts of sit down and shut up. Before Reconnecting could recover, Anna shifted tactics. She focused on the transfiguration spell, and the rocks around them began to transform into hardened metal compounds. With a gesture, she ripped chunks of metal from the ground and accelerated them to hypersonic speeds using electromagnetic propulsion. Thunk 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 thunk. Dozens of metal projectiles hammered into Reconnecting from all directions, moving fast enough to ignite the air around them. Each impact was like a high-explosive shell, creating craters in the beast monarch's flesh before his healing factor could catch up. Lesson 2. Anna continued while clearly enjoying herself. Railgun physics. Magnetic acceleration can turn a coin into a weapon of mass destruction. Enough. Reconnecting roared, his body erupting with dark energy that dispersed the projectiles. He charged forward. Anna's grin widened. Oh, we're just getting started, sugar. She created an electromagnetic pulse, a burst of concentrated magnetic energy that disrupted electrical systems and biological neural pathways. The EMP washed over Reconnecting like a wave, and for a crucial second, his nervous system misfired. That second was all Anna needed. She used electromagnetic levitation to accelerate herself forward at impossible speed, not flying through propulsion, but literally pulling herself along magnetic field lines. She appeared beside Reckons's head and drove her knee into his skull with devastating force. Crack. Reckons's massive body was driven downward, cratering the ground beneath him. Lesson 3. Anna shouted before landing gracefully nearby. Control the electromagnetic field, and you control motion itself. You're basically fighting in MY Arena now. She demonstrated by creating a localized magnetic field around Reconnecting that was perfectly aligned to resist his movements. When he tried to stand, it was like pushing against an invisible wall of force. What is this? Sorcery, he growled while straining against the field. Not sorcery, science. Anna corrected cheerfully. Though I'll admit, at this level they're pretty much the same thing. She shifted the field configuration, creating a rotating magnetic field that acted like a giant invisible blender. Reckons's body was caught in the rotation, spinning uncontrollably. Lesson 4. Rotating magnetic fields can create torque forces strong enough to spin a planetary core. You're just along for the ride. That's brilliant, Jean murmured while watching Anna's electromagnetic manipulation with obvious appreciation. She's not just throwing lightning around, she's using advanced electromagnetic theory. Ethan agreed, still taking more photos. His camera was capturing every moment in perfect detail. The EMP to disrupt his nervous system was particularly clever. Biological bodies run on electrical impulses, mess with those, and even a monarch is going to stumble. The magnetic field manipulation is impressive too, Jean continued. She's essentially creating artificial gravity wells and repulsion zones. If she wanted to, she could probably generate enough magnetic force to affect the domain's gravitational field. She's learned well from Magneto's memories, Ethan said with obvious pride. He spent decades mastering electromagnetic manipulation. All of that experience is hers now, along with the months we spent in the mirror dimension, refining her control and applying scientific principles to unlock its full potential alongside me. Jean glanced at the camera in Ethan's hand, covered in glowing runes and magical enhancements. How many photos have you taken now? About 100, along with automatic recording function, Ethan replied without looking away from the battle. The camera's enchanted for high-speed photography, can take up to 10,000 frames per second. Also expanded the storage capacity to basically infinite through pocket dimension technology. And the image quality is perfect from any distance thanks to the zoom enhancement runes. Jean's expression softened into a fond smile. You're such a dork. A dork who loves documenting his wife's awesome moments, Ethan corrected. Remember when you and Anna raided that orc dungeon to save the Hunters Guild's second strike team? I got some amazing action shots and video from that. He pulled up a holographic display from the camera, showing images of Jean and Anna in the middle of combat, Jean's telekinetic powers creating geometric patterns of destruction while Anna crashed through enemies like a living wrecking ball. Both of them looked powerful, beautiful, and absolutely in their element. See. These are going in the album. Our kids are going to see these someday and realize how badass their mothers are. Jean laughed, her eyes warm with affection. You're impossible. We're in the middle of hunting universal threats, and you're thinking about photo albums. Multitasking is important, Ethan replied seriously, then grinned. Besides, you love it. I do, Jean admitted. It's sweet that you treasure these moments so much. Their conversation was interrupted by a massive boom as Anna sent Reconnecting flying directly toward their position. The beast monarch's body tumbled through the air, heading straight for where Ethan and Jean were hovering. He was moving fast, several times the speed of sound, his trajectory perfectly aligned to crash into them. Ethan didn't even look concerned. He simply waved his hand in a casual gesture. And Rockin's trajectory suddenly altered mid-flight, as if he'd hit an invisible ramp. His body curved away from Ethan and Jean, redirected downward at a sharp angle. Crash. He slammed into the ground kilometers away, creating a crater the size of a football field. Dust and debris erupted into the air, and when it cleared, Rockin was lying in the center of the impact zone. His body was covered in injuries, burns from lightning strikes, impact wounds from electromagnetic projectiles, crushing damage from Anna's physical attacks. His breathing was labored but excited. Despite the pain, he was smiling, a huge, genuine grin of pure exhilaration. This fight, he thought with his blood singing with combat joy. This is what I've been missing. A true challenge. A worthy hunt. Anna flew down toward Ethan and Jean, looking apologetic. Oops. Sorry, y'all, my hand slipped. Didn't mean to send him your way. No problem, Ethan replied, nice uppercut, by the way. I got a great sequence of his jaw deforming from the impact. How's the fight going? Jean asked while observing Anna's condition. Despite the intense combat, Anna looked completely fresh, not even breathing hard. He's a good sparring partner. Anna said enthusiastically. All that combat experience really shows. He fights like someone who spent millennia hunting the most dangerous prey in existence. I'm learning a ton from this, every exchange teaches me something new about positioning, timing, and adaptation. She'd absorbed the powers and memories of Anissa, a Viltrumite warrior with centuries of combat experience. Not to mention Lobo. That meant Anna had the inherent ability to grow stronger and more skilled during battles. The longer she fought, the more she learned, and the more dangerous she became. The exhaustion don't seem to be sticking even after fighting a monarch, Jean stated. Logan's healing factor is ridiculous, Anna confirmed. Even when Rockin lands a solid hit, and he's landed a bunch, I heal completely within seconds. Plus, you know those enhancement spells Ethan wove into my combat suit. If my natural healing ever slows down, they kick in automatically with additional regeneration magic. Efficient, Jean approved. Ethan is smiling at their exchange and slowly turned his gaze downward. Down in the crater, Rockin slowly pushed himself to his feet. His eyes scanned the area, finally focusing on the three figures hovering in the air, Anna, the female he'd been fighting, and two others he hadn't noticed before. Wait, where did they come from, he thought, confusion cutting through his battle lust. I didn't sense them before. Didn't smell them. How? The reason was simple, Ethan had cast a camouflage spell on himself and Jean before the battle began. Not just visual camouflage, but complete concealment, blocking sight, sound, smell, magical detection, everything. He'd wanted to observe Anna's fight without distracting Rockin or interfering with the battle's natural flow. But now that Rockin had been sent flying toward them, Ethan had decided to drop the concealment. No point hiding anymore. Who are you? Rockin demanded, his voice carrying across the distance. Identify yourselves. Ethan floated forward slightly, his blonde hair catching the blood-red light of the domain's sky. His expression was casual, almost bored, which somehow made him more threatening than if he'd been aggressive. Me. I'm Ethan Carter, he said, his voice carrying clearly despite the distance. But you might know me better as Aeon, the one who's been collecting monarch cores like Pokemon cards. He gestured toward Jean. This beautiful woman is my wife, Jean Grey Carter. The one who's been using you as a punching bag is Anna Carter, my other wife. We're here to, well, take your power and add it to our collection. Rockin's eyes widened, then narrowed with rage. But before he could respond, Ethan continued, his tone shifting to something more conversational and infinitely more insulting. You know, I've got to say, I'm really disappointed in you monarchs. Here I was, thinking you'd be these incredible universal threats, these unstoppable forces of destruction. Ancient beings of terrible power, right? He shook his head sadly. But honestly, you're kind of pathetic. Tarnak, the Iron Body Monarch, couldn't even handle a single punch while I was holding back 80% of my strength. Yogimunt, the king of demonic specters, died so fast I barely had time to study him. And now you. Ethan's expression turned genuinely disappointed. You're getting beaten by my wife. Don't get me wrong, Anna's amazing, and I'm incredibly proud of her. But she's been holding back too. Do you understand what that means? He let the implication hang in the air for a moment. It means you monarchs, these beings who call yourselves kings, who claim dominion over cosmic concepts, are nothing more than oversized bugs compared to actual power. You've been the biggest fish in a very small pond for so long that you forgot what real strength looks like. Ethan's blue eyes began to glow with Genesis power, and the casual tone vanished from his voice, replaced by cold certainty. Your titles are wasted on you. Beast Monarch. King of Fangs. Those should inspire fear, represent ultimate predatory perfection. Instead, you're getting systematically dismantled by someone learning how to fight properly for the first time in this form. He leaned forward slightly, his smile sharp and cutting. You're not apex predators. You're not universal threats. You're just a fucking disappointment. The Beast Monarch's entire body trembled with fury. His 8 eyes blazed with killing intent. Every instinct in his ancient, predatory soul screamed for blood. You dare, he started before launching himself toward Ethan with his arms extended, claws ready to reach this arrogant fool. He made it about 3 meters. Anna appeared in his path with one hand raised casually. Hold up there, sugar. Her hand glowed with red magical energy, complex patterns of mystical power appeared before turning into a magic circle that Ethan had taught her. She spoke clearly, her voice carrying the weight of a proper spell incantation, mystic arts, crimson annihilation. The red magic circle that materialized was enormous, easily 50 meters in diameter, spinning rapidly as it accumulated devastating amounts of magical energy. The spell was one of Ethan's custom creations, designed for maximum destructive output. The beam that erupted from the circle was pure destruction given form, a concentrated wave of crimson energy laced with barrier-breaking magic. It caught Rocken mid-charge and annihilated everything in its path. Boom. The explosion was cataclysmic. The beam carved through Rocken's body, through the mountain range behind him, through the landscape beyond that. It continued for dozens of kilometers, leaving a perfectly straight canyon of absolute destruction in its wake. When the light faded, Rocken's body was visible at the far end of the devastation, broken, bleeding, missing chunks of flesh, barely conscious. Only his monarch-level durability and healing factor had kept him alive. Oops, Anna said, not sounding sorry at all. Was that too much? My bad. But Jean didn't reply and floated closer to examine the destruction. If Ethan had cast that spell instead of you, there wouldn't be a domain left. Just empty void. Anna laughed. Yeah, well, I'm still learning the whole magical apocalypse thing. Give me time, I'll get there. Your power control is improving though, Jean observed. I try. Ethan lowered his camera, finally satisfied with the photo collection he'd accumulated. Anna, honey, if you've learned what you wanted from this fight, go ahead and finish it. We've got 2 more monarchs to deal with today, and I'd like to grab dinner after. Dinner after fighting universal threats, Anna said with a grin. That's so us. She flew over to Ethan, grabbed him by the collar of his suit, and planted a deep, passionate kiss on his lips, the kind of kiss that made it very clear they were more than just partners in monster hunting. When they separated, Anna was grinning widely. Wish me luck on the finishing blow, darlin'. You don't need luck, Ethan replied with complete confidence. You need about 30 seconds. Maybe less. Ah, you're so sweet. Anna gave him one more quick kiss, then turned and shot off toward where Rocken lay broken and barely breathing. Jean shook her head with fond exasperation. You two are ridiculous. Ridiculously in love, Ethan corrected, already raising his camera again to capture Anna's final attack. That too, Jean admitted with a smile. While the battle had been raging, Ethan hadn't just been taking photos and making commentary. His mind was always working on multiple projects simultaneously, and today's secondary objective was particularly ambitious. His left hand had been extended throughout the fight, barely visible telekinetic energy spreading out across the domain like an invisible net. He'd been using his Genesis telekinesis to grab every mana beast in Rocken's domain, creatures that would normally be hostile and dangerous, and hold them in stasis. Now, golden energy began to flow from his hand, spreading through the telekinetic net to touch each captured creature. This was power Genesis, his fundamental energy of cosmic authority over creation, destruction, and rebirth. He was carefully injecting small amounts of it into each beast, watching to see what would happen. Jean had noticed what he was doing about halfway through the fight. What's the experiment this time? She asked, floating closer to observe. I got an idea last night, Ethan explained, his eyes glowing as he monitored the energy transfer. You know how Galactus can empower his heralds? How he turned Norrin Rad into Silver Surfer by giving him a portion of the power cosmic? Yes. Jean said slowly, seeing where this was going as he already explained about his encounter with Galactus with all of his women. I'm testing whether I can do something similar with power Genesis, Ethan continued. If I can successfully share my authority with others, create heralds who carry fragments of my power, it would give our people a massive power boost without needing to search for external sources. His expression grew more serious. I'm particularly thinking about you, Anna, and the others. If I can somehow transfer aspects of my Genesis authority, the power over creation, destruction, and rebirth, you'd all be protected against threats up to and including conceptual gods and other reality-warping entities. Jean's eyes widened as she processed the implications. That's ambitious. And potentially very dangerous. Which is why I'm testing on mana beasts first, Ethan agreed. If it works, great. If it goes wrong, well, they're test subjects in a collapsing dimension anyway. He gestured toward the creatures held in his telekinetic grip. Already, some of them were beginning to change, their bodies glowing with golden light, their forms becoming more refined and powerful. It's working, Jean observed with scientific interest. Look at that one, its energy signature just jumped several magnitudes. The question is whether it's stable, Ethan replied. And whether the changes are permanent or if my power will fade once I stop actively channeling it. Well, you'll have time to test once we collapse this domain, Jean said practically. Are you planning to keep some of these creatures? The ones that survive the transformation, definitely. They'll make excellent subjects for long-term study. Jean smiled at his thoroughly scientific approach to cosmic power manipulation. You're adorable when you're doing mad science experiments, you know that. I prefer, endearingly ambitious, Ethan replied with a grin. Their conversation was interrupted by a flash of crimson light in the distance as Anna unleashed her finishing move. Chapter 134, The Monarch's Last Stand. Anna's expression was completely blank as she descended toward where Reconnecting should have been. Her face showed neither satisfaction nor regret, just an empty neutrality that was somehow more unsettling than any emotion would have been. The landscape below her had been fundamentally altered. Where there had once been mountains, forests, and valleys, there was now only a single, massive pathway of absolute destruction. The ground had been scoured clean, not just destroyed but erased down to bedrock that glowed cherry red with residual heat. The canyon of devastation stretched for kilometers in a perfectly straight line, steam rising from the superheated stone like the breath of some slumbering god. The Crimson Annihilation spell is overpowered, Anna thought distantly, her mind cataloging the destruction even as her emotions remained strangely muted. Even using only a fraction of what Ethan could output, this much damage. Her magical reserves were nearly depleted, she'd poured almost everything into that single spell the moment she'd seen Reconnecting charging toward Ethan. The instant the beast monarch had shifted his target from her to her husband, something inside Anna had shifted. No hesitation. No second thoughts. Just an overwhelming, all-consuming need to eliminate the threat. She descended slowly, her boots touching down on ground that was still radiating intense heat. Her enhanced suit and Viltrumite physiology meant the temperature didn't even register, she could walk through the heart of a star without discomfort. Her eyes, still eerily blank, scanned the end of the destruction pathway. There. What remained of Reconnecting, the beast monarch and king of fangs, was barely recognizable as having once been alive. His massive body was riddled with holes, not clean wounds, but areas where flesh, bone, and essence had simply been deleted by the spell's dimensional breaking properties. His arms were gone, severed cleanly at different points along their length. Half of his face was missing, revealing the skull beneath and the eye socket that no longer contained an eye. His torso had been perforated dozens of times, each hole showing straight through to the scorched ground beneath him. His healing factor was trying desperately to regenerate, but the damage was too extensive, the injuries too fundamental. It was a miracle, or perhaps a curse, that he was still conscious. Anna stopped a few meters away, looking down at him with that same blank expression. Then, slowly, she raised her hand. A green magic circle materialized, spinning gently as healing energy began to flow. Reckonning's remaining eye widened in shock and confusion as his wounds began to close. Not completely, Anna wasn't healing him fully, just enough to ensure he wouldn't die in the next few minutes. Flesh regenerated partially, bones reconnected, organs reformed just enough to function. W.Y. Reckonning managed to force out through his mangled throat, his voice a wet, bubbling horror. Why, heal? Anna didn't answer immediately. She simply stared at him with those empty eyes. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was soft, almost gentle, which made it infinitely more terrifying. Because I'm not done with you yet. Reconning tried to threaten her, old habits die hard, even for dying monarchs. The others will come, you'll be destroyed, all of you. Anna's expression didn't change. For a moment, she just looked at him. Then, slowly, she began to laugh. It started quiet, a soft chuckle that held no humor whatsoever. Then it grew, building into full laughter that echoed across the devastated landscape. The sound was wrong somehow, lacking any warmth or joy. It was the laugh of someone who'd found something absurdly, impossibly funny in a very dark way. It's a pity, Anna said when her laughter finally subsided, her voice carrying a note of genuine sadness. It's a pity to be this delusional until the very end. She crouched down, bringing her face level with Reckonning's. Her expression was pitying now, looking at him the way one might look at a dying animal. You can't do anything. Even if the others come, if Scyllid, Coratia, even Antares himself shows up, Ethan, Jean, and I will be strong enough to deal with them. You monarchs never understood what real power looks like. You've been playing king for so long you forgot there are gods above kings. Her expression began to shift. The blankness faded, replaced by something far more dangerous. Her eyes, which had been empty, suddenly filled with cold, focused fury. "I thought I could use you to train more," she said, her voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "Test my limits, learn combat technique, grow stronger through the challenge." That was the plan. A nice, clean fight where everyone benefits. She stood up slowly, shadows seeming to darken around her despite the bright light from the still glowing ground. "But then you went after Ethan." Anna's boot came down on Rockin's chest, not hard enough to break anything, but with enough force to pin him completely. Her expression had transformed from blank to something genuinely terrifying. "That was your mistake," she continued, her voice taking on a sing-song quality that made it even more disturbing. "You can attack me all day long. Hit me and I don't care. I'll heal, I'll adapt, I'll learn from it. That's training." Her smile was not sane. "But you tried to hurt Ethan. You charged at my husband with killing intent. You threatened the most important person in my existence." She raised her foot and brought it down on one of Rockin's partially healed wounds. He screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed across the domain. "That's a crime I cannot tolerate." Anna began systematically stomping on each of his wounds, reopening them, ensuring maximum pain without allowing him to pass out or die. Rockin's screams were continuous now, his body trying desperately to shut down from shock but unable to because of the healing magic she'd used earlier. "Stop. Stop. Please." He begged, all pride and dignity abandoned in the face of absolute agony. Anna's expression didn't change. She raised her hand, and a complex magic circle appeared, purple and silver, rotating in impossible geometries. Transfiguration, elemental conversion. The rocks around them began to glow, their molecular structure shifting and changing. Stone became liquid metal, molten iron, copper, lead, all flowing like water toward Rockin's broken body. "Open wide," Anna said cheerfully. Before Rockin could react, the liquid metal was pouring into his wounds, filling his internal cavities, seeping into every gap and hole in his body. The heat was intense enough to boil flesh, and the weight was crushing organs that were already damaged. Rockin's screams reached new heights of horror. Anna's foot moved to his jaw, kicking it upward and forcing his mouth shut. The liquid metal that had been entering through his mouth was now trapped inside, heating further, expanding, causing unimaginable pain. "Don't scream," she said, her voice still in that disturbingly cheerful tone. "It's ugly to hear. Very unpleasant." She continued the torture methodically, almost clinically. Breaking bones that were trying to heal. Injecting more molten metal. And suddenly freeze the metal, then heating it again. Each new method was more creative than the last. All the while, she spoke in that same pleasant, conversational tone. "You shouldn't have thought about hurting Ethan. That was your first mistake. Your second mistake was thinking you could threaten him in front of me. And your third." She leaned down close to his ear. "Was not dying fast enough when you had the chance." Finally, after what felt like an eternity of suffering, Anna stood back. She raised both hands, and above her palms, a miniature sun began to form. Cruel Sunday. The sphere of solar fury dropped onto Rockin's body. He couldn't even scream anymore, his jaw was dislocated, his mouth filled with solidified metal, his throat destroyed. All he could do was burn. The heat was beyond anything he'd experienced in millennia of existence. As his consciousness began to fade, one final thought crystallized in Rockin's dying mind: this woman, she's insane. More insane than Quaratia. More dangerous than any monarch. And it's all because of him. Aeon. When I targeted Aeon instead of her, the switch flipped. She became this. His final realization came too late to matter. I didn't lose to a warrior. I lost to an insane woman. Then even that thought dissolved into ash, and Rockin, beast monarch and king of fangs, ceased to exist. Anna stood over the ashes, her expression still hard and cold. Then, like a switch had been flipped, her expression transformed. The coldness melted away, replaced by a bright, cheerful smile as she sensed Ethan and Jean approaching. She turned just as they landed nearby, her entire demeanor shifting from terrifying to adorable in an instant. "Ethan." "Jean," she called out happily, as if she hadn't just spent the last several minutes torturing an ancient cosmic being to death. Ethan took in the scene, the ashes, the molten metal cooling on the ground, the lingering heat in the air, and his expression filled with pride. "Good job, Anna," he said warmly while walking over and pulling her into a tight hug. He kissed her forehead gently. "I'm so proud of you." Anna melted into the embrace, all traces of her earlier violence vanishing. "Really? You're not upset I went a little overboard?" "Overboard?" Ethan chuckled while stroking her hair. "He tried to attack me with killing intent. You responded appropriately. I'd be more concerned if you hadn't reacted." The truth was, Ethan knew exactly what Anna had become. He'd recognized the signs early on, the Yandere tendencies, the obsessive devotion, the switch that flipped when he was threatened. And he was completely fine with it. As long as she doesn't try to hurt me, our family, or our friends, what's the problem? Ethan thought pragmatically. She's loyal, devoted, powerful, and only becomes dangerous to people who threaten what she loves. That's not a flaw, that's a feature. Besides, he had a secret he'd never admitted out loud: he actually liked Yandere girls. Always had. The devotion, the intensity, the absolute certainty of their love, it appealed to something in his personality. His first love turning into a Yandere. That was basically a dream come true, as long as he was the target of her affection rather than her violence. And it wasn't just Anna. Jean had her own Yandere tendencies, more controlled, more subtle, but definitely present. He'd seen the way her eyes went cold when anyone threatened him, the casual efficiency with which she dealt with problems that might harm their family. I'm surrounded by incredibly powerful women who love me to the point of obsession, Ethan reflected with internal amusement. Most guys would be terrified. But I'm glad and I'm living my best life. Jean, for her part, wasn't surprised by Anna's torture session at all. She'd seen it coming from a mile away. When Reconnecting had charged at Ethan, Jean had immediately recognized the shift in Anna's demeanor. Yep, there it is, Jean had thought at the time. Someone's about to have a very bad day. She floated down beside them, looking at the ashes with clinical interest. Well, that was thorough. How are we going to extract the core essence now that he's been reduced to ash? Anna suddenly froze, her eyes going wide. Oh no. I forgot we needed that. She turned to Ethan with panic in her expression. Can you turn back time? You can do that, right? Please tell me you can fix this. Ethan sighed, though he was smiling. Yes, I can fix it. But next time, maybe remember we need them somewhat intact before you turn them into charcoal. I promise. Anna said quickly. From now on, torture first, then you extract the core, then I can finish them off properly. That's my girl, Ethan replied before shaking his head with fond exasperation. He walked over to where Reconnecting's ashes lay scattered across the scorched ground. Raising his right hand, Ethan's eyes began to glow with blue-green light, the telltale sign of his chronokinesis activating. Green temporal energy swirled around his hand, forming complex patterns that looked like clockwork made from pure time. He pointed at the ashes, and reality began to rewind. The ashes rose from the ground, coalescing back into solid form. The burning reversed, heat flowing back into Anna's dissipated spell. Flesh, bone, and organs reformed in reverse order. Within seconds, Reconnecting existed again, wounded, dying, but physically present. His remaining eye snapped open in confusion and horror. What happened? How am I? Then an overwhelming force crashed down on him like the weight of a collapsing star. Every muscle in his body locked in place, completely paralyzed. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even blink without permission. Ethan's Genesis telekinesis held him in an unbreakable grip. Ethan walked forward slowly, his expression casual but his eyes cold. You know, Reconnecting, I've got to give you credit. You lasted longer than Tarnak and Yogimunt. That's something. He stopped directly in front of the paralyzed monarch. But in the end, you made the same mistake they did, you thought you were a predator. You thought you were the apex, the top of the food chain, the ultimate hunter. Ethan's smile was sharp and cutting. But let me share a little secret with you, true apex predators don't roar and posture and threaten. They don't need to. They just are. And compared to real cosmic power, compared to beings who can reshape galaxies on a whim. He leaned in close. You're just a cat with delusions of grandeur. Reconnecting tried to respond, to roar, to threaten, to maintain some dignity, but Ethan's telekinesis kept him completely silent. Oh, and the fact that you can't even talk back. Ethan continued with mock sympathy. That's just sad. Can't even defend your reputation in your final moments. How embarrassing for you. He placed his hand on Reconnecting's chest, right over where his core essence resided. Thanks for the power, though. I'm sure one of my wives will make much better use of it than you ever did. Reckoning's eye widened in terror and pain as he felt his very being begin to unravel. The core of his existence, the fundamental concept of beast and fang that defined him, was being extracted like a tumor being removed. He wanted to scream. He tried desperately to scream. But no sound came out. Finally, Ethan's hand emerged from Reconnecting's chest holding a glowing orb, crimson and gold, pulsing with predatory power. This was the beast monarch's core essence, the source of his authority. Got it, Ethan announced cheerfully before standing up and examining the core. This one's pretty impressive actually. Strong predatory instincts, enhanced physical capabilities, pack coordination abilities, yeah, someone's going to love this. He opened a portal to his inventory space and tossed the core inside. It vanished with a shimmer of spatial distortion. Behind him, Rocken's body finally began to crumble to ash again, this time permanently, as the extraction of his core left nothing to sustain his existence. But Ethan wasn't done. He raised his left hand toward the horizon, and approximately 100 mana beasts that had been held in telekinetic stasis throughout the battle suddenly lifted into the air. They floated toward him from kilometers away, pulled by invisible forces. These ones survived the Genesis power infusion, Ethan said, more to himself than anyone else. Their bodies adapted rather than breaking down. Interesting. He twisted his left hand in a complex pattern, and reality split open beside him, not a normal portal, but a fracture in space that revealed the crystalline landscape of the mirror dimension. The opening looked like a door made of glass and impossible angles. With a casual gesture, Ethan tossed all 100 enhanced beasts through the opening. They vanished into the mirror dimension, where they'd be stored for future experimentation. What was that about? Anna asked, confused. I'll explain later, Jean said, having watched Ethan's experiment with the Genesis power. It's complicated, but potentially very useful. Anna nodded, trusting that Jean would fill her in when they had time. So, can we go hunt another one now? I'm feeling energized. Of course she is, Jean thought with amusement. She just got to torture someone who threatened Ethan. She's probably on an endorphin high. Of course, we're going for another one now. Ethan closed the mirror dimension portal and turned to Jean with a smile. Your turn now. Which one do you want to fight? Silid or Quaratia? Jean considered for a moment. Silid, she decided. The Frost Monarch. He's supposed to have mastery over ice and cold, right? Absolute zero temperatures and can freeze people, that sort of thing, Ethan confirmed. Why him specifically? Jean's eyes began to glow with a hint of yellow flame. Because he'll be a perfect test for the Phoenix Force. I want to understand how much of its power I need to channel to deal with a monarch-level threat. Fire versus ice, it's almost poetic. Classic elemental matchup, Anna agreed. You'll look amazing kicking his ass, Jean. Ethan smiled at his wife's enthusiasm. All right, Silid it is. He glanced around at the devastated domain, half destroyed by Anna's spell, the rest slowly crumbling as its anchor, Rocken, no longer existed. Let's get out of here before this whole dimension collapses. He raised his hand, and the familiar red locator rune materialized, the complex symbol that connected to his Genesis telepathy and allowed him to find monarchs across dimensional boundaries. The rune's thin energy line connected to his forehead, and Ethan's consciousness expanded outward, searching for Silid's distinct energy signature, cold, calculating, sharp as frozen razors. Found him, Ethan announced after a few seconds. His domain is, that's interesting. What? Jean asked. He's not alone in his dimension. There's another presence there, a second monarch. Anna's expression sharpened. Which one? Quaratia, Ethan replied, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. They're together. Looks like they might be planning something after my message for them. Good, Jean said, her eyes flaring with golden light. 2 for 1. More efficient. Ethan opened a red portal, the other side showing a frozen landscape of impossible beauty and deadly cold. Ladies, shall we? Jean stepped through first, her body already beginning to glow with Phoenix force. Anna followed right behind her, cracking her knuckles and grinning. Ethan brought up the rear, taking one last look at Rocken's dying domain before stepping through. The portal sealed shut behind them. 3 seconds later, the entire dimension collapsed into void, erasing the Beast Monarch's realm from existence. The domain of frost. The world on the other side of the portal was the absolute opposite of Rocken's savage wilderness. Silid's domain was a frozen masterpiece, a realm of eternal winter taken to its artistic extreme. The sky was a pale blue so light it was almost white, with 3 moons visible despite it being day, according to the ambient light. Each moon was a different shade of blue, and they cast overlapping shadows that created complex patterns on the ground below. The landscape was dominated by massive ice formations, not just frozen water, but crystallized magic that had taken physical form. Spires of ice rose hundreds of meters into the air, each one carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Some formations looked like frozen waterfalls, others like sculptures of ancient beings. The forest that covered much of the domain wasn't made of normal trees. Instead, crystalline structures grew from the ground, translucent and reflective, each tree a unique artwork of frozen beauty. Some had branches that rang like wind chimes when the air moved through them. Others glowed from within with cold blue light, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The temperature was beyond what normal matter could withstand, somewhere around absolute zero in few areas. The very air had frozen into a fine mist that drifted through the trees like snow. It was beautiful, deadly, and utterly alien. And standing in a clearing at the center of this frozen wonderland was Silid, the frost monarch and king of snow folk. Silid was walking slowly through his crystalline forest, his movements graceful and precise. He appeared almost human at first glance, tall, slender, with features that suggested nobility and intelligence. But closer inspection revealed the differences. His skin was the pale blue-white of ice. His hair flowed like liquid nitrogen, constantly moving despite no wind. His eyes were solid white, no iris, no pupil, just featureless orbs that seemed to see everything. He wore robes that appeared to be woven from the idea of cold, given physical form and fashioned into clothing. Frost patterns constantly formed and dissolved across the fabric, creating ever-changing art. Suddenly, behind him, a portal of red energy tore open. Scyllid stopped walking. He turned slowly, calmly, as three figures emerged from the portal into his domain. Ethan Carter, Jean, and Anna Carter. Scyllid observed them with his featureless eyes, his expression unreadable but completely composed. If he was surprised or concerned by their appearance, he gave no sign. "So," he said, his voice like wind whistling through ice canyons, cold but oddly melodious. "You've finally decided to meet with me." The complete lack of surprise in his tone caused confusion among his visitors. Jean's mind immediately went on alert. "You're the Frost Monarch, right? Why are you so calm? You're acting like you were expecting us." Scyllid's lips curved into something that might have been a smile, difficult to tell on his frozen features. "A logical question. Tell me, did you deal with Reconnecting?" Jean and Anna's eyes widened slightly at that. How did he know? But Ethan was already scanning the surrounding area with his enhanced senses, and what he found made him smile, not with amusement, but with predatory interest. "It seems you prepared quite the welcome for us," Ethan said slowly, his gaze moving across the frozen forest. "Very thorough and very clever." Scyllid's smile widened fractionally. "I knew Reconnecting was being targeted because my connection with him was cut off suddenly. We were communicating, I was advising him not to do anything reckless, when our link simply ended. Severed completely." As Scyllid spoke, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The crystalline trees started resonating with a deep, thrumming sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "I tried to enter Reconnecting's domain to investigate," Scyllid continued, his tone remaining conversational despite the growing tension. "But I couldn't. The dimensional barriers were sealed from the inside. At that moment, I understood, he was under attack within his own realm. And I knew who the attacker must be." The trembling intensified. Cracks began to appear in the frozen ground. "So I prepared," Scyllid said simply. "I hope you appreciate the effort." Suddenly, the ground exploded. A massive swarm of insects erupted from beneath the frozen surface, millions of them, each one the size of a fist, their chitinous bodies gleaming with toxic iridescence. They formed a living wall that surrounded Ethan, Jean, and Anna completely, cutting off all visible escape routes. Jean and Anna tensed immediately, their combat instincts screaming warnings. From within the swarm, a throne emerged, constructed from the bodies of living insects that crawled over each other to create the structure. Sitting upon this revolting seat of chitin and venom was a figure that radiated wrongness on a fundamental level. Quretia, monarch of plagues and queen of insects. Chapter 135, Playtime's over. Quretia, monarch of plagues and queen of insects. She was beautiful and horrifying in equal measure, a feminine form that constantly shifted between human and insectoid features. Her skin was smooth and pale one moment, then covered in chitinous plates the next. Her face was almost perfect, high cheekbones, full lips, large eyes, but those eyes had compound lenses that reflected light in disturbing patterns. Queretia's laugh was like the buzzing of a billion flies. My, look what stumbled into our little web. The famous Aeon and his pets." Her voice was seductive and nauseating simultaneously, like honey mixed with rot. "Three little humans," she continued, her smile revealing too many teeth. "Coming to hunt monarchs. How adorably suicidal. I'm going to enjoy peeling your skin off layer by layer. I'll plant my eggs in your still-living bodies and watch as my children devour you from the inside out. It will be exquisite." Scyllid raised one hand, and the frozen domain responded to his will. Ice formations throughout the forest began to glow with cold blue light. "Since I couldn't contact Reconnecting and knew that Aeon, the one hunting monarchs, would likely come for us next, I began preparations," Scyllid explained calmly. "Quretia and I coordinated. She brought her swarm. I fortified the dimensional barriers. And..." He gestured upward with his other hand. The pale sky above them darkened. Not with clouds, but with bodies. Dragons. Hundreds of them. They filled the sky completely, massive creatures of scales and fangs and fire, each one radiating power that dwarfed normal monsters. These weren't the mana beasts from Reckoning's domain. These were true dragons, ancient, intelligent, and utterly loyal to their master. The smallest was the size of a building. The largest could have swallowed buildings whole. "I borrowed some forces from Antares for this welcoming party," Scyllid continued. "The dragon monarch was quite understanding when I explained the situation. He even enhanced the dimensional barriers around my domain with his own power. The dragons roared in unison, a sound that shook the entire dimension to its foundations. No one can escape once they've entered, Silid finished. The barriers are locked from both sides now. So please, don't even think about running away. It would be pointless. Jean and Anna stared at the surrounding forces with wide eyes. Hundreds of dragons in the sky. Millions of plague insects surrounding them on the ground. 2 monarchs working in perfect coordination. And dimensional barriers preventing escape or reinforcements. This was different from fighting Reconnecting. That had been a one-on-one duel, Anna versus the beast monarch, with Ethan and Jean as backup. Even with Reconnecting's mana beasts in the domain, it had essentially been a controlled environment. This was a full-scale military ambush. We've never faced this many enemies at once, Jean thought, her mind racing through scenarios and finding very few positive outcomes. Never been completely surrounded like this. Even if we're strong individually. Anna's thoughts were similar. Reconnecting alone was manageable. But 2 monarchs working together, plus hundreds of dragons, plus that insect swarm, and if Antares reinforced the barriers, he might show up himself any moment. They'd been confident before because the situations had been manageable. 1 monarch, limited support, and Ethan always there as the ultimate safety net. But this felt different. This felt genuinely dangerous. Almost unconsciously, both Jean and Anna moved closer to Ethan, seeking the reassurance of his presence. Seeing their nervous body language, both Silid and Coratia broke into laughter, Silid's cold and controlled, Coratia's manic and buzzing. Look at them. Coratia cackled, her arms gesturing excitedly. The mighty monarch hunters, frightened like cornered rats. Oh, this is delicious. I'll make sure to kill you all in the most painful way possible. Days of agony, I promise. Weeks, if I'm feeling creative. Indeed, Silid agreed with his smile widening. I borrowed these forces specifically for this moment. Every dragon here is equivalent or even higher than Tarnak level. My swarm of ice elementals is positioned throughout the domain. Coratia's plague can dissolve flesh in seconds. And the dimensional barriers ensure you cannot simply flee when the battle turns against you. His white eyes focused on Ethan specifically. You are Aeon, correct? The one who somehow killed Tarnak and Yogyamunt. I'm curious to see if you live up to the fear you've inspired. Ethan had been silent throughout all of this. He'd stood calmly, his expression neutral, as the trap was revealed and the monarchs gloated. He'd even been scanning the surrounding forces with interest, as if taking notes for later study. But then something happened that made everything change. He started laughing. It began as a quiet chuckle, barely audible over the sound of dragon roars and insect buzzing. But it grew. And grew. Until Ethan was laughing fully, head thrown back, shoulders shaking, genuine mirth in his voice. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was infectious in its intensity, but there was something unsettling about it. It wasn't nervous laughter. It wasn't fear manifesting as hysteria. It was the laughter of someone who'd just heard the funniest joke of their life. Silid and Coratia's laughter cut off abruptly. They stared at Ethan with confusion and growing unease. Has he lost his mind? Coratia asked, her smile faltering. Did fear break his sanity already? I don't know, Silid admitted as his mind is troubled by this unexpected response. Jean and Anna, however, felt their fear evaporate instantly. They looked at each other, then sighed simultaneously, relief and exasperation mixing in equal measure. We were worried for nothing, Jean thought before shaking her head at herself. Of course. How could we forget who we're standing next to? Ethan Carter is here, Anna reminded herself, her confidence flooding back. Aeon. The Hellbreaker. The man who can level galaxies. Why the hell were we scared? Ethan's laughter slowly died down. He wiped a tear from his eye, his expression shifting from mirth to something far more dangerous. His eyes, blue as distant stars, locked onto Silid and Coratia with absolute focus. His smile vanished completely, replaced by a look of such cold, terrible certainty that even the monarchs felt a chill that had nothing to do with Silid's frozen domain. When Ethan spoke, his voice was quiet but carried across the entire dimension with perfect clarity, running. He tilted his head slightly. Who's running? A pause. Running where? Another pause which is heavier than the first. And why? He shouted and the entire domain trembled. Not from geological activity. Not from Silid's power or the dragon's roars. It trembled because reality itself was responding to Ethan's presence as he stopped holding back. Pressure crashed down on everything and everyone, an invisible force that made the air itself heavy, made breathing difficult, made existence feel like a burden. Silid and Coratia's eyes widened in genuine shock. This pressure, this overwhelming sensation of standing before something infinite and terrible, was beyond anything they'd experienced. What is this? Scylla thought, his analytical mind struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of power being radiated. This isn't mana, Coratia realized with dawning horror. This is something else. Something worse. Ethan raised his hand and casually waved it downward in a simple gesture, like he was telling a dog to sit. Every dragon in the sky, hundreds of them, each one a force of destruction, suddenly plummeted toward the ground as if they'd all been hit simultaneously by the gravity of a collapsing star. Crash. Boom. Crash. Crash. Dragons slammed into the frozen landscape with devastating force. The crystalline trees shattered like glass. Ice formations that had stood for millennia crumbled to powder. The ground itself cracked and buckled under the sheer mass of falling bodies. Not one dragon remained airborne. All of them, every single one, lay pinned to the ground by Ethan's Genesis telekinesis, unable to move, unable to even lift their heads. Some of the weaker ones had been knocked unconscious from the impact. The stronger ones could only roar in impotent fury as they struggled uselessly against the invisible force. The pressure from Ethan only increased. Blue energy began to emanate from his body, not magic, not mana, but pure Genesis power that made reality itself uncomfortable. The air around him shimmered and distorted as if unable to properly contain what he was. Then, across the entire domain, something impossible appeared. Blue circuits, like electrical wiring made visible, like circuitry from some cosmic computer, began manifesting throughout the dimension. They spread from Ethan's position like veins growing through flesh, covering the ground, climbing the ice formations, spreading across the sky itself. The circuits pulsed with rhythmic light, each pulse synchronized perfectly with what might have been Ethan's heartbeat, if his heart still functioned like a normal human's, which it decidedly did not. Within seconds, the entire domain was covered in this network of glowing blue lines. It looked like someone had overlaid a circuit diagram onto reality itself. Scylla's expression transformed from confident superiority to absolute horror. His mind recognized what he was seeing, even if he didn't want to believe it. Those patterns, those aren't magic circles. Those aren't runes. Those are. Coratia's face had gone pale beneath her chitinous plates. Her swarm of insects, usually perfectly controlled, began buzzing erratically, from being pinned down and also sensing their mistress's fear and responding to it. What is that?" she whispered, her voice losing all its earlier seductive mockery. Ethan took a single step forward. The motion was casual, unhurried, but both monarchs felt it like a physical blow. His presence was expanding, filling the entire dimension with suffocating certainty. Scylla tried to raise his hands to cast a defensive spell, absolute zero barriers, frozen space, anything to protect himself. Coratia attempted to command her swarm to attack, to overwhelm this threat through sheer numbers. Neither succeeded. Ethan raised his right hand and closed it into a fist. Crash. Both monarchs were instantly seized by invisible force, Genesis telekinesis that made Reckon's experience seem gentle by comparison. They were lifted into the air, completely immobilized, every muscle locked in place. Then Ethan squeezed. The pressure intensified dramatically. Both Scylla and Coratia screamed, sounds of pure agony as they felt their bodies begin to compress. Ribs cracked. Internal organs shifted. Blood vessels burst. Scylla vomited blood, the crimson liquid freezing instantly in his domain's cold air and falling like red hail. Coratia's chitinous armor cracked and splintered, ichor leaking from the breaks. Ethan's expression remained completely neutral, no anger, no satisfaction, and no emotion at all. He simply looked at them the way a human might look at particularly noisy insects. "You bugs are getting more noisy," he said, his voice carrying that same terrible calm. "I was playing with you for entertainment, letting you live because your struggle amused me, because hunting you one at a time made an interesting game." His eyes glowed brighter, the blue becoming almost white with intensity. "But playtime is over." Jean and Anna watched with wide eyes as understanding finally clicked into place. The blue circuits covering the domain. The specific pattern they formed. The way they pulsed with concentrated energy. "He's using that spell," Anna breathed, recognition and awe mixing in her voice. Jean nodded slowly, her mind immediately understanding the implications. They irritated him. Really, genuinely irritated him. That was the key difference. Ethan had been interested in Tarnak and Yogimunt, curious about their power and abilities, wanting to study them. He'd been entertained by Reckon's combat prowess, enjoying the show Anna put on. But Scylla and Coratia had crossed a line. They'd prepared this elaborate trap, surrounded him with armies, tried to intimidate his wives, and most importantly, they'd wasted his time with their arrogance when they can't even handle a portion of his true strength. Ethan didn't get angry often. His personality was too easygoing, too genuinely unbothered by most things. But when something finally did trigger his irritation, the response was absolute. Jean and Anna moved closer to Ethan, positioning themselves slightly behind him. Not out of fear for themselves, but because they recognized what was about to happen and wanted to be in the safe zone. Scylla and Quaratia, still held in Ethan's telekinetic grip, stared at the circuit patterns with growing terror. They couldn't sense mana from any of the three humans, but this strange energy radiating from the male was more terrifying than any magic they'd ever encountered. This wasn't the power of a hunter. This wasn't even the power of a ruler. This was something else entirely. Something that made their monarch authorities feel small and insignificant. Ethan slowly raised his right hand toward the sky. The movement was deliberate, almost ritualistic. The blue circuits throughout the domain responded immediately, their pulsing intensifying, the light growing brighter and brighter until it was almost painful to look at. Ethan began, his voice resonating with power that made the dimension itself vibrate. The dragon still pinned to the ground began to panic, thrashing uselessly against his telekinetic hold. The insect swarm tried to scatter in terror but couldn't. Even the frozen landscape started to crack and break apart. The circuits began to pulse more. Energy accumulated at impossible rates, drawn from the dimension itself, from the space between spaces, from the fundamental forces that held existence together. Scylla's mind raced through every possible defense, every technique he'd learned in millennia of existence. Nothing would work. He knew that with absolute certainty. Whatever was coming, it would overwhelm everything. Quaratia tried one last time to break free, pouring all her monarch authority into the effort. Her power, which could dissolve armies, which could plague entire worlds, had absolutely no effect on Ethan's hold. They were both going to die. They knew it with crystalline certainty. Jean placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder, not to stop him, but in a gesture of support and solidarity. Anna did the same from his other side, her expression serious for once. Both of them knew what was coming. They'd seen Ethan use this spell exactly once before and understand its power. The circuits throughout Scylla's domain reached critical luminescence. Every dragon, every insect, every frozen tree, every particle of air, all of it was outlined in blue light. Ethan's eyes blazed with power beyond comprehension as he spoke the final word, atomic. The entire domain was consumed by blue light. Author's note. Hi guys. How did you find this chapter? I'd really love to hear your thoughts and feedback. Also, I'm curious about your ideas regarding the monarch powers. Which monarch power do you think should go to which of Ethan's women? I already have a clear plan in mind, but I'd love to hear your interpretations and suggestions. Thanks a lot for reading, and I appreciate every single one of you. Chapter 136, The Most Dangerous Spell. The entire domain had been consumed by blue light, a total, complete, absolute destruction of matter at its most fundamental level. Every atom in Scylla's dimension, untold billions upon billions of them, had split simultaneously in a cascade of controlled nuclear fission that defied comprehension. Ethan had created this spell from inspiration drawn from the anime he watched in his previous life. Specifically, from a world where a young man named Sid Kajanu, calling himself Shadow, had developed a technique that utilized nuclear fission as a weapon. When Sid used that technique, a massive explosion would occur, rivaling or even exceeding the destructive power of nuclear weapons. But Ethan had taken that concept and evolved it into something far more terrifying. Thanks to his authority of destruction, one of the three fundamental aspects of his Genesis power, he'd learned to apply that authority directly to matter at the atomic level. Not just splitting atoms through physical process, but using cosmic authority to simply unmake them from existence. Every atom. Simultaneously. Leaving nothing behind except the souls of living beings. The problem was that such a technique was catastrophically dangerous if left uncontrolled. Without limitations, it would spread indefinitely, destroying everything around the caster in an ever-expanding wave of annihilation. So he developed the magic circuit system as a containment mechanism. The blue lines that appeared before casting, those weren't just visual effects. They were literal range limiters, defining the exact boundaries of where the authority of destruction would be applied. Everything within those circuits would be destroyed at the atomic level. Everything outside them would remain untouched. Ethan could control the size and shape of those circuits from their central point, himself, which meant he could theoretically use the spell on a single target or expand it to consume entire galaxies if he wanted. It's the single most dangerous spell I've ever created, Ethan had thought when he'd first successfully tested it in the mirror dimension. Even I'm afraid of using it carelessly. One miscalculation with the circuit boundaries, and I could accidentally atomize my wives, my allies, entire populations. The spell required absolute precision, perfect control, and complete certainty in the circuit configuration before activation. Which was why Ethan had only used it once before today, during testing. But thanks to Scylla and Quaratia doing such a spectacular job of irritating him, wasting his time, threatening his wives, assembling armies to intimidate him, Ethan had decided that efficiency trumped restraint. He'd unleashed the atomic spell across Scylla's entire dimension. The result was nothing but complete, absolute, total destruction. As the blue glow finally dissipated and the spell's energy dispersed, Ethan found himself standing in the same location from where he'd expected they would be. They were back on Earth, specifically, in the Baekdu mountain range where they'd originally entered Rocken's dimension hours ago. The mountain air was crisp and cold, carrying the scent of pine and snow. The sky above was the normal blue of Earth's atmosphere, with a few clouds drifting lazily by. Birds were singing in the distance, completely oblivious to the cosmic destruction that had just occurred in an adjacent dimension. Anna and Jean stood on either side of Ethan, their hands still resting on his shoulders from when they'd instinctively moved closer during the spell's climax. Both women slowly lifted their hands and let out simultaneous sighs, relief mixed with lingering awe at what they'd just witnessed. Anna was staring at the peaceful mountain landscape with wide eyes, as if unable to fully reconcile the serene environment with the apocalyptic destruction they'd just caused. "That spell is still terrifying every time I see it," she said, her voice carrying a note of genuine unease. Ethan smiled slightly before turning to look at her. "You've only seen it once, and that was in the mirror dimension where I was testing it on inanimate matter and the dimension itself. This is the first time you've seen it used in actual combat." Anna countered immediately before shaking her head. "Once was enough to be terrified, thank you very much. Seeing every atom in about a few 100-kilometer radius just cease to exist. Watching matter itself break down into nothingness." She shuddered despite herself. "That's the kind of power that makes you question the fundamental nature of existence." "True," Ethan admitted while his smile fading to something more thoughtful. "Even I was a little afraid after testing it out the first time. The sheer scale of destruction, the absolute finality of it, it's not something to use casually." He looked down at his hands. "Currently, only I can use this spell. It's directly connected to my authority of destruction, which means no one else can replicate it even if they understood the theory. And I want to keep it that way." His expression grew serious. "It's too dangerous for others to use carelessly. One mistake in setting the circuit boundaries, one moment of anger or panic, and the caster could accidentally destroy everything and everyone they care about. This spell should never become common knowledge." "Effective though," Jean said after a pause, though her tone carried a note of dry exasperation. She looked at Ethan with a mixture of love, admiration, and the particular brand of frustration that came from being married to someone who regularly redefined the concept of overkill. "Did you really need to atomize the entire dimension?" she asked. "Wasn't that a bit much? We were planning to fight them, get some combat experience, test our limits. Instead, you just erased everything." Ethan shrugged, completely unrepentant. "They wasted my time with their elaborate trap and their arrogant speeches. All that posturing about armies and dragons and inescapable barriers, I decided efficiency was more important than restraint." He smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Besides, they really did piss me off. That's not easy to do." "Efficiency," Jean repeated slowly, her deadpan delivery making the word sound almost accusatory. "You turned them and everything within an entire dimension into nothing. Absolute zero matter remaining. That's not efficiency, that's overkill on a cosmic, possibly universal scale." Potato, Ethan replied cheerfully, using the age-old expression with a grin. Jean's expression went completely flat. She stared at him for a long moment, then asked the most important question, "What about the monarch cores?" "That's why we went after them in the first place. We need those cores to power up everyone. This isn't like with Rocken, he is still alive when you used your chronokinesis. Did you just accidentally atomize our primary objective?" Before Ethan could respond, Anna jumped in with sudden realization. "He can just resurrect them before the atomic destruction and extract the cores then." Jean's eyes widened slightly as she turned to Ethan. "Is that true? Can your time manipulation affect monarch-level beings? They're entities tied to fundamental aspects of reality. When you used your chronokinesis on Rocken, he was still alive, so I assumed that was the reason. But I wasn't sure if temporal powers would still work on them after death." Ethan's smile widened, taking on a slightly smug quality. "You give them too much credit, Jean. Monarchs aren't immune to time manipulation, they're powerful, yes, but they're not transcendent beings beyond causality. I can definitely use chronokinesis to bring them back." He tapped his temple meaningfully. "If I wasn't absolutely sure I could reverse the process, I wouldn't have used that spell in the first place. I'm not in the habit of destroying valuable resources permanently." Then his expression softened, becoming warmer and more affectionate as he looked at Jean. "Besides, you two wanted to fight Scylla and Quaratia. I wouldn't spoil your fun like that. After all." He stepped closer to Jean, his voice dropping to something more intimate. "I love you, my beautiful redhead. Your happiness matters more to me than the efficient monarch elimination." He winked at her, his blue eyes glowing with both Genesis power and genuine affection. Jean felt her exasperation melt away despite herself, replaced by a warm flush that had nothing to do with the Phoenix Force. A genuine smile crossed her face, the kind of smile that was reserved only for him. "You're impossible," she murmured, but there was no heat in the words. "Destroying dimensions and then flirting with me like we're on a date. Multitasking is one of my many talents, Ethan replied with mock seriousness. Anna made a theatrical gagging sound from the side. Oh my god, you too. We literally just atomized two monarchs and you're making heart eyes at each other. But her grin betrayed her amusement. Save it for later, or at least include me in the flirting. Ethan turned to Anna with an exaggerated look of surprise. Are you feeling left out, Mrs. Carter? That simply won't do. He moved to Anna's side and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, his touch gentle and deliberate. You know you're just as important to me as Jean is. My fierce, beautiful warrior who tortured a monarch to death for threatening me. How could I not be completely devoted to you? Anna's cheeks flushed pink, her earlier confidence melting into flustered happiness. Well, when you put it like that. She leaned into his touch, smiling. I guess I can forgive you for atomizing everything before I got to punch more stuff. That's my girl, Ethan said warmly while kissing her forehead. Jean shook her head with fond exasperation. All right, Romeo, enough flirting. You said you can bring them back. So do it already. I want to have my fight with Scylla, and the longer we wait, the more time I have to overthink my strategy. Ethan stepped back from his wives and raised his right hand toward the empty air in front of them. His expression shifted from playful to focused, his eyes glowing with the blue-green light of temporal manipulation. A green magic circle materialized in the air, intricate and beautiful, covered in clockwork patterns that seemed to tick backward. The circle rotated counterclockwise, accelerating as it accumulated power. Ethan made a twisting motion with his hand, as if physically turning back the hands of an invisible clock. Reality shimmered. Time reversed in a localized area. Two figures materialized out of nothingness, appearing several feet in front of the trio. They stood perfectly still for a moment, as if frozen in place, then suddenly gasped simultaneously, the sound of life returning to bodies that had briefly ceased to exist. Scylla and Quaratia stood before them, completely uninjured. No wounds, no burns, no signs of the atomic destruction they'd just experienced. Their bodies had been perfectly restored to the state they'd been in minutes before the spell hit them. But their expressions told a different story. Ethan lowered his hand and smiled cheerfully. Yo. Welcome back to the land of the living. How was being atomized? Educational, I hope. Scylla and Quaratia stood frozen, their minds struggling to process what had just happened. They remembered everything. The blue circuit spreading across the domain. The overwhelming pressure of Ethan's presence. The moment when every atom in their bodies had simultaneously split apart, breaking them down into component particles and then into nothing at all. Death, absolute, total, complete death. Not the death of injury, but fundamental erasure from existence. And then, life again. Restoration. As if the destruction had never happened, except for the memories that burned in their minds like trauma made tangible. Scylla's mind was racing, trying to understand the implications. What in the seven hells is happening here? We died. I know we died. I felt my consciousness dissolve, felt my very essence break apart. And now? Quaratia didn't bother with internal analysis. She simply asked the question out loud, her voice shaking. How are we alive? What did you do? Ethan's smile widened, though his eyes remained cold and calculating. Oh, that. Simple time manipulation. I used chronokinesis to reverse your personal timelines back to a point before the atomic spell atomized you. Think of it like hitting undo on a cosmic word processor. He took a step forward, and both monarchs instinctively took a step back, fear overriding centuries of pride and dignity. Here's the situation, Ethan continued, his tone becoming conversational, almost friendly. I lost my cool earlier because of your little stunt with the trap and the armies and all that posturing. So I used a spell that probably should have been saved for genuine apocalyptic threats. He gestured toward Jean. But my wife Jean here was really looking forward to having a proper one-on-one match with you, Scylla. And Anna wanted to see how Jean handles monarch-level opponents. So. His smile took on an angelic quality, which somehow made it more terrifying. I decided to resurrect you so Jean can have her fun. After she's done, after she's tested her limits and gained the experience she wanted, I'll free you from this prison called life. Permanently, this time. He tilted his head slightly. It's not a bad offer, right? You get a chance to fight a worthy opponent, go out with honor instead of instant annihilation, and maybe even injure one of us if you're really lucky. Much better than just ceasing to exist without any chance to respond. Jean and Anna both deadpanned simultaneously. Jean actually slapped her own face with one hand, the sound echoing across the mountainside. Anna sighed deeply while shaking her head. Ethan, Jean said slowly, her voice carefully controlled. That is possibly the most terrifying way you could have phrased, I'm giving you a chance to fight before you die. Was it? Ethan looked genuinely confused. I thought I was being nice. Polite, even. You literally called life a prison and said you'd free them by killing them, Anna pointed out. That's horror movie villain dialogue, sugar. Oh. Ethan considered that. Fair point. But in my defense, I'm offering them a much more dignified death than atomic dissolution, so. Scylla and Quaratia's eyes widened in pure, primal fear. After witnessing Ethan's power firsthand, after experiencing death at the atomic level, after being casually resurrected like they were nothing more than broken toys being repaired, they understood one fundamental truth: we never stood a chance. The thought crystallized in both of their minds simultaneously. They'd assembled an army of 4 million. 2 million from Antares' dragon legions, plus their own combined forces. 4 million soldiers, each one capable of devastating human cities, all coordinated and prepared for battle. And this creature had destroyed them all, along with the entire dimension they'd occupied, with a single attack. Human. Scylla's thoughts were fragmenting, rationality breaking under the weight of terror. No, that's not a human anymore. Monster. No. This is beyond the category of a monster. This is something that shouldn't exist. Something that breaks the fundamental rules of reality. Quaratia's thoughts were even simpler, driven by pure survival instinct. Run. Run now. Get away from this thing. It was common sense for any living creature, when faced with a predator so far above you that resistance is meaningless, you run. Both monarchs spun simultaneously, preparing to flee in opposite directions, hoping to confuse their pursuer, willing to abandon all dignity if it meant even a slim chance of survival. They made it exactly half a rotation before freezing in place. An invisible force had wrapped around both of them, Ethan's Genesis telekinesis, far more powerful than what he'd used before. It didn't just hold them, it crushed them, compressing their bodies and preventing even the smallest movement. They were lifted several feet off the ground, suspended in the air like insects pinned to a board. Ethan's expression hadn't changed. He still wore that slight, pleasant smile. But his eyes, his blue eyes that now glowed with Genesis power, had gone absolutely cold. I wasn't asking you, he said softly, his voice carrying clearly despite its quiet volume. I was commanding you. There's a difference. His eyes blazed brighter. You will fight for my wife's entertainment. You will provide her with a proper challenge. And when she's finished learning what she needs to learn, you will die with whatever dignity you can muster. These are not requests. These are facts about your immediate future. Scylla, despite the crushing pressure around his body, managed to force words out through clenched teeth. His voice was strained but defiant. Kill us, instead, you abomination. This isn't. Snap. Ethan snapped his fingers directly in front of Scylla's face. The Frost Monarch simply ceased to exist. Not an explosion. Not a dramatic death scene. Just instantaneous cessation, his body, his essence, his very concept of existence deleted in the space between one heartbeat and the next. It was Ethan's authority of destruction applied with surgical precision to a single target. That's how vast the power difference between them truly was. A casual snap of his fingers was enough to unmake a being that had existed for millennia. Quaratia, suspended in the air beside where Scylla had been, stared at the empty space with eyes so wide they seemed ready to pop from her skull. She tried desperately to escape from Ethan's telekinetic grip, her monarch authority over plague surging uselessly against the iron hold. Then Ethan's face turned toward her. His expression was serious now, no smile, no playfulness. Just absolute, terrifying focus. Quaratia froze completely. The look in his eyes made her earlier fear seem quaint by comparison. She felt like a small animal staring into the eyes of something that hunted gods for sport. Ethan raised his hand again, and the green magic circle reappeared. Time reversed. Scylla materialized beside Quaratia once more, gasping and disoriented. Just like you treated humans as ants, Ethan said, his voice carrying a weight that made the very air feel heavy, you are like ants to me. Actually, that's unfair to ants, they serve a purpose in their ecosystem. You're more like, intrusive thoughts made flesh. Annoying. Ultimately meaningless. Easy to dismiss. Jean and Anna's expressions turned serious as they heard the shift in Ethan's tone. They looked at each other and silently communicated through the bond they developed over years of being together. Something had shifted in Ethan. He wasn't just irritated anymore. They moved forward simultaneously, placing hands on Ethan's shoulders. Ethan, Jean said gently but firmly. That's enough. They understand. You've made your point, darling, Anna added, her voice carrying warmth and concern. Come back to us. Don't lose yourself in the anger. Ethan took a breath, then let it out slowly. His expression softened fractionally as he felt his wife's touch grounding him. But he didn't release the monarchs from his telekinetic grip. Instead, he looked at Scylla, who was still panting and disoriented from being destroyed and resurrected. Are you ready to fight Jean before meeting your final end? Chapter 137, The Secret War Within. Scyld's mind was racing, trying desperately to formulate some kind of escape plan. He needed to notify Antares. This wasn't a threat any single monarch could handle. This required their strongest, possibly the rulers as well, possibly. His thoughts were cut off as Ethan's voice entered his mind directly, bypassing all mental defenses through sheer overwhelming power. Still trying to call for help. Still planning escape. You need a little more education, I think. Ethan snapped his fingers in front of Scyld again. Snap. Scyld ceased to exist. Resurrected. He reappeared instantly, gasping for air as if his lungs had forgotten how to function. Wait. Snap. Gone. And then pulled back from the abyss. Stop. Snap. Destroyed and resurrected. Please. Snap. Destroyed and resurrected. I'll fight. I'll. Snap. Destroyed and resurrected. The cycle continued 5 more times before Jean and Anna both shouted simultaneously, Ethan. Enough. Their voices carried genuine concern, even a hint of anger. They'd seen what they needed to see, the point had been made. Continuing further would cross a line from lesson to torture, and neither of them wanted Ethan to become someone who took pleasure in unnecessary cruelty. Ethan stopped immediately at their voices. He resurrected Scyld one final time but didn't snap again. Scyld collapsed to his knees the moment the telekinetic pressure lessened enough to allow movement. He was panting like he'd just run a marathon, his eyes unfocused and distant. He could still feel it, the sensation of being destroyed and brought back, over and over. Each death had been absolute. Each resurrection had been jarring, his consciousness ripped from void and shoved back into existence without warning or preparation. It had drained him mentally in a way that centuries of warfare never had. This wasn't combat. This wasn't even torture in the traditional sense. This was a demonstration of absolute, meaningless power, showing him that his existence, his will, his very essence meant nothing to the being standing before him. Ethan looked down at the broken monarch with something approaching pity. Jean and Anna are too kind, he said quietly. They care about preventing unnecessary suffering, even for beings who were perfectly willing to torture and kill them just minutes ago. He crouched down to meet Scyld's eye level. So I'll ask you one more time, and I want a clear answer, will you fight Jean properly? Will you give her a genuine challenge, use your full power, and provide her with the combat experience she's seeking? Or do we need to continue this educational cycle until you understand that cooperation is your only option? Scyld's mouth was dry. His pride, the pride of a monarch, of a being who'd ruled over concepts for millennia, was completely shattered. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse and broken. I'll fight. Whatever you want. Just, no more. Please. Good choice, Ethan said before standing up and smiling again. The warmth returned to his expression, as if the casual destruction and resurrection had never happened. I'm glad we could reach an understanding. But Jean's attention had shifted away from Scyld entirely. Her gaze was locked on Croatia, who remained suspended in Ethan's telekinetic grip. The plague monarch was trembling, not from fear, though fear was certainly present. This was something else. Her entire body shook with barely contained something. Her teeth were clenched, biting her lower lip hard enough to draw black ichor, as if she was trying to physically restrain herself from speaking or screaming. Ethan, Jean said slowly, her voice taking on the focused tone she used when her telepathic powers detected something unusual. I want to examine Croatia instead of fighting Scyld. Ethan's eyebrows rose in surprise. Really? I thought you wanted to test yourself against the Frost Monarch. It's not about the fight anymore, Jean said while moving closer to the suspended monarch. Her own eyes began to glow, not with Phoenix force, but with the psychic energy of her mutant telepathy. Something's happening inside her mind. I can feel it. There's turmoil. Conflict. A battle being fought on a mental level. Anna looked confused. What do you mean, something's happening in her mind? Isn't she just terrified like Scyld? That seems pretty normal after what just happened. She turned to Ethan. And shouldn't you have noticed this already? You're a stronger telepath than Jean is right now, at least when she's not channeling the Phoenix Force. If there's something going on mentally, wouldn't you have picked up on it first? Ethan's expression shifted to something slightly sheepish. I'm not using my telepathy right now. Haven't been for most of the time, actually. Both Jean and Anna stared at him in surprise. Jean spoke first, you're not using it. At all. How? Your Genesis telepathy is one of your most powerful ability, it's not possible to turn it off like a switch. It's also very much useful for gathering information and detecting threats. Ethan sighed while running a hand through his blonde hair. Because it's gotten too powerful and too annoying to keep active all the time. After my normal telepathy evolved into this, if I have it active, it constantly sends all the thoughts and emotions of everyone within several kilometers directly into my brain. Every human, every animal, every sapient being, I hear all of them simultaneously. He looked genuinely uncomfortable discussing it. Imagine hearing dozens, hundreds, sometimes thousands of voices all talking at once, all the time, with no way to tune them out. Every random thought, every fleeting emotion, every mental conversation, all of it flooding into my consciousness constantly. That sounds horrible, Anna said, her expression sympathetic. It is, Ethan confirmed. So I learned to turn it off completely, like flipping a switch. I only activate it when I specifically need to read someone or when there's a genuine tactical reason to monitor mental communications. I'm not a fan of constantly reading other people's thoughts and emotions without their consent anyway, it feels invasive and unnecessary. Jean nodded understanding. I know. Uncontrolled telepathy at that level would be overwhelming. Her expression grew more focused. But I need you to look at Croatia now. Use your telepathy and your empathy, I want confirmation of what I'm sensing. All right, Ethan agreed. He activated his Genesis telepathy and Genesis empathy simultaneously, directing both abilities specifically at Croatia. His eyes widened almost immediately. Oh, that's interesting. What is it? Anna asked while moving closer as well. Jean had approached Croatia until she was floating directly in front of the suspended monarch. She reached out with her psychic abilities, gently probing the surface thoughts without forcing her way through mental defenses. Then she spoke in surprise, someone is inside her. Another consciousness, another person sharing her body and mind. And they've been fighting a battle for control, for a very, very long time. Anna's eyes widened in shock. What? There's someone else inside Croatia? Like, possession. Mind control. Not exactly, Jean replied, her brow furrowing with concentration as she probed deeper. It's more complicated than that. Two souls, two minds, existing in the same body. One dominant, one suppressed. And the suppressed one has been resisting, fighting back, for what feels like years. Decades. Maybe longer. Silid, still kneeling nearby and trembling from his earlier ordeal, looked between them with confusion cutting through his fear. What are you talking about? Croatia is Croatia. She's always been the monarch of plagues. There's no one else. You don't know, Jean said flatly, not even looking at him. You've been allies for millennia and you never sensed it. Never realized your fellow monarch essentially held a prisoner in her body. Ethan slowly moved toward Jean, his expression serious and focused. With a gesture, he lowered Croatia from her suspended position until her feet touched the ground, though his telekinetic grip kept her restrained and immobile. The plague monarch continued to tremble violently. Her expression was a twisted mixture of rage and terror, her teeth still biting her lower lip hard enough that black ichor dripped down her chin. Jean, Ethan said quietly, let's go into her mind and see what's really happening in there. If someone's been trapped for as long as we're sensing, they might need immediate help. Jean nodded, her expression determined. Agreed. But first, she glanced at Silid, who was watching them with growing panic. Ethan followed her gaze and understood immediately. He turned to face the Frost Monarch, and his right hand began to glow with dark blue energy, complex magical patterns weaving through the air. What are you? Silid started to ask, his voice cracking with fear. Insurance, Ethan replied simply. Enslavement seal, absolute binding. The blue magic wrapped around Silid like chains, sinking into his body and creating glowing runes across his skin. The spell was one of Ethan's custom creations, a combination of Norse binding magic, arcane restraint enchantments, and pure overwhelming power. Silid gasped as he felt his will being suppressed, his body becoming completely unresponsive. He could still see, hear, and think, but he couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't access his monarch powers. He was a prisoner in his own body. That will make sure you don't do anything stupid while we're occupied, Ethan said matter-of-factly. Sit tight. We'll deal with you later. Ethan and Jean both turned their full attention to Croatia, who was now staring at them with wide, terrified eyes, though whose terror it was, the monarchs or the trapped souls, remained unclear. This might feel strange, Jean warned, though she wasn't sure if she was talking to Croatia or to whoever was hidden inside. We're coming in. Both Ethan and Jean's eyes began to glow, his with blue Genesis light, hers with psychic energy. They reached out with their telepathic abilities simultaneously, diving into Croatia's consciousness like swimmers plunging into deep water. Reality shifted around them. The mindscape they entered was nightmarish. They stood in what had once been a beautiful kingdom, that much was clear from the architectural bones of the structures around them. Grand buildings with elegant designs, wide streets that had been carefully planned, fountains and gardens that spoke of a civilization that valued beauty alongside function. But all of it was ruined now. The buildings were crumbling, covered in centuries of neglect and decay. The streets were cracked and broken, with plants, wrong plants, twisted and diseased, growing through every gap. The fountains were dry or filled with stagnant, foul-smelling water. And everywhere Absolutely everywhere were insects. Millions of them. Billions. They covered every surface like a living carpet, crawled over every wall, filled the air with their buzzing and clicking and chittering. The sound was overwhelming, a constant drone that seemed designed to drive anyone listening slowly mad. Ethan's eyes blazed bright blue, and his Genesis power flared outward like a wave. Whoosh! Blue flames erupted across the entire mindscape, not hot flames that burned normally, but cosmic fire that consumed everything. Every insect touched by those flames simply ceased to exist, not even leaving ash behind. They were unmade from this mental reality. Within seconds, the buzzing stopped. The insects were gone. Only the ruins remained, silent and haunting. Better, Ethan muttered while looking around at the desolate landscape. Now we can think without that noise. Jean was already moving, her psychic senses guiding her toward the center of the kingdom. This way. The other presence is, there. She pointed toward a massive structure at the heart of the ruined city, a castle that must have been magnificent once, but was now a crumbling shadow of its former glory. They walked quickly through the empty streets. The silence after the insects' removal was almost eerie, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional rumble of stone falling from decaying buildings. As they approached the castle, Jean spoke quietly, her voice troubled. Ethan, this place. This is someone's memory, their home, preserved in their consciousness. And it's been corrupted, infested, turned into this nightmare. For how long? Too long, Ethan replied grimly. Let's find them. They entered the castle's throne room, or what remained of it. The ceiling had partially collapsed, letting in dim light from the mindscape's perpetually gray sky. Tapestries hung in tatters. The throne itself was split down the middle, as if something impossibly strong had cleaved it in two. And in the center of the room, suspended in the air by thousands of silken threads, was a massive cocoon. It was at least 3 meters tall, made from the same silk that spiders and certain insects produced, but far stronger. The cocoon pulsed slightly, as if something inside was breathing, weak, labored breaths that spoke of exhaustion beyond imagining. Jean approached slowly, her hand reaching out. She's in there. The other consciousness. Her eyes widened. She's been trapped like this the entire time. Decades. Maybe longer. Then let's free her, Ethan said before stepping forward. His hand touched the cocoon, and Genesis power flowed from his palm into the silken prison. The threads began to dissolve, breaking down at the molecular level and falling away like mist. As the cocoon opened, they could finally see who was inside. A woman. Young, perhaps in her early 20s by appearance, though age was difficult to determine in a mindscape. She was suspended in the cocoon's center by more threads wrapped around her limbs, her torso, even her neck, keeping her immobilized in a position of complete helplessness. She was beautiful, in a fragile way that came from suffering. Her hair was silver, not gray from age, but a pure, luminous silver that seemed to catch light even in this dim place. It hung long and tangled around her, unwashed and uncared for through what must have been years of captivity. Her face was pale, almost translucent, with delicate features that showed both nobility and pain. Her body was thin, too thin, the kind of thinness that came from slowly starving over a very long time. She wore what might have once been fine clothing, but was now little more than rags that barely covered her. And even now, even trapped and weakened, she was still fighting. Her eyes were squeezed shut with concentration, her jaw clenched, every muscle in her visible body tensed with effort as she continued to resist whatever force was trying to control her. As the last of the cocoon fell away and Ethan caught her gently before she could fall, her eyes slowly opened. Blue eyes. The clearest, brightest blue, like the sky on a perfect day, like sapphires catching sunlight. Eyes that had somehow retained hope despite everything. Those eyes focused on Ethan and Jean, taking them in with visible surprise. Then, incredibly, she smiled, a weak, exhausted smile, but genuine. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse from disuse, barely above a whisper. Please, kill her. Free me from this suffering. I can't fight anymore. I'm so tired. Just end it. Please. Jean's expression crumpled with sympathy and pain. I'm so sorry, she said softly while moving closer. I'm sorry for the intrusion, but we need to understand what happened to you. You're no longer in any condition to tell us verbally. May I read your memories? I'll be as gentle as I can. The silver-haired woman's eyes filled with tears, tears of relief that someone, anyone, was finally seeing her, acknowledging her existence. She nodded weakly, unable to form more words. Jean's eyes glowed with psychic power as she carefully, gently reached into the woman's memories. Ethan did the same, his Genesis telepathy and empathy working to understand not just what had happened, but how it had felt. The story unfolded in their minds like a tragic play. Her name was Elizabeth Lyonesse. Third princess and beloved daughter of King Bartra of the Kingdom of Lyonesse, a prosperous realm on a planet in a distant galaxy, far from Earth. From a young age, Elizabeth had been gifted with extraordinary spiritual power. Not magic in the traditional sense, but something purer, an innate connection to life force itself. She could sense emotions and intentions with perfect clarity. She could heal injuries that should have been fatal. She could bring comfort to the suffering and peace to the dying. She had been celebrated as a miracle child, blessed by the gods, destined for greatness. The royal family had loved her dearly. Her father the king, her mother the queen, her sisters, all of them had treasured her not just for her power, but for her kindness, her compassion, her genuine desire to help everyone she met. She'd been barely 18 years old when Croatia found her. The monarch of plagues had needed a vessel, a body strong enough to contain her essence, spiritually powerful enough to withstand the strain of hosting a monarch's consciousness, and young enough to be molded and controlled. Elizabeth's gifts had made her the perfect target. Croatia had set an elaborate trap, disguised as a plague sweeping through a neighboring kingdom. When Elizabeth, compassionate, self-sacrificing Elizabeth, had insisted on going to help heal the sick, she'd walked directly into the monarch's grasp. The possession had been violent and traumatic. Croatia had forced her way into Elizabeth's body, attempting to completely override the princess's consciousness and take full control. But Elizabeth's spirit was stronger than Croatia had anticipated. Even as the monarch invaded her mind, even as foreign consciousness wrapped around her own like suffocating chains, Elizabeth had fought. She hadn't been able to prevent the possession, Croatia's power was too overwhelming. But she'd managed to retain a portion of control, enough to resist complete suppression. And then came the worst part. Croatia, frustrated by Elizabeth's resistance and wanting to break her spirit completely, had used the princess's own body to return to the kingdom of Lyonesse. Elizabeth had been conscious through all of it. Trapped in her own body, screaming silently as Croatia wielded her power to slaughter everyone Elizabeth loved. Her father, cut down as he begged his daughter to fight whatever was controlling her. Her mother, killed as she tried to embrace her possessed child one last time. Her sisters, murdered as they looked at Elizabeth with confusion and betrayal, not understanding why she was doing this. The entire royal family. Then the castle guard. Then the servants. Then the citizens of the capital city. Thousands dead, all killed by Elizabeth's hands while she watched helplessly from inside her own mind. Then Croatia had destroyed the kingdom itself, unleashing plagues that turned the land barren, that corrupted the water, that made the very air poisonous. Within weeks, the entire planet was dead. And through it all, Elizabeth had been screaming silently, watching her world end, powerless to stop it. That should have broken her. Croatia had expected it to break her. But somehow, impossibly, Elizabeth had endured. Even after losing everything, even after being forced to commit unthinkable atrocities with her own hands, even after centuries of being trapped in a cocoon within her own mind while Croatia used her body to wage war across the cosmos. Elizabeth had never stopped fighting. Every day, every hour, every single moment, she'd resisted. Pushing back against Croatia's control with every ounce of spiritual power she possessed. It was why Croatia had been forced to trap her in the cocoon, to contain her within this mental prison where she couldn't interfere. But even from the cocoon, Elizabeth had continued to struggle. Continued to hope that someday, somehow, she would be free. Jean's eyes were filled with tears by the time she finished reading the memories. The sheer scale of suffering, the unimaginable pain and guilt Elizabeth had endured, it was almost too much to comprehend. How? Jean whispered, her voice breaking. How did you survive this? How did you not just break? Let go. Give up. Elizabeth's weak smile returned. Because, if I gave up, then she wins. Then everyone I loved, died for nothing. As long as I'm still here, still fighting, their memory lives on. Ethan felt his own eyes burning with tears. His Genesis telepathy and empathy weren't just reading Elizabeth's story, they were making him feel it, experiencing her emotions as if they were his own. The despair. The guilt. The endless, grinding exhaustion. The horror of watching yourself kill everyone you love while being completely unable to stop it. And underneath it all, somehow surviving through everything, a core of pure, unbreakable determination. A refusal to surrender that bordered on the divine. She's extraordinary, Ethan thought, admiration flooding through him alongside the sympathetic pain. To suffer this much, to lose everything, to be tortured for decades, and still refuse to give up, that's not just strength. That's something beyond strength. He was surprised to find that Elizabeth's story echoed something from his previous life. The anime Seven Deadly Sins had featured a character named Elizabeth Lyonesse, a princess who is the reincarnation of an angel. But this Elizabeth was clearly real, clearly her own person with her own story. The similarities were coincidental. Either way, the Elizabeth in his arms was suffering, was real, and needed saving. Both Ethan and Jean came to the same decision simultaneously, their determination crystallizing into action. We're getting you out of here, Ethan said firmly. Jean. Jean nodded, her expression hardening with resolve. Already on it. Image of Elizabeth Lyonesse. Chapter 138, The Phoenix Rises. Jean's body began to glow, not with her normal psychic energy, but with something far more primal and powerful. Golden red flames erupted around her, not burning but transforming. Her clothing shifted, changing from her uniform into something that looked almost ceremonial, a flowing dress of deep crimson and brilliant gold, with a massive phoenix symbol blazing across her chest. Her eyes ignited with the same golden red fire, no longer merely glowing but actually burning with cosmic flame. The phoenix force, the fundamental power of life, death, and rebirth itself, had awakened fully within Jean Grey. And it was furious. Immediately a figure materialized in the mindscape, emerging from the shadows of the ruined throne room like something being born from nightmare. Coratia's mental form appeared, not the beautiful terrible hybrid she presented in the physical world, but her true essence. A massive, monstrous thing of chitin and venom, of disease and decay, of countless insects swarming together to form something that only pretended to be sapient. Her multiple eyes fixed on Jean, and despite her monstrous form, genuine fear showed in every one of them. She knew that facing Jean was preferable to facing Ethan. What she'd witnessed him do to Scylla had broken something in her, had made her understand that mercy was not something she could expect from him. At least Jean was angry, anger she could understand, could possibly manipulate or redirect. Ethan's cold, clinical destruction was something else entirely. So Coratia gathered her power and prepared to fight, even knowing it was hopeless. Jean didn't give her any time to prepare. Scree! A cry that shook the entire mindscape erupted from Jean's throat, but it wasn't a human sound. It was the call of a phoenix, primal and terrible and beautiful all at once. Golden red flames exploded outward from Jean's body, consuming everything they touched. Not normal fire, but the very concept of purification and rebirth made manifest. Elizabeth's eyes fluttered. He smiled down at her, a warm, genuine smile that promised safety. "Good morning, Princess Elizabeth," he said softly. "You're safe now. I've got you." Elizabeth stared up at him, her blue eyes wide with disbelief and desperate hope. Something about him made her feel safe in a way she hadn't felt in centuries. Her spiritual senses, still functioning despite everything, could read his emotions and intentions with perfect clarity. He genuinely wanted to protect her. There was no deception, no hidden agenda. Just pure, simple desire to help someone who was suffering. Without thinking, acting purely on instinct and overwhelming relief, Elizabeth wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck and held on tightly. She buried her face against his shoulder and finally, allowed herself to believe that the nightmare might actually be ending. Ethan was surprised by the gesture but held her securely, one hand supporting her back while the other cradled her head. He looked up at Jean and saw her floating several feet off the ground, the manifestation of a massive phoenix made of living fire spreading its wings behind her. She's really pissed, Ethan thought with a mixture of awe and slight nervousness. Note to self, never, ever make Jean this angry at me. He raised his free hand toward Jean and gave her a small nod, permission to do what needed to be done. Jean's eyes blazed brighter, and she unleashed the full power of the Phoenix Force. Scree! The Phoenix's cry was even louder this time, carrying the weight of cosmic judgment. Golden red flames flooded the entire mindscape like a tsunami of purifying fire. They consumed everything, the ruined buildings, the corrupted gardens, the stagnant fountains, every trace of decay and disease. Coratia tried to fight back. She summoned her swarms, millions of insects materializing from her essence and launching themselves at Jean in desperate waves. Every single one burned to ash before getting within 10 meters of the phoenix. She tried attacking with concentrated plague energy, with disease that could kill gods, with corruption that broke down matter at the molecular level. The phoenix flames consumed it all, purifying everything they touched. Coratia's monstrous form caught fire. She screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed across dimensions. The flames weren't burning her body, she didn't have a real body here, just a mental projection. They were burning her soul. Phoenix fire didn't just destroy. It purified. It burned away corruption and evil at the most basic level, leaving nothing behind but potential for rebirth. For someone like Coratia, a being made entirely of corruption and plague, that purification was the most agonizing death possible. Ethan watched as Coratia's form dissolved in the flames, her screams fading to nothing. His hand moved instinctively toward where her essence core would be, the fundamental authority that made her a monarch. Then he stopped. He looked down at Elizabeth in his arms, at her thin, fragile form. His enhanced senses analyzed her current state with accuracy. Her body and Coratia's essence have been fused for centuries. They're not just connected, they're integrated at the fundamental level. If I remove Coratia's core now, Elizabeth's body will have nothing to sustain it. She'll die within seconds. His mind raced through possibilities, solutions, alternatives. Chronokinesis. No, reversing this would require changing centuries of timeline, which would create massive paradoxes and potentially destroy this entire reality's stability. Matter manipulation. No, the fusion was spiritual and conceptual, not physical. Genesis authority of rebirth. Maybe, but he'd need time to understand exactly how the fusion worked before attempting separation. Time he didn't have. Coratia's soul was being destroyed now. They hadn't thought before acting, driven only by emotion and anger. Now, it was too late for thought. In another few seconds, there would be nothing left of the monarch except her core essence. Ethan made his decision in a fraction of a second. Instead of removing Coratia's core, he reached out with Genesis telekinesis and grabbed it, but instead of extracting it from Elizabeth's body, he severed it from Coratia's dying soul while leaving it connected to Elizabeth. The monarch's screams cut off abruptly as her essence was finally, completely destroyed by the phoenix fire. But her authority, the fundamental power of plague and insects, remained, now anchored solely to Elizabeth. The entire mindscape erupted in golden red flames one final time, consuming the last traces of Coratia's presence and burning away centuries of corruption. Outside, in the physical world, Coratia's body convulsed violently in Ethan's arms. She let out a single, agonized cry, loud enough to echo across the mountainside, then went completely limp. Jean stood beside Ethan, her eyes slowly opening. They still glowed with the fading light of phoenix fire, gradually dimming back to their normal green as she released her hold on that cosmic power. Anna watched nervously from a few feet away, concerned and confused but trusting that Ethan and Jean knew what they were doing. Then, slowly, Coratia's body began to change. What remained was the form of a young woman with silver hair, exhausted, unconscious, but undeniably human. Elizabeth Leoness, finally free in her own body after centuries of imprisonment. Anna's eyes widened. What happened? Ethan, can you? Before she could finish the question, Ethan's telepathy reached out and shared everything they'd experienced in the mindscape. The entire story, Elizabeth's background, her possession, her suffering, the battle with Coratia, everything, flooded into Anna's mind in compressed form. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock to absolute fury in the space of seconds. That bitch. Anna snarled, her hands clenching into fists. She killed Elizabeth's entire family, destroyed her world, and then trapped her for decades while using her body too. She stopped herself, taking a deep breath. But, wait. If Coratia's dead, shouldn't Elizabeth be dead too? How is she still alive? Ethan adjusted his hold on Elizabeth's unconscious form, making sure she was comfortable. Jean focused the Phoenix Force specifically on destroying Coratia's soul while leaving the core essence intact, he explained. While she was doing that, I used the opportunity to transfer the monarch authority of plagues directly to Elizabeth. That way, when Coratia's soul was destroyed, Elizabeth's body still had something to sustain it. Jean and Anna both looked at him with concern. Jean spoke first. Ethan, was that the right thing to do? Don't get me wrong, I want Elizabeth alive, she deserves to live after everything she's endured. But, giving her the power of the being who destroyed her entire world. Won't that be traumatic for her? Not to mention, Anna added, Coratia killed her family. Destroyed her kingdom. Committed genocide against her people using Elizabeth's own body. Is it really okay to give her that monster's power? Ethan's expression was serious but determined. I understand your concerns. Believe me, I thought about this carefully in the seconds I had to make the decision. He looked down at Elizabeth's peaceful face, the first genuinely peaceful expression she'd probably had in decades. If I had taken Coratia's core, Elizabeth would have died. Her body and the monarch essence have been fused for too long, they're integrated at the fundamental level and can't be separated easily. His eyes glowed slightly with Genesis power. I couldn't use chronokinesis to reverse the fusion because that would require changing centuries of timeline. That kind of large-scale temporal alteration would create paradoxes that could destabilize this entire reality. The cosmic imbalance alone could kill millions, maybe billions. So giving her the monarch power was the only way to keep her alive. Jean asked. In the immediate term, yes, Ethan confirmed. But it's only temporary. I'm still learning how to use power genesis to create heralds, to share my cosmic authority with others the way Galactus shares the power cosmic with his heralds. Once I master that technique, I can replace Elizabeth's monarch essence with Genesis power instead. That will allow her to live without needing Coratia's authority. He smiled gently, looking at Elizabeth's face. But more than that. Her desire to live is something extraordinary. After everything she suffered, everything she's lost, she could have given up at any point. She didn't. She kept fighting, kept hoping, kept refusing to surrender. His voice filled with genuine admiration. That kind of will, that strength of spirit, that deserves to be rewarded. She deserves life, deserves a chance to rebuild, deserves happiness after decades of hell. I'm not going to let her die just because saving her is complicated. Jean and Anna's expressions softened as they understood his reasoning. Anna smiled, her earlier anger fading into warmth. You're right. She's been through enough. She deserves a chance at a real life. Agreed, Jean said, moving closer to gently brush a strand of silver hair from Elizabeth's face. We'll help her adjust, teach her to control the monarch power, and once you figure out how to create heralds, we'll transition her to Genesis power instead. Both women turned to look at Scylla, who was still frozen in place by Ethan's enslavement spell. The Frost Monarch's eyes were wide with terror as he watched them, having witnessed everything and understanding exactly how outmatched he was. Jean's expression hardened. She began walking slowly towards Scylla, her eyes beginning to glow again with phoenix fire. I didn't expect monarchs to be this cruel, she said, her voice cold and carrying an edge that made even Anna shiver slightly. Using innocent people as vessels, destroying entire worlds, killing families while their loved ones watch helplessly. Her form began to change again. The phoenix manifestation materialized behind her, massive, majestic, and absolutely terrifying in its beauty. Scree! The phoenix's cry echoed across the mountains. Golden red flames began to spread from Jean's body, creating a circle of fire around her and Scylla. The Frost Monarch tried desperately to back away, but Ethan's enslavement spell kept him frozen in place, unable to escape. Scylla stared at Jean in pure shock and horror. The level of power she was displaying, the cosmic authority behind that flame, was it or even beyond what a monarch typically wielded? How, he thought desperately. How does this human possess power rivaling our own? What are these people? Jean's eyes burned with righteous fury as she looked down at the helpless monarch. You wanted to trap us, kill us, make us suffer. You assembled armies to intimidate us. You worked with Croatia. The flames intensified, growing hotter and brighter. So I'm going to grant you something special, Jean said, her voice carrying terrible finality. The most painful death I can create. You'll burn at the level of your soul, your essence, your very concept of existence. And unlike Croatia, you won't have the mercy of a quick end. I'm going to make it slow. Ethan, still holding the unconscious Elizabeth, watched as Jean prepared to execute Scylla with the phoenix force. He sighed quietly, shaking his head. It seems Jean is really pissed, he thought with a mixture of respect and slight nervousness. This is why I make it a point never to genuinely anger my wives. Jean's scary when she's protective. Anna's scary when I'm threatened. And both of them together when they're united in fury. He glanced at Anna, who was watching Jean with obvious approval. Yeah. I'm never crossing that line. Happy wives, happy life. Angry wives, cosmic genocide. The phoenix behind Jean spread its wings wider, and Scylla began to scream as the purifying flames started their slow, agonizing work. Ethan wisely decided to focus his attention on Elizabeth, gently using his healing abilities to stabilize her exhausted body while Jean handled the execution. Some things, he'd learned, were best left to his wives to handle in their own way. Chapter 139, The Phoenix's True Flames and the Dragon King Awaits. Jean had been methodically burning Scylla with controlled bursts of phoenix fire for several minutes, each flame carefully calibrated to cause maximum pain without actually killing him. The Frost Monarch's screams had become hoarse, his body covered in burns that his healing factor struggled to repair. But Jean's expression had shifted from fury to something closer to frustration. She stopped her attack and turned to look at Ethan, who was busy creating something with matter manipulation. Ethan, Jean called out, her voice carrying across the mountainside. Can you release him from the slave collar? This is getting boring. I want to fight him properly and make sure he learns his mistakes, not just attack a target that can't fight back. Ethan had been using his matter manipulation to create a soft, comfortable bed out of thin air, converting atmospheric molecules into high-quality fabric, springs, and padding. He'd already placed Elizabeth's unconscious form on it, and Anna sat beside the sleeping princess, gently monitoring her condition. Sure thing, Ethan replied cheerfully before snapping his fingers. The invisible enslavement runes that had been binding Scylla's body and will simply disappeared, dissolving like mist in sunlight. The magical collar around his neck, equally invisible but absolutely restraining, vanished as well. Scylla gasped as he suddenly felt his power return, his will becoming his own again. For a brief, glorious moment, he considered fleeing, just running as fast as his monarch abilities would carry him and never looking back. Then Ethan's voice cut through that fantasy like a knife through silk. Fight her properly, Scylla. Give Jean the challenge she's asking for. And if you try to run away. His smile was pleasant, but his eyes were absolutely cold. What I do to you will make the resurrection cycle seem merciful by comparison. Scylla's blood ran cold at that promise. He remembered being destroyed and brought back over and over, the sensation of his consciousness being ripped apart and reassembled. Whatever Ethan considered more cruel than that was something he desperately wanted to avoid. Before Scylla could respond, Ethan raised his hand and used chronokinesis. Green temporal energy wrapped around the Frost Monarch, and suddenly all his injuries vanished. His burns healed. His exhausted mana reserves filled completely. His body returned to its absolute peak condition, stronger and more prepared for battle than he'd been in centuries. There, Ethan said with satisfaction. Now Jean can have a proper fight. No excuses about being weakened or tired. Show her what a monarch at full power can really do. Scyld swallowed hard, his throat dry despite being completely healed. But he understood he had no choice. Between Jean's fury and Ethan's terrifying power, his only option was to fight and hope for, what? Victory. Escape. Mercy. No. His only hope was to die with some semblance of dignity intact. At least I can do that much, he thought grimly. I won't run. Won't beg. I'll fight with everything I have and face the end like a monarch should. Scyld leaped backward with explosive speed, putting distance between himself and Jean. As he moved, his body began to glow with cold blue light as he accessed his full monarch authority. The temperature plummeted immediately. Frost spread across the ground from where his feet had touched, creating intricate crystalline patterns. The very air began to crystallize into visible mist, then into tiny ice particles that drifted like snow. He didn't hold back at all. Couldn't afford to. With sweeping gestures, Scyld summoned his arsenal. Massive ice spears materialized in the air around him, each one the size of a telephone pole and sharp enough to pierce through mountains. Ice swords formed next, hundreds of them, all hovering in the air like a deadly constellation. Then came other weapons, axes, maces, chains, all constructed from his conceptually enhanced ice that was far stronger than any natural frozen water. He thrust both hands forward, and the entire arsenal launched toward Jean simultaneously, a devastating barrage that would have obliterated an entire city block. Jean's eyes, still glowing with phoenix fire, didn't even widen. She simply looked at the incoming attack and smiled. Every single weapon melted before reaching her. Not because of any active defense she'd raised, but simply because of the heat radiating from her body. The ice spears turned to water, then to steam, then evaporated entirely. The swords lost cohesion and became mist. The other weapons shared the same fate. Within seconds, there was nothing left of Scyld's attack except humid air. The heat around her is too intense, Scyld realized with growing dread. Close combat is impossible. I'll be vaporized before I can even throw a punch. Long-range attacks only. He began casting his most powerful long-distance techniques. With a roar, he summoned a massive blizzard, not a natural snowstorm, but a conceptual attack that embodied the very idea of freezing death. The blizzard formed a wall of absolute cold rushing toward Jean. Jean waved her hand almost casually. A phoenix made of pure red fire materialized in front of her, not the massive manifestation she'd used to kill Croatia, but a smaller, more focused construct about the size of a car. The fire phoenix screamed and launched itself at the blizzard. The two forces met in midair with a thunderous boom. For a moment, it looked like they might be evenly matched, ice and fire clashing in a spectacular display of elemental fury. Steam exploded outward, creating a massive cloud that obscured everything. Then the fire phoenix won. It tore through the blizzard like it wasn't even there, vaporizing the conceptual cold and continuing toward Scyld. He barely managed to dodge, throwing himself to the side as the phoenix passed close enough that he could feel his skin blistering from proximity alone. She's not even trying. Scyld thought desperately. That was a casual wave of her hand, and it completely dominated my full-power blizzard. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. He summoned ice dragons, massive constructs of frozen magic that roared with voices like grinding glaciers. He created frozen tornadoes that would turn anything they touched into brittle ice. He even attempted his ultimate technique, absolute zero field, a space where the temperature was conceptually reduced to the lowest possible point, where even energy itself should freeze solid. Jean destroyed them all. The fire phoenix intercepted the dragons and melted them into puddles. The tornadoes dissipated when they encountered the heat radiating from her body. And the absolute zero field. She simply walked through it, the phoenix force's life-affirming heat negating the conceptual cold like it was nothing. All the while, Jean was counterattacking. Fire arrows manifested around her, dozens, then hundreds of them, and launched towards Scyld in continuous barrages. Each arrow carried enough heat to melt steel. Scyld was managing to avoid most of them, thanks to his millennia of combat experience. He created ice barriers to intercept, used his superior speed to dodge, even created decoys of frozen mist to confuse the arrow's targeting. But he was being pushed back. Slowly, inexorably, Jean was advancing while he retreated. I can't believe this, Scyld thought as he desperately parried another fire arrow with a shield of conceptual ice. She has this much power in such a small human body. How is this possible? She's not even a monarch, not even a ruler. What is she? Meanwhile, several dozen meters away and completely protected from the battle's effects, Ethan and Anna sat on a luxurious sofa that Ethan had materialized out of thin air. They were watching the fight like it was a sporting event, complete with a large bowl of freshly popped popcorn sitting between them. Ethan had also erected a powerful magical shield around their location, not just to protect themselves, they didn't really need it, but to ensure Elizabeth remained safe while she recovered. The sleeping princess lay on the comfortable bed nearby, her silver hair spread across the pillow, her breathing steady and peaceful for the first time in decades. Nice dodge, Anna commented as Scylla barely avoided a fire arrow. She grabbed a handful of popcorn. He's got good reflexes, I'll give him that. Millennia of combat experience, Ethan agreed while also munching popcorn. You don't survive that long as a monarch without learning how to read attacks and respond appropriately. His technique is actually quite impressive. But he's still losing, Anna observed. Oh, completely, Ethan confirmed. Jean's not even using her full power yet. She's testing him, feeling out his capabilities, learning how Frost Authority manifests in combat. This is educational for her. As if to prove his point, one of Scylla's ice dragons managed to get through Jean's defenses and actually make contact. For a moment, it looked like a successful attack. Then Jean simply grabbed the dragon's head with one hand, and it melted instantly. She crushed the resulting water into steam with a casual gesture. See? Ethan said. She's letting some attacks through just to study them. That's not desperation, that's curiosity. Anna shook her head with amusement. Poor Scylla. He thinks he's fighting for his life and also being used as a training dummy. Meanwhile, the magically enhanced camera floated in the air, snapping pictures and recording the battle as it unfolded. After several more minutes of one-sided combat, Jean suddenly stopped attacking. She hovered in the air, looking down at Scylla with an expression that had shifted from focused intensity to mild disappointment. I understand now why Ethan says you monarchs are weak, she said, her voice carrying clearly across the battlefield. If it was anyone else, any normal S-rank hunter, any regular army, you could kill them easily. You'd be unstoppable, terrifying, worthy of the title monarch. She slowly exhaled, and her expression grew serious. But unfortunately for you, we are not anyone. We're not normal. And against us, you're just insufficient. Jean's entire demeanor shifted. The playful testing was gone, replaced by absolute focus. Since I understand you're strong by this world's standards, I'll show you respect by fighting with everything I've got too. Scylla's eyes widened in genuine shock and horror. You weren't fighting with all your strength. This entire time, you were holding back. She completely dominated me, his mind raced in panic. Destroyed all my strongest techniques, pushed me back, made me look like a novice, and she was holding back. Ethan and Anna, still watching from their protected sofa, sat up with more interest. Oh, here we go, Ethan said with a smile spreading across his face. Jean's getting serious now. Should be impressive, Anna agreed. Pass the popcorn. Ethan handed her the bowl, and both of them settled in to watch as Jean's transformation began. Her uniform, the blue and gold that she'd been wearing, began to shimmer and change. The colors drained away, replaced by pure, brilliant white that seemed to glow with inner light. The phoenix symbol on her chest transformed from gold to blazing white gold, so bright it was almost painful to look at directly. Her hair began to float upward, no longer bound by normal gravity but lifting as if suspended in water. Each strand seemed to burn with its own internal fire, white flames that didn't consume but instead purified. Her eyes, which had been glowing with golden red phoenix force, now blazed with pure white light. No pupils, no iris, just radiant, terrible, beautiful white fire. Behind her, the manifestation of the phoenix grew even larger. The bird of fire spread wings that seemed to span hundreds of meters, each feather a tongue of white flame that radiated heat intense enough to warp reality itself. Scree! The phoenix's cry was different this time, higher, purer, more primal. It was the sound of fundamental cosmic force given voice. Image of white phoenix Jean Grey. This was the white phoenix, the power Jean obtained after fully merging with the phoenix force and gaining control over it. Even so, she could only maintain this form for a short period of time. Jean looked down at Scylla, and when she spoke, her voice echoed with layered harmonics, as if multiple versions of herself were speaking simultaneously. I'll finish this with one attack. I wanted to hope you'd get a good next life, but... She paused, and something like genuine sorrow crossed her features. I know you won't. So please, just die. She raised one hand and pointed directly at Scylla. The fire phoenix behind Jean grew impossibly larger, doubling, tripling, continuing to expand until it seemed to fill the entire sky. Its heat was so intense that the very environment began to change. The ice and freezing atmosphere Scylla had created throughout the battle vanished in seconds, not just melted, but erased, as if it had never existed. The temperature swung from Arctic cold to volcanic heat in the span of a few heartbeats. The ground beneath Scylla's feet began to glow red, then orange, then white as it heated beyond its melting point. Stone turned to lava, lava vaporized into gas. The very air became so hot that it was difficult to distinguish from plasma. It was as if Scylla had been transported from a frozen wasteland to the surface of the sun. He tried to run, survival instinct overriding pride and dignity. But Jean's telekinesis wrapped around him like invisible chains, holding him perfectly still. He couldn't move, couldn't dodge, couldn't even close his eyes. The massive phoenix dove from the sky with wings spread wide, its cry shaking the earth and sky. It was beautiful and terrible, the embodiment of cosmic purification, of absolute endings and potential new beginnings. Scyld screamed, a sound of pure terror as he watched his death approaching in the form of white flames. At that exact moment, as the phoenix was milliseconds from impact, a small red portal opened directly behind Scyld, no larger than a fist, positioned right where his back would be. Ethan's hand emerged from the portal. He was still sitting on the ground below, protected by his shield, completely unaffected by the apocalyptic heat Jean was generating. But his hand had crossed space through the portal to reach into the battlefield. Ethan's hand plunged into Scyld's body from behind, passing through physical matter like it wasn't there, reaching for the Frost Monarch's core essence. His fingers closed around the glowing blue-white orb that represented Scyld's fundamental authority over ice and cold. And then he pulled. Scyld's scream reached new heights of agony as he felt his very being torn apart, not just his body, but the conceptual essence of what made him a monarch, ripped away in an instant. Ethan's hand withdrew back through the portal, clutching the core. The portal sealed shut. And then the white phoenix struck. Boom. The explosion was beyond anything previous in the battle. A sphere of white flame expanded outward from the impact point, consuming everything in its radius. The heat was so intense that it created a secondary shockwave, air expanding so rapidly that it generated winds strong enough to level buildings. The light was blinding, bright enough to be seen from Seoul, dozens of kilometers away, like a miniature sun had just bloomed on the mountainside. Ethan and Anna, still sitting on their sofa, calmly put on sunglasses that Ethan took from his inventory. The magical shield around them held perfectly, not even trembling despite the apocalyptic forces being unleashed just meters away. Elizabeth continued sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of the battle happening nearby. Both Ethan and Anna began clapping slowly, a golf clap, really, the kind given at prestigious events rather than sporting matches. Magnificent execution, Ethan said approvingly. Perfect timing, flawless power control, and the dramatic flair was excellent. 10 out of 10, Anna agreed. Though I think she scorched the atmosphere a bit. We might need to fix that before it causes weird weather patterns. I'll handle it, Ethan assured her. The white flames slowly began to fade, revealing the aftermath. Where Scyld had been standing, there was now just nothing. A perfectly circular crater, glowing white-hot at the bottom, with the edges still dripping molten rock. No trace of the Frost Monarch remained. Not even ash. He'd been completely consumed by the white phoenix's flames. Jean floated down from the sky, the massive phoenix manifestation behind her slowly fading away. As she descended, her clothing shifted back to her normal uniform, blue and gold, comfortable and familiar. The white flames in her hair extinguished, letting her red hair fall naturally again. Her eyes returned to their normal green, though they still held hints of golden fire in their depths. She landed gracefully and immediately walked toward Ethan and the others, a satisfied smile on her face. Ethan disabled the barrier as she approached. He stood up, grinning widely, and immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. That was incredible, he said, genuine pride and admiration in his voice. Jean laughed, still a bit breathless from the power expenditure. He then kissed her deeply, a passionate, celebratory kiss that made Anna whistle appreciatively from the sofa. When they finally separated, Ethan kept his arms around Jean and continued speaking, his tone shifting to something more intimate. You know, watching you fight like that, all that power, that confidence, that absolute dominance, it's incredibly attractive. Remind me to show you just how attractive later tonight. Jean's cheeks flushed pink despite having just vaporized a monarch. Ethan. We're in the middle of a mission. A mission that's almost complete, he countered with a grin. One more monarch to go, and then. He leaned in close to whisper in her ear, and whatever he said made Jean's blush deepen considerably. Anna laughed from the sofa. Get a room, you two. Or wait until we're actually home at least. Ethan reluctantly released Jean from the embrace, though he kept one arm around her waist. He raised his free hand, and green temporal energy began to flow from his palm. Let's clean this up before we attract too much attention, he said. The green energy spread outward in a wave, washing over the devastated battlefield. Time reversed, not for living things, but for the environment itself. The molten crater cooled and solidified. Then the solid stone reformed into its original shape. The scorched earth returned to normal. The vaporized trees regrew in reverse. Even the air itself was restored to its pre-battle composition. Within seconds, the mountainside looked exactly as it had before the fight began. No craters, no scorch marks, no evidence that a battle of cosmic proportions had just occurred here. There, Ethan said with satisfaction. No cleanup necessary. Jean and Anna both turned their attention to Ethan as he stored Scyld's core essence in his inventory with the others. All right, Jean said, her expression becoming more serious. And Terry's is next. The monarch of destruction, the Dragon King, the strongest of them all. Are you sure you want to face him alone? Ethan nodded. I need to deal with Antares personally. He's different from the others, more powerful, more dangerous, and, well, I'm actually curious to see if he can provide even a small challenge. Anna frowned with concern. We should go with you. Watch your back, provide support if needed. Even if you're stronger, there's no reason to take unnecessary risks. I appreciate that, Ethan said warmly, touching both their faces in turn. But someone needs to stay with Elizabeth. She's going to wake up soon, and when she does, she'll be confused, traumatized, and suddenly aware that she's carrying monarch powers. She'll need friendly faces, gentle support, and people who can explain what happened. He looked at both of them meaningfully. You two are perfect for that. Jean with her telepathy and empathy, Anna with her warmth and directness. Elizabeth will trust you. Both women understood his reasoning but still looked reluctant. Ethan grinned and pulled out his enhanced camera, the one covered in magical runes that he'd been using to photograph their fights. Tell you what, he said while adjusting some of the camera settings. I'll use this to give you a live feed of my fight with Antares. You can watch everything in real time, and I'll even record it so we can review the footage later. Jean's and Anna's eyes lit up immediately. A live feed? Jean asked. You can do that with the camera enchantments. Added that feature yesterday, Ethan confirmed proudly. Spatial link runes combined with dimensional transmission magic. It'll project everything I'm seeing directly into a viewing screen for you. That's actually perfect, Anna said, her concern fading into excitement. We can watch you kick a dragon's ass while also being here when Elizabeth wakes up. Ethan's and Jean's expressions suddenly shifted, their enhanced senses detecting something approaching. We've got incoming, Jean said, her telepathy picking up multiple minds heading their direction at high speed. Hunters from the Korean Hunter Association. They must have sensed the energy signatures from our battles. Probably about 20 of them, Ethan added, his own senses confirming. A mix of A ranks and B ranks, investigating what they think might be a dungeon break. They're going to be very confused when they get here and find nothing, Anna said with amusement. Jean was already opening a red portal back to their home, their comfortable apartment in Seoul where they'd been staying during this extended honeymoon. Let's go before they arrive and start asking questions we don't want to answer. She used telekinesis to lift the bed with Elizabeth still sleeping peacefully on it. The bed floated through the portal smoothly, with Jean guiding it carefully to avoid disturbing the recovering princess. Anna stood up from the sofa and stretched. Come on, Ethan. Finish up your cosmic hunting trip and come home to us. We'll have the viewing party ready when you get to Antares. Both women approached Ethan for goodbye kisses. Jean went first, her kiss lingering and filled with unspoken concern despite her confidence in his abilities. Be careful, she murmured against his lips. Even if you're stronger, don't underestimate the dragon monarch. I won't, Ethan promised. I'll be efficient and thorough. Anna's kiss was equally intense but more playful. Enjoy yourself, darling. Show that overgrown lizard why you're the real apex predator. And make it look good for the camera. Always do, Ethan replied with a grin. Both women stepped through the portal with one last wave. Jean's final words before the portal closed were, "We love you. Don't take too long." "Love you too." Ethan called back, then the portal sealed shut and he was alone on the mountainside. After that Ethan took a deep breath, centering himself. 5 monarchs down, 1 to go. Tarnak, Legia, Yogimont, Rakan, Silid, and Croatia, sort of, her power had been transferred rather than taken, but she was definitely eliminated. Only Antares remained. The strongest monarch. The monarch of destruction. The king of dragons who commanded legions that could devastate worlds. Finally, Ethan thought with genuine anticipation. Maybe, just maybe, he'll actually be interesting. He raised his right hand, and the familiar red locator rune materialized in the air before him. The complex symbol pulsed with power as it connected to Ethan's Genesis telepathy, creating a sensory net that could track energy signatures across dimensional boundaries. Antares, Ethan focused his intention. The Destruction Monarch. Authority over dragons and destruction. Where are you? His consciousness expanded outward, searching through dimensional spaces, pocket realities, the hidden places where monarchs made their domains. There. A surge of recognition as he locked onto a signature that was different from the others, larger, more violent, burning with barely contained aggression. Antares wasn't hiding. He was waiting, fully aware that someone had been hunting his fellow monarchs and preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Found you, Ethan murmured with a smile. He raised his hand and tore open a red portal, the other side showing a landscape of volcanic fury and draconic majesty. Without hesitation, he stepped through. The portal sealed shut behind him, leaving the mountainside empty and peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened there. Exactly 2 minutes later, a group of Korean hunters arrived at the location, led by Chief Inspector Woo Jin-chul himself. They'd detected massive energy fluctuations from this area, signatures strong enough to trigger every alarm at the Hunter Association headquarters. Ice magic on a scale that suggested a frost giant dungeon boss. Fire magic that felt like standing near the sun. And underneath it all, strange energies that didn't match any known mana signature. But when they arrived, ready for battle with whatever S-rank or higher threat had manifested, there was nothing. Just a peaceful mountain landscape. Birds singing in the trees. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine. No monsters, no dungeon breaks, no damage, no evidence of any kind of battle. This doesn't make sense, one of the A-rank hunters said, his detection magic finding absolutely nothing unusual. I know I felt ice and fire energy clashing here. It was enormous, felt like two S-rank hunters going all out against each other. Chief Wu frowned, his own enhanced senses scanning the area thoroughly. He was one of the strongest A-rank hunters in Korea, and his instincts were screaming that something significant had happened here. But there was literally no physical evidence. The energy signatures have completely vanished, he said quietly. Not dispersed, vanished. As if they were never here. That shouldn't be possible. He suspected it might be related to the Carter family, as they were the only ones capable of using special powers without relying on mana. He planned to meet with them and ask whether they knew anything about it. He doubted they would tell him, but asking wouldn't hurt anyone. He looked at his team. We report this as a strange incident, unknown energy signatures, no damage. We increase monitoring of this area and continue tracking any similar occurrences. The hunters nodded and began taking magical readings, documenting everything they could detect, which wasn't much, and preparing their report. None of them had any idea that they'd just missed witnessing the elimination of ancient monarchs and the rescue of a princess from another galaxy. And none of them knew that the final confrontation, the battle between a human who'd transcended mortality and the strongest monarch in existence, was about to begin in a realm of dragons and fire. Chapter 140, Destruction vs. Genesis. The Domain of Dragons. The moment Ethan stepped through the portal into Antares' domain, he was surrounded. Thousands of dragons filled the sky, a living ceiling of scales, wings, and fire. They ranged from juveniles the size of cars to ancient WYRMs whose bodies stretched longer than skyscrapers. Every color imaginable was represented: crimson reds, deep blacks, brilliant golds, venomous greens, royal purples. Their roars created a cacophony that would have driven normal humans mad from sheer auditory overload. The domain itself was apocalyptic in its majesty. Mountains of volcanic stone jutted toward a sky that burned perpetual orange-red with reflected firelight. Rivers of molten lava carved through the landscape like glowing veins. The air itself was thick with heat and the scent of sulfur, barely breathable for anything that wasn't adapted to extremes. And at the center of it all, standing on the edge of a massive cliff that overlooked his kingdom of fire and fury, was Antares, the monarch of destruction and undisputed king of dragons. Despite being completely surrounded by hostile dragons numbering in the thousands, Ethan didn't panic. Didn't even look concerned. He simply walked forward calmly with his hands in his pockets, his expression one of mild interest as he surveyed his surroundings. Behind him, floating at a discreet distance, was his enhanced camera. The magical device recorded everything silently, its runes glowing faintly as it transmitted a live feed back to Jean and Anna. Ethan walked toward the massive cliff, his footsteps echoing across stone that was still cooling from recent lava flows. He stopped at the base and slowly looked upward. Antares stood at the cliff's edge in his humanoid form, tall, powerful, radiating authority that made even the dragons around them instinctively dip their heads in respect. He wore a long black coat that billowed dramatically in the hot winds rising from below, his hands clasped behind his back in a pose of absolute confidence. The monarch of destruction looked down at Ethan with eyes that burned like miniature suns, not metaphorically, but literally glowing with the heat. Ethan grinned up at him. So, are you just standing there waiting for me to arrive so you can aura farm while looking cool? Because if so, I gotta say, it's working. Very dramatic. 10 out of 10 for presentation. Antares' expression didn't change, but something flickered in those burning eyes, amusement, perhaps, or respect for Ethan's boldness in the face of overwhelming odds. Are you the one who has been hunting my fellow monarchs? Antares' voice was like thunder-given speech, deep, resonant, carrying across the entire domain without him needing to raise his voice. Hunting implies a challenge, Ethan replied as his grin widens. Implies that the prey has a chance to escape, to fight back effectively. What I've been doing is more like pest control. No, that's not quite right either. He tilted his head thoughtfully. It's not hunting if the targets are weak. Or, to be more precise, I'm just too strong for it to be called a hunt. It's been a one-sided massacre. The dragons around them growled at that, a sound like avalanches beginning, like the earth itself preparing to split. How dare this human insult their king and his fellow monarchs? Antares raised one hand slightly, and the growling stopped immediately. Perfect obedience. I sense no mana from you, Antares observed, his analytical mind working through the puzzle before him. Yet you possess power enough to kill monarchs. You are something. Can we skip this part and start fighting? Ethan interrupted while actually yawning. I'm getting bored already. The whole mysterious villain analyzes the hero routine. It's already played out. Let's get to the good stuff. And Terry stared at Ethan for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed, a genuine sound of appreciation for someone who didn't bother with pretense or formality. Very well, the Dragon King said. But understand this, human. Do you truly think you can take me on? Me, along with my 9 million strong army of dragons, each one capable of raising cities. He gestured, and as if on cue, thousands of dragons opened their mouths simultaneously. Let me show you what that means. Dracaries. It wasn't actually that word, each dragon roared in their own ancient tongue, but the effect was the same. Thousands of streams of dragon fire converged on Ethan's position, creating a pillar of flame so intense it turned the stone beneath to glass. The inferno continued for several seconds, enough fire to melt bunkers, vaporize armies, reduce entire city blocks to ash. When the flames finally stopped, smoke rose from where Ethan had been standing. Slowly, the smoke cleared. Ethan stood in exactly the same position, completely unharmed. His clothes, black tuxedo, weren't even singed. His blonde hair wasn't even mussed. He looked like someone who'd been standing in a pleasant breeze rather than a firestorm that could melt steel. He smiled widely. My turn. Ethan's irises began to glow with blue Genesis light. A golden aura materialized around his body, not just a visual effect, but tangible power that warped the space around him. Let's start with 20%, he said casually. Then he vanished. No, not vanished but moved. It's just that he moved so fast that the concept of movement barely applied here. One moment he was standing at the base of the cliff. The next instant, he was floating in the air directly in front of Antares, looking down at the monarch despite being smaller. Behind Ethan, every single dragon that had been in his path was suddenly blasted away, thrown through the air by the sheer force of his passage, their massive bodies tumbling like leaves in a hurricane. He'd moved through thousands of dragons so fast they didn't even register the impact until after he'd passed. Antares' eyes widened fractionally, the first genuine surprise he'd shown. That speed. Not bad reflexes, Ethan commented. You actually tracked my movement. Most couldn't. Guess you're not just another disappointment. Antares decided immediately, no more holding back and no more testing. This required his full attention. His body began to transform, not into his complete dragon form yet, but into his hybrid state. His humanoid features became more draconic, scales spreading across his skin in patterns of crimson and black, horns erupting from his skull, claws extending from his fingers, wings of membrane and bone bursting from his back. He was still roughly human in appearance, but packed with the concentrated power of a dragon the size of mountains. Ruhar. Antares attacked with speed that would have made him invisible to normal eyes. His claws glowed with destructive energy, the fundamental authority over destruction itself made physical. The two clashed in midair. Boom. Crash. Boom. They fought for several seconds, an exchange of blows so fast and powerful that each impact created shockwaves that rattled the entire domain. Antares' centuries of combat experience showed in every movement, perfect technique, no wasted motion, attacks flowing seamlessly from one to the next. But he couldn't land a hit. Ethan dodged every attack with minimal movement, shifting just enough to let claws pass millimeters from his skin, tilting his head to avoid devastating tail sweeps, sidestepping wing attacks that would have crushed him flat. All while delivering his own counterattacks. Each time Ethan's fist connected, it sent waves of Genesis energy rippling through Antares' body. Not enough to severely damage, not at 20%, but enough to push the Dragon King back, to make him feel the impacts. Not bad at all, Ethan said while grinning as he blocked a claw strike with one hand. You've got skill, experience, and genuine power. You're actually making me work for it. Boom. Another punch, this one sending Antares skidding backward through the air. But let's see if you can handle 25% of my power. The golden aura around Ethan intensified slightly. His speed increased and the beatdown escalated. Now each of Ethan's punches didn't just impact, they released energy blasts that exploded against Antares' body. The Dragon King was forced onto the defensive, his hybrid form taking damage faster than his healing factor could repair. And through it all, Ethan kept up a running commentary. Come on, Dragon King. Is this really the best the Monarch of Destruction can do? Boom. You're supposed to be the strongest. Show me something interesting. Crash. At this rate, I'm going to fall asleep mid-fight. Boom. A final kick, delivered with precisely 25% of Ethan's full power, connected with Antares' chest and sent him flying. The Dragon King's body crashed through a mountain, the impact destroying the geological formation completely. For a moment, there was silence. Dust and debris filled the air where the mountain had been. Then a roar, louder than any before, carrying power that made the entire domain tremble, erupted from the destruction. Know your place, puny human. I am Antares, monarch of destruction. What emerged from the rubble wasn't the hybrid form anymore. This was Antares' true form, his complete draconic majesty unleashed. He was massive. A western dragon easily 500 meters from nose to tail, covered in scales that looked like they'd been forged from rubies and obsidian. 4 legs, each ending in claws that could rend continents. Wings that blotted out the sky when fully extended. And a head crowned with multiple horns, jaws that could swallow buildings whole, and eyes that burned with the hatred of ages. The sheer presence of his true form was overwhelming, a monarch showing why he was called the king of dragons. Antares opened his massive jaws, and energy, not fire, but pure destructive force, began to accumulate. The very concept of destruction made tangible and weaponized. Destruction breath. The beam that erupted from his mouth was wider than a highway, traveling at the speed of light, carrying enough power to crack planets if left unchecked. Ethan, still floating in the air where he'd been, simply put one hand in his pocket and stood his ground. The destruction beam washed over him like a tidal wave of annihilation. The attack continued for a full 10 seconds, long enough to reduce mountain ranges to plains, to vaporize oceans, to make civilization cease to exist. When it finally stopped, Antares stared at the point of impact with his massive eyes, waiting to see the result. The smoke cleared. Ethan stood in the exact same position, completely unharmed. His tuxedo was intact, not a single thread out of place. He looked down at himself, brushed imaginary dust off his shoulders, and smiled up at the massive dragon. You should be proud, Antares. You actually managed to destroy all the magical protection spells I'd woven into these clothes. That's legitimately impressive. His golden aura flared brighter, not much, just a tiny increase that barely looked different. But the pressure it created made even Antares' true dragon form feel heavy. As respect for that achievement, Ethan said, I'll use 30% of my power. His blonde hair began to float upward, lifted by the sheer energy radiating from his body. Then he vanished again. What followed was brutal, one-sided, and almost educational in how thoroughly it demonstrated the gap between them. Ethan appeared directly in front of Antares' massive dragon face and began delivering punches. Each strike was enhanced by power genesis, golden cosmic energy that didn't just damage physically, but attacked the fundamental concept of Antares' existence. Boom. 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 Despite his enormous size, Antares was being knocked backward across his own domain with each impact. His scales, which could withstand nuclear weapons, cracked and shattered. His bones, stronger than any metal, fractured under the force. His healing factor tried desperately to keep up but was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of damage. Ethan was relentless, creative, and clearly enjoying himself. He punched, kicked, elbowed, kneed, using every part of his body as a weapon. Each impact created blasts of Genesis energy that spread through Antares' massive form. Then came the finale of this exchange. Ethan joined both his hands together above his head, forming a massive hammer of condensed energy. He brought it down on Antares' skull with devastating force. Crash. The Dragon King was driven downward like a nail being hammered. His massive body crashed into his own domain with such force that it created a crater kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep. Ethan appeared above the fallen dragon and placed one foot on Antares' massive face, a gesture of pure dominance, pressing the Dragon King further into the crater. How does it feel, Ethan asked conversationally, to be looked down upon by a human? All those millennia of being the apex predator, the unstoppable force, the terror that made civilizations tremble, and now you're face down in your own domain, being stepped on by something you used to consider prey. Antares roared, a sound filled with rage, humiliation, and desperate fury. Kill him. All of you. Tear him apart. The entire draconic army responded to their king's command. 9 million dragons, the full might of Antares' forces, began converging on Ethan's position from every direction. The sky turned black with their numbers. The air filled with the sound of wings and roars. They opened their mouths simultaneously, preparing to unleash a concentrated bombardment that would make their earlier attack look like a candle compared to the sun. Ethan laughed. Now this is somewhat entertaining. You actually survived 30%. That's legitimately something, Antares. Most beings would be cosmic dust by now. But both of them knew the truth, Antares couldn't heal anymore. His energy reserves were completely exhausted. His legendary healing factor had burned out trying to keep up with the damage Ethan inflicted. The wounds covering his massive body were getting worse, not better. This was the end. They both knew it. As the millions of dragons prepared to fire, Ethan raised one hand casually. His Genesis telekinesis erupted outward in an invisible wave that covered the entire domain. Every single dragon, all 9 million of them, was suddenly slammed away by overwhelming force. They were thrown hundreds of kilometers in all directions, their attacks interrupted, their formations broken, their charge scattered like leaves in a tornado. In less than a second, Ethan had neutralized an army that could conquer galaxies. Ethan began floating upward, rising high into the blood-red sky of Antares' domain. As he ascended, his power manifested visibly. A massive phoenix made of blue Genesis flames materialized behind him, not fire in the traditional sense, but Genesis energy-given form. It dwarfed even Antares' true dragon form, its wingspan seeming to stretch across the entire domain. White lightning began dancing around Ethan's body, crackling with power that made space itself uncomfortable. His body became wreathed in blue flames, not hot in the traditional sense, but burning with the fundamental force of creation and destruction. You showed me your strongest attack, Ethan called down to Antares. Now it's my turn. Blue Phoenix versus Dragon Monarch, this will make a good show for the audience. He glanced at his floating camera, which was recording everything faithfully. He flashed at a grin and a wink for pure showmanship. The blue phoenix behind him screeched and dove into the sea of dragons still trying to regroup. Everywhere it touched, dragons were consumed by blue flames that unmade them at the fundamental level. Not killed, erased, broken down to their component concepts and recycled into pure energy. Below, Antares slowly, painfully pulled himself to his feet. His massive dragon body was covered in holes, bleeding from countless wounds, barely holding together. But his eyes still burned with defiant pride. I'll use everything, he roared while gathering every last particle of power remaining in his body. I'll destroy you, bastard. Ethan descended until he was floating at eye level with the massive dragon, several dozen meters away. Are we ending this already? Okay then. He settled into a combat stance, right fist drawn back, left hand forward in guard position. Blue flames danced around his clenched fist. White lightning coiled around his entire body like living serpents. Better to end this before it turns into a disappointment, Ethan said, his voice carrying genuine respect despite the gap in their power. It was fun fighting you, Antares. You're the first opponent in this world who actually made me feel like I was in a battle. So, be proud. You're strong. Around them, the domain was crying out, the blue phoenix continuing to destroy the millions of dragons, their death screams creating an apocalyptic symphony. Antares, in his massive true form, opened his jaws one final time. All his remaining mana, all his authority over destruction, all his rage and pride and desperate will to survive, everything concentrated in his mouth as a sphere of pure annihilation formed. Ethan's fist began to glow brighter. He spoke quietly, almost reverently, Destruction Fist. A massive wave of blue fire laced with white lightning erupted from his punch, a beam easily as large as Antares' entire body, traveling faster than thought, carrying power that made reality itself scream. Antares fired his final destruction breath, everything he had left, poured into one desperate, defiant attack. The two beams met in the center of the domain. Boom. The explosion was beyond description. A sphere of destructive energy expanded outward, consuming everything in its radius. The camera, positioned at a safe distance, recorded a flash of white light so bright it temporarily overloaded its magical sensors. Then, nothing. The feed went completely white, then cut to black as the magical transmission was overwhelmed. Back home. Jean and Anna sat in their comfortable living room, both holding bowls of popcorn that they'd completely forgotten about. They were staring at the holographic projection screen that Ethan's camera had been broadcasting to, a screen that had just gone completely dark. What happened? Anna asked while leaning forward anxiously. Did the camera break? Did something happen to Ethan? The explosion must have overwhelmed the transmission magic, Jean said, and her telepathy reaching out across space to try sensing Ethan's condition. But the distance and dimensional barriers made it difficult. I can't tell if. A red portal opened in the middle of their living room. Ethan stepped through, completely unharmed, his tuxedo now showing signs of damage but his body perfectly fine. He was smiling widely, the satisfied grin of someone who just had an excellent workout. Ethan. Both women rushed forward simultaneously, nearly tackling him with the force of their concerned hugs. What happened after the explosion? Jean demanded, her hands running over his body to check for injuries even though she could see he was fine. Did you win? Are you okay? What about Antares? Anna fired off questions rapidly. Ethan laughed, holding both of them close. Is there even a need to ask? I beat him, of course. All the monarchs except the Shadow Monarch are now eliminated. I've got their cores and we can start planning how to integrate these powers into all of you. His arms tightened around both women. Now then, about that celebration. Anna grinned wickedly. Oh right. Let's go and help you get cleaned up in the bath. And making sure you're properly relaxed after such hard work, Jean added, her eyes glowing with affection and promise. Ethan was about to respond with enthusiasm when his enhanced senses detected something. His expression shifted to something more gentle. Actually, as much as I'd love to take you up on that immediately, it's better we meet our guest first. Jean's telepathy caught it at the same moment. Elizabeth. She's waking up. The three of them walked quickly to the guest room, a comfortable space they'd prepared while Ethan was fighting Antares. The soft bed that Ethan had materialized on the mountainside was now positioned beside a window with a view of Seoul's nighttime skyline. Elizabeth was sitting up in bed, looking down at her hands with an expression of confused wonder. Her silver hair fell around her shoulders, clean and brushed. Jean had taken care of that while she slept. She was wearing comfortable pajamas that Anna had provided, soft and modest, nothing that would make her uncomfortable. But it was her hands that held her attention. She was slowly opening and closing her fingers, watching them respond to her will, as if she couldn't quite believe they were truly hers to control. After decades of being a prisoner in her own body, even the simple act of moving her fingers freely was miraculous. The door opened softly. Elizabeth's head snapped up, her blue eyes wide and slightly fearful, old instincts from when any change in her environment might mean Croatia was about to do something terrible. But when she saw who entered, her expression transformed into something approaching relief. Ethan stood in the doorway, flanked by Jean and Anna. All three of them were smiling, warm, welcoming expressions that held no threat or deception. Elizabeth's spiritual senses, which had never stopped working even during her captivity, read their intentions clearly. Safety. Kindness. Genuine concern for her well-being. Ethan spoke first, his voice gentle and filled with warmth. Welcome back, Princess Elizabeth. How are you feeling? Elizabeth stared at them for a long moment, her blue eyes filling with tears, not of sadness, but of overwhelming emotion that she couldn't quite name. Relief. Gratitude. Joy. All of them mixed together. When she tried to speak, her voice came out hoarse from centuries of disuse, barely above a whisper. Is this real? Am I truly free? Jean moved forward slowly, sitting on the edge of the bed and taking one of Elizabeth's trembling hands in both of hers. Yes. You're free. Croatia is gone, completely destroyed. You're safe now. We're here to help you, Anna added while moving to sit on the bed's other side. Whatever you need, however long it takes, we're here. Elizabeth looked between the three of them, and the tears finally fell. Not quiet, dignified crying, but huge, racking sobs that shook her entire body, the release of centuries of pain, fear, and desperate hope finally being realized. Ethan moved to sit at the foot of the bed, while Jean and Anna wrapped their arms around Elizabeth from either side, holding her as she cried. They didn't try to stop her tears or tell her to calm down. They just held her, offered their presence, and let her release everything she'd been holding inside for so long. Thank you, Elizabeth managed to gasp between sobs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't need to thank us, Ethan said softly. You survived something that would have broken anyone else. You fought when you had every reason to give up. You kept your hope alive through decades of hell. That strength? That's all yours. We just helped free what was already there. Elizabeth looked up at him through her tears, and for the first time since her ordeal began, she smiled, a genuine, beautiful smile of pure happiness. Welcome home, Princess, Jean said warmly. Welcome to your new life. It's going to be better than you can imagine. We promise. Elizabeth smiled through her tears as thoughts of her father, mother, her sisters, of everyone, filled her heart. Papa. Mama, sisters. I'm finally free, sob. I'm alive, and I'll live a happy life, just like you wanted me to. The strength that kept her holding on came from her family. Their final words were all the same, live on, Elizabeth. Live, and have a happy life. That was why she endured for decades. So she could live. So she could remember them. And as long as she remembered, they would never truly be forgotten. And as Elizabeth continued to cry, this time tears of joy and relief, surrounded by people who genuinely cared about her well-being, the long nightmare finally, truly ended. A new beginning was just starting to dawn. Chapter 141, Farewells and New Horizons. 3 days had passed since the final battle with Antares. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, casting long shadows across the polished marble floor. The spacious conference room, usually filled with urgent tactical discussions and strategic planning, now carried a quieter, more somber atmosphere. Ethan Carter stood near the center of the room. Flanking him on either side were his wives, Jean Grey, her vibrant red hair cascading over her shoulders, and Anna Marie, her white-streaked brown hair framing her gentle features. Just behind them stood Elizabeth, the former vessel of Croatia, her silver hair catching the light as she shifted nervously, still adjusting to her newfound freedom. Across from them stood 4 of South Korea's most prominent figures in the world of hunters, Chief Woo Jin-chol, his stern expression softened with genuine warmth, Guild Master Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild, his usually confident demeanor tinged with something resembling respect, Cha Hae-in, the beautiful S-rank hunter whose normally stoic face betrayed a hint of emotion, and finally, Chairman Go Gun-hee, the elderly leader of the association, his weathered features creased with a knowing smile. The silence stretched for a moment before Chairman Go Gun-hee stepped forward, his cane tapping lightly against the floor. "So," the chairman said, "this is truly farewell, then." Ethan nodded, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "For now, yes. But not forever. I have a feeling we'll cross paths again." Then Jean Chul stepped forward next, extending his hand. His grip was firm and respectful. "What you've done for the chairman, I'd like to express my gratitude again. Even if it was a contract, I'm still thankful for what you've done for him." "Thanks," Ethan replied while shaking his hand warmly. Guildmaster Choi Jong-in approached next. "I've encountered many powerful individuals in my lifetime, but you, Ethan Carter, you're something entirely different." He extended his hand. Ethan shook Jong-in's hand, chuckling softly. "I'll take that as a compliment." "It is," Jong-in confirmed. "If you ever need anything, from this world, you have my word. Just remember you have the Hunters Guild as allies." "I'll remember that," Ethan replied with a nod. Then Cha Hae-in stepped forward. For a moment, she simply looked at Jean and Anna, her usual reserved expression cracking into something warmer, and without warning, she moved past Ethan and pulled both women into an embrace. "Take care of yourselves," Cha Hae-in said softly. "All of you." Jean returned the embrace with a gentle squeeze. "You too, Hae-in. Keep that blade sharp." Anna smiled, "And don't let these boys push you around, sugar. You're stronger than most of them combined." Cha Hae-in pulled back with a rare smile gracing her features. "I won't forget." She turned then to Elizabeth, who stood uncertainly at the edge of their group. The silver-haired woman seemed smaller somehow, despite her imposing presence. Cha Hae-in simply nodded at her. Ethan didn't tell them Elizabeth's story. Instead, he simply said she was from another galaxy, that she meant them no harm and would be following them as they traveled to other universes. After knowing about Ethan and his wives, they accepted it without much resistance. In this reality where beings from other universes already existed, someone from another galaxy was hardly unbelievable. Chairman Go Gun-hee stepped forward last. "I've lived a long life, met many remarkable people. But you four." He chuckled, shaking his head. "You've reminded this old man that the universe is far larger and stranger than we could ever imagine." Ethan inclined his head respectfully. "And you've shown us that even in a world filled with monsters, humanity's greatest strength isn't power, it's unity." The chairman's smile widened. "Flattery, Mr. Carter." "Honesty, Mr. Chairman," Ethan replied warmly. Go Gun-hee extended his hand, and Ethan clasped it firmly. "Safe travels, Ethan Carter. And when you return, because I do believe you will, you'll always have allies here." "I'm counting on it," Ethan said sincerely. Then he silently began to recall what happened previously. Flashback, 3 days prior. Ethan had been silent as Jean and Anna are discussing with Elizabeth, weighing his options. His chronokinesis, his absolute control over time, could theoretically reverse the flow, reach back through the decades and undo the damage. He could bring her family back, restore what was lost. But the cost? Temporal paradox, Ethan had thought grimly. If I reach back that far, alter so many fixed points in time, this entire timeline could collapse. Causality would fracture. Millions, billions, could be erased from existence. He couldn't risk it. Not for one person, no matter how deserving. "I can't bring them back," Ethan had said finally. "If I tried, I'd risk destroying this entire universe. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. But I can't, I won't, make that choice." Elizabeth had closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she had nodded slowly. I understand. "But," Ethan continued, "that doesn't mean your life has to end here. You're free now. You can choose what comes next." "I don't know," Elizabeth had admitted, "I don't know what I want. I don't even know who I am anymore." Jean had squeezed her shoulder gently. "Then figure it out. Take your time. There's no rush." Anna had smiled warmly. "And you don't have to do it alone, sugar." It was then that Jean had glanced at Ethan with a thoughtful expression crossing her features. "You know, we're traveling across different universes. Different realities. Elizabeth could come with us." Ethan had raised an eyebrow. "Jean." "Think about it," Jean had interrupted gently. "She needs time to heal, to rediscover herself. What better way than to see worlds beyond imagination? Places where the past doesn't haunt her. Where she can become someone new." Elizabeth had looked up, confusion flickering across her face. "Different universes? I don't understand." Anna had grinned. "Oh honey, you're in for a wild ride. Ethan had sighed, but he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. It's complicated. But Jean's right. If you want to come with us, you're welcome to. But, Jean had added quickly, we need to talk. Girl talk. Private girl talk. Ethan had blinked. What? Anna had stood, pulling Elizabeth to her feet. You heard her, sugar. Boys aren't allowed. Jean had smirked, placing a hand on Ethan's chest and gently pushing him toward the door. Out. We'll call you when we're done. Are you serious right now? Ethan had asked, incredulous. Very, Jean had said sweetly, and her telekinesis giving him an extra nudge toward the exit. Ethan had raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, all right. I know when I'm not wanted. He had paused at the doorway, glancing back with a fond smile. Don't take too long. We've got a universe to leave. The door had closed behind him with a soft click. Ethan had stood in the hallway for a moment, chuckling to himself. Girl talk. Of course. Pulling out his phone, he had scrolled through his contacts, landing on one name in particular, Sung Il-wan. Might as well check in, Ethan had thought, pressing the call button. The line had rung twice before a familiar voice answered. Ethan. Mr. Sung, Ethan had greeted warmly. I've got some news. The monarchs are finished. All of them. And Terry's was the last. There had been a pause on the other end, followed by a quiet exhale. I see, Il-wan had said simply. Thank you, kid. Ethan had frowned slightly. Something was different about Il-wan's tone. It was lighter and calmer. Are you okay? Ethan had asked. You sound. I'm with my family. Ethan had stopped mid-step and his eyes widened. Wait. You're what? My wife and kids. Il-wan's voice had been soft, almost disbelieving. I finally came home. For a moment, Ethan had been speechless. He had expected Il-wan to take more time, weeks, maybe months, before working up the courage to reunite with his family. The man had been trapped in the dungeon rift for years, and became a pawn in the game of the rulers versus monarchs games. The weight of guilt and lost time was immense. But he had done it. A broad smile had spread across Ethan's face. Mr. Sung. I'm proud of you. Don't get sentimental on me, Il-wan had replied, though there was warmth in his voice. Too late, Ethan had said with a laugh. Enjoy your retirement, old man. Be the father and husband they've been waiting for. You've earned it. I will. And Mr. Sung. Yeah. Take care of Jean Woo. That kid's going to need you. There had been a pause, then a quiet chuckle. He's stronger than you think. I know, Ethan had said softly. But even the strong need family. The call had ended shortly after, leaving Ethan standing alone in the hallway, a satisfied smile on his face. Good for you, Mr. Sung, he had thought. After ending his call with Il-wan, Ethan stood alone in the room, the phone still warm in his hand. The conversation had left him with a profound sense of satisfaction, not just for defeating the monarchs, but for helping reunite a family torn apart by forces beyond their control. He pocketed the phone and walked slowly toward the large windows at the end of the corridor, gazing out at Seoul's glittering skyline. The city pulsed with life, neon signs flickering, cars streaming through streets, people going about their lives completely unaware of the apocalypse that had been averted. Few weeks, Ethan thought, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It's only been a few weeks. When they'd first arrived in this universe, he'd anticipated the campaign against the monarchs would take months, perhaps even longer. These weren't ordinary enemies, they were ancient, cosmic entities of unimaginable power, each one capable of reshaping reality itself. The monarch of frost. The monarch of plagues. The monarch of transfiguration. The monarch of iron. The monarch of beasts. The monarch of the beginning. And finally, Antares, the monarch of destruction himself. 7 godlike beings, and Ethan had systematically eliminated every single one of them. The core of the monarch of white flames was missing, but that didn't concern him. He could retrieve it later. For now, it was too troublesome, especially with the white flames monarch residing within Jinwoo's system. Besides, he was already satisfied with the 7 other monarch cores in his possession. And I collected their cores, he mused, his hand unconsciously moving to the dimensional pocket where he stored such artifacts. The monarch cores pulsed with residual power, each one a condensed fragment of cosmic authority. What made the accomplishment even more remarkable was that he'd done it all while enjoying his honeymoon with Jean and Anna. They'd explored the world, experienced its culture, tasted its cuisine, and still found time to systematically dismantle an existential threat to humanity. Jean and Anna, Ethan thought warmly, his smile growing. They made it fun to hunt down the monarchs. And now, with the monarchs eliminated and the world saved, it was time to move on. Time to continue our journey, Ethan decided, and his gaze drifting upward toward the stars beyond Earth's atmosphere. There are infinite universes out there, infinite realities to explore. This honeymoon is far from over. But even as he thought about leaving, part of him felt reluctant. Sung Jin-woo, Ethan mused, and his expression turned thoughtful. I barely got to interact with him. The protagonist of this world, a man who would rise from the weakest hunter to possibly the strongest being in existence. I'd love to see his journey unfold. To witness his growth firsthand. Jin-woo was still early in his development, still navigating the system's trials and challenges. Ethan knew what lay ahead for the young hunter: the Jeju Island raid, the confrontation with the Ant King, the revelation of the Shadow Monarch's legacy. Especially the Jeju Island raid, Ethan thought with genuine interest. The negotiations between Korea and Japan are already underway. It's going to be a pivotal moment, S-rank hunters from both nations working together to reclaim an island overrun by magic beasts. And Jin-woo will be there, proving himself against the odds. Ethan wanted to see it. He wanted to be there when Jin-woo demonstrated the true extent of his power. But not now, he decided firmly. This is Jean and Anna's time. Their happiness comes first for me. The honeymoon wasn't just about traveling, it was about giving his wives the experiences they deserved, the joy and wonder of exploring existence itself without the weight of constant battles and responsibilities. He could return to this universe later. The Omni-Watch made that possible. Time flowed differently across realities. He could leave now and return mere days after his departure from this world's perspective. After the honeymoon, Ethan promised himself. I'll come back and see Jin-woo's rise. I'll witness the Jeju Island raid. And maybe I'll lend a hand if needed. With that decision made, Ethan turned from the window and turned back and found Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth engaged in animated conversation while coming out of the room. The atmosphere was lighter than before, Elizabeth's expression less haunted and more curious. Jean noticed him first and her emerald eyes brightened. There you are. Everything okay? More than okay, Ethan replied before settling into a chair across from them. I was just thinking, it's time we moved on to the next universe. Anna perked up immediately and her eyes began sparkling with excitement. Already? I mean, not that I'm complaining, I'm always ready for adventure. But you sure, Suga? I'm sure, Ethan confirmed. We've accomplished what we came here to do. The monarchs are gone, the world is safe, and we've had our fun. But there are infinite realities out there waiting for us. Jean had a thoughtful expression crossing her features. You're right. And honestly, I'm curious to see where the Omni-Watch takes us next. Elizabeth shifted nervously. You're really going to other universes? I still can't quite wrap my head around that concept. Anna grinned while nudging her gently. Trust me, Sugar, you'll get used to it. Wait until you see some of the places we've been. Elizabeth hesitated, then spoke quietly. I appreciate you letting me come with you. But. She looked down at her hands. You're on your honeymoon. I don't want to intrude. Jean immediately reached over, taking Elizabeth's hand. You're not intruding. Not even a little bit, Anna added firmly. We invited you, remember? You're part of this now. But, Elizabeth began. No buts, Jean interrupted gently but firmly. Elizabeth, you've been through hell. You deserve happiness, peace, and the chance to discover who you really are. If traveling with us helps you find that, then we want you here. Anna nodded enthusiastically. Besides, more company means more fun. And you've already proven you're strong, capable, and brave. We'd be lucky to have you with us. Elizabeth's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she managed a genuine smile. Thank you. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Ethan watched the exchange with quiet satisfaction. She's getting better, he thought. Slowly, but surely. That's good. Anna suddenly sat up straighter, her eyes lighting up with an idea. Oh. I just thought of something. We should visit the DC universe. Ethan raised an eyebrow. The DC universe. Is there any particular reason? Well, Anna said, ticking off points on her fingers, it's been a while since we were there. I want to check on Aeon Biotech's branch, you know, the company we established there. Lena's running it as CEO, and I'm curious to see how things are going. Jean's interest was piqued. Lena Luthor. The one you've mentioned before. The very same, Anna confirmed. Brilliant and fierce businesswoman, and genuinely good person despite her last name. She's been managing our biotech research and development. I'd like to see what progress she's made. Ethan nodded slowly. That's actually not a bad idea. The DC universe has a lot going on, heroes, villains, and cosmic threats. It would be interesting to see where things stand now. And, Anna added with a grin, Jean hasn't been there yet. It'd be a whole new experience for her. Jean's lips curved into an intrigued smile. A comic universe full of superheroes and alien threats. I'm definitely interested. Elizabeth looked between them, still processing. Then Ethan stood up and made his decision. All right then. DC Universe it is. We'll take a few days to prepare, say our proper goodbyes here, and then we move on. Anna jumped up excitedly. I can't wait. It's been too long since I've seen Metropolis and Gotham. Jean smiled. This should be interesting. Elizabeth stood as well, uncertainty replaced by cautious anticipation. I'll try not to slow you down. You won't, Ethan assured her. You're stronger than you think, Elizabeth. You just need time to remember that. Present. The moment lingered, warm, bittersweet, and filled with unspoken understanding. But eventually, all farewells must end. Ethan glanced at Jean and Anna, then at Elizabeth. Ready. Jean nodded, her emerald eyes gleaming with anticipation. Always. Anna grinned. Let's see what the DC Universe has in store for us this time. Elizabeth hesitated, then smiled faintly. I think I'm ready. Ethan turned back to the assembled hunters one last time, inclining his head respectfully. Until we meet again. Chairman Go-Gun-He raised a hand in farewell. Until then, Ethan Carter. May the winds guide you safely. With that, Ethan led his companions toward the exit. They stepped out onto the rooftop of the association headquarters, the cool breeze carrying the scent of the city below. Ethan's gaze shifted upward, scanning the distant rooftops. There. On a building several blocks away, barely visible against the skyline, stood a solitary figure. Sung Il Huan. Even from this distance, Ethan could see the faint smile on the older man's face. Their eyes met across the expanse, and for a moment, time seemed to still. Il Huan gave a single, respectful nod. Ethan returned it with a small smile. Take care, old friend, Ethan thought. You've earned your peace. Then Ethan reached into his coat, pulling out the Omni Watch, a silver pocket watch that gleamed faintly in the sunlight. The intricate engravings along its surface pulsed with a soft, otherworldly glow, the cosmic energy within humming gently. He flipped it open. The minute hand rested at 3, the Roman numeral 3. Ethan's thought brushed against the delicate mechanism, and the minute hand began to move. From 3 to 2. A blinding light erupted around them, engulfing Ethan, Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth in a radiant cascade of energy. The air shimmered, reality itself bending and folding as the multiverse responded to the Omni Watch's call. And then, they were gone. On the distant rooftop, Sung Il Huan watched the light fade, his expression serene. Have a good life, kid, he murmured quietly. Then, like a shadow dissolving in the wind, he vanished. DC Universe. The light receded as quickly as it had come. When Ethan's vision cleared, the first thing he noticed was the smell. Smoke, ash, and decay. He blinked and his senses immediately sharpened as he took in their surroundings. They stood atop a crumbling skyscraper, its steel frame twisted and warped as if subjected to unimaginable heat. The city sprawled out before them, or what was left of it. Buildings lay in ruins, their skeletal remains jutting toward a gray, overcast sky. The streets below were choked with debris, abandoned vehicles, and the eerie silence of a world that had seen its end. Jean stepped forward with her eyes widening as she surveyed the devastation. Well, she said dryly, this is cheerful. Anna crossed her arms, her expression grim. Suga, your watch has a real talent for dropping us into doomsday scenarios. Elizabeth moved to the edge of the rooftop, her silver hair whipping in the wind as she stared down at the ruined cityscape. What happened here? Ethan didn't answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on the Omni Watch, still clutched in his hand. The faint glow confirmed what he already suspected. We're in the right universe, he said quietly in a serious tone. Jean turned to him, frowning. The right universe. Ethan, this place looks like it went through World War III. Ethan closed the watch with a soft click, slipping it back into his coat. For a second, his eyes glowed green before turning back to normal. His expression darkened immediately. That's because someone messed with the timeline. Anna's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me. Barry Allen, Ethan said flatly, cutting her off. Jean groaned while pinching the bridge of her nose. Of course it's Barry. Why is it always Barry? Thanks to reading DC comic books after learning that Ethan and Anna had gone there and established a branch, Jean wanted to understand what was happening in that world. She read most of the comics, and because of that, she already had a fair idea of what was going on in this universe. Anna sighed. That boy and his Speed Force nonsense, when will he learn? Elizabeth looked between them, confusion etched on her face. Who's Barry? A speedster, Ethan explained, his jaw tightening. Someone with the ability to move faster than light, to manipulate time and space through sheer velocity. He means well, but... He gestured to the ruined city around them. He has a bad habit of breaking reality when he tries to fix things. Jean's telepathic senses flared outward, scanning the desolate landscape. I'm not picking up many life signs. This world is dying. Ethan closed his eyes, his own telepathic abilities expanding across the city, the continent, the planet. His Genesis awareness pierced through the veil of reality, reading the threads of fate and time that connected all things. And what he saw made his expression harden. This timeline's been fractured, Ethan said grimly. Barry altered something small but important. The ripple effects tore through history, reshaping events, erasing people, and changing the outcomes. Anna's fists clenched. Can we fix it? We can try, Ethan said. But first, I need to find Barry. He's the key to understanding what went wrong. But I already had an idea. He extended his telepathic reach further, searching for the familiar signature of the Scarlet Speedster's mind. There. Gotham, Ethan said before opening his eyes. He's in Gotham. Wayne Manor, specifically. Jean raised an eyebrow. Wayne Manor. As in Batman's Wayne Manor. The very same, Ethan confirmed. He raised his hand, and the air before them shimmered, a crimson portal tearing open in the fabric of space. Through it, they could see the interior of a massive, Gothic mansion, dust-covered furniture, cracked walls, and an atmosphere that felt more like a haunted house than a home. Charming, Anna muttered. Ethan stepped toward the portal, his expression grim. Let's go. And when we find Barry. His eyes glowed faintly with temporal energy. I'm going to make damn sure he never messes with time again. Jean smirked. Now that I'd like to see. Anna cracked her knuckles. Count me in, sugar. Elizabeth hesitated, then nodded. I'll follow your lead. One by one, they stepped through the portal, leaving the ruined cityscape behind. The portal closed with a soft hum, sealing the devastated world in silence once more. And somewhere in the depths of Wayne Manor, Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, had no idea what was about to hit him. Chapter 142, When Heroes Break Time and the Price They Pay. Wayne Manor. Wayne Manor loomed before them, a structure that should have been imposing and Gothic in its grandeur, but instead radiated wrongness. The architecture was the same, the location identical, but something fundamental had shifted. The air felt heavier here, as if reality itself was uncomfortable with this place's existence. Ethan, Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth walked through the manor's darkened halls, their footsteps echoing in spaces that should have held life and warmth but instead felt abandoned and hollow. They approached the old grandfather clock, an antique timepiece that, in the world Ethan remembered, concealed the entrance to the legendary Batcave. A symbol of Bruce Wayne's double life, of wealth used for justice, of technology employed for heroism. But when they reached it and Ethan activated the hidden mechanism, what lay beyond was nothing like the high-tech headquarters he remembered. The passage descended into darkness that felt almost oppressive. Stone walls, damp and cold, lined with chains and implements that had no place in a hero's lair. Anna was the first to voice what they were all thinking. This looks like something out of a horror movie. Like a serial killer's torture chamber. Her voice echoed uncomfortably in the confined space. Jean nodded, her telepathy already reaching ahead to identify who was waiting below. There are two people down there. Barry Allen, the Flash, and... She stopped mid-sentence, her face going pale. Her telepathic probe had just brushed against the other consciousness, intending only to identify them. But in that brief contact, she'd seen far more than she'd prepared for. Images flooded her mind unbidden, a twisted version of history that made her stomach clench. A young boy lying in an alley, blood pooling around his small body. Bruce Wayne, dead before he could become Batman. Thomas Wayne, driven by grief and rage, becoming something darker. Not Batman the hero, but Batman the monster. Martha Wayne, sanity shattering like glass, her grief transforming into madness. Becoming the Joker, not Arthur Fleck or any criminal, but the grieving mother whose world had ended with her son. Wealth squandered. Empire crumbling before it can grow. A man putting a gun in his wife's mouth because mercy was all he had left to give. The sheer wrongness of the world he understood, the fundamental perversion of a story that should have ended in hope, hit Jean like a physical blow. She stopped walking abruptly. Everyone else halted immediately, sensing something was wrong. Ethan's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. Don't read his mind, Jean. Pull back. Jean withdrew her telepathy instantly. Her hands were shaking. Ethan, this world is... He moved to her without hesitation, wrapping his arms around her in a protective embrace. It's okay. You're okay. What you saw isn't your burden to carry. Jean pressed her face against his shoulder, trying to center herself. Her voice was muffled when she spoke. This world is really fucked up. Fundamentally and cosmically fucked up. Anna immediately moved closer with concern evident on her face. What happened? What did you see? I'll explain later, Ethan said firmly, still holding Jean. Right now, let's just focus on why we're here. Elizabeth, who had been staying quiet and observant during their journey, stepped forward with genuine worry. Jean, are you all right? Do you need to rest? Jean took a deep breath, drawing on decades of experience dealing with difficult telepathic encounters, and pulled herself together. I'm fine. Thank you, Elizabeth. Just saw something I wasn't prepared for. She stepped back from Ethan's embrace, though she kept one hand linked with his. Her professional composure was returning. Ethan turned his attention to Elizabeth, his expression becoming more serious. Elizabeth, I need to warn you about something. When we get down there, I'm going to have to educate Barry Allen. The Flash. And my methods might be unpleasant to watch. He paused, choosing his words carefully. No matter what I do later, please don't be shocked or think poorly of me. What's happening in this world is partially his fault, and he needs to understand the consequences of his actions. I'll explain everything afterward, but for now, I just need you to trust me. Elizabeth looked confused but nodded seriously. I understand, Ethan-sama. Ethan sighed, though there was a hint of fondness in his exasperation. You don't have to add the sama, I've already told you to stop. You don't use that honorific with Jean and Anna. Despite the seriousness of their situation, he couldn't deny a small part of him enjoyed it. What otaku wouldn't want to be addressed so respectfully by a beautiful princess? It appealed to his inner anime fan in ways he'd never admit out loud. Elizabeth smiled, a genuine expression that was still new on her face after centuries of captivity. They've become close friends to me during these 5 days since you freed me. We've laughed together, shared meals, talked about our lives. That's friendship. Her expression shifted to something more serious, her blue eyes meeting his directly. But you are my savior and the man I respect above all others. I can't address you casually, it goes against everything I was taught about propriety and gratitude in my world. Calling you anything less formal would feel wrong. Anna immediately seized the opportunity for teasing. Ah, Ethan-sama is so respected. How does it feel to have a princess treating you like royalty? Ethan tried to maintain dignity but was clearly pleased. I'll just have to get closer to Elizabeth so she'll feel comfortable dropping the honorific. Though I admit, it does have a nice ring to it. Jean, having recovered from her earlier shock, decided to join in the teasing. Her voice took on a deliberately formal tone, of course, Ethan-sama. Whatever you desire, Ethan-sama. We live only to serve, Ethan-sama. Ethan's eyes glinted with mischief. Actually, I'd very much prefer you calling me that during our night activities. It has potential. Jean and Anna both paused, their teasing expressions shifting to something more thoughtful and interested. The implications were clear. Elizabeth, standing nearby, suddenly found the stone walls very interesting to look at as her face turned bright red. Her imagination, freed from centuries of suppression, immediately began conjuring scenarios that made her blush deepen even further. What kind of night activities would require honorifics, she wondered, then immediately tried to stop wondering, which only made her think about it more. Oh gods, I need to stop thinking about this. Focus on something else. Anything else. Their group reached the bottom of the passage and emerged into what should have been the Batcave. Instead, they found something that looked like a dungeon from medieval times mixed with a modern torture chamber. The lighting was dim and flickering. The walls were rough stone. And in the center of this nightmarish space, Batman, but wrong, twisted, dressed in dark Batman suit that looked more military than heroic, was systematically beating a blonde man who was barely defending himself. The blonde man was covered in bruises and blood, clearly taking a severe beating. But even through the damage, Ethan recognized him instantly. Barry Allen. The Flash. The men who'd broken the timeline. They all paused at the entrance. Ethan whistled appreciatively. Damn. That's quite the beatdown. Mind if I join in? Batman's head snapped toward them with predatory speed. Without missing a beat, he drew several bat-shaped throwing knives from his utility belt and hurled them directly at Ethan, not to kill, but to immobilize. Aim for the shoulders, the legs, places that would disable without being lethal. The knives stopped in midair 3 feet from Ethan's chest, held by invisible force. They hovered for a moment, then clattered harmlessly to the ground. Nice try, Ethan commented cheerfully. But telekinesis is a hell of a defense. You might want to consider that before trying again. Batman immediately shifted stance, his hands moving beneath his cape, presumably reaching for more equipment. His voice was gravelly and suspicious. Who are you people? How did you find this place? Ethan held up one finger. Hold that thought, Mr. Wayne. I'll be right with you. But first. He turned his full attention to the blond man who was slowly, painfully pulling himself to his feet. Barry Allen's face was bruised and bloodied, his nose clearly broken. But the moment he saw Ethan, recognition flashed across his features. "Ethan!" Barry shouted, genuine relief flooding his voice. He stood up straighter despite the pain. "You're here too. Thank God, I thought I was the only one who..." Slap. Ethan's hand moved faster than Barry could track. The slap connected with Barry's cheek with devastating force. 6 teeth flew through the air in a slow-motion arc, accompanied by droplets of blood that caught the dim light like rubies. The impact created a sound that echoed through the stone chamber like a gunshot. Barry's brain stopped functioning for approximately 2 seconds. His consciousness flickered, showing him a rapid-fire montage of his life, the world before Flashpoint. His mother died, his father in prison, and then fractured images of this new, wrong reality. He collapsed to the ground, his synapses struggling to catch up with what had just happened. Elizabeth covered her mouth with both hands, gasping in shock. Anna and Jean both sighed simultaneously, sharing a look of resigned understanding. "Here we go again," Anna muttered. Batman tensed, ready to attack these newcomers who'd just assaulted his, well, not ally, but the person he'd been interrogating. Ethan walked slowly toward Barry's fallen form, his expression serious. He raised his hand, and green Genesis energy flowed from his palm into Barry's body, healing the injuries, restoring the teeth, mending the damage. Then, with casual telekinesis, Ethan lifted Barry into the air so they were face to face. "Surprise, Barry Allen," Ethan said, his voice carrying an edge that made even Batman pay closer attention. "Also known as the Flash. Also known as the dumbass who messed with the timeline and created a world that will reach its doom in a few hours." Barry's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "Wait, you remember? You remember the world before the timeline changed? And why did you..." Slap. This one was even harder. 7 teeth flew out this time, spinning through the air like tiny white projectiles. "Ethan-sama." Elizabeth started to speak, her voice distressed. Jean placed a gentle hand on Elizabeth's shoulder and shook her head. Anna moved to Elizabeth's other side and spoke quietly, "It's best to let Ethan bitch slap some sense into him, sugar. Otherwise, Barry's going to do something like this again. And next time might be even worse." Jean nodded in agreement. Both she and Anna were intimately familiar with the Flash and his tendency to create Flashpoint paradoxes. They'd read about it in DC Comics during their free time in their home universe. Every time the Flash created a Flashpoint, reality itself would shift and change in unpredictable ways. And judging from the state of this world, from the twisted version of Batman they'd encountered, from what Jean had seen in Thomas Wayne's mind, this Flashpoint was particularly catastrophic. Barry, healed again by Ethan's Genesis power, now had his 7 teeth restored. He was confused, hurt, and increasingly frustrated. His eyes found Jean and Anna, then landed on Elizabeth's distinctive silver hair. "Do they remember too?" Barry asked, gesturing at the 3 women. "Are they from the original timeline?" Batman, who had been silently observing this entire exchange with tactical precision, felt his earlier suspicions solidifying into certainty. What Barry had been saying before, about different worlds, changed timelines, reality being wrong, might actually be true. These people clearly knew things they shouldn't, possessed powers that defied explanation, and were treating reality shifts as serious matters rather than delusions. He remained ready to fight or flee, but filed away every piece of information for later analysis. Ethan sighed deeply while shaking his head with genuine disappointment. "You really don't know anything, do you?" Slap. 8 teeth this time. Anna, who had been counting, couldn't help but be impressed by the escalation. Barry was healed once again. Ethan seemed determined to make this educational experience as repeatable as necessary. The speedster was now genuinely angry, his earlier confusion giving way to frustrated rage. "What the hell are you slapping my teeth out for?" Barry shouted, his voice cracking slightly. "I didn't do this. I have no idea how any of this happened. Why are you blaming me?" If Barry didn't know about Ethan's overwhelming power, he probably would have tried to punch back. But even through his anger and confusion, survival instinct kept him from doing something that stupid. Ethan's expression remained serious, almost disappointed. "Oh, you did this, Mr. Flash. So let me ask you something very carefully. Didn't you change something in the past? Something small? Something you thought wouldn't matter for this universe but for you?" Barry's eyes widened as realization began to dawn. No, even if I changed my mother's fate, saved her from being murdered, this world couldn't have changed this much. Bruce Wayne dying in that alley happened way before my mother was killed. And from my memories, Superman is missing too. The Kryptonian ship never landed where it should have, or it crashed somewhere else. Those events happened decades before my mother died. Saving her couldn't have affected them. Ethan sighed again, the sound filled with a patience that was clearly being tested. "You really don't understand your powers at all, and yet you still mess with them carelessly. All right, let me help you understand something fundamental." He gestured as if drawing an invisible river in the air between them. The flow of time is like a river, Barry. Throw a rock into it, or stir the water just a little, no matter how small the action, it will cause ripples on the surface. Ripples that spread outward, affecting everything they touch. His voice grew more intense. But you didn't throw a stone, Barry. You changed the fate of a person. You altered a death that was meant to happen. And that didn't just create ripples, it created a tsunami that affected both the past and the future. That's how this works. That's how you created this world. Barry's face had gone pale, fear replacing his earlier anger. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his mask, his analytical mind processing every word. This was making a terrible kind of sense. Ethan continued relentlessly, I can understand why you did it. I really can. You wanted your mother back. You have the power to save her, so why shouldn't you? And you know what? You could save her. You have that ability. He leaned closer, his blue eyes boring into Barry's. But it comes at the cost of everything. Everyone living in this world, every person who exists here, every life and death and joy and suffering, it's all been twisted because you couldn't accept one woman's death. And if you save your mother in any timeline, no matter how carefully you try to do it, that timeline will develop a worse future. Always. The universe itself will compensate for the change. Including making your mother's life more dangerous. Barry's anger returned, though now it was tinged with desperation. How do you know that? How can you possibly know what will happen? I just wanted. Don't raise your voice at me, Barry. Ethan's irises began to glow with blue Genesis light, not threatening, but demonstrating. You're talking to someone who can manipulate time far more precisely than you ever could. Someone who can see timelines like paths in a garden and walk them at will. Trust me when I say this, I know the cost of timeline manipulation better than you. Batman's gravelly voice cut through the tension, you've changed the past too, haven't you? Everyone turned to look at Thomas Wayne's version of Batman. Then all eyes shifted back to Ethan. Jean and Anna already knew this story, Ethan had told them about his previous timeline interventions during their travels. But Barry and Batman were hearing it for the first time. Yes, Ethan admitted without shame or hesitation. I tried to stop someone who was stealing the powers of every hero and villain in a world. My intervention was meant to save lives, to prevent a catastrophe. He paused, his expression growing more solemn. And in doing so, I caused an entire timeline, not just a world or a universe, but an entire timeline spanning infinite realities, to vanish. Cease to exist. Everything and everyone in it, gone. Batman's expression didn't change visibly, but Ethan could sense the shock beneath the mask. Barry's eyes couldn't possibly get any wider. But you saved people before. Barry protested desperately. In the war with Atlantis and even in Joker incident, you messed with time and became a hero. I do it and I'm the villain. That doesn't sound fair. Ethan's voice remained calm, which somehow made his words hit harder. The difference, Barry, is that I understand how terrifying my powers are. That's why I use them carefully, sparingly, and with full knowledge of the consequences. He held up one finger. First, I manipulated the present, not the past. I didn't go back and change events that had already happened, I intervened in something that was happening in real time across multiple realities. A second finger. Second, the people I saved. They didn't get a happy ending. Every single one of them will face a horrible death, far worse than what they would have experienced originally. That's the cost. Nothing is free in this universe, Barry. For the extra time they were given, they will pay with extra suffering. Silence filled the chamber. Even Batman looked disturbed by that revelation. Ethan continued, his voice carrying the weight of experience, everything comes with a cost. Power without understanding is just destruction with extra steps. And time travel. That's the most dangerous power of all because the costs aren't paid by you, they're paid by everyone around you. Barry was in visible pain now, emotional rather than physical. Tears were forming in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Just because someone has power doesn't mean they can mess around with it, I get that. I understand that intellectually. But. His voice broke. I'm not a hero because I got the power from the Speed Force and I don't act like one. I just. Ethan placed a hand on Barry's shoulder, the gesture gentle despite his earlier violence. I don't know how it feels to lose a mother like you did, Barry. I can't say I truly understand that specific pain. But I do know this, what you're doing isn't the answer. Barry sobbed openly now, all pretense of strength crumbling. Why? Why does she have to die? She didn't do anything wrong. She was kind, loving, perfect. She didn't deserve to be murdered in our kitchen while I was just a kid. Why does the universe demand her death? Ethan sighed, and for the another time, his voice carried genuine sympathy rather than lecturing. Because it's a fixed point, Barry. There are certain events in every timeline that are anchors, moments that define the flow of causality itself. Your mother's death is one of them. If you change it, the entire structure of this reality becomes unstable and will eventually collapse. Not might collapse, will collapse. He squeezed Barry's shoulder. I'm very sorry to say this, but you need to let your mother go. Elizabeth, who had been listening to this entire exchange, felt tears welling in her own eyes. She remembered her family, her father the king, her mother the queen, her sisters. All murdered while she watched helplessly from inside her own body, controlled by Quaratia. The pain of loss never truly faded. It just became something you learned to carry. Unable to bear the emotional weight of the conversation any longer, Elizabeth turned and quietly walked away from the group, heading back toward the passage that led to the manor above. Jean immediately noticed and followed, her telepathy picking up on Elizabeth's distress. Anna sighed deeply, watching them go. This is so messed up, Anna muttered, though whether she meant the Flashpoint timeline or the situation with Barry's mother or both wasn't entirely clear. But Ethan's expression had shifted from sympathetic to thoughtful. His eyes took on a calculating look, not cold, but considering possibilities. Maybe I can find a way to turn this fixed point into something else, he thought. Some way to preserve it while also achieving a better outcome. But his internal reasoning continued, like I decided long ago, I don't touch canon events or fixed points directly. The risk is too great, the potential for catastrophic failure too high. But what I can do is work around them, find solutions that achieve the spirit of what people want while preserving the structural integrity of the timeline. His expression became more hopeful, determined. I'll find a way to ensure the best possible ending for everyone involved. I always do. Batman's gravelly voice cut through Ethan's thoughts. Now that the theatrical discipline is complete, perhaps you can answer my questions. Ethan turned away from Barry, who had stopped crying and was now just staring at the ground in numb defeat. Yes, Mr. Wayne. How do you remember all of this when everyone else has forgotten? Batman asked, his tactical mind working through the puzzle. When Barry claims the entire world has been rewritten, why do you retain memories of the original timeline? Barry looked up with sudden hope. Yes. Now do you believe me? Batman's expression remained neutral. I don't believe it. But I acknowledge the possibility of it being true based on the evidence before me. Ethan smiled slightly at Batman's careful phrasing. That was Thomas Wayne speaking, not Bruce. The methodology was similar, but the personality was different. The answer is simple, he gestured at where Anna stood watching, are outside your timeline's normal flow. When Barry created this flashpoint, we weren't part of your reality's structure, so we didn't get affected by the changes. We remember the original timeline because we went to our home reality rather than being rewritten along with it. Batman processed that, filing the information away. And from your words, I can tell you have the power to manipulate time as well. More precisely and with better understanding than Barry, yes, Ethan confirmed. Can you fix this? Batman asked bluntly. Ethan looked at Barry, then at Batman, considering his answer carefully. The question isn't, can I fix it? The question is, should I fix it? And the answer to that is more complicated than you might like. Chapter 143, Teaching Through Consequences and the Girl of Steel. Ethan looked at Barry, then at Batman and considered his answer carefully. The question isn't can I fix it? The question is should I fix it? And the answer to that is more complicated than you might like. Barry's confusion was written all over his face. What do you mean by that? If you can fix it, why wouldn't you? Batman narrowed his eyes and Ethan continued with the patient tone of someone explaining something fundamental. It's exactly as I said. Let me give you an example so you can understand this better, Barry. I'm not the type of parent who will stop their child from putting their finger in a power socket and simply tell them it's dangerous, only for the child to want to try it again the moment the parent's back is turned. He leaned forward slightly as his blue eyes intense. I'm the type who dares them to put their finger in the socket so they can understand the consequences of their actions firsthand. Pain is an excellent teacher and experience is the best education. Anna rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if we ever have kids, I'm absolutely certain Ethan will be the most overprotective dad this universe has ever seen. He'll probably put tracking spells on them and create pocket dimensions just to keep them safe. But she didn't say that out loud and ruin his lecture to the former speedster. This was important. Barry needed to understand what he'd done. Barry was shocked and Batman continued listening intently as Ethan pressed forward. This world is your mess to clean up, Barry. You caused this reality to exist. You broke the timeline. So you'd better start thinking of ways to get your speed back and try to understand what you've done here so you can undo it properly. His voice took on an edge. I'm not here to babysit a speedster who plays with timelines without understanding the consequences. I'm going to make sure you understand them thoroughly. Batman seemed to be thinking deeply about something while Barry asked in shock, but, how can you expect me to do this? I don't have my speed now, and let's not forget, you're a hero too. You're supposed to protect people and care for them. I understand this was my mistake, but you can fix it now, right? I promise I won't do this again. Just, please fix it. Ethan stopped him with a raised hand. Let's set aside me being a hero for now, and let me be very clear about something. I do care about the people I met in the original timeline. I wanted to make that world a better place, that's why I created the Aeon Biotech branch there. But thanks to you, except for Diana who's currently in my universe, everything and everyone I cared about in that timeline are gone. His expression hardened. So let me tell you what I'm thinking of doing in case you hoped I'd just swoop in and save the day. I'm considering erasing this timeline entirely and creating a new one where Barry Allen never gets the Speed Force. I'll take the Speed Force itself out of the equation so that at least one timeline will be free from these Flashpoint catastrophes. Batman raised an eyebrow and Barry was genuinely shocked. He hadn't expected this response from someone who seemed to care so much about doing the right thing. You can't, Barry started to protest. I can and I will in a few hours, Ethan interrupted calmly. So you have at least one chance to get your speed back before I erase this timeline. That is, if you can manage it. Barry stood in shock and Ethan then addressed Batman directly. I do have one question, though. Why the bat? I mean seriously, I can understand Bruce's choice, he fell into that hole after his parents' death, bats filled the sky and caused trauma that defined his symbol. But why did you choose a bat, Mr. Wayne? There are many other animals out there. Owls, for example, would make an excellent nocturnal predator theme. Anna just shook her head but her mind was working. Ethan said Barry has a few hours. He wouldn't give that specific time frame unless something was about to happen. Something terrible that would kill this world if Barry doesn't have his speed to stop it. Batman just stared at Ethan and didn't respond. Barry couldn't tell what was going on in Ethan's head, one moment threatening him with timeline erasure, the next asking casual questions about costume choices like they were discussing fashion. Ethan shrugged. Don't answer if you don't want to. Anyway, I'll be back shortly. Going to rescue someone and do something productive instead of wasting time here. He waved his hand in a circular motion and a red portal opened. The other side showed what looked like a basement or underground facility. Ethan looked directly into Batman's eyes and said seriously, let me show you something, Mr. Wayne. Something that might ease your worries and give you purpose. He activated his Genesis telepathy and transferred a concentrated package of information directly into Thomas Wayne's mind, everything that had happened to Bruce Wayne in the original timeline of this universe. The training, the crusade against crime, the victories and losses, the life of the son who should have lived. Batman's eyes widened as a sudden wave of memories and history appeared directly in his consciousness. It was like watching his son's entire life play out in fast forward, every triumph, every tragedy, every moment that defined him as a hero. His breathing became fast and his hands clenched unconsciously. All of this happened in mere seconds, but Ethan made sure Thomas's brain wasn't damaged by the sudden influx of foreign memories. Ethan turned to Anna. Want to tag along or stay here? Anna didn't hesitate. I'll come with you. I have some questions, honey. Ethan smiled at her, he had a pretty good idea what she wanted to ask. He looked back at Batman and smirked. I can assure you that the Wayne bloodline will be carried forward in that timeline. And your son is very popular with the ladies, so you can rest assured, Mr. Wayne. Grandchildren are definitely in your hypothetical future. He laughed openly. Anna tried to control her own laughter. Even Barry smiled a little and sighed, thinking, maybe Ethan is doing all this to teach me a lesson and will actually step in before things get really dangerous. Ethan also sent a telepathic message to Jean, who was consoling Elizabeth somewhere in the manor above, meet us inside Wayne Manor in a few minutes. I'm going to save someone this world hasn't met yet. Then Ethan and Anna stepped through the portal and it closed behind them. Left alone in the torture chamber that passed for a Batcave, Barry turned to Batman. So. I believe he shared part of Bruce's history from the original timeline with you. He can guess because that's the only thing that will motivate Batman to help him. Batman didn't respond for several seconds. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight that hadn't been there before. What do you need to get your speed back? After learning his son's life, even though it wasn't what any parent would hope for their child, filled with violence and loss and endless struggle, Thomas Wayne could put his hand on his heart and say with absolute certainty that he was proud. Proud of the men his son had become. Proud of the difference he'd made. And he would do anything to make sure that timeline was restored. Barry nodded, understanding that they were now working together. I need every chemical from the original accident recreated here. And I need a really bad thunderstorm. As if on cue, the sound of thunder echoed through the basement, muffled but unmistakable. The storm outside was intensifying. Batman's lips quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Welcome to Gotham. Underground base, hidden beneath Metropolis. Ethan and Anna stepped out of the portal into a cold, sterile basement corridor. The walls were concrete reinforced with steel, the lighting was harsh fluorescent strips, and the air had that recycled quality of a facility that existed deep underground. They stood before a sealed room, heavy metal door with multiple electronic locks, observation window made of reinforced glass, warning signs indicating biohazard protocols. The moment they materialized, alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Red emergency lights started flashing. Heavy security doors slammed open at both ends of the corridor and armed personnel poured out, at least 30 of them, all wearing tactical gear and carrying automatic weapons. The weapons were immediately pointed at Ethan and Anna. "Freeze. Don't move. Hands above your heads where we can see them," the lead soldier shouted, his voice amplified by the enclosed space. Ethan and Anna looked at each other for a long moment. Then they burst into laughter, genuine, delighted laughter that echoed strangely against the alarm sirens. The head of the security team took a step forward, clearly confused by this reaction. "This isn't a place you can just visit without authorization. Identify yourselves immediately." Anna was still laughing as she said, "This is the first thing I've found genuinely hilarious since coming to this world." Ethan nodded, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "Yeah, it improved my mood quite a bit actually." He turned to address the soldiers directly. "As thanks for making me laugh, I won't kill you. Now be good boys and take a nap." His irises glowed blue and every single soldier immediately collapsed to the ground, falling into magically induced sleep. Then Ethan turned his attention to the automated weapon systems, ceiling-mounted turrets that were tracking them with red targeting lasers. The turrets simply disintegrated, turning to fine dust that drifted to the ground like ash. Ethan nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the sealed room. But Anna's expression had become serious again. "Ethan, what's going to happen in a few hours? You didn't give Barry a specific time frame unless something terrible is about to occur." Ethan smiled and pulled her into his arms. "My Southern belle understands me so well." Anna rolled her eyes but hugged him back tightly. "Please. I know the men I fell in love with and married. You're not going to let this world die, that much I can tell just by looking at you." She pulled back slightly to look at his face with serious intent. "I know you can see the terrible things that happened here. And I'd bet $100 that you've also seen the future along with the past. Not just one possibility, but many. I'm worried that." He kissed her forehead gently, cutting off her concern. "Thank you for worrying about me. As for what happened to this world, I'll give you a quick review." His irises glowed blue as he activated his telepathy and let her see what he'd witnessed, the twisted histories, the altered fates, the cascade of consequences that had created this broken reality. Bruce Wayne dying in Crime Alley instead of his parents. Martha Wayne's sanity shattering, her grief transforming her into the Joker of this world, complete madness born from losing her child. Thomas Wayne becoming a brutal, violent version of Batman. Eventually putting a bullet in his wife's mouth to end her reign of terror and madness. Hal Jordan never becoming Green Lantern, the Ring choosing someone else from another planet. Shazam not being a single hero but the entire Vasquez family sharing the power, 6 siblings instead of one chosen champion. Diana becoming Queen of the Amazons after her mother Hippolyta died in some conflict. Arthur Curry becoming King of Atlantis by force rather than birthright, ruling with an iron fist. The alliance between Atlantis and Themyscira that should have brought peace. The affair between Diana and Arthur that violated that alliance. Mara's jealousy driving her to attempt Diana's assassination. Her death at the hands of the Amazonian queen triggering the war that would consume the world. Anna blinked rapidly after seeing all of this and breathed out slowly, "Wow. Now I understand why Jean said this world is completely fucked up. It truly is." She looked at Ethan with an expression that was part concern, part disgust. "Didn't you find it disturbing that Diana and Arthur were together like that?" Ethan sighed deeply. "Yeah, it was definitely something I didn't like seeing. But thankfully, this world's Diana looks slightly different from our Diana, different facial structure and different bearing. I know she isn't our Diana, so there isn't much emotional issue for me." Anna nodded in understanding and slowly turned to face the sealed door. "If what you've shown me is correct, then in that room." She paused and realization dawning slowly. Thanks to what Ethan had shared, she now knew exactly who was imprisoned behind that door. Ethan nodded gravely. "Yeah. Let's save her." They separated and Ethan raised his hand toward the door. Red runic circles materialized in the air, spinning as they interfaced with the electronic locks. The heavy bolts disengaged with loud metallic clunks and the door swung open. Inside, red emergency lighting bathed everything in crimson. The room was large, more like a cell than a laboratory. Sterile white walls, observation equipment on one side, and in the far corner. A thin figure was trembling after hearing the door open. Curled into herself, trying to make her body as small as possible, clearly expecting more pain and experimentation. Anna's eyes blazed with barely controlled fury. But Ethan held her hand gently and gestured for her to take the lead. Violence could come later, right now, this person needed kindness. Anna nodded, understanding immediately. She approached slowly, keeping her body language non-threatening, and spoke in the gentlest voice she could manage. "Hey. No need to be afraid. We're here to save you from this place." The figure, clearly female, turned to face them. She was heartbreakingly thin, almost skeletal from malnutrition and abuse. Her clothes were little more than rags, torn and stained. Her hair was matted and dirty. But even in this condition, there was something in her eyes, a spark that hadn't been completely extinguished. Anna knelt down slowly, bringing herself to eye level. "Don't worry. My name is Anna Carter. This is my husband, Ethan Carter. We're here to save you. I promise they won't harm you anymore. You're safe now." Anna extended her hand carefully, giving the woman the choice to accept or refuse. The woman looked doubtful, her eyes flickering between Anna's face and Ethan's figure standing further back. She'd learned not to trust anyone in this place. Ethan smiled gently and activated his Genesis empathy, not to read her emotions, but to project his own. To let her feel the genuine compassion, the sincere desire to help, the complete lack of malicious intent. The woman's eyes widened as she felt their true emotions. After so long surrounded by cruelty and scientific detachment, genuine kindness felt almost alien. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and took Anna's hand. Anna helped her stand, supporting most of her weight as the woman's legs shook from disuse and weakness. She tried to speak, words in a language that neither Ethan nor Anna recognized, possibly Kryptonian. Then, switching to English with a heavy accent, "Thank you." Ethan's eyes glowed blue as he stepped closer. "Don't worry, and don't be afraid. Let me help you." He raised his hand in front of her and golden Genesis energy began flowing from his palm into her body. The power was gentle, healing, restorative, targeting the damage done by months or years of captivity and experimentation. In an instant, her body became more vibrant. Color returned to her skin. Her muscles filled out to healthy proportions. Her hair cleaned itself and regained its natural luster, blonde, bright, almost glowing in the red emergency lighting. Within seconds, she looked like a completely different person. Healthy, strong, and undeniably beautiful. She stared at her own hands in amazement, flexing fingers that now had strength instead of trembling weakness. Ethan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Wow. You Kryptonians really are something else. You're absorbing my Genesis power like a sponge, your cells are practically hungry for energy." She looked at him with surprise and confusion. "How did you?" He gently cut her off. "I know a few things about you and why you're imprisoned here. We'll talk about everything later after we get out. But let me finish healing you first." She nodded, trusting these strangers more than she'd trusted anyone since arriving on Earth. She could feel the strength flowing into her, power unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. Anna stopped supporting her, realizing the woman could now stand on her own. She watched as Ethan also used transfiguration magic to replace the rags with proper clothing, a black suit with an S symbol on the chest, similar to a Kryptonian uniform but without a cape. After a few more moments, Ethan stopped the energy flow. "That's enough for now. We don't want to overcharge you. How do you feel?" She looked at her hands again, making fists and opening them repeatedly, feeling the power in her muscles. "I feel amazing. I feel like I could punch a hole through a mountain." Anna laughed warmly. "You can do much more than that, sugar." Ethan smiled with genuine pleasure. "I'm glad you've recovered. Now, allow me to introduce ourselves properly again. I'm Ethan Carter. This is my wife, Anna Carter." The woman stood straighter. "Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Carter. My name is Kara Zor-El." "Yeah, this is Kara Zor-El, also known as Supergirl in another timeline. But in this world, her pod arrived before Kal-El's. She crash-landed here first, and instead of being rescued, she was captured by the authorities and experimented on." Suddenly, the entire facility shook. Dust fell from the ceiling and the emergency lights flickered. Ethan's senses immediately detected what was happening. The facility was now surrounded. Soldiers, vehicles, heavy weapons. Someone had called for serious reinforcements. Ethan turned to Kara with an apologetic smile. "Let's get you out of here in style, shall we?" Kara nodded, her expression hardening. After everything they'd done to her here, she had no sympathy for whoever was coming. Anna's smile shifted into something sharp and deeply dangerous. The kind of expression that made even Ethan slightly nervous. "Let me clean up some demons wearing human skin." Ethan thought silently to himself, "Sorry, whoever's involved in imprisoning Kara. You've got an angry Southern belle on your ass now. You won't even survive long enough to see the final battle." Anna was already walking toward the exit. Kara followed, testing her restored strength with each step. This rescue was about to become very loud and very violent. Wayne Manor, rooftop. Rain lashed against the rooftop of Wayne Manor, driven by winds that howled through Gotham's perpetual storm. Lightning illuminated the dark sky in irregular flashes, casting everything in stark white and shadow contrast. Batman was arranging equipment with practiced efficiency, chemical containers positioned precisely, electrical connections double-checked, the antenna assembly secured against the wind. In the center of this makeshift laboratory sat Barry Allen, strapped into a metal chair that bristled with wires and tubes connecting to containers of chemicals both familiar and exotic. Behind the chair stood a large antenna structure, cobbled together from salvaged parts but functional, designed to attract lightning from the storm above. Batman's gravelly voice cut through the sound of rain. "This is crazy. You ought to be in Arkham." Barry picked up a metal helmet, more cage than protection, designed to conduct rather than insulate, and placed it on his head with shaking hands. "Maybe. But I have to recreate the exact conditions that happened during the accident that gave me my speed. It made me the Flash once. Surely it can do it again. I hope." He looked at Batman with desperate determination. "Now, tie me up." Batman secured Barry's hands and legs with thick straps and then moved toward the machine assembly in the back. His voice carried doubt despite his actions. "You know what they say about lightning. It doesn't strike in the same place twice." Barry smiled despite his fear and the rain streaming down his face. "They say a lot of things. Now, why don't you start that machine and let's find out if they're right." Batman's hand hovered over the activation lever for just a moment, a rare instance of hesitation from the Dark Knight. Then he pulled it down firmly. The machine hummed to life. The antenna began crackling with small arcs of electricity, creating a corona of blue-white light that danced along its length. The smell of ozone filled the air, mixing with the scent of rain and chemicals. Barry and Batman both looked upward at the storm-dark sky. Lightning flashed in the distance, still too far away. Barry's voice rose in a desperate shout aimed at the heavens. "Come on. I'm right here. Hit me. Just once." Meanwhile, Jean and Elizabeth were making their way toward the rooftop. Jean had tracked Batman and Barry's location using her telepathy after finishing her conversation with Elizabeth, who had been deeply shaken by the words of Barry. Elizabeth's expression was troubled as they climbed the stairs. Jean placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and they reached the rooftop access door together. The door burst open and they emerged into the storm. Rain immediately tried to soak them both, but Jean raised a casual telekinetic shield that diverted the water before it could drench them completely. Batman turned toward the newcomers. Barry, still strapped to his chair, looked up at the sky and shouted again, "Hit me once. I'm right here." Elizabeth's eyes widened as she took in the scene, Barry tied to a chair, surrounded by volatile chemicals, with an antenna literally designed to attract lightning positioned directly behind him. Her hands flew to her mouth in shock and she shouted over the storm, "Is he trying to kill himself? Did Ethan Sama's slapping drive him to suicide?" Before Jean could respond with reassurance, the universe answered Barry's plea. Crack boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck the antenna with devastating force. The thunder was instantaneous and deafening, shaking the entire rooftop. Electricity arced down the antenna's length and channeled directly into Barry's body. Barry screamed, a sound of pure agony that competed with the thunder itself. But the machine wasn't built to handle that much power. Sparks erupted from connection points and the glass containers holding the chemicals began to crack under the electrical stress. Then they shattered completely, spraying their contents across Barry and the surrounding area. Fire erupted instantly, the chemicals were volatile and the heat from the lightning strike provided ignition. Flames engulfed Barry's chair and began spreading across the rooftop with terrifying speed. Barry's screams intensified as the fire reached him, no longer just from electrical pain but from burning flesh. Elizabeth's face went pale and she took an involuntary step forward. Batman was already moving toward the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, his cape billowing in the wind. Jean's reaction was faster than either of them. She waved her hand with casual authority and the fire simply ceased to exist. Not extinguished by water or smothered by chemicals, just stopped burning, as if Jean had told reality that fire was no longer permitted in this location. Jean immediately moved toward Barry's still smoking form. A green magic circle materialized beneath the chair and healing energy began flowing upward into his body. The burns started to fade, charred skin regenerating, hair regrowing where it had been singed away. Elizabeth hovered nearby with worried eyes, wanting to help but unsure what she could do. And she didn't want to interfere with Jean's technique. Batman stood several feet away and watched the magic circle with inscrutable eyes behind his mask. He observed Jean's healing technique, noted the green energy's effects, catalogued everything for later analysis. No one knew what conclusions he was drawing. Jean's voice carried irritation as she worked. "Seriously, whose crazy idea was this?" Batman didn't respond. Barry was being healed but remained unconscious, his body too overwhelmed by the trauma to maintain awareness. Jean's expression shifted from irritation to concern as she completed the healing. She turned to Batman with serious intent. "We need to move him inside. And I want to talk about what exactly you two were trying to accomplish here. Immediately." Batman gave a single nod of acknowledgement. Jean used her telekinesis to lift Barry's unconscious form gently into the air and they all moved back toward the interior of the manor, leaving the storm and the smoking remains of the equipment behind. Metropolis, outside of the underground facility. The surface above the underground facility had transformed into a war zone. Bullets filled the air in constant streams from dozens of automatic weapons. Rockets streaked across the battlefield, leaving smoke trails in their wake. Grenades exploded with regular frequency, throwing up clouds of dirt and debris. Every conventional weapon available to the military forces present was being employed simultaneously. But they couldn't stop the march of an angry Southern Belle and a newly freed Kryptonian. Anna and Kara hadn't even attempted conversation or negotiation when they'd emerged from the facility to find an entire army waiting for them with weapons drawn. Anna had immediately engaged, her eyes blazing with righteous fury at what these people had done to Kara. Kara had followed her lead, testing her restored strength against targets that absolutely deserved everything she could dish out. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away from the combat, Ethan stood casually eating an ice cream cone he'd materialized from his inventory. Vanilla with chocolate chips. He licked it contentedly while watching Anna and Kara systematically dismantle the military response. Yeah, Anna's holding back, he thought with amusement, observing her punches that sent soldiers flying but didn't turn them into red mist. She's making sure they'll survive. They just won't be able to walk, or think straight, for several months even with the best medical care available. Kara, on the other hand, was new to her strength and wasn't holding back nearly as much. She'd also killed several people already, soldiers who had been particularly aggressive or who she recognized from her imprisonment. Surprisingly, she didn't seem emotionally affected by taking lives. Either she'd processed it already during her captivity, or Kryptonian psychology was different from human norms regarding violence. But as the battle continued, Kara suddenly stumbled mid-flight. Her hands went to her head and she grimaced in obvious discomfort. Her superhearing was picking up every heartbeat for miles, her enhanced vision was showing her microscopic details she didn't want to see, her sense of smell was overwhelmed by the blood and chemical scents from the battlefield. The sensory overload was becoming debilitating. Ethan's expression became more focused and he activated his Genesis telepathy. He reached out to Kara's mind gently and began teaching her, not with words, but with direct mental instruction on how to create mental filters for her enhanced senses. How to dial down the sensitivity, how to focus on relevant input while screening out the noise. Kara's eyes widened as the technique clicked into place. Within seconds, the overwhelming flood of sensation became manageable. She could control what she heard, what she saw, what she smelled. The relief on her face was immediate. She's talented, Ethan noted with approval. Picked that up faster than I expected. She's got good instincts. With her senses under control, Kara returned to the fight with renewed confidence. Together with Anna, they destroyed another wave of reinforcements that had been rushing to the battlefield. Then Ethan looked up at the sky and his expression shifted to anticipation. About time he got here. An energy blast, bright blue and crackling with power, streaked down from above, aimed directly at Anna's position. Anna didn't even bother to defend herself. The blast hit her square in the chest. Boom. Smoke and debris erupted from the impact point, obscuring everything. Kara's eyes widened in alarm and she turned toward where Anna had been standing. A figure descended from the sky with a heavy mechanical thud that cracked the pavement beneath its feet. It was half man, half machine, one side of the face still recognizably human, the other covered in advanced cybernetic plating. Weapon systems extended from his arms and back, plasma cannons, missile launchers, energy projectors. All of them were currently aimed at Kara and Ethan. The figure's synthesized voice carried authority, "Let's not take this any further. Stand down." The smoke from the energy blast began to clear. Anna stood in exactly the same position she'd been in before the attack. Not a single scratch on her. Her clothes weren't even singed. She looked completely bored. "About damn time," she said with genuine enthusiasm, her southern accent thickening with excitement. "I was actually looking forward to fighting you." She vanished from her position and reappeared directly in front of the cyborg so fast he barely had time to register the movement. "Let's find out the difference between you and the guy from the original timeline," Anna said with a dangerous smile. Her fist shot forward, not holding back nearly as much as she had with the soldiers. The punch connected with devastating force and the cyborg's entire weapons array shattered like glass. The impact sent him flying backward, his body tumbling through the air before crashing through two buildings in sequence. Both structures collapsed from the damage. Kara's mouth hung open in shock. "Wow. You're really strong." Anna grinned and looked back over her shoulder. "Darling, you haven't seen half of what I can do." Ethan sighed and finished the last of his ice cream before making his way toward where Cyborg had landed. "I really hope he's still alive. Otherwise I'll have to use chronokinesis to bring him back too, and that's just tedious." He called back to Anna and Kara, "It's about time we head back anyway. We've dealt with all the units they dispatched here and they won't be sending more reinforcements." Humans are critically short on manpower right now, most of their military is tied up dealing with the Atlantean-Amazon war. Ethan found Cyborg after lifting a massive concrete floor slab that had fallen on top of him. The half-machine man was barely alive, his human side showing severe trauma, his mechanical components sparking and malfunctioning. Ethan raised his hand and activated his chronokinesis. Green temporal energy flowed over Cyborg's body and time reversed for him specifically, injuries healing, broken components reassembling, damage undoing itself. Within moments, Cyborg was restored to perfect condition, though he remained unconscious from the shock. Ethan turned to where Kara was floating a few feet off the ground and Anna was casually dusting off her clothes as if she'd just finished a light workout rather than demolishing an army. "Let's go back," Ethan said and opened a red portal. The other side showed Wayne Manor's interior, specifically, a hallway near the main entrance. Anna walked through first with confident strides. Kara followed more hesitantly, still processing everything that had just happened. Ethan brought up the rear, carrying Cyborg's unconscious form over one shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The portal sealed shut behind them and the battlefield fell silent except for the groans of injured soldiers and the crackling of small fires. The rescue of Kara Zor-El was complete and it's time to find out what the speedster did during this time. Chapter 144, When Hope Dies and War Begins. Wayne Manor, Underground Basement. Barry Allen and Victor Stone, also known as Cyborg, lay side by side on metal examination tables in Wayne Manor's underground facility. Barry had been healed by Jean's magic and was merely unconscious from exhaustion. Victor remained deeply unconscious, his cybernetic systems running diagnostic routines while his human side recovered from Anna's devastating punch. Anna let out a long sigh and shook her head slowly. He really is reckless. Trying to regain the Speed Force without proper preparations, safety protocols, or even basic planning. Using nothing but chemicals and desperation. Ethan knew Barry's reckless nature intimately, both from the movies he'd watched in his past life and from the future timelines he'd witnessed through his chronokinesis. The Flash had a pattern of acting first and thinking later, of breaking reality and then trying to fix it afterward. So Ethan didn't say anything in Barry's defense and simply stood nearby with his arms crossed. The basement had become crowded with their group. Elizabeth stood close to Jean, who positioned herself beside Ethan and Anna. Kara was examining the basement's contents with intense focus, looking at files pinned to boards, studying equipment, trying to understand this strange world she'd been imprisoned in. Batman stood opposite them all, his posture rigid and his expression unreadable behind the mask. When Ethan and Anna had first arrived through their portal carrying Victor's unconscious form, they'd found Jean furious with Batman standing near Barry's unconscious body. Elizabeth had been attempting to calm Jean down with limited success. Jean had explained what happened, the insane lightning experiment, the chemicals exploding, Barry nearly burning to death, and Anna had sighed in exasperated understanding. Batman, who had remained silent throughout Jean's angry explanation, suddenly spoke with his gravelly voice, "Did Barry create a flashpoint before this one?" Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Ethan's expression remained calm as he asked neutrally, "Why would you think that?" Batman's mind was clearly working through the evidence. "From your conversation with him earlier, I could tell this wasn't the first time you've witnessed Barry creating a temporal paradox. From Barry's perspective, this is his first flashpoint, he seemed genuinely confused about the scale of changes. But you weren't surprised at all. That leaves you, who can manipulate time, as someone who has seen Barry create flashpoints before." Anna whistled appreciatively. "Now I see the resemblance between you and Bruce. You both think exactly alike, same deductive reasoning, same ability to see patterns others miss." Ethan's smile held genuine respect. "You could say that. And I'll tell you honestly, this world represents one of the worst possible endings a flashpoint can create." Batman's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "You mentioned Barry has a few hours before something happens. What is that deadline? How does this world end?" Elizabeth turned to look at everyone with surprise on her face. The others all had relatively normal expressions because Ethan already knew what was coming and Anna had received confirmation from him earlier about the timeline's impending doom. Kara didn't seem to care much about apocalyptic predictions and continued examining the papers and equipment scattered around the basement. Jean could tell from the history of this world that time was running out. The memory she'd inadvertently absorbed from Thomas Wayne painted a picture of escalating war between Atlantis and the Amazons, of a conflict spiraling completely out of control. Ethan looked at Batman with something approaching admiration. "Like father, like son. Both of you deserve to be called Batman, the same brilliant mind and tactical genius, it's just applied under different circumstances." He began explaining with matter-of-fact clarity, "This world will end when Arthur Curry activates his doomsday weapon. He captured Captain Atom during the war and built a machine that can harness his power. If Atlantis loses the war, Arthur will detonate that machine and destroy the entire planet rather than accept defeat." His expression grew more serious. "Not only that, but General Zod of Krypton will arrive in approximately 1 hour with several other Kryptonian survivors. That statement finally got a reaction from Kara. Her head snapped up from the files and her eyes went wide. That's impossible. Ethan cut her off gently but firmly. He's coming here for the Kryptonian scout ship on Earth and for the Genesis chamber it contains, the technology capable of creating new Kryptonians. He already has the codex, so he has everything he needs to rebuild his species. Kara stood frozen in shock. Batman raised an eyebrow and spoke with dry resignation. More aliens, huh? They'll be disappointed to discover Earth doesn't have what it used to. Jean and Anna exchanged knowing glances. Elizabeth looked more confused than ever, struggling to follow the rapid-fire revelations about alien invasions and planetary destruction. Kara's voice was small and desperate. That's not possible. The codex is with Cal, no. Did they? Her eyes began to burn red with barely contained fury. Ethan moved to her and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Kara. Kal-El didn't make it. His escape pod encountered a spatial anomaly and was pulled into the Phantom Zone. When Krypton was destroyed, the resulting energy wave destabilized the zone and released Zone's prisoners. They found Cal's pod floating in the void. After their experiments. He paused, choosing his words carefully. They extracted the codex from him. He didn't survive the process. Kara's face twisted with grief and rage. You're lying, she shouted and tried to slap his hand away, to push him back, to reject this terrible reality. But Ethan held her firmly and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, Kara. I truly am. Jean and Anna both sighed with sympathy. Elizabeth's voice was barely above a whisper. This is truly a nightmare. Batman's gravelly observation carried no emotion. Welcome to the hard part of life. Kara's hands had found the fabric of Ethan's jacket. She held on. Her whole body shook once, and then the tears came with the raw and enormous grief of someone who had just lost the last piece of a world already gone. He held her through it. After a moment, he spoke again. I know you may not believe me just from words. I can show you, if you're willing. What happened to him, exactly as it was. Kara cried and hugged Ethan tightly, her body shaking with sobs. Through her tears she managed to speak. Show me. I may not believe you without proof. Show me what happened to Cal. Ethan understood her reasoning, and more importantly, he understood his own. Kara needed to be prepared for the battle that would happen in an hour. He couldn't let her be distracted by the news of Cal's death in the middle of combat. Better to process the grief now and transform it into determination. He nodded and slowly began sending images directly into her mind through his telepathy. Just fragments, carefully selected, enough to confirm the truth without traumatizing her with every horrific detail. Kara's expression shifted from grief to pure, burning rage. She tried to pull away, clearly intending to fly off and hunt down Zod immediately to kill him with her bare hands. Ethan held her shoulders firmly. He'll be here in an hour. And before you go seeking revenge, do you want to learn the truth of this world? The real truth. Confusion cut through Kara's anger. What do you mean? Ethan began feeding information directly into her mind, showing her what really happened in this world compared to the original timeline. He included Elizabeth and Batman in this mental transmission as well, letting them all see the proper history that should have been. His reasoning was strategic. They needed resolve to fight with everything they had to secure a better future. Sure, Ethan could change the timeline himself, but Barry needed to learn from this experience. He needed to watch everyone struggle because of his choice. And Batman hadn't actually asked Ethan to fix the timeline yet, which suggested Thomas Wayne had something specific in mind. After a few seconds of absorbing the transmitted information, Kara's eyes narrowed with new understanding. If Barry fixes the timeline, will Kal be alive and happy in that world? Ethan answered honestly, as long as Barry doesn't create any more mess during the correction process, yes. Kal-El will land safely on Earth, be raised by the Kents, and become Superman. Kara's jaw set with determination and she nodded firmly. Then it's good. I'll make sure Barry fixes this timeline, even if I have to break every bone in his body to motivate him. Elizabeth was still trying to process all the information flooding her mind, alternate timelines, dead universes, the concept of fixed points and temporal paradoxes. Meanwhile, Batman gestured to Ethan. We need to talk. In private. Ethan nodded and left with Batman, leaving Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth behind to comfort Kara. After a while, both Barry and Victor began stirring back to consciousness. Victor's cybernetic eye activated first, scanning his surroundings with precision. He immediately tried to sit up and his synthesized voice carried demand and confusion. What happened? Where am I? Who are you people? Barry, whose memories of this timeline had finally settled properly into his mind, looked at Victor with recognition. Victor. Wow, you're here too. This is really complicated. His gaze swept the room and landed on Anna, Elizabeth, and Jean, who were seated comfortably on a luxurious sofa that definitely hadn't been in this basement before. They held drinks in glasses and didn't seem concerned about the two men regaining consciousness. Instead, they were watching a television that was playing footage from the original timeline, the Justice League's battle against Darkseid, with Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Flash all fighting in perfect coordination. Then Ethan and Batman emerged from a side room where they'd been having their private conversation. Both men immediately noticed that Barry and Victor were awake. Before anyone could speak, Kara emerged from the shadows beside them. Her face was a mask of cold fury and her eyes still held that dangerous red glow. She moved directly toward Barry with purposeful strides. Barry opened his mouth to greet her. "Hi, I'm..." Slap. Kara's hand connected with Barry's face with devastating force. The speedster went flying backward through the air, his body tumbling end over end before crashing into the far wall with enough impact to crack the stone. He slumped to the ground unconscious, half his teeth scattered across the floor. Anna whistled with impressed amusement. Someone just beat Ethan's record for teeth knocked out in a single hit. Kara was already moving forward, clearly intending to kick Barry while he was down. Jean quickly stepped in front of her and placed a restraining hand on the Kryptonian's shoulder. "That's enough for now." Ethan moved to Barry's unconscious form and green energy flowed from the magic circle app read in his hands into the speedster's body. Teeth regrow, jawbones reconnected and slowly consciousness began returning. He needs to be alive to fix this timeline. So please try not to kill him. Ethan paused and then added with a slight smile, "After he fixes everything, then he's all yours." Jean turned to look at Ethan with mild reproach. "Ethan." He shrugged unapologetically. "What?" Jean's voice carried patience but also concern. "It was his mistake, yes. But he's trying his best to fix it. Don't hold this against him so much. You also," she stopped herself and was about to apologize for bringing up Ethan's own timeline manipulation. But Ethan spoke first. "That's exactly why I'm harsh on him, Jean. I don't want Barry to make the same mistakes I did. Pain and consequences are better teachers than forgiveness and understanding." Victor was still trying to process everything happening around him. He turned to Batman with desperate confusion. "Are you part of these terrorists now? What's going on here? Why does that woman seem to be as strong as the Queen of Amazons? Who are these people?" Ethan sighed deeply. "This is going to take a while to explain." It only took Ethan a second to explain everything to Victor through telepathy, but the questions, existential crisis, and inevitable drama took a few more minutes. Still, after some time, they managed to convince him about Flashpoint. A few moments later, Barry found himself strapped into the same chair again, surrounded by the same chemical setup, with the same antenna structure positioned behind him to attract lightning. The storm outside hadn't abated at all. If anything, it had intensified. But now there were more witnesses to this desperate experiment. Ethan, Jean, Anna, Elizabeth, Kara, and Victor all stood nearby, watching with varying expressions of concern, curiosity, and in Kara's case, barely suppressed anger. Batman activated the machine again. The antenna began crackling with electrical energy. Lightning struck Barry directly and he screamed in agony as electricity coursed through his body. But this time, the chemicals didn't explode. This time, the setup held. And this time, it worked. Barry's scream stopped abruptly. He stood up. No, he moved in a blur of motion, vibrating with speed force energy that crackled around his body in yellow arcs. He'd gotten his speed back. Barry instinctively reached for the ring on his finger, the one that contained his compressed costume. He activated it and the suit materialized around his body in a flash of light. But something was wrong with the colors. Instead of the bright red with gold lightning he expected, the suit was predominantly yellow with a red lightning bolt symbol on the chest. The colors of the reverse flash. Barry turned to Ethan with wide eyes. "Is he also?" Ethan nodded with grim understanding. "Yeah. The reverse flash exists in this timeline too. Eobard Thawne is out there somewhere, probably thinking of ways to get back on you." Meanwhile, Victor approached Kara cautiously. His human eye showed genuine remorse. "I apologize for not understanding what happened to you and for not helping sooner. But I promise you, there is still good in humanity. Not everyone is like the people who imprisoned you." Elizabeth nodded in agreement, though her voice carried uncertainty. There must be good people here. There have to be. But she wasn't completely sure after what she'd seen. Monarchs like Croatia she could understand as evil, they were monsters by nature. But humans torturing another sentient being for experiments. Creating weapons from prisoners. She couldn't fully comprehend that level of cruelty, and Ethan had deliberately not shown her the worst of what humans were truly capable of. After a few more moments, Ethan used his transfiguration magic to adjust Barry's costume. The yellow faded and shifted back to the proper bright red. The lightning bolt symbol took on its traditional gold color. Barry Allen now stood properly attired as the Flash, ready for what needed to be done. His expression was serious and determined. "I'll correct this mistake. I'll fix the timeline." He turned to look at everyone one last time, especially at Kara, whose eyes still promised violence if he failed, and then he ran. The speed force crackled around Barry as he accelerated, pushing faster and faster, building up the velocity needed to break through the temporal barrier and access the time stream itself. Batman watched him go and then cast a look at Ethan. The Dark Knight had noticed the small smile on the younger man's face, a smile that suggested Ethan knew something more important. Ethan turned to Victor with casual authority. "Call for the Shazam kids and any other heroes still alive in this world. Tell them to prepare for the final war." Victor's cybernetic eye focused on Ethan with confusion. "What? Why would we need?" Before Ethan could even draw breath to respond, Batman's gravelly voice cut through the air. "He's telling the truth. Barry will fail and we have to fight the war. He's trying to prepare us to fight the Kryptonians alongside the Atlanteans and Amazons." Kara's brow furrowed, her gaze shifting between the two men. "How could you possibly know that for certain?" Batman didn't look away from Ethan. "Because he didn't have to show us the original timeline, but he did. He didn't have to tell you about your cousin's death, or Victor about his father, but he did. He wanted us operating with a clear mind, not fueled by ghosts. When you combine that with his knowledge of the coming war, the conclusion is logical. Barry is going to fail to travel back. It's likely related to that speedster, the one who planted the suit in Barry's ring." Anna and Jean's eyes widened in tandem. Anna let out a soft, sharp exhale, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth despite the gravity of the situation. "You know," Anna mused before glancing at the Dark Knight, "at this rate, you should probably just change your name to Sherlock Holmes." Victor turned toward Ethan, looking for a confirmation that didn't involve a detective's intuition. Ethan simply smiled, a thin, jagged expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, no shit, Sherlock," Ethan remarked, "took you long enough to catch up." "You're right." Then, the smile vanished. The casual sarcasm was replaced by a cold focus. "Thawne is sabotaging the speed force. He's pinning Barry in place, preventing him from breaking the time barrier. Barry is going to fail," Ethan stated, "and when he does, Zod arrives with a Kryptonian legion. Arthur will lose his mind and trigger his doomsday weapon if they lost the war with Amazonians. This world will face its final hour." His blue eyes began to glow, swirling with the raw, primordial light of Genesis power. The air in the room ionized, making the hair on their arms stand up. "So, you're going to war. All of you," Ethan commanded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled heroes. "This is one last desperate stand to buy Barry enough time to find Thawne and figure out how to actually fix this mess." The gravity of that statement settled over everyone like a heavy blanket. Elizabeth's hands were trembling slightly. Kara's fists clenched with anticipation. Victor's weapon systems began running self-diagnostics automatically. Jean and Anna exchanged glances. Their expressions shifted from casual observers to warriors preparing for battle. Batman's gravelly voice cut through the tension, "Then we'd better prepare quickly. 1 hour isn't much time." The final battle for the Flashpoint timeline was about to begin. Chapter 145, The War Begins. They didn't have to wait long for Barry's return. Mere seconds after he'd vanished into distance, a red blur surrounded by crackling yellow lightning streaked back and stopped several feet from Ethan. Barry's expression was frustrated and confused. "Something's wrong. Someone or something is stopping me from accessing more speed from the speed force. I can't break through the time barrier, it's like hitting a wall I can't phase through." At that moment, Batman had already moved back toward his armory section of the cave and was preparing equipment. Victor took several steps backward while activating his communication systems. "I'll contact as many heroes as possible for the final fight," he announced as his cybernetic components already reaching out across various networks. Barry turned back to Ethan with mounting confusion. "What's going on? Why do I get the feeling something's going on here, and I'm the only one not in on it? And do you know why can't I access enough speed? Who would even have the power to block the speed force?" Ethan sighed deeply, the sound of someone explaining something they'd hoped wouldn't be necessary. "Eobard Thawne. The Reverse Flash. He's actively preventing you from drawing more speed force energy in this timeline. And there's something else you need to understand, you're going to lose your speed soon, along with your memories of the original timeline." Barry's eyes widened in shock. "Because you were never meant to have them," Ethan explained patiently. "The timeline is trying to correct itself. You're an anomaly, someone who remembers a reality that no longer exists. The universe is attempting to overwrite you with the version of Barry Allen who belongs in this world." Barry's face paled as realization hit. He'd already suspected something like this was happening. After Ethan had slapped him multiple times earlier, his memories had clarified, he now possessed full memory of both this timeline and the original. But the original timeline's memories were becoming increasingly blurry, like photographs left too long in sunlight. And there were other changes he'd noticed. In the original timeline, Iris West had been his wife, his anchor, his love, his reason for being a hero. But in this world, Iris had married Eddie Thawne instead. They had 2 children together and were living happily in this cursed timeline, at least until the war had made happiness impossible for anyone. The knowledge that his actions had stolen his own happy ending made Barry want to fix this timeline more than ever. Then we need to find Thawne. If he's blocking me, we have to stop him first. Ethan's voice carried grim certainty. Keep your eyes on the news and monitor anyone connected to popular figures common to both timelines. Thawne will reveal himself soon. He's a sadist who wants to see you suffer. He'll want to watch you realize what this world has become, watch you understand that your attempt to save your mother has damned billions. He will troll you. That's his nature. Barry's fists clenched with barely controlled anger. Ethan's tone shifted slightly, becoming more distant. And that's the last direct help you're getting from me. I don't make moves unless something genuinely piques my interest. Then he slowly looked upward, his gaze seeming to pierce through the ceiling, through the manor, through the storm-dark sky itself. His irises began to glow blue and his vision extended, not physically, but through enhanced perception that let him see across vast distances. His sight zoomed outward, traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant, scanning the space beyond Earth's atmosphere. There. A yellow mass approaching the planet. Not a natural phenomenon, something alive, conscious, and radiating malevolent energy that fed on terror itself. It is Parallax. The corrupted guardian who had attempted to wield the power of fear and had been transformed into a living embodiment of that emotion. A cosmic entity of yellow light that sought to destroy the Green Lantern Corps and devour the universe itself. The archenemy of Hal Jordan and the greatest threat the Lanterns had ever faced. A smile spread across Ethan's face, but this wasn't his normal, warm expression. This smile held something darker, more anticipatory. Barry's going to lose his mind when he sees Parallax, Ethan thought with dark amusement. Only a willful Green Lantern or a sufficiently powerful magician can effectively combat a fear entity of that magnitude. Unfortunately, there are no Green Lanterns nearby. Hal Jordan is dead in this timeline. And no magician powerful enough to stop Parallax currently exists on this Earth. He turned his enhanced perception slightly and sensed another incoming threat, several Kryptonian ships moving toward Earth through phantom drive technology, a method of faster-than-light travel that utilized the phantom zone as a dimensional shortcut. Ethan's interest intensified dramatically. That technology alone was worth studying. But there was more. The ships themselves contained advanced Kryptonian engineering. And somewhere on Earth was a scout ship with a Genesis chamber capable of creating new Kryptonians from stored genetic templates. And most valuable of all was the Codex, extracted from the infant Kal-El cells, containing the genetic heritage of the entire Kryptonian species. His grin widened considerably and he mentally thanked Barry for creating such an incredible feast of technology. Kryptonian ships, Phantom Drive, Genesis chamber, and the Codex itself. This Flashpoint timeline might be a nightmare for everyone else, but it's a treasure trove for me. Kara, Elizabeth, and Barry all witnessed Ethan's expression transform from normal to something far more unsettling. They exchanged worried glances and then turned to Anna and Jean with visible concern. Barry remembered Ethan's terrifying displays of power during previous battles, against Darkseid, against Ocean Master, against beings that should have been unstoppable. If Ethan was planning some new way to torture him or was pleased about something terrible, Barry wanted desperately to ask Jean and Anna for help. He would be completely helpless against someone who could bend time itself. Jean let out a resigned sigh and spoke reassuringly to the worried observers, "Don't panic. Ethan is simply happy. He's probably thinking about something he likes very much." Anna nodded with a knowing smile and closed her eyes contentedly. "Omo. He must be thinking of having fun in our..." Jean cut her off sharply. "Please don't complete that sentence." Anna raised a teasing eyebrow and looked at Jean with amusement. "What? Are you saying you haven't been thinking about it? Because that expression he's making is very exotic." Kara and Barry looked at Ethan's predatory smirk and then back at Anna as if silently asking, "Are you okay? Is this normal?" Jean sighed with long-suffering patience. She just loves him so much that she even finds his weird villain expressions charming. Before Anna could protest that characterization, Jean raised her voice slightly, "Ethan. Stop smiling like a third-rate villain and prepare seating for you and Elizabeth. You're going to watch this unfold." Ethan snapped back to awareness and turned to look at them with surprise. "Wait, are you too?" Anna nodded with an enthusiastic smile. "Yes. We're planning to join the war too. Jean and I will help stop this stupid, pointless conflict." Her expression became more competitive and fierce. "But don't worry, we won't help Barry regain his speed. That's his problem to solve. But also..." She slammed her right fist into her left palm with a resounding bang that echoed through the air. "I've been itching to fight Diana from this timeline. I plan to defeat her in single combat. Jean sighed and turned to address Elizabeth, Kara, and Barry directly. Anna and Diana fight constantly. They're extremely competitive with each other. It's like having two alpha predators in the same territory. Ethan's expression softened as he looked at his wives. I didn't want us to interfere more than necessary because it defeats the entire purpose of showing Barry the consequences of the flashpoint. But he smiled warmly. This is our honeymoon. Your wishes are my command, my two beautiful moons illuminating the sky of my heart. Anna and Jean both rolled their eyes at the flowery language but couldn't suppress their pleased smiles. They felt genuinely appreciated hearing such praise. Barry visibly relaxed. Knowing that Anna and Jean would be helping their side meant significantly more force in their team. Their power levels were extraordinary. He suspects after all the wives of Ethan Carter can't be ordinary women, right? Elizabeth also smiled as she watched the interaction between Ethan, Anna, and Jean. Something stirred in her chest, an emotion she couldn't quite identify or explain. Warmth. Longing. Or something else. She can't say for sure. Victor returned from his communication attempts and his mechanical face somehow conveyed sadness despite its limited expressiveness. The resistance team will meet us at New Themyscira, which is what they're calling Washington, D.C. after it was captured by the Amazons. I also confirmed information about General Lane's plan. His synthesized voice grew more somber. Before Lex Luthor was killed, he provided readings on the Atlantic underwater base. Lane attempted a bombing run to destroy it. The mission failed catastrophically. The pilot, a man named Hal Jordan, died when his ship was shot down over the ocean. Based on my personal network analysis, the bombing run caused minimal damage to Atlantis despite the sacrifice. Barry's eyes widened in shock and pain. Hal Jordan, his friend, his teammate, a man who should have been one of Earth's greatest heroes, had died pointlessly in a failed bombing run in this twisted timeline. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. Kara showed no visible reaction, though her eyes flickered briefly with something that might have been sympathy. She'd never known Hal Jordan personally. Elizabeth's face fell with genuine sadness. She'd seen Hal Jordan's heroic life in the original timeline through Ethan's mental transmission. Learning that he'd sacrificed himself without even accomplishing his mission felt profoundly tragic. Jean and Anna both disliked the news, but their expressions hardened with determination rather than despair. They had the power to end this meaningless war. And they planned to do exactly that, soon. Ethan showed minimal reaction and simply nodded once. He'd already known about Hal's death. His chronokinesis had shown him the likely outcomes of this timeline, and Hal dying in the Atlantic bombing run had been one of the most probable events. Batman emerged from his armory fully prepared for combat. He carried several heavy bags of equipment and a specialized suitcase. His gravelly voice cut through the moment of grief. We should move now. Time is limited. We need to regroup with the others and form a coordinated plan, distract Thawne while ensuring that King Arthur and Queen Diana don't interfere with Barry's attempt to fix the timeline. Most of them nodded in agreement. Jean raised her hand and a red portal materialized, showing New Themyscira on the other side. One by one, the group began stepping through. Ethan was the last to approach the portal and sighed quietly to himself. I told them we shouldn't fight, yet my beautiful wives are making it harder for me to properly educate Barry about consequences. But his expression softened with affection. What can I do? Even with all the power I possess, I can't say no to my wives' wishes when they want to have fun together. He stepped toward the portal and his thoughts turned calculating. Besides, I'll soon have access to Kryptonian technology. The ships, the Phantom Drive, the Genesis Chamber, the Codex, all of it. And if my plan works correctly. A small smile crossed his face. Barry won't need to create another flashpoint because of his mother's death. I'll have found a better solution. One that preserves the timeline's integrity while also giving people what they want. The portal closed behind him with a soft whisper of displaced air. New Themyscira. A few moments later, the waters off the coast of what had once been Washington, D.C. began to churn violently. Several massive warships of Atlantis rose from the ocean depths, water cascading off their sleek, biomechanical hulls. The ships were living vessels, grown rather than built, combining organic Atlantean biology with advanced technology. Their surfaces gleamed with mother-of-pearl iridescence even under the dark storm clouds. The fleet oriented toward the land and began advancing at frightening speed. Weapon systems activated along their hulls, massive water cannons that could punch through concrete, harpoon launchers the size of telephone poles, and energy projectors that glowed with concentrated tidal force. The warships opened fire. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted across New Themyscira as Atlantean ordnance hammered into buildings that had once been monuments to democracy. The Washington Monument cracked and began to topple. The Capitol building's dome shattered under concentrated fire. Streets buckled and buildings collapsed in cascading waves of destruction. Amazon archers positioned on rooftops and fortified positions attempted to return fire with their enchanted bows. Arrows flew in graceful arcs, each one capable of piercing tank armor, but they were largely ineffective against the Atlantean warship's shielding and biological armor. The arrows either bounced off harmlessly or were intercepted by defensive water shields that caught the projectiles mid-flight. Then the ground itself began to shake with seismic force. Cracks spread through the streets like lightning patterns. Chunks of concrete lifted and fell. And then, with an earth-shattering roar, something massive burst up from beneath the city. A minotaur, but not the mythological creature of legend. This was something far larger and more terrible. Easily 15 meters tall at the shoulder, its body was corded with muscle that looked carved from living stone. Its horns were the size of tree trunks and glowed with enchanted energy. Its eyes burned with intelligence and rage. The Minotaur emerged directly beneath one of the Atlantean warships. The vessel had no time to maneuver, the creature's massive hands grabbed the ship's hull and lifted. Metal and bioorganic material screamed in protest as the Minotaur flipped the entire warship over backward. The vessel crashed down onto another ship behind it with catastrophic force. Both ships exploded in simultaneous detonations that sent debris raining across the battlefield and created a mushroom cloud of fire and steam that rose hundreds of meters into the air. The Minotaur roared triumphantly and positioned itself in front of the Amazon defensive lines, ready to tank incoming fire. Then Queen Diana appeared on the battlefield, a vision of terrible beauty and fury. Her armor was polished and neat for this battle, her face twisted with hatred, her eyes burning with the madness that came from years of endless war. She moved with impossible speed and strength, grabbing the wreckage of the destroyed Atlantean warships, pieces that weighed tens of tons, and hurling them toward the incoming fleet like a child throwing stones. The improvised projectiles crashed into 3 more warships with devastating accuracy. Metal tore, biological components ruptured, and the vessels exploded or began sinking back into the ocean. Diana drew her sword, a blade forged by Hephaestus himself, capable of cutting through nearly anything, and pointed it directly at the Atlantean fleet. Her voice carried across the entire battlefield with supernatural volume, "Death to the water dwellers." The Amazons roared in response, a war cry that echoed with magical amplification. The Minotaur bellowed its own challenge. Together, they surged forward to engage the landing Atlantean forces. The warships began disgorging soldiers, Atlantean warriors in their distinctive armor, armed with tridents and energy weapons, enhanced by their underwater adaptations to possess strength far beyond normal humans. 3 figures emerged from the largest warship, immediately distinguishable from the regular soldiers. Aqualad, Calderay HM, Arthur's most trusted lieutenant, wielding his water bearers with deadly precision, his tattoos glowing with mystical power. Ocean Master, ORM, Arthur's half-brother, dressed in advanced Atlantean battle armor, his face hidden behind a helmet and his trident crackling with magical energy. Black Manta, the human who had enhanced himself with Atlantean technology, his distinctive helmet gleaming, his optic beams ready to cut through anything in his path. They charged forward to engage the Amazon forces. The battlefield erupted into absolute chaos. Aqualad's water-bearers formed into solid blades that clashed against Amazon swords with the sound of ringing steel. He moved like water itself, flowing around attacks, reforming to strike from unexpected angles, his magic allowing him to draw moisture from the very air to use as weapons. Ocean Master fought with the savage efficiency of someone who'd spent his entire life being compared unfavorably to his brother. His trident blazed with power as he parried arrows, impaled Amazon warriors, and sent waves of concussive force that knocked entire groups off their feet. Black Manta's helmet optic beams swept across the battlefield in deadly arcs. Wherever they touched, flesh burned and stone melted. He moved with mechanical precision, his enhanced armor allowing him to trade blows with Amazons who possessed supernatural strength. The Amazons fought back with equal ferocity. They were warriors trained from childhood, blessed by the gods, equipped with enchanted weapons and armor. Every arrow found its mark. Every sword stroke aimed to kill. They gave no quarter and expected none. The Minotaur waded through Atlantean soldiers like a living battering ram, each sweep of its massive arms sending bodies flying through the air. Atlantean weapons struck its hide and barely penetrated, the creature had skin like reinforced concrete. Then King Arthur himself entered the battle. He emerged from the ocean depths surrounded by a corona of power, water itself obeying his command, swirling around him in protective currents. His golden armor gleamed even in the dim light. His trident, not the symbol of office he'd inherited, but a weapon he'd claimed through conquest, thrummed with barely contained destructive energy. Arthur pointed his trident at the Amazon forces and roared, "For Atlantis. For our fallen. Push them back into the cave they crawled from." The Atlantean forces surged forward with renewed vigor, inspired by their king's presence. The battle intensified to apocalyptic levels. Every second, someone died. Buildings collapsed. Fire spread. Blood, both red and blue, stained the streets of what had once been the capital of democracy. Then something changed. The sky above the battlefield suddenly grew brighter, as if the storm clouds themselves had caught fire. A massive ball of flame descended from above, growing larger as it approached. It wasn't a natural fireball, it moved with purpose and intelligence. The fireball struck the center of the battlefield between the Atlantean and Amazon forces. The impact created an explosion of supernatural flame that consumed both sides indiscriminately. Warriors from both armies were thrown backward by the concussive force. From the flames emerged a figure of pure nightmare. Etrigan the demon, bound in chains he could break at any moment, his yellow eyes blazing with hellfire, his fangs bared in a savage grin. He spoke in his characteristic rhyming speech. From hell's dark pit I now ascend. To bring this pointless war to end. Amazon and Atlantean both shall see the demon's wrath from boundary free. But Etrigan wasn't alone. Behind him came dozens, no, hundreds, of figures. The resistance. Every hero, anti-hero, and desperate survivor who had decided that this war needed to stop before it consumed the entire world. Deadshot led a group of enhanced soldiers, his targeting systems already acquiring multiple enemy positions. And at the front of this force, wearing a press vest and carrying a camera despite the danger, was Lois Lane, the journalist who had decided to document this war and expose its madness to whoever survived to read her article. Her voice somehow carried across the entire battlefield, "This war ends today." Queen Diana turned to look at the newcomers and her lips pulled back from her teeth in a snarl. King Arthur's eyes narrowed with cold calculation. Both of them had the same thought simultaneously: more obstacles. More fools who don't understand that peace died long ago. They'll all fall beneath our forces just like everyone else who tried to stop this war. Neither Diana nor Arthur showed any intention of backing down. They would crush anyone who came their way: resistance, heroes, demons from hell itself. It didn't matter. The three-way battle for New Themyscira, and perhaps for the fate of the entire world, had officially begun. Chapter 146, The War Begins. The three-way battle for New Themyscira, and perhaps for the fate of the entire world, had officially begun. Queen Diana raised her hand with savage authority and gestured toward the Amazon Beastmasters. Release the Cerberus. Chains snapped and gates burst open. From the depths of a converted subway tunnel emerged a creature of pure nightmare, Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades himself. Each of its three heads was the size of a bus, dripping with venomous saliva that sizzled where it touched the ground. Its eyes burned with hellfire and its roar shook buildings. The Cerberus bounded into the battlefield alongside the Minotaur and both creatures began wreaking absolute havoc. The Minotaur crashed through Atlantean formations like a living avalanche while Cerberus's three heads snapped in different directions simultaneously, catching soldiers from both Atlantean and Resistance forces in its massive jaws. Together, they crashed into the front lines, turning the Atlantean phalanx and the human resistance into a meat grinder. On the Atlantean side, only 3 warriors were managing to hold their ground against the combined Amazon and the Resistance assault. ORM, Ocean Master, fought with desperate precision, his trident creating whirlpools of cutting water. Aqualad moved like liquid itself, his water-bearers forming shields and weapons in rapid succession. Black Manta carved through enemy lines with his optic beams, his enhanced armor absorbing blows that would have killed normal men. The Resistance forces engaged with coordinated fury. Grifter moved through the chaos with professional efficiency, his twin pistols never missing. Etrigan the demon tore through soldiers with supernatural strength, reciting battle rhymes as he fought. Deadshot provided covering fire with impossible accuracy. Godiva used her prehensile hair as both weapon and shield. The Creeper cackled maniacally as he bounced between enemies with unhinged agility. But Queen Diana and King Arthur didn't care about the smaller skirmishes happening around them. Their eyes locked across the battlefield and they began moving toward each other with single-minded purpose. Every soldier, Amazon, Atlantean, or the Resistance, who got in their path was casually swatted aside or killed as they ran directly at one another. Diana moved like a force of nature. An Atlantean warrior swung a trident at her head, she caught it mid-swing, snapped the shaft with one hand, and drove the broken end through his chest without breaking stride. A Resistance fighter tried to tackle her, she grabbed him by the throat mid-leap, hurled him 50 feet into the air where he crashed through a building's second-story window. 2 Atlantean warriors got in her way by accident, she shoved them aside hard enough to break bones, not even registering them as obstacles. Her eyes never left Arthur. Years of war, years of hatred, years of loss, all of it was focused on the men across the battlefield. The men who had betrayed their alliance. The men whose affair with her had destroyed Mara and triggered this apocalyptic conflict. Arthur. Her voice carried across the entire battlefield like thunder. Arthur carved his own path of destruction through the chaos. An Amazon archer fired an enchanted arrow at his face, he deflected it with his trident, the arrow ricocheting to pierce through 2 nearby Resistance fighters. A human soldier with an RPG fired at point-blank range, Arthur raised his hand and the water in the air condensed into a solid shield. The rocket exploded harmlessly and Arthur sent a pressurized water blade through the soldier's torso. 3 Amazons tried to surround him, his trident swept in a circle, the enchanted weapon creating a horizontal water tornado that caught all three and flung them into building walls hard enough to leave body-shaped impressions. His expression was murderous fury barely contained. Diana represented everything wrong with this war: the surface world's arrogance, the refusal to acknowledge Atlantis' superiority, the death of Mera. Diana. His roar matched hers in volume and rage. Suddenly, energy blasts rained down from above. Victor Stone descended from the sky with his weapon systems fully activated, multiple targeting reticles tracking the massive minotaur that was crushing resistance fighters beneath its hooves. Boom. 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 Plasma cannons struck the minotaur's hide, actually managing to burn through its stone-like skin. The creature roared in pain and fury, turning its attention upward to swat at this flying annoyance. Victor dove and weaved through the air, his mechanical reflexes allowing him to dodge tentacles and thrown debris. Target locked. Initiating assault pattern Delta. Grifter, sliding into cover behind a fallen pillar, barked into his comms while putting one bullet through the heads of 2 Amazons and 2 more into a pair of Atlantean guards with surgical precision. Cyborg. Nice of you to show up. Did you invite us to our own funeral just to keep us waiting, or were you busy getting a wax job? He fired 2 more shots without looking. One bullet caught an Atlantean between the eyes, the second took another through the throat. Perfect accuracy born from decades of mercenary work. Cyborg barrel rolled to avoid the Minotaur's massive fist and responded while continuing to fire. I was busy formulating a strategy with Batman. And I'm not alone, reinforcements are here. He charged his main cannon, a weapon system integrated into his chest that drew power directly from his mother box technology. The energy buildup was visible as blue-white light. Form. The beam struck the Minotaur's chest dead center. The creature roared and actually staggered backward, smoke rising from the impact point. But it didn't fall, instead, it became even more enraged. Before Grifter could ask who these reinforcements were, a sound like thunder split the air. Boom. Everyone near the Cerberus turned to see the 3-headed hound launched into the air, not by an explosion, but by a single devastating punch. The massive creature tumbled through the sky, its 3 heads howling in confusion, before crashing to the ground several hundred meters away with earth-shaking impact. Grifter looked up to see the source of that punch. A figure slowly descended from the sky, a woman in a black suit with a white S symbol emblazoned on the chest. Blonde hair, beautiful features, and eyes that glowed faintly red with barely contained heat vision. She touched down near where the Cerberus had landed and walked toward the recovering creature with calm, measured steps. As Cerberus struggled to its feet and all 3 heads snarled at her, she moved faster than the eye could follow and punched it again, this time a controlled uppercut that launched it even higher. Damn, Grifter whistled before checking his magazine. That chick is good. Maybe we'll live through the hour after all. He turned back to his own battle and continued picking off enemies with precision, trusting the superpowered newcomers to handle the monsters while he dealt with regular soldiers. Nearby, Lois Lane dodged a spear, only for the attacker's head to explode in a spray of red. She looked back to see Deadshot giving her a grim nod from a rooftop, his thermal eye glowing as he provided the cover she desperately needed. On a rooftop overlooking the entire battlefield, a small group stood watching the chaos unfold below. Ethan, Elizabeth, Batman, Barry, and Billy Batson with his siblings all had different expressions as they observed. Batman's voice was as gravelly and commanding as ever, "Take down Aquaman and Wonder Woman. If we can incapacitate both leaders, we can stop this war before the Kryptonians arrive." Anna stepped forward with eager anticipation. "Leave Diana to me." Without waiting for an answer, she took flight and launched herself off the rooftop, streaking toward the battlefield like a meteor. Jean followed with more controlled flight. "I'll handle Arthur." Her voice carried absolute confidence as she rose into the air, her red hair billowing like a flame. Suddenly, the water beyond the shoreline began churning violently. Something massive was emerging, a kraken-sized octopus, its tentacles each as thick as tree trunks, its body large enough to dwarf buildings. It pulled itself onto land with horrifying speed and began indiscriminately crushing soldiers from all 3 factions with its tentacles. Batman turned to Billy Batson without hesitation. "Deal with it." He pointed at the oceanic monstrosity. Billy nodded seriously and his 5 siblings moved into formation around him. Together, they shouted the magic word, Shazam. Crack-boom. Lightning struck all 6 of them simultaneously, merging their bodies in a flash of golden light. When the light faded, a single figure stood in their place, Captain Thunder, the combined Shazam of this timeline. He possessed all their power unified, making him significantly stronger than any single Shazam form. Captain Thunder launched into the air and flew toward the giant octopus with electricity crackling around his body. Batman turned his attention to Barry. "Fine Thawne. He's definitely here, we have video footage of him saving Lois from Amazon forces earlier. He's watching and waiting to see you suffer." Barry's jaw clenched and he nodded sharply. Yellow lightning began crackling around his body as he prepared to run. "I'll find him." He took off in a blur, entering the battlefield at super speed. From his perspective, everyone else was moving in slow motion. He began systematically knocking out both Amazons and Atlanteans while scanning every face, every shadow, looking for any sign of the yellow speedster. Batman turned to Ethan one final time. I need to join them. I believe you can enjoy this show of slaughter with your popcorn. Without waiting for a response, Batman jumped off the rooftop. A grappling gun fired mid-fall, the line attaching to a building across the street. He swung through the air in a graceful arc before descending toward the battle in perfect cinematic style as his cape billowing dramatically. Ethan chuckled lightly. He sure knows how to make a dramatic entrance. All versions of him are natural showmen. Elizabeth stood at the rooftop's edge and looked down at the battle with deep concern etched across her face. So much death, so much destruction, all because two people couldn't control themselves. Ethan materialized two comfortable sofas from thin air using matter manipulation and sat down on one. Come on, Elizabeth. Sit. No point in standing when we can be comfortable. Her worried expression didn't change, but she moved to sit beside him. Ethan also raised his hand and dozens of small, glowing orbs materialized around them, magic-enhanced recording drones that would capture the battle from multiple angles. The footage would be incredible. Across the battlefield, multiple conflicts raged simultaneously. Lightning crackled as Captain Thunder dodged tentacles and delivered electrified punches that actually hurt the massive creature. Each strike sent thousands of volts through its body, making it spasm and release whoever it had grabbed. In one side, Victor's superior mobility and firepower combined with Grifter's strategic positioning was slowly wearing down the stone-skinned beast. Burns covered its body and one of its horns had been partially shot off. Meanwhile, the Flash moved through the battlefield like yellow lightning, his perception cranked up to maximum. He knocked out dozens of soldiers per second while scanning faces, checking shadows, looking for any trace of red lightning or reverse Flash costume. Further away, Thomas Wayne's Batman fought with lethal efficiency against the enhanced mercenary, Black Manta. Bat weapons met energy beams. Martial arts met powered armor. Both men were killers fighting for survival. Further away, the Resistance held the line against ORM and Aqualad, with Etrigan the Demon laughing as he bathed the Atlantean armor in hellfire. The Atlantean commanders also held their ground against supernatural and enhanced Resistance fighters. Water met hellfire. Tridents clashed with demonic claws. And throughout it all, regular soldiers from all three factions continued to fight and die, their blood mixing on the streets of what had once been America's capital. Arthur and Diana were finally about to meet in the center of the battlefield. Both had cleared paths through dozens of enemies. Both raised their weapons, trident and sword, preparing for the clash that would determine which leader survived. They charged the final distance. Boom. A figure slammed down between them with earth-shattering force. The impact created a shockwave that threw both Arthur and Diana backward several meters. Concrete cracked in a circular pattern around the impact point. Both monarchs stopped their charge and stared warily at this new arrival. The dust slowly settled and Anna emerged from the crater. She was wearing her distinctive green and yellow costume. She casually dusted herself off and flipped her hair back with her right hand in a deliberately theatrical gesture. Hello there, Anna drawled, her southern accent thick with confidence. What do we have here? A lover's quarrel? Or did I walk into the wrong soap opera? Diana's eyes narrowed dangerously and her sword raised defensively. Who are you, intruder? Anna's grin was predatory and excited. She slammed her right fist into her left palm with a resounding crack that somehow carried across the battlefield. Someone who's gonna put some sense into you, Diana. But don't worry, I'll hold back just enough to make this fight memorable instead of over in 2 seconds. Before Diana could respond, Anna moved. Her fist connected with Diana's crossed arms, the Amazon Queen had barely managed to raise her bracelets in time to block. But even blocking wasn't enough. The force of Anna's punch sent Diana flying backward through the air, her body crashing through 2 buildings before she finally arrested her momentum. Arthur watched this with wide eyes and immediately began calculating. If this newcomer was fighting Diana, perhaps he could ally with her temporarily to finally kill his enemy. Where do you think you're going, Arthur? A voice spoke directly into his mind. Arthur's head snapped around in alarm and he shouted to the empty air, "Who's there? Show yourself if you dare." He looked upward and saw a beautiful woman with red hair slowly descending from the sky. Her body was surrounded by subtle golden light and her eyes glowed with power that made even Arthur's senses register danger. Jean Grey touched down 30 feet from the King of Atlantis and her voice carried absolute authority. You started a war because you couldn't control your hormones, you bastard. I'm going to make sure to deal with you once and for all. Arthur's eyes narrowed with cold rage. His knuckles whitened around his trident's shaft. I don't care who you are, surface dweller, but this will be your grave. He raised his trident high and slammed it into the ground with all his godly strength. The impact should have created a localized earthquake, shockwaves that would pulverize anyone standing nearby. But Jean simply raised one hand and a red magic circle materialized in front of her. The shockwave struck the barrier and dispersed harmlessly, unable to pass through the telekinetic shield. Then Jean moved her other hand in a casual gesture, as if swatting a fly. Arthur's body was grabbed by invisible force and hurled backward. He flew through the air completely out of control, his trident tumbling from his grip, his body ragdolling before he crashed into the ocean with a massive splash. Jean's eyes began to glow with golden red phoenix force energy. Her voice distorted slightly, echoing with cosmic power that made reality itself uncomfortable. You are in a whole lot of trouble now. Chapter 147, The Last Hours of a Dying World. The sky above New Themyscira no longer belonged to anyone. It had been claimed by violence. Pillars of smoke rose from the corpses of buildings that had once been landmarks, proud structures of marble and steel that now existed only as broken teeth jutting from the earth. The streets were indistinguishable from graveyards. Atlantean soldiers and Amazon warriors lay where they had fallen, armor cracked, weapons shattered, the grand ambitions that had driven them here reduced to nothing more than cooling blood on cold stone. But the battle was not yet over. It was, however, ending. The first sign of the tide turning came from above. Kara Zor-El dropped through a curtain of black smoke like a missile that had grown tired of being aimed at anything other than the thing she wanted to destroy, and the Cerberus, that three-headed nightmare born from the deep mythological dark, had the profound misfortune of being the thing she wanted to destroy most in this particular moment. The Genesis energy Ethan had poured into her still hummed beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. It wasn't simply power, it was certainty. It was the feeling of a door inside her being thrown open to reveal a room she had never known existed, filled with a light so complete it left no room for hesitation. She caught the leftmost head mid-lunge. Her fingers closed around its jaw with a grip that could bend steel girders into ribbon, and for one suspended second, the Cerberus stared at her with all three pairs of its ancient, burning eyes, and perhaps, in whatever passed for its consciousness, it understood. She ripped. The sound the decapitation made was not a sound so much as a statement, a declaration delivered in the language of shockwaves and splintering bone. The body of the Cerberus lurched, a fountain of black ichor spraying upward as the middle and right head screamed in something that was equal parts rage and terror. But Kara was already moving. The middle head snapped at her, she caught it. Planted her boots against the creature's enormous chest. Looked it directly in its burning eye and pulled. The final head swung wildly, snapping at air, at smoke, at anything, until Kara landed on its skull, seized it with both hands, set her jaw, and tore it free with a sound that silenced three nearby skirmishes as every human and Atlantean within earshot involuntarily stopped fighting just to process what they had witnessed. She stood atop the headless carcass for exactly 2 seconds. Then she lifted the entire body, all of it, thousands of pounds of ancient mythological creature, hoisted it overhead with an ease that bordered on insulting, and punched it skyward. The Cerberus became a shape, then a dot, then nothing, launched so far beyond the horizon that no one present would ever know where it landed. Kara brushed her hands together, red light still streaming from her eyes. Next. She then found Captain Thunder moments later, holding his own against the giant octopus that had been dragging surface ships beneath the churning water near the coastline. He looked up as her shadow fell across him. They didn't speak and just nodded to each other. Her eyes ignited, 2 beams of concentrated heat vision lancing into the creature's midsection with a sound like the world tearing at the seams. Captain Thunder didn't miss a beat. His hands came together and the sky above him broke open, a column of white lightning so thick it had a circumference descended from the clouds like the fist of something divine, slamming into the octopus with a force that made the water around them recoil outward in a perfect circle. On the eastern flank, Victor Stone had spent the last several minutes doing what he did best, thinking faster than the enemy. The Minotaur, several meters of muscle, horn, and absolute fury, had seemed unstoppable for the first half of their engagement. But Cyborg's scanners had been running the entire time, cataloging every strike, every flinch, every micro-hesitation in the creature's movements, and patterns had emerged. The left knee. The base of the throat. The half-second window between its shoulder drop and its charge. Left knee, 3 o'clock, Victor said into the calm grifter, moving with the quiet efficiency of a man who had survived too many impossible situations to waste energy on fear, came in low and drove the butt of his pistol into the joint with surgical precision. The Minotaur buckled, just slightly, just for a moment, but that moment was all Cyborg needed. His cannon arm came up, charged, and something came screaming through the air from the north and hit the Minotaur at approximately the speed of a freight train. The creature was thrown sideways, skidding across the rubble-strewn ground before it crashed to a halt against the remnants of a collapsed wall. It raised its enormous head, blinking, looking deeply confused about what had just happened. Then it saw what had hit it and Victor also saw it at the same time. A man. Or what had once been a man. Arthur Curry, Aquaman, King of Atlantis, the architect of this entire catastrophe, lay crumpled against the Minotaur's side like a discarded toy. His armor, once magnificent, was now barely armor at all, it existed in fragments, hanging from him in bent, useless pieces. A line of dark blood ran from the corner of his mouth. His body was a topography of bruises and lacerations, and every breath he drew seemed to cost him something he couldn't afford. Grifter stared, then he pulled up his mask just far enough to get a better look, turned to Victor, and said, "Is that the king?" "That is the king. The king of Atlantis. The very same. The man who started all of this," Grifter gestured broadly at the ruins of everything around them, "is currently being used as a projectile." He lowered his smoking guns. "Damn. Someone really put the fish in fish fry. Look at him." Victor's optical sensors tracked the directional signature back to its origin just as Arthur's body lifted off the ground again, hovering, rotating, drawn upward by an invisible hand with all the casual authority of someone tidying a room. Jean Grey drifted over the battlefield like a figure from a dream that hadn't decided yet whether it was a good one. Her hair floated around her shoulders in a slow, weightless current. She caught Victor's gaze briefly and offered the faintest nod of acknowledgement. Then Arthur's body rocketed downward and cratered into the ground 10 meters away, throwing up a geyser of shattered concrete. Grifter watched Arthur bounce twice before stopping. He was quiet for a moment. Then, very slowly, he turned back to Victor and said, "I think I'm falling in love again. Right after my guns, honestly. It's a close second." He watched Jean lift Arthur's half-conscious body and swing it sideways into a cluster of approaching Atlantean soldiers, scattering them like pins. "Is she also reinforcements?" "She's married," Victor said flatly. "And I would strongly advise you against any line of thought that follows naturally from that expression on your face. Marriage has never personally." "Her husband," Victor said, his tone carrying the particular weight of someone who had personally witnessed things he had no desire to explain, "is a very, very terrifying man." Grifter opened his mouth, but the Minotaur, recovering from its confusion, let out a bellowing roar directed squarely at Jean, apparently having decided that the woman who kept throwing Atlantean King at it was the more pressing threat. It took one thundering step forward, then stopped. Every muscle in its massive body locked. Its eyes went wide. Its horns trembled with the effort of a charge that had nowhere left to go, restrained mid-motion by a grip it could not see and could not break. The veins along its neck stood out against its skin as it strained against nothing. Jean turned toward it. Her expression didn't change. "Oh," she said pleasantly, tilting her head just slightly, "you're cute." Her eyes shifted, the green becoming something deeper, something older, something that had been burning since before this world was born. Red bled into her irises like ink dropped into water. "Let me show you something real." The cry came first, not from her throat, but from behind her. A sound that was simultaneously a bird's scream and a cataclysm announcing itself, as the shape of a phoenix, vast, impossibly radiant, constructed entirely of crimson fire, unfolded from the space behind Jean's shoulders like wings she had always had but rarely chose to show. She raised one hand and pointed at the Minotaur. The phoenix looked at it, and the Minotaur did not get a chance to roar again. In the space between one breath and the next, it was ash and reduced to a column of gray powder that hung in the air for a moment before the wind scattered it in all directions. The silence that followed lasted approximately 4 seconds. Then, in ones and twos, the surrounding fighters, Atlanteans, Amazons, soldiers, mercenaries, turned back to their own battles, wearing the expressions of people who had collectively decided that processing what they had just seen was a problem for later. On the western perimeter, ORM and Aqualad had read the situation quickly and moved even quicker, pulling Etrigan's attention toward themselves and away from the more critical theater, buying moments that might matter. But the reckoning they were successfully avoiding in one direction came for them from another. Because across the battlefield, something had just hit the ground hard enough to leave a crater. A thunderous boom echoed as a broken figure slammed into the ground. From the crater, Diana, the queen of Themyscira, slowly crawled out, her face bruised and battered. Everyone nearby, including Diana, who spat a mouthful of blood, looked up to see a beautiful woman floating in the air who wore a cold and serious expression. A few moments earlier, the sky above New Themyscira's ruins had become a different kind of battlefield, one that existed in the upper atmosphere, where there was no ground to fall on and every mistake carried a consequence measured in velocity. Anna Marie Carter hung in the air across from Diana of Themyscira and smiled, but not pleasantly. Diana's sword was already gone. It hadn't been broken so much as rejected, Anna's hand catching the blade mid-swing and simply squeezing until the Themysciran steel disagreed with itself and came apart. The pieces had fallen, glinting, into the smoke below. Diana had stared at her empty hand for exactly 1 second before the fury replaced the disbelief, and since then, they had been trading blows at a pace and velocity that was reducing the already damaged skyline around them to further ruin. It was, objectively, spectacular. Anna's right hook caught Diana across the jaw and sent her spinning backward through the glass face of a half-collapsed office tower, the entire upper floor detonating outward in a cascade of steel and window frame. Diana came out the other side still moving, her bracers up, and the shockwave of her counterstrike meeting Anna's guard hit with a boom that flattened 3 floors of another building below them and sent a wave of force rolling outward across the battlefield. Soldiers on both sides ducked and stumbled without ever knowing why. Diana's eyes tracked her opponent with the focused intensity of a warrior who had never in her life met a human woman who could do this, and whatever she was feeling about that, she had not yet decided whether it was fury or admiration. "You fight like a demon," Diana said as their fists meeting again in a double impact that cracked the air between them. "Where did you train?" "Everywhere," Anna replied before catching Diana's follow-up elbow, redirecting it, stepping inside her guard and driving her knee upward. "And some places that don't exist anymore." Diana disengaged, dropping back 5 meters, her chest heaving. Her eyes moved across Anna, cataloging, evaluating, calculating, and something shifted in them. "You have the strength of a dozen warriors," Diana said slowly. "This is not natural. Who are you and what are you doing here? Honestly." Anna cracked her knuckles. "I'm on my honeymoon." Diana blinked. It was the first time during the entire fight that Diana's expression had registered something other than combat focus, and the expression it registered was something between confusion and offense. "You are fighting a war," she said, "on your honeymoon. My husband has a habit of taking interesting vacations." Diana was quiet for a moment. Then something resolved in her expression and she said, with a tone that carried genuine conviction rather than condescension, "A woman of your power and capability, you are wasted fighting for men. Join me. Join the Amazons." Her arm extended outward as a gesture that encompassed the broader battle, the smoking ruins, the entire broken world below them. "Together we could end the age of men's dominion. Build something better. Something just." Anna's face did a thing. It was a very specific thing, the particular scrunch of someone who has just tasted something they didn't expect and found it deeply unpleasant. "That's," she said carefully, "a very old way of thinking." "It is correct. My husband would fall asleep halfway through that speech and I say that with complete affection." Anna rolled her shoulder. "Also, world domination is boring. He told me that himself. He actually ran through the logic once and by the end of it even I was bored of the idea of world domination, and I went in with an open mind." Diana's eyes narrowed. "This man, your husband, he has convinced you to abandon your—" "He didn't convince me of anything," Anna said, and there was something in her voice now that hadn't been there before, not defensiveness, but a bedrock certainty. "I choose what I think. He just makes it easy to think well." A small smile formed on her lips. "Also, I'm not fighting for him. I'm fighting with him. There's a difference. And for the record, I share him with my several sisters from other mothers, and before you say anything about that, it works beautifully for all of us and I will not be taking critique." Diana's expression passed through several states in rapid succession: confusion, disgust, a deep and profound offense that went beyond the personal into something almost philosophical. "He has corrupted." "Don't." The word came out quiet. "Don't finish that sentence." Diana finished it anyway. Because Diana was Diana, and backing down from a sentence she had already started was not something in her vocabulary. Her voice rose as she declared that she would personally see this man executed for what he had done to women who should have been warriors, that she would stand over his body, and Anna was gone from where she had been standing. The motion didn't register as movement. It registered as Anna simply being somewhere else, specifically, directly in front of Diana's face, and then Diana's face was being introduced, at extraordinary speed, to Anna's fist. The boom was heard across the entire battlefield. Diana went down like a comet choosing a landing site, her body carving a trench through the rubble of the street below before coming to a stop in a cloud of displaced concrete and dust. For a moment, nothing moved, then Diana stood up with blood on her lip. Every line of her body drawn tight with the particular fury of someone who has been hit harder than they believed possible by someone they had been in the process of underestimating. She launched herself upward. Anna came down to meet her, and this time, the light around Anna's body had changed. It was no longer simply the light of someone with extraordinary physical capability. The magic she had been holding in reserve bloomed outward from her skin in coils of deep red. Diana's eyes went wide and Anna's fist met her face a second time. Diana's mouth opened in a sound that was equal parts shock and pain as she was thrown backward through the remains of a wall, through the building behind it, out the other side and into the street. Anna was already there and she was done holding back. What followed was not a fight so much as a reckoning delivered with both hands. Mystic arts that moved like living things, coiling, striking, detonating on contact. Elemental spells that called down columns of fire and drove walls of force with the calm, efficient precision of someone who had studied destruction as a science. Diana fought back, because Diana always fought back, and there was a bravery in that which Anna could not entirely deny respecting, but every time she found her footing, Anna had already moved. Diana was strong, but Anna was more. She drove Diana into the ground with a mystic strike that carved a crater 3 meters deep. The shockwave radiated outward in a perfect circle. ORM, distant, turned at the sound and went still. Aqualad turned as well. Every nearby combatant, Atlantean and Amazon alike, paused what they were doing and looked toward the crater, and then toward the woman standing above it, and then toward the other woman crawling out of it, and then none of them said anything because there was genuinely nothing to say. Black Manta, watching from 40 meters away, considered his options. His hand moved toward the controls of his shoulder cannon. But a shadow fell over him. Batman materialized from nowhere, as Batman tended to do, and the brief, one-sided engagement that followed ended with Manta on the ground, at which point Etrigan, the demon still bound to Jason Blood, still burning with hellfire that required no fuel, turned, spoke 4 words in a language that predated most of the religions currently being invoked by the people dying around him, and reduced Manta to a memory. The Atlanteans and Amazons remaining, dwindled now, scattered, bleeding, began to converge on their fallen leaders with the desperate energy of soldiers who had run out of options and were about to do something catastrophically unwise. Then the sky above the coastline screamed. The surviving combatants turned, as one, toward the water. What remained of the giant octopus struck the battlefield as a single enormous eye, Kara and Captain Thunder's final assault having reduced the creature to something considerably less coherent than it had been, and it hit with a sound like the world's largest door being slammed by something very, very annoyed. Then Kara and Captain Thunder were there, floating in the air above the battlefield, side by side, surveying everything below with the patient, level expressions of people who were not out of breath, were not particularly tired, and were very interested in whether anyone had anything further to contribute. But nobody did. Chapter 148, The Last Hours of a Dying World. The silence that followed was not the first real silence, but it lasted longer than any one new Themyscira had known in hours. Jean moved first. She drifted toward the center of the field, her telekinetic grip drawing Arthur Curry's battered, barely conscious body upward from the rubble and depositing him, with a firmness that communicated very clearly that his dignity in this matter was not her primary concern, onto his knees before her. The magic chains that closed around his wrists were Jean's own construction, crimson and luminous, and they held with the absolute security of someone who did not expect to need a backup plan. Anna arrived a moment later, and she was dragging Diana. Diana's feet carved 2 parallel lines in the dirt as Anna walked forward with the unhurried, purposeful energy of someone completing a task they had started and were glad to be finishing. Diana's armor was cracked in 7 places. Her hair was loose and half covering her face. She had stopped fighting, not because she had chosen to, but because there was genuinely nothing left in her that was capable of the motion required. Anna released her and Diana settled onto her knees beside Arthur. 2 of the most powerful figures in this dying world, the King of Atlantis and the Queen of Themyscira, reduced to this. Kneeling in the ruins of the war they had started. Jean's eyes glowed, and when she spoke, it simply reached, threading through the noise of the remaining skirmishes with the authority of something that did not need to raise itself to be heard. "Look at them," Jean said. Her gaze moved across the battlefield, across the faces of Atlanteans and Amazons who had been killing each other for hours, across the handful of surface world soldiers still standing, across all of it. Your leaders are defeated. Whatever victory either of you were fighting toward, it is gone. There is nothing left to win. A pause. Stand down. All of you. This meaningless war ends now. The silence stretched. An Amazon warrior lowered her spear. An Atlantean soldier's grip loosened on his trident. It was almost enough. But Arthur Curry raised his head. His face was a map of damage, swollen, split, painted in his own blood, and his voice came out cracked and raw. But it came out loud, because Arthur had never once in his life confused being beaten with being finished. "No. This war does not end," he said, and each word cost him something you could see him paying. "Not until one side is gone. Atlantis or the surface, there is no other outcome. There has never been another outcome." His eyes moved across his soldiers, what remained of them, ragged and exhausted, and something passed through his gaze that was equal parts command and plea. "Fight. Fight until you can't. That is the only worthy end." Diana lifted her head beside him. Her expression, behind all the damage, was unreadable in the way that certainty tends to be unreadable. It had moved past emotion into something harder. "He is right," she said quietly. Her voice had lost none of its conviction. To fall in battle, to give everything and spend yourself completely in defense of what you believe, that is not tragedy. That is honor. Dying under men's rule, surrendering this world to those who would diminish it, her jaw tightened, that is tragedy. For exactly 2 seconds, nothing moved. Then everything moved again. The remaining Atlanteans and Amazons surged back into each other with a renewed fury that had something desperate at its core, the last burning of a fire that knew it was going out. ORM dove toward Arthur with Aqualad a step behind, both of them intent on freeing their king from Jean's hold. But the heat vision that came from above from Kara caught ORM and Aqualad mid-motion and left nothing behind that required any further attention. Jean looked down at her hands. Then at Anna, who looked back at her. Neither of them said anything for a moment. They had come here with a simple intention: give this world what peace could be given, hold back the worst of it, let the ending come gently. They had not accounted for how loudly the people in it would insist on choosing otherwise. Why, Anna thought, watching 2 armies tear at each other with everything they had left, are people like this? Then the streaks appeared. 2 of them, one yellow, one red, moving at speeds that reduced them to nothing more than colored lines drawn against the chaos, weaving between combatants, around buildings, across open ground, trading blows that couldn't be tracked with the naked eye and generated small shockwaves every time they made contact. Barry Allen. And the men who had been haunting him. The Reverse Flash. Eobard Thawne came to a relative stop and looked at the tableau around him with the wide, delighted eyes of a man who had been proven right about something he loved being right about. Barry, he said warmly, I want you to know, I love what you've done with the place. Barry appeared across from him, breathing hard, every line of his face drawn tight. Thawne. It's over. Look around you, Arthur and Diana are down. The war is collapsing. Surrender. Whatever leverage you thought you had. Leverage. Thawne tilted his head. Barry. Barry. He took a slow step forward, hands clasped behind his back, with the affecting patience of someone about to deliver a lesson they have been looking forward to. You created this world. You, the Flash, the hero, the man who runs toward every disaster, you made this. And look at it. His arm swept outward across the burning ruins of New Themyscira. Look at what the heroes did to it. The people who were supposed to protect it. A smile that had no warmth anywhere in it appeared. And you thought your little ceasefire was going to save. But suddenly huge shadows fell across all of them. Every living person on that battlefield looked up at the same moment. The ships descended through the smoke like wounds being opened in the sky. They were not of Earth. They were not of Atlantis. They were not of any mythology or ancient pantheon. They were engineered with the cold aesthetic of a civilization that had been building weapons for longer than humanity had been building houses. Their hull markings were Kryptonian. Several of them touched down. Namek, armored and enormous, moved with the unhurried arrogance. Faurel descended the ramp beside him, her expression the particular blank of a weapon that has been given a direction and does not require further instruction. Behind them came soldiers, a dozen, 2 dozen, all of them armed. Then General Zod stepped into the light. He paused at the foot of the ramp and looked out across the battlefield the way a man looks at something he is already deciding how to reorganize. Find the scout ship, he said to his soldiers, secure it. Locate the Genesis chamber. He stepped forward, surveying the wreckage around him with the detached assessment of a strategist already writing his next orders. This territory will be secured. Whatever mass of energy approaches this system, his lip curled slightly, our technology will address it. Krypton's legacy will not be interrupted by this world's failures. His soldiers dispersed. They had moved perhaps 15 meters before a blur of gold and red crossed the battlefield at a speed that made the air shriek, and Kara Zor-El's fist connected with General Zod's face with a force that inverted his trajectory completely and took both of them skyward and then over the skyline and out of sight. Namek and Faurel turned to see that Anna was already in front of them. Namek charged, but Anna caught his fist with one hand, looked at it briefly, and then redirected him into Faura so efficiently that both of them went through the facade of the nearest standing building before the sound of their impact had finished happening. Nearby, Lois Lane had taken up a position behind the shelter of an overturned Atlantean transport, her shoulder braced against the frame and her rifle speaking in short, controlled bursts toward an advancing cluster of Amazons who had apparently decided that the arrival of alien soldiers was not sufficient reason to stop killing humans. Little help, she called. Working on it, Deadshot replied from directly above her. He had somehow achieved a position on top of the transport, lying flat, picking targets with the mechanical precision of a man who did not experience adrenaline in any recognizable form. Stop moving when you reload. Stop telling me. Lane. Stop moving when you reload. She stopped moving when she reloaded. Behind them, Batman moved through the chaos with the controlled urgency of a man who had accepted that the world was ending and was determined to spend whatever time remained being useful. His eyes catalogued everything, the Kryptonian soldiers spreading out across the northern quarter, the remaining Atlanteans pressing the eastern line, Jean holding Arthur and Diana in check with a grip that hadn't wavered. It falls apart here, he thought, ducking under a thrown piece of architecture and driving an elbow into the throat of the Atlantean who had thrown it. This is where the flashpoint ends. There are too many people who won't stop until the very end. He surfaced from the engagement and looked across the field toward the 2 streaks of yellow and red still weaving through the wreckage. Barry. You have to take that speed. You have to end this. Everything else is already gone, just end it already. Meanwhile, Thawne saw him looking and seemed to read the thought, because he laughed and landed a kick against Barry's ribs that staggered him. Your friend in the bat costume thinks you can still turn this around, Thawne said, landing in front of Barry as the two of them paused in the middle of a clear patch of ground surrounded by everything falling apart. Isn't that beautiful? That kind of faith. I almost don't want to crush it. He tilted his head. Almost. Barry straightened. His eyes were burning, not with speed force, but with the particular determined fury of a man who refuses to let what he knows is true become what he accepts. You won't win this. You can't. You're slow, Barry. The punch to the gut came before the sentence had finished. Barry folded around Thawne's fist, air leaving him completely, and before he could recover Thawne had driven him to his knees on the broken ground. Thawne crouched to meet his eye level while reaching into the rubble beside him and picked up a length of iron rebar, studying it for a moment. "You're very slow, Barry Allen. And yet, you dared to claim you're the fastest man alive," he said softly. The rebar drove through Barry's thigh. He screamed and the sound carried across the battlefield and turned several heads before the noise of war swallowed it again. He collapsed sideways with both hands going to the wound, his body already trying to accelerate its healing but too exhausted to manage the speeds it would need. Thawne stood over him. His expression wore something that wasn't quite satisfaction and wasn't quite contempt and was in some ways worse than either. "You're looking at him," he said quietly. "The fastest man alive." He paused, then added, "That's me, Flash. In case you needed that clarified." Elsewhere. The sofa was very good. Ethan Carter had always believed that if you were going to watch the end of something, you should do so from a position of physical comfort. 16 screens were open before him, each fed by a different camera he had placed throughout the battlefield hours ago, and he watched all of them simultaneously with the focused, interested attention of a man who had prepared for this performance and was finding it instructive. Beside him, Elizabeth Leoness sat with her hands folded in her lap, and her face was doing the opposite of what his was doing. She watched the screens in silence for a long moment. A building collapsed on one of them. A cluster of soldiers scattered. The red and yellow lines crossed and recrossed the battlefield in patterns that hurt to try to follow. "Ethan-sama," she said quietly. He glanced at her. "Can't you help them?" His attention returned to the screens. "Elizabeth. If you wanted to," she said, and her voice was gentle but her conviction was not, "you could stop all of this. I know you could. You could end it right now. The people of this world are suffering," she said simply. "They're suffering. And dying. They were always going to," Ethan said. "Elizabeth, this world and everyone in it, every soldier, king and civilians, they exist inside a timeline that Barry created by accident and will have to unmake to restore what should have been. When the flashpoint resets, all of this goes. All of them. Whether they die now in battle or whether they're standing perfectly unharmed when the timeline corrects itself, the outcome is the same," Elizabeth said. "I know." She turned and looked at him directly. Her eyes were very steady. "I know, Ethan-sama. I understand that. I'm not asking you to save them from that. I'm asking you to save them from this." Her gaze moved back to the screens. "Those are ordinary people. They woke up this morning in a world that has been at war their entire lives, and they chose to fight in it, not because they're evil or stupid but because they don't know any other way, and they're afraid, and their leaders have failed them." Her voice was quiet and very serious. "They're going to die today regardless. But what kind of death?" She looked at him again. "Ethan-sama, I'm sorry to say this, I know you have reasons for what you're doing, but can't they deserve a good ending? Even if it doesn't last. Even if no one remembers it." Ethan was quiet and looked at her for a long moment. Elizabeth held his gaze. "Please," she said. "Ethan-sama. Please help them." He exhaled and he turned his eyes upward. Above the apartment. Above the city. Above the battle. The clouds had been dark for hours. But this was new. The darkness moving in from the west was not weather. It was not smoke. It was not anything that belonged to a sky that had ever been remotely normal. It was yellow, a vast, churning mass of it, illuminated from within by a light that was the color of old fear and new panic, pushing through the storm clouds like something enormous and very old that had been traveling a very long way and had arrived. On the battlefield below, the fighting stuttered. Every living person stopped, slowly looked up and went still. Anna, in the middle of driving Namek and Farrell through their third consecutive wall, paused mid-punch and looked skyward. Her expression moved through several stages before settling on one that was largely unprintable. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jean Grey, maintaining her grip on Arthur and Diana both, narrowed her eyes at the sky with the particular focus of someone reading something written in a language she knows but would very much prefer not to. What came from the yellow mass was immense beyond the scale that the word immense is typically asked to cover. Its body, if body was even the right word for a thing that seemed to be made of condensed terror given a loosely biological shape, was that of some enormous, insectoid cosmic predator, scaled to a size that made the buildings below it look like furniture. Clawed appendages like the legs of something that had evolved beyond kneading the ground spread outward from its mass. Its face, long, skeletal, structured around a jaw that opened to a depth that suggested it had never been designed for anything except consumption, was oriented downward, toward the city, toward the people in it. The yellow light that poured from it was not illumination. It was extraction. It moved in visible currents, streams of cold gold that reached outward from the creature toward the people below, and where it touched, something left. Something was taken. Fear had a color now. It was yellow, and it was flowing into Parallax's mouth in rivers. The screaming started, and then stopped, and then what replaced it was worse, a silence that wasn't silence at all but rather the sound of thousands of people too afraid to make any noise. Zod, who had just been retrieved from his latest encounter with Kara via 3 of his soldiers catching him mid-trajectory, looked up at Parallax and recalibrated everything he had thought he knew about this planet's problems. "Release it," he said. The order was directed toward the largest of his ships, the one that had remained in the upper atmosphere, its cargo hold still sealed. A soldier aboard received the command, looked at the readout confirming what was below them, and pressed the sequence. The hold opened and something gray poured out of it and hit the ground with an impact that shook the Earth for 2 kilometers in every direction, and the crater it made was deep enough that anyone standing at the edge could not see the bottom. Then it stood. It was enormous. It was hunched under its own mass in the way that mountains are hunched, not out of deference to anything but simply because that was the geometry of something that had been built without any consideration for elegance. Its body was gray-white, the color of bone left in the sun too long, and across every surface, every plane of its back, shoulders, arms, knuckles, the ridges above its eyes, there were protrusions. Bone-like structures, sharp-ended, growing from under the skin in dense clusters as though the skeleton had declared the body insufficient and begun pushing outward. Its face, if it had one in any meaningful sense, was a concavity of blackened, sunken eyes above a jaw that opened far too wide when it breathed. It breathed and oriented toward the noise and the motion and the fear radiating from what was left of New Themyscira, and the sound that came from it was not a roar in any conventional sense. The handful of survivors, Atlanteans, Amazons, surface world soldiers, looked at it. Thawne, standing over a wounded Barry Allen, looked at it. Kryptonian soldiers looked at it. Captain Thunder and Kara, floating in the air above the field while fighting the Kryptonians, looked at it. And above the city, Parallax continued its quiet, terrible harvest of everything anyone present had ever been afraid of. Anna looked from the creature on the ground, to the entity in the sky, to Jean. Jean looked back at her and released a deep sigh before floating towards it. Back in the rooftop, Ethan watched both screens simultaneously. Parallax on one. The gray creature on another. Barry Allen bleeding in the rubble on a third. He felt Elizabeth's hand close very gently over his forearm. He looked at her. Her expression was not dramatic. It was not a plea designed to manipulate or a performance of emotion intended to move him. It was simply Elizabeth Lyoness, watching him with eyes that had spent years learning how to look at people clearly, and saying with those eyes what she had already said with her words. They deserve a good ending. Ethan looked at the screens for a long moment. Then he set down the cup he had been holding and put his hand over hers. "All right, Elizabeth," he said quietly. He looked up at the ceiling. Beyond it. At the sky above this dying, stubborn, impossible world. Let's give them their ending. Chapter 149, The Weight of What Was Owed. Ellesmere Island, Canadian Arctic. The ice shelf stretched from horizon to horizon under a sky the color of iron, and the only sounds that had ever belonged here were wind, the slow grinding of glacier against glacier, and the particular silence that existed beneath both. 20 Kryptonian soldiers moved across the ice with the organized efficiency of people who had done this kind of thing before and found it routine. Their technology carved through the ice shelf, thermal lances that reduced centuries of compacted freeze to vapor in seconds, excavation fields that displaced tons of material without so much as vibrating the surface above. They communicated in terse, clipped Kryptonian and their scanners sweeping downward in steady arcs. The readings had been consistent all the way from orbit. Something enormous was buried here. Something old, and Kryptonian, and exactly what General Zod had sent them to find. The scout ship emerged from the ice, its hull still intact, its Kryptonian markings still legible beneath decades of frost. Several soldiers exchanged glances of quiet with satisfaction. Then every single one of them stopped moving. It wasn't a gradual thing. It was immediate and total, 20 bodies mid-motion, caught completely, held in place by a grip that had no source they could identify and no mechanism they could combat. A voice reached them from across the ice. "Thanks for finding it for me." Several of the soldiers' eyes moved, the only part of them that still could, searching the white expanse around them. "I would have found it myself, obviously. But it would have taken some time, and I genuinely didn't want to miss more of the battle than I already have." A brief, appreciative pause. "So truly. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take it from here." The golden wave came before any of them could form a response. A pulse of energy that moved through all 20 soldiers simultaneously with the clean, total finality of a sentence ending. They did not scatter, but what remained of them was less than the ice around them. The Arctic wind continued, it was undisturbed and indifferent to the scene. Ethan Carter walked out of the space where nothing had been a moment before, his coat moving in the cold with an expression holding the mild satisfaction of a man who has completed a minor errand. Behind him, her breath forming small clouds in the Arctic air, Elizabeth stepped forward and looked at the exposed hull of the scout ship with wide, quiet eyes. He turned to look at her. "Since you want to end the war," he said, "and since I've had enough of watching from the sofa, it's time to close the curtain on this." His gaze moved to the ship, then back to her. But first, I need to pick up a few things. He raised one hand and the scout ship rose. It cleared the ice shelf in seconds, turning slowly in the air as Ethan guided it upward with the same casual ease one might use to move a book from one table to another. He held it there for a moment, turned it once more, and then it was gone, folded into his inventory with a soft displacement of air that was the only evidence it had ever existed in this spot. Elizabeth watched the empty space where it had been. Ready. Ethan said before raising his other hand and drew a circle in the air. The motion left a trail of red light that widened as it turned, opening into a portal that showed, through its frame, the burning skyline of New Themyscira and the distant sound of everything that had been happening without them. Elizabeth straightened her back, met his eyes, and stepped through beside him. New Themyscira. What had once been a battle had become a triage. The streets of New Themyscira, already reduced to rubble in the earlier fighting, had been reduced further still. Columns of smoke rose from foundations where buildings had stood. Craters interrupted what remained of the roads. The scale of the destruction was the kind that stopped making sense if you looked at it too long, the brain simply refusing to process the arithmetic of it. And the people. There were so few of them left. Victor Stone moved through the eastern perimeter with the grim, methodical energy. His cannon arm had been discharged so many times the heat signature was registering as a warning on his internal display, and there was a deep fracture running across his chest plate that had been there since a Kryptonian soldier had decided to use him as a projectile 40 minutes ago. He was still standing and intended to keep standing. Beside him, or near him, or approximately in the same theater of battle, Captain Thunder fought. His lightning came in shorter bursts now, still devastating, but measured, conserved. His cape was gone but his eyes were still bright. A little distance from there, Batman moved through the chaos. He was not winning but was enduring, and redirecting, and buying seconds wherever he could find them, which was a different thing from winning but was the only thing available to him. The Kryptonians had not been kind to the human contingent. On the northern edge of the field, Kara Zor-El was a streak of fury against 6 Kryptonian soldiers who had, to their credit, lasted far longer than the others by fighting together. They were trained warriors, these 6, not only soldiers by birth but also people who had spent their lives learning how to fight, and fighting Kara in a coordinated formation was a different proposition than fighting her one at a time. She was faster than any of them and hit harder than all of them combined, but they used each other to create angles, to force her to choose between threats, to split her attention in ways that bought them seconds. She was running out of patience for the seconds they were buying. At the center of the field, close enough to the action to feel the heat of every explosion and the shockwave of every heavy impact, Barry Allen was not running. He was on the ground. His hands had gone to the rebar at some point after Thawne had driven it through his thigh and had then been moved away by some deeper instinct that understood that pulling it out would make things worse and that touching it made things bad enough. His uniform was dark with blood from the wound and from everything that had preceded it. He had the face of a man who had absorbed too much physical damage, too many revelations and too much understanding of what he had made by doing what he had done. He watched the battle around him with hollow eyes and watched the people dying in it and understood, in a way that was almost unbearable, that he was responsible for every single one of them. Eobard Thawne crouched beside him. His fingers found the rebar with a delicate, exploratory touch, and he twisted it. Barry screamed. It was a raw, involuntary sound, stripped of any pretense, and Thawne listened to it with the expression of a man at a concert he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Beautiful, Thawne said softly, you know what I want you to really sit with, Barry. Not the pain and also not dying. He let go of the rebar and stood, looking out across the battlefield with something that resembled pride. This achievement, you did this. His arms spread wide, encompassing the ruins and the dead and the smoke. All of this. Every body, every broken building, every person who woke up this morning and will not wake up tomorrow. That's yours. He looked back down at Barry. Congratulations. You're the villain of your own story. It's almost artistic. Barry's jaw worked. His hands pressed against the ground but Thawne's smile only widened. In the air above the western quarter, Anna Marie Carter was losing. She was not losing in the conventional sense of being outmatched. She was losing in the very specific and deeply frustrating sense of fighting something that refused to stay dead. The creature the Kryptonians had released was vast, and it was gray, and it wore its skeleton on the outside in the form of dense clusters of bone protrusions that jutted from every surface of its body like armor that had grown rather than been made. She had hit it hard enough to shatter the stone beneath a building. She had driven her knee into its sternum with enough force to cave in a bunker. She had, on 2 separate occasions, hit it hard enough that it stopped moving entirely. And then, after approximately 3 seconds, it had moved again. Stronger than before. Of course, she thought, pulling herself out of the crater its last swing had created. Of course it gets stronger when it dies. Of course. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at it. It was looking back at her and she changed her approach. The frustration resolved itself into something more precise, not anger but calculation, the shift that happened when Anna stopped reacting and started thinking. She had spent enough time around Ethan to know that every problem had a methodology. This problem's methodology was obvious in retrospect: you could not kill what lived on being killed. So you took something else from it instead. She moved toward it rather than away from it. The creature swung. She let the blow land, took the hit, absorbed the impact rather than deflecting it, and in the same motion she closed both hands around its wrists and held on. Her mutant power activated with the familiar pull of a current reversing direction. The thing's strength, its vitality, the dense and terrible engine that drove it, she felt it begin to flow. The creature's expression, such as it was, shifted. It tried to pull back, tried to tear free. Its muscles worked against her grip with power that should have broken the contact entirely. Then she used a spell and the bands appeared, deep red, luminous, wrapping around the creature's limbs and torso with a rigidity that had nothing to do with physical strength. The thing went still, but it strained against the bands with everything it had, and the effort was enormous and entirely insufficient. Its magic resistance is low, Anna noted with grim satisfaction. Noted for future reference. The drain continued and she felt the creature's memories beginning to surface along the current, rising like debris in a flood, flashes of something vast and dark and very old, impressions of a history she had no interest in carrying. Her mind moved to the form a specific spell Ethan had created precisely for this situation, and the memories were redirected, sealed, and stored in a space separate from her consciousness before they could take root. Later problem, she decided. Much later problem. The creature's power level dropped through halfway and continued falling. Its struggles weakened, but Anna didn't let go. Overhead, in the space where the sky had been before Parallax arrived and replaced it with something worse, Jean Grey was having a different kind of conversation. Parallax did not speak in words. It communicated in the older language of the things it fed on: pressure, suggestion, the cold fingers of directed terror finding the gaps between thought and feeling. It was very good at this. It had been doing it since before the human civilization that named it had existed, and the refinements it had made over that period were considerable. It had identified Jean as a priority target. What it had not yet identified was what Jean was. The fear it pushed into her met something it had not encountered before, not a wall, not resistance in any conventional sense, but a presence. Alive in a way that had nothing to do with biology. The Phoenix Force existed at the intersection of life and death and the fire that passed between them, and fear, as Parallax understood it, had no purchase in that space. Parallax pressed harder and suddenly Jean's eyes opened. Red bled into the green of her irises, and she looked up at the vast, terrible shape above her. She had come here to contain this. To push it away, to limit the damage, to give this dying world the gentlest ending she could arrange. Parallax had responded to that by actively trying to kill her. By extension, it was trying to kill everyone on this planet. Jean thought, briefly, of something Ethan had told her once. A good enemy is a dead enemy. If they are beyond redemption, the kindest thing you can do to yourself is be thorough. She had not fully agreed with him when he said it. She was not entirely sure she agreed with him now. But she understood it, and the Phoenix Force rose. It erupted from Jean like a second atmosphere igniting, a column of crimson fire that expanded outward from her body and became, in the space of a breath, something that filled the upper sky. The cry that accompanied it was heard on the ground below. Jean pointed and the fire moved. What followed was not a sustained fight. It was more like the conclusion of a proof that had already been written. Parallax was ancient and enormous and had survived everything the universe had put in front of it across a history too long to measure. But the Phoenix Force was older. The yellow mass burned. The light of it was extraordinary, a crimson illumination that turned the smoke above New Themyscira into something briefly, terribly beautiful. Then there was ash which later dispersed on winds that had been waiting for the sky to be returned to them, and the sky was dark again. Jean lowered her hand. Below her, she could see Anna floating, both hands still locked around the creature's wrists, the crimson bands still holding. She watched Anna drain the last of what the creature had, watched its enormous body go slack, watched Anna straighten and release it and send it tumbling end over end through the air to land somewhere distant with an impact that rattled the remaining windows in the remaining buildings. Jean caught Anna's eye and Anna caught Jean's. They exchanged a look that covered quite a lot of ground without requiring any words, and then both of them turned their attention toward what needed doing next. Below, Arthur Curry was kneeling in Jean's magic chains. He had been kneeling in those chains for some time, and in that time, very slowly, his fingers had been working their way toward the small, flat panel set into his belt armor. It had taken him the better part of 20 minutes. His wrists were bound. His fingers were the only things that moved freely, and they moved barely freely at that. But they moved. He found the button and pressed it. Immediately light came from the ocean. It was white and rose from the water like a tide running in reverse, not spreading outward from the shore but upward from the depths, a column of pure destructive energy that began to expand the moment it broke the surface. The sound of it was subaudible, felt in the chest rather than heard with the ears, and the effect it had on the ruins around it was immediate. The rubble nearest the waterline began to disintegrate. Arthur's laughter had the character of a man who had been holding on to this moment through everything and had arrived at it regardless of everything else. Surface dwellers, he said, will end. Even if everything ends with them. His head rolled back and his teeth showed in something that was not really a smile. Better nothing than them. Diana, beside him, did not open her eyes. Her chin was lowered, and her expression was the expression of someone who had made their peace and was waiting. This is what men do, she said quietly. They tear the earth apart rather than share it. Gia weeps. Her hands were still in their chains. She did not struggle. Let it end. But Jean and Anna were already moving. They came together above the field as the white light continued to expand from the ocean, and the spell they reached for was one they had built together with Ethan over late evenings and shared effort, a containment working of Ethan's design. The magic circles appeared between them, red and luminous and rotating in opposite directions, stacked 3 deep with runes that moved along their edges like text being written in real time. The white light pushed against the containment. It was not small, this force Arthur had released, it had been designed to end things, but the circle held. The white light bent inward and compressed. Folded around itself under the pressure of the spell until it was no longer a wave but a sphere, and the sphere contracted further until it rested in the air between Jean's outstretched hands and Anna's, a glowing white orb no larger than a basketball, surrounded by its red magic circles still turning and writing their containment in the air around it. Both of them exhaled. Anna looked at the orb. Then at Jean. Then back at the orb. Did he really think that was going to work, she said. Jean considered Arthur's kneeling figure below. Her eyes were still carrying the last embers of the phoenix, red fading slowly back to green. Then Anna was gone from beside her, descending with a speed that didn't leave time for Arthur to do anything except register that something was coming. She landed in front of him and looked down at him and began hitting him. It was thorough, efficient, and it continued until there was no ambiguity whatsoever about Arthur's capacity to continue being a problem. When she stepped back, he was not moving. Chapter 150, Flashpoint Reset. Jean looked out across the field. The battle around them was still happening in pieces, Cyborg trading blows with a Kryptonian soldier, Captain Thunder driving back 2 more, Batman moving through the smoke. The Kryptonians who remained were the most capable of the ones Zod had brought, and they were making their accounting felt. Kara was still burning through the 6. Barry was still on the ground, still bleeding with Thawne still circling him. And Jean looked at all of it and thought about something Ethan had said before they came here. About the flashpoint and the inevitability of this timeline's end. She felt it now and looked at the ruins of a city that had survived an entire alt-history war, and the handful of people still alive in it, and understood with the clarity that came only from direct witness what it meant for a timeline to be broken at its foundation. This was what happened when history was rewritten without understanding what history was holding up. Barry, she thought, and the thought was not unkind but it was very, very tired. Barry, what did you do? If he saw this timeline, he saw many others like it. Her eyes moved to the smoke. I need to apologize to him. When this is over. I need to tell him I understand better now why he is the way he is about certain things. Diana, kneeling in her chains, had watched Anna's enforcement of the peace on Arthur with wide, careful eyes. Something in her had gone quiet since the white light was contained. She said nothing and only watched. Then the portal opened. Ethan stepped out of it with his coat moving and Elizabeth a step behind him, and he surveyed the battlefield. His expression settled into something warm. I am very proud of both of you, he said. Jean and Anna heard it and immediately Jean crossed the distance to him at something approaching flight speed and hit his chest with both arms wrapping around him and her face pressing into his shoulder, and she didn't say anything at first because the feeling in her chest was something that words would have been too small for. The apology was rising in her throat anyway, forming itself against her will, and she started to speak it. But his arms closed around her. It's okay, he said, into her hair, don't be sad. Through their connection to the Phoenix Force and empathy, words were largely ceremonial between them at moments like this. What he felt from her was a complex and honest thing, and what she felt from him was simpler and steadier and made the complex thing settle. She pressed her face more firmly into his shoulder and let the feeling move through her without fighting it. A few meters away, Anna stood with her arms crossed and her expression doing something that was trying to be neutral and was not quite succeeding. And what, she said, after a pointed pause, about me? Ethan's head turned. Jean shifted slightly to his left side without being asked, and Ethan extended his right arm toward Anna with an expression that had not a single atom of hesitation in it. How could I forget, he said, my cute southern belle. A small, genuine smile formed on his lips. Come here, my little rogue. Anna's arms uncrossed. She crossed the remaining distance and folded herself into his right side. His arm closed around her. She let out a breath she had apparently been saving. Elizabeth, standing a few steps back, watched the 3 of them with an expression that was genuinely happy and also doing careful mental arithmetic about whether now was the right moment to mention that the battle was still technically ongoing. She had almost arrived at a conclusion when the ground shook. A heavy impact following the sound of something landing rather than falling. They all turned to see that Kara had descended from the upper field, and she was holding in one hand, by the neck, an object that she then set down in front of her on the broken street with a distinct thud. It was the severed head of a Kryptonian soldier. She looked at Ethan. "Any chance," she said, "you could help finish this?" Ethan looked at the severed head. Then at Kara. Then at his wives, still in his arms. He sighed but did not let go of them. "Of course," he said. "This war ends now." The golden aura erupted from him in a wave that expanded outward with the patient inevitability of a sunrise, passing through the ruins of New Themyscira in every direction at once, touching everything, cataloging everything and holding everything. The telekinesis came first. The few people on the battlefield stopped moving at the same instant, lifted slightly from the ground, suspended in the air. Kryptonian soldiers, the last Atlanteans and a final handful of Amazons. Victor Stone mid-swing, Captain Thunder mid-lightning, Batman mid-step through the shadow of a collapsed wall. 2 speedsters. One ordinary woman with a rifle who had been firing at an Amazon and found herself suddenly, bewilderingly stationary in mid-aim. Then the chronokinesis came. It moved through the people it touched like a warm current, finding the wounds and working backward through the sequence of their making, returning torn flesh to wholeness and fractured bone to integrity and blood lost to the veins it had left. Then matter moved according to Ethan's direction, ground appearing beneath each person in clean sections, the entire broken population of this battle arranged in a rough semicircle before him in the time it took him to exhale. The Kryptonian ships, still burning above the city, folded into his inventory one after another with small, neat implosions of displaced air. Then the golden aura receded, and when it was gone, the silence that replaced it was the silence of people who had been in a war and were now standing in what felt, bizarrely, like order. Ethan stood with Jean on his left and Anna on his right, both still close and watching the assembled survivors. Elizabeth stood behind them. Kara stood to the side, her arms folded, dried blood on her chin and absolutely no interest in removing it. Facing them are Victor Stone, Captain Thunder, and Thomas Wayne, standing in a line. Lois Lane, who survived by pure luck, is now beside Batman, her rifle held at low ready. Arthur and Diana are kneeling in their chains, at the forward edge of the semicircle. Zod, Namek, and Farol grouped together, the only surviving Kryptonians. The few remaining Atlanteans and Amazons. Barry Allen. Eobard Thawne. And Ethan used telepathy to hold them in place, leaving them unable to move or even speak without his permission. Of the many hundreds who had entered this battle, this was what remained. Victor turned in a slow circle, taking stock. His gaze moved across the gathered survivors and then settled on Thomas Wayne. If he had this much power the entire time, Victor said, he could have ended this when it started. Why didn't he? Thomas Wayne looked at Ethan for a long moment. When you have that much power, Thomas said slowly, you need things to keep yourself interested. You need to decide when something is worth ending, and when it needs to run its course first. He paused. I think this was partly entertainment. And partly a lesson being given to someone who needed to learn it. His eyes moved to Barry. Internally, behind the certainty of his voice, Thomas Wayne thought something he kept entirely to himself. Too much power is its own kind of trap. I hope he knows the weight of it. I hope it doesn't turn him into something that this world, any world, can't afford. His jaw tightened slightly. For Bruce's sake, more than anything. If that ever goes wrong in the original timeline, Bruce is the one who has to face it. Victor processed this. His head moved in acknowledgement and he stepped to one side, positioning himself between Arthur and Diana, his cannon arm powered down but still very much present. Barry Allen exhaled a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a cough, and he looked at Thawne with the expression of a man who has been waiting for a turn to come around and has watched it arrive. You're finished, Barry said. Thawne looked at him. Then he lifted his foot and brought his heel down on Barry's injured leg. Barry inhaled sharply through his teeth. Shut up, Thawne said pleasantly. He straightened and looked at Ethan with the expression of a man choosing to be interested rather than concerned. How fitting, he said. The power of an anomaly. Jean's eyebrow rose. Anna's rose at the same moment, which would have been funny under different circumstances. Ethan looked at Thawne. Anomaly, he said. You're talking about me. Thawne's chin dipped in confirmation and smiled. Ethan Carter. Founder of Aeon Biotech in the previous timeline. Quite the figure, historically speaking. His hands clasped behind his back. And yet, in the future I come from, there is no record of you. He tilted his head. I've always found that curious. Allow me to intro. I know who you are, Thawne. The pleasantness in Thawne's expression shifted. I suspected, for a long time, that I wasn't present in your future, Ethan continued, and I think the reason is fairly simple. His eyes moved across Thawne. If I was there, you wouldn't be standing here. You wouldn't be standing anywhere, for that matter. Thawne held his gaze, then Ethan turned to Barry. I wanted you to understand more of this, he said. The consequences of the flashpoint. I wanted you to sit in what you made. But my wives are bored, and I am also done with this. So. Let's end it. He raised one hand with his palm facing Barry. That said. Don't think this is simply over. 2 white circles appeared in the air before him, clean, geometric, rotating slowly in opposite directions, their surfaces covered in symbols from a notation system that predated the language being spoken around them. Strange runes moved along their edges, then the circles turned, locked. And then, with a motion that suggested less force than a push, they moved forward and settled into Barry. Barry felt it. His eyes widened slightly. Whatever it was didn't hurt, it sat somewhere below sensation, settling in like sediment. That is a very specific spell, Ethan said before lowering his hand. If you ever create another flashpoint, and I mean ever under any version of the circumstances, it will activate. He let the pause sit for exactly long enough. It will place you in a loop. 10 flashpoints. Each one worse than the last. You will live through every one of them, in sequence, from beginning to end, and only once all 10 are completed will you come out the other side. The color that left Barry's face went quite completely. Thawne, still standing behind Barry, looked at Ethan with an expression that was evolving in real time from smirk to something more genuine. He let out a short, appreciative sound. I like you considerably more now, Dr. Carter, he said. Ethan's eyes moved to him. You won't, he said pleasantly, for long. The magic circle that appeared in front of Ethan this time was different from the others, constructed from different runes, drawing from different patterns, assembled with the particular care of someone building something that needed to be precise. Thawne read the intent of it before he understood the mechanism, the same way animals read intentions before understanding actions, and he moved. Or tried to. Jean's eyes turned red. Her voice arrived before Thawne's next step could fully form. Please don't move, she said, my husband isn't finished yet. Thawne went still but not from choice. Thank you, Ethan said and worked the circle with focused attention, adjusting, combining, cross-referencing patterns that didn't know they were related, arriving at a construction that did exactly what he needed it to do. He reached forward and pulled a small piece of fabric from Barry's shoulder, it had Barry's blood on it from earlier. He took a second piece from Thawne's sleeve. Both went into the circle's center. The runes flared, settled, and the circle moved into Thawne. After Jean let go of Thawne, he looked at his hands. He flexed his fingers. What did you do? Nothing yet, Ethan said with a smirk. When Barry corrects the flashpoint and the timeline resets, the curse will activate. After that, you won't be able to access the speed force. He paused, in fact, you won't be able to gain any powers at all. I made sure of that. And your IQ will settle somewhere, average, on a generous day. His smirk widened slightly. I've made it structurally impossible for any future circumstance to grant you abilities of any kind. His expression did something that was almost gentle. Congratulations on your new life, Thawne. I hope it's a long one. But your dream of reaching home. He spread his hands. Not in this lifetime. Or the next. The silence was total. Thawne's face moved through stages. The cognitive disbelief. The search for the error in what he had just heard. The understanding that there was no error. The feeling that came after understanding. Fuck you, Carter. Ethan tilted his head slightly. I'm flattered, he said, but I'm straight. You can express your affection for Barry in the next timeline, though. I'm sure he'll appreciate the company. Jean pressed her lips together and Anna turned her head away. The sounds that both of them made were technically laughter, presented in the specific form that women use when they're laughing and also feeling it would be somewhat undignified to be caught doing it openly. Captain Thunder turned to Victor and said, quietly but not quietly enough, remind me to never make him angry. Victor said, without any inflection at all, you will not need reminding. Batman's eyes had not moved from Ethan for the last 2 minutes. Ethan looked at Barry. Run, he said. Thawne won't interfere. He has larger concerns at the moment. With a snap of his fingers Thawne's body folded. It folded inward, and every direction it folded inward in was wrong, and the sound he made was the sound of someone discovering that sensation could be more inventive than they had believed possible. Barry, watching this, went very still. The curse is dormant, Ethan said. It activates on reset. So. He met Barry's eyes. Run, Barry, run. I have wanted to say that, he thought, for a very, very long time. Barry stood. He looked at Ethan, and at Jean, and at Anna, and at the ruins of the world his accident had made. His expression was complicated, he did not like the curse. He understood the curse. He understood why it existed and what it was protecting, and that the fear it was designed to create was the specific fear that would keep certain disasters from happening. He made a quiet promise to himself, once Ethan had calmed down, he would ask him to remove the curse. He looked at everyone who remained. His head moved in acknowledgement of all of them, one by one. Then he ran. The lightning he left behind was red and brief and then gone, and the sound of it faded into the smoke-gray air above New Themyscira. Ethan turned to Thomas Wayne. "I'll make sure your messages are delivered," he said. Thomas Wayne looked at him for a long moment. Then his head moved, once. Kara was beside Thomas. Ethan looked at her with the same attention. "Yours too," he said. Her head moved in the same gesture Thomas had made. Ethan released his wives gently and turned to face the assembled survivors, Jean and Anna a step on either side of him, Elizabeth a step behind, Kara and Thomas closing the loose group around him. He looked out across what remained of the field, across Arthur and Diana still in their chains, across Zod and his two remaining officers standing in silence, across the last living Atlanteans and Amazons. "Now," he said quietly, "let's make sure none of you will be affected after Barry reset the flashpoint." He activated his chronokinesis, carefully shielding Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth from the effects of the flashpoint reset. Jean leaned her head against his shoulder and Anna stood with her hands in her pockets. Meanwhile, inside the Speed Force, Barry ran through and the Speed Force opened around him the way it always opened. Barry ran at full speed, until another version of himself appeared right in front of him. "Stop," he shouted, grabbing his other self and dragging him out of the path. The moment they collided, a blinding white light engulfed everything. The ceiling was familiar. Ethan Carter looked at it for approximately 2 seconds before he was fully aware of himself. He turned his head and saw Jean asleep on his left, her hair spread across the pillow, breathing with the deep regularity of someone whose last few hours had been extraordinarily eventful. On his right, Anna lay with one arm across his chest, her expression carrying in sleep the particular stubborn contentment that she sometimes worked to hide while awake. Ethan lay very still for a moment. "Oh my God." Author's note. "Hi guys, how's the chapter? I have to admit, I'm not completely satisfied with the last 4 chapters. I tried using a different AI to correct the grammar, but it ended up changing a lot of things, so I had to go back and rewrite parts of it. If you spot any mistakes, please point them out, I'll make sure to fix them. Also, we'll be moving back to the Marvel Universe next, and there's a surprise waiting in the upcoming chapter. Try to guess what it might be." Chapter 151, Coming Home. MNC Hotel, September 2010, 10 p.m. A few hours earlier, top floor living suite. The flash of green light faded, leaving behind it the ordinary warmth of an ordinary room that had no idea what the people standing in it had just been through. Ethan opened his eyes first. He then looked at each of them in turn, Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth, with the quiet, measuring attention of someone who needed to confirm the answer before he could let himself relax. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Do you remember what happened in the other timeline?" He already knew his chronokinesis had done its job. The protection he had woven into each of them before the flashpoint reset was precise work, and he trusted his own precision. But suspecting was not the same as knowing, and when it came to Jean and Anna and Elizabeth, knowing was the only thing he was willing to settle for. Jean considered for a moment, her eyes moving inward. Then her expression cleared. "Everything is there. I can recall all of it." Anna crossed her arms. "Same. Clear as anything." Elizabeth closed her eyes briefly, then opened them and gave a small, certain nod. Only then did Ethan exhaled. Anna tilted her head with a grin pulling at the corner of her mouth. "You know, sugar, you're so strong and so ridiculously charming that even death had to fall for you." She gestured loosely at the air around them. "What exactly is time going to do to a man who bends it under his heel?" Jean considered this with a straight face for approximately 2 seconds. "That sounds weird," she said. "But accurate." Ethan smiled, and the tension in his shoulders dissolved. He was immune to temporal paradoxes and causality loops by the nature of what he had become, so his own condition had never been the concern. His concern had been standing right in front of him, and it was fine. They were fine. He let himself settle into that fact for one quiet moment. Then his eyes went gold. Genesis awareness spread outward from him like a tide finding its natural shoreline, his perception threading through the city, the country, the world, touching the pulse of everything that existed in this universe and measuring it against his memory of how it had been before he left. The flashpoint had a way of leaving fingerprints. Timeline resets were rarely as clean as the people who initiated them believed, and Barry Allen's in particular had come with enough complications to make Ethan genuinely curious about what had survived intact. He was also, if he was being honest, running a very specific check. "If I find out the Joker is alive and well in this universe because of Barry, I will personally make sure the Flash regrets every step he ever took," he thought as his awareness sweeping through Gotham. He found Gotham but didn't find the Joker. Barry, it turned out, had gotten lucky. Good for him, Ethan thought. For his sake. He found everything else and measured it against his memory, city by city, institution by institution. Lena Luthor, still in the acting CEO chair at Aeon Biotech. Eve Teschmacher, still at her side. Pamela Isley, still running bioorganic research with the particular intensity she brought to anything involving plants and science. Ethan's awareness began to retract, satisfied. But suddenly his eyes shifted from gold to a deep, luminous green as his attention narrowed onto the structure of time itself, the way it moved through this universe relative to where it had been. The timeline flow was different. Not dramatically, not in any way that would register to most observers, but Ethan's relationship with time was not that of most observers. He turned the calculation over, confirmed it and confirmed it again. Time dilation between the Marvel and DC universes had equalized. 1 day in each universe now corresponded to 1 day in the other. Previously the ratio had been 1 day in DC to 1 week in Marvel, a gap he had long since adjusted his planning around. He considered this for approximately 3 seconds and filed it away without ceremony. For a man who treated time as a material he could work with rather than a current he was carried by, the change was a footnote. He thought. Pleasant. What is it? Jean asked, reading the shift in his attention. Nothing concerning, he said. The timeline is clean. Barry managed not to break anything significant. He glanced at Anna. Lena, Eve, and Pamela are all in their positions. The company, hotel are intact and the people we knew are same. Anna's expression was satisfied. Jean's was quietly relieved. But his awareness, still partially extended, had caught something at the outer edge of its reach. Not a threat nor a disturbance. More like the feeling of being watched from a very specific direction by a very significant number of very powerful eyes. Previously, before the fight with Galactus, before Genesis' awareness had fully opened his perception, the watching had registered only as a vague pressure at the edge of his senses. Something or someone noting his presence. He had filed it away as a problem to identify later. Later had apparently arrived. Now he could identify them clearly. The Endless. The siblings of Didi, his girlfriend who wore the face of death herself. Several of them, and not only them, other entities too, cosmic presences of a weight that most beings in this universe never interacted with and never knew existed. They were watching him with the collective attention of people who had found something worth watching and had settled in comfortably. He could sense them the moment he entered this universe. Some had already been here when he arrived during the Flashpoint timeline. Others had come and gone, as if periodically checking in on something that had caught their interest. And beyond them, farther out, there were other presences. Cosmic entities. Ancient, immeasurable beings that existed on scales far beyond human comprehension. They regarded Ethan with a peculiar kind of attention, the kind reserved for something that did not fit into any known category. As if he were a serialist story they were following between other obligations. The thought arrived with a mild edge of irritation, my life is apparently a television program. And perhaps some of them are watching it on their phones. He raised a hand, but not dramatically. The gesture was conversational, the kind of wave you gave to someone you had noticed watching you from across the room. Good evening, he said pleasantly with the tone of someone addressing neighbors across a fence. I appreciate the interest, he said, but this constitutes a violation of personal space. I have plans for this evening and I would like to enjoy them without an audience. He paused. Please. The presences did not respond in words. Several of them withdrew. The quality of attention in the room changed, the way a room changes when people who were watching quietly step outside. Ethan nodded, satisfied, and let his awareness fully retract. Jean and Anna were looking at him. Who, Anna said slowly, were you just talking to? Some individuals with too much free time and not enough boundaries, he said. They were watching. I asked them to stop. He considered whether to elaborate and decided the full explanation was a conversation for tomorrow. Jean, if you were in your white phoenix form you could sense them yourself. As it stands, just take my word for it. Jean's expression said she had several follow-up questions. She filed them for later. He turned to Elizabeth who had been standing quietly through all of it and before she could press further, and his voice shifted into something warmer. You should rest. We can talk tomorrow. He moved to the phone and called down to the front desk. The staff member who answered was audibly startled to hear his voice after months of absence, and the recovery from that surprise was admirably swift. Within minutes, arrangements were made for Elizabeth to have a top-floor suite of her own, fully prepared and waiting. Elizabeth thanked him quietly. She looked, for just a moment, at Jean and Anna and then at the room around her. She had barely fought. She had barely moved. But she had watched a world end and had asked a man with the power to stop it to choose kindness instead, and that kind of witnessing had its own exhaustion. Tomorrow, she said softly, and excused herself. The door closed behind her. Ethan stood in the quiet of the suite for a moment, and then something surfaced in his memory that tightened his expression with a different kind of purpose. Give me a minute, he said to Jean and Anna. I'll be right back. He opened a portal and stepped through before either of them could ask. Jean and Anna stared at the space where he had been. Then they looked at each other. A slow, identical grin spread across both their faces. They turned toward the dressing room with the unified energy of two people who have just been handed an opportunity and intend to use it. The street was quiet in the way that residential streets are quiet at night: parked cars, drawn curtains, the distant sound of a television through an open window somewhere. Ethan stood outside an ordinary house and looked at it for a moment before turning to the men standing beside him. Rudy Jones looked like someone who had been living a normal life for just long enough to be grateful for it, a man in his late 30s with the particular quality of someone who had been through something large and survived it without fully knowing what it was. "Rudy Jones," Ethan said quietly. "It is time you earned your peace. I am sorry it took this long." Rudy had served as the battery that powered the Omniwatch through circumstances Ethan was not proud of having left unresolved for as long as he had. When the Monarch of Giants had replaced him in that role, Ethan had healed him, erased the memories of what had been done to him, and now sending him home. But healing and erasing were not the same as settling the debt, and Ethan was a man who kept careful track of what he owed. Rudy's eyes went bright. Whatever he felt in this moment, it was genuine and it was large, and he did not try to contain it. He thanked Ethan in a voice that did not have much steadiness in it, and then he stepped back inside his home and closed the door. Ethan stood on the empty street and exhaled slowly. "I will make sure your family is settled for life," he said, to the closed door and to the men behind it and to the particular debt he had been carrying. "Because of what happened to you." He opened a portal and stepped through into his suite and came to a complete stop. Jean and Anna stood in the center of the room in bathwear, wearing the satisfied expressions of two people whose plan was going exactly as intended. "We were thinking," Anna said, "that you might want to join us for a shower." Ethan looked at them, looked at the room and looked back at them. He crossed to them in 3 easy steps and gathered both of them into his arms. "I would be insulting myself," he said, "if I said no to that." They laughed, and for several hours, they lost themselves in each other's company, sharing loud and intimate moments. The next morning. The ceiling was familiar. Ethan opened his eyes and looked at it for a moment, letting awareness return at its own pace. The room was quiet. Pale morning light came through the gap in the curtains and lay across the floor in a long, still stripe. He turned his head to the left. Jean was asleep on his left, her hair across the pillow, her breathing deep and unhurried. He turned his head to the right. Anna lay with one arm across his chest, her face carrying in sleep the contentment that she deployed with considerably more control during waking hours. He smiled and considered going back to sleep himself. It was a reasonable thought, and he held it comfortably for the span of approximately 4 seconds. Then something in his awareness shifted. It was small. Barely a flicker in his Genesis awareness, a life signature so new it barely qualified as fully formed yet. He would have missed it if he had not been paying attention. It was coming from inside Jean. Ethan lay perfectly still and stared at the ceiling. The silence in the room was absolute. "Oh my God," he said. Chapter 152, A Father's Message. Ethan moved carefully, easing his arms free from Jean and Anna with the practiced patience of a man who had learned that disturbing sleeping women was its own kind of danger. He sat up slowly, crossed his legs, and let out a slow breath as the stillness of the room settled around him. He turned his gaze to Jean first. She lay on her side, her red hair fanned across the pillow, her lips slightly parted in peaceful sleep. She wore her green pajamas, the soft fabric rising and falling gently with each breath. Beside, Anna slept just as deeply, her yellow pajamas a warm splash of color against the pale sheets, one arm curled loosely beneath her head. Ethan sat there for a moment, just watching them both. Then his eyes drifted back to Jean. His hand moved on its own, slow and deliberate, lifting the hem of her shirt just enough. He pressed his palm flat against her belly, and the moment he did, everything else fell away. He felt it. That small, quiet signature of life nestled deep within her. Faint as a candle flame but burning with unmistakable warmth. His Genesis awareness had never felt anything quite like it. He had sensed the life energy of entire planets, had felt the pulse of ecosystems stretching across continents. But this single flicker curled within the woman he loved, hit him somewhere no cosmic power could reach. A smile crept across his lips before he even realized it. His eyes stung. He blinked, and a single tear traced its way down the side of his face. He didn't wipe it away. He just sat there, feeling that warmth beneath his hand, and let it wash over him completely. 29 years in this body, he thought. More than 50 years in my mind. All those battles, all that power, and nothing has ever felt like this. He knew what it meant to fight for a world, but he had never known what it meant to fight for someone who hadn't even drawn their first breath yet. Until now. Slowly, he leaned forward and rested his head against her belly, his ear pressed gently to the soft fabric. He closed his eyes and his hand moved in small, slow circles, barely grazing the surface. "I promise," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, low enough to belong only to this moment. "I'm going to be the best father you could ever have. I don't care what it takes." He smiled against her and stayed exactly like that, eyes shut, chest full of something he had no proper name for. He didn't notice Jean stirring. The unfamiliar weight on her belly pulled her up from sleep in slow degrees. Her brows drew together first, then her eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim light. She looked down and found Ethan there, head resting on her, eyes closed, lips curved in a quiet smile she had never quite seen on him before. Confusion settled across her face. Before she can call him, she nearly gasped at what came flooding through. Joy. Pride. Nervousness. Fear. Love. Awe. And underneath it all, something raw and overwhelming that she could only describe as wonder. His emotions were pouring out of him completely unchecked, layered on top of each other like crashing waves. Ethan, who was always so composed, so measured in how much he let slip through, had his entire soul wide open right now. Ethan, she said softly, her voice still husky from sleep. What's going on? Why are you? His head lifted immediately. His eyes met hers, and before she could finish the sentence, he leaned up and pressed his lips to hers. She blinked in surprise, though it was not entirely unexpected. Ethan had a habit of greeting her and others with a kiss, especially in the warm aftermath of nights like the one before. But this kiss was different. It was not hungry or playful. It was tender in a way that made her chest ache, carrying something in it that felt almost reverent. She kissed him back without thinking. When they pulled apart, she looked at his face and saw it clearly. His eyes were wet. A faint trail on one cheek where a tear had already fallen. Her expression softened immediately and she reached up to touch his face. What happened? Ethan, your emotions right now. She searched his eyes. Why are your emotions so unstable? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached out and took her right hand in both of his, gentle and deliberate. He guided it down and pressed it flat against her own belly, holding it there beneath his palms. Jean frowned slightly. She looked down at their joined hands resting against her stomach. Then she felt it. Her breath caught and eyes went wide. The words that came out of her mouth came in fragments, each one softer and more unsteady than the last. Are we, is that? Congratulations on becoming a mother, Jean. Ethan's voice was rough at the edges, the kind of rough that had nothing to do with sleep. His smile broke wide and unguarded across his face. And thank you. For making me a father. He let out a breath that was half laugh, half something else entirely. I'm just so happy. He pulled her into his arms and held her, and she held him back just as fiercely. Her fingers gripped the back of his shirt. Tears slipped freely down her cheeks and she didn't bother stopping them. She pressed her face against his shoulder and laughed a little, the sound watery and bright. For a while, neither of them said anything at all. They had used a concealment spell for years, a quiet precaution to ensure their nights together remained only that. But after the wedding, Ethan had quietly let it go. He was strong enough now to hold a galaxy in his hands. There was nothing left in any universe that could genuinely threaten what was his. The caution that had once felt necessary had simply faded. He had not expected this to happen so soon. Honestly, a part of him was still catching up to the fact that it had happened at all. Neither of them noticed Anna until the moment she bolted upright in bed. The overflow of emotion coming from the two of them had seeped through her sleep like a tide coming in, tugging her up from the depths of a perfectly comfortable dream. She blinked, disoriented, and found Ethan and Jean wrapped around each other, both visibly emotional, both smiling like they had just been handed the world. Okay, Anna said slowly, glancing between them with narrowed eyes. What am I missing? They separated, both turning to look at her. Ethan spoke first, his grin still wide and irrepressible. Jean's pregnant. The sleepiness vanished from Anna's face so fast it was almost comical. She shot upright, eyes flying open. What? Jean laughed, covering her mouth with one hand. I'm going to be a father, Ethan said, leaning back with unmistakable pride radiating off of him like heat. Anna stared at Jean for exactly 1 second before launching herself across the bed and throwing both arms around her. Congratulations. Oh my God, Jean, congratulations. She pulled back just as quickly, breathless and beaming, and pressed a hand to Jean's belly with wide eyes. So the little Ethan is going to make his appearance soon. I cannot wait to see him. She gasped. Wait, have you picked a name yet? No, wait, forget that. I'm going to be a stepmother. I need to watch videos. I need to research proper parenting strategies. Jean, no more junk food, starting right now. We are on a proper diet from this moment. The little guy needs to be healthy. Why do you both assume it is a boy? Ethan asked while raising an eyebrow. I have a strong feeling it is a girl. Jean and Anna turned to look at him at exactly the same time. We have a feeling it's a boy, they said, in perfect unison. Ethan opened his mouth, then closed it. He shook his head slowly with a quiet smile. Fine. Either way, this calls for a celebration. He sat straighter, the energy in the room shifting as the excitement fully took hold of him. I am throwing the biggest party this world has ever seen. Tomorrow night. Anna threw both fists into the air. Hell yeah. Hotel lobby, ground floor. They came downstairs dressed and bright-eyed, still carrying the warmth of the morning between them, and found Elizabeth already in the corridor, polished and poised, clearly on her way up to check on them. Anna barely waited for a greeting. Jean's pregnant. Elizabeth stopped walking. The composed expression she wore every waking hour flickered. For just a moment, something genuinely startled moved across her face. Then her expression warmed and she stepped forward, offering her congratulations with quiet sincerity to both Jean and Ethan. Ethan smiled, then he turned and called for the hotel manager directly, who appeared in short order looking professionally attentive. Everyone on staff, Ethan said simply, gets 5 years' worth of salary. Today. He paused, then added, and we are hosting a large celebration tomorrow evening. Make whatever preparations are necessary. Spare nothing. The manager blinked. He opened his mouth once. Closed it. Then understanding crossed his face, followed immediately by genuine delight as Ethan explained the reason. He offered his heartfelt congratulations and disappeared at once to begin the arrangements, moving with the energy of a man who had just been given an extraordinary purpose. Anna had already stepped aside with phone pressed to her ear, cycling through her contacts. Lena first, then Eve, then Pamela. Each call brought its own burst of sound from the other end of the line, voices spilling out in disbelief and excitement. Anna relayed each reaction to no one in particular, grinning the entire time. Elizabeth and Jean moved toward the dining area for breakfast, their voices low and easy between them. Ethan watched them go for a moment, then turned and reached for his jacket. He had intended to head to the Hall of Justice himself. He wanted to deliver the news in person, and there were a few other matters he needed to see to while he was there. Gifts, specifically, for 2 people in particular. He stepped out into the open air and had barely cleared the entrance when a streak of red and yellow split across the street in front of him and came to a sharp halt in a crackle of residual lightning. Barry Allen stood there in his flash suit, slightly breathless, eyes scanning Ethan with a quick once-over. Everything all right? I woke up this morning and ran a sweep. There are no anomalies and disturbances I've observed so far. He tilted his head. But you've got a look on your face I haven't seen before. Ethan stepped forward and pulled him into a firm hug. Barry's arms came up automatically, though surprise was obvious in the way he stiffened briefly before relaxing. Okay. That answers exactly nothing. I'm going to be a father, Ethan said. Barry pulled back and looked at him. The speedster's expression shifted from confusion to something bright and genuine. He gripped Ethan's shoulder. That's incredible. Congratulations, man. Seriously. He shook his head with a short laugh. Jean. Or Anna. Jean. Barry grinned. Then, because he could not help himself, he added, you realize that kid is either going to be the most powerful being in the universe or the most terrifying teenager to ever exist. Probably both, Ethan said. Barry laughed. Then his expression steadied into something more attentive as Ethan's tone shifted slightly. There's something else, Ethan said. I want everyone gathered at the hall. I'll reach them now. He did not wait for an answer. His telepathy reached out in a calm, even sweep, touching each mind in turn across the globe, carrying a single clear message. The League was to assemble. Hall of Justice, Washington, D.C. Main Assembly Chamber. The Hall of Justice held a certain gravity even on ordinary days. The high ceilings, the large windows, the weight of what was gathered within its walls. Today, 7 of them stood in a loose grouping near the central floor, their expressions ranging from attentive to faintly puzzled. Bruce sat with his arms folded, reading the room as he always did. Clark sat nearby, unhurried and attentive. Arthur leaned against a pillar. Hal sat with his arms crossed, looking mildly impatient. Billy lingered near the back seat. Victor's sensors were quietly active. Barry sat close to Ethan. Diana was still in the Marvel universe. Ethan felt it was better they would end the honeymoon trip soon and return home for Jean's delivery. He had planned to tell this to Anna and Jean after informing everyone about this. Hal was the first one to speak. He looked at Ethan with unfiltered bluntness and said, "You show up here after months with that ridiculous smile on your face. What happened?" "He's going to be a father," Bruce said, without looking up. Every head in the room turned toward Bruce. He unfolded his arms slightly. The change in his expression was minor, but the smile is not one I have seen on him before. Pride and nervousness together. The only thing that makes a man who once went hand-to-hand with Darkseid, and ended the war with the Atlanteans look nervous and happy simultaneously is becoming apparent. A beat of silence. Then the room erupted. Clark was across the space in 2 strides, his hand coming down warmly on Ethan's shoulder with a broad smile. Arthur's brow shot up and he pushed off the pillar, his laugh low and genuine. Hal shook his head with a wide grin and extended his hand. Billy's face lit up completely. Victor gave a nod that carried real warmth beneath the composure. Ethan took it all in with that same wide, helpless smile, accepting each congratulations as it came. He raised his voice slightly to carry over the noise. Tomorrow night. The MNC. There's going to be the biggest celebration the city has seen. You are all invited. A chorus of agreement moved through the room. I'll see if I have time, Bruce said. Several people in the room turned to look at him. He'll be there, Clark said quietly, with the calm certainty of a man who had known Bruce Wayne for a very long time. Ethan let the laughter settle, then raised a hand. There is one more thing I need to share with all of you. The room quieted. He explained what happened with the flashpoint and reached into his jacket and retrieved the recording device. He pulled up the footage of the flashpoint event and transferred it to the hall's display system. The footage played without commentary. The silence that followed was not the comfortable kind. Every face in the room had tightened. Arthur stared at the display with his jaw set. Hal's arms had uncrossed and dropped to his sides. Clark's expression carried something controlled and heavy. Victor's optical sensor shifted with the kind of microfocus that indicated his systems were still processing. Every eye eventually drifted to Barry. Barry stood still, looking at the floor. The color in his face had receded slightly. I know, he said quietly, before anyone else could speak. I know what I did. And I won't do it again. He looked up, and his voice was steadier than his expression. I have the memories now. Living that other life with her. That is enough. That is more than enough. Bruce looked at him for a long moment. Our scars are what make us who we are. The pain, the loss, the mistakes. All of it. His voice was even and direct. Do not make that mistake again. You will not always have someone like Ethan to step in and correct it. Barry gave a single nod. It was not a defensive gesture. It was the nod of a man who had genuinely heard something. Ethan turned to Barry and met his eyes with a quiet look. There won't be a next time, he said simply. The conversations that followed were measured and necessary. The implications of the event, what had been altered, what had been restored, what safeguards existed now that hadn't before. They talked through it with thoroughness. Eventually, the gathering broke apart, voices trailing off, footsteps heading toward exits. The hall emptied in degrees until only two figures remained near the center of the room. Ethan waited until the others were gone. Bruce. Bruce had been on the verge of leaving, but he stopped and turned. I have something for you. Ethan reached into his jacket and produced a small drive. He held it between his fingers for a moment before extending it. A recording. I want you to watch it. Bruce took it without question. Ethan crossed to the nearest display console and connected the drive himself, then stepped back. The footage began to play. Thomas Wayne appeared on the screen. He was wearing the Batman costume, and he looked as though carrying it had cost him something immeasurable. His face was older than Bruce would have remembered from Crime Alley. Worn in places that grief had carved. But his eyes, when he looked directly into the camera, held something clear and deliberate. Bruce's expression did not move. Not at first. Bruce, my son, if you're seeing this, then somehow, the world has been given another chance. Thomas paused for a long moment. When he continued, his voice carried a fracture in it that he made no effort to conceal. I failed you. That night in Crime Alley. I was supposed to protect you. That was my job. A father's only job, and I couldn't do it. I watched you die, Bruce. I felt you slip away in my arms, and there was nothing I could do. His breath came unevenly. And your mother. Martha. I failed her too. I couldn't save you, and I couldn't save her from what that pain turned her into. I lost my son, and then I lost my wife. Everything that came after, the blood, the rage, the war I waged on this city, it wasn't justice. It was just a man drowning in his own guilt. His voice shifted, losing some of its weight, gaining something quieter in its place. But then. Ethan showed me something. He showed me you. Not the boy I buried, but the man you became. A short, broken sound escaped him. Something between a breath and a laugh, faint and raw. You became Batman, but not like me. You didn't let the pain hollow you out. You didn't let it turn you into this. You became something better. A hero. A symbol. A man who still believes in saving people, not punishing them blindly. His voice filled with something that had no other name but love. I am so proud of you, Bruce. More than I ever thought I could be. Even in a world where I lost everything, you still found a way to become someone your mother and I would have believed in. Don't carry my sins with you. Don't carry that night like a chain around your soul. Let it make you stronger. But don't let it make you cruel. Save who you can. Love when you can. Live, the life I couldn't give you. A final, long pause. I couldn't save you, and I couldn't save Martha. But maybe, through you, we can still be saved. I love you, Bruce. And I am so proud of the man you have become. The recording ended and the room held its silence. Ethan did not look at Bruce directly. He kept his gaze on the now dark screen, giving the men beside him the privacy that a moment like this deserved. After a long breath, he spoke quietly. Your father also wrote you a letter. He gave it to me before I left. He paused. I haven't read it and don't know what's in it. He set the sealed envelope on the console beside Bruce's hand. But I think just seeing him was already enough. He stepped back and opened a crimson portal with a quiet gesture. Ethan. He stopped and turned. Bruce was still facing the darkened screen. There was a single line of moisture at the corner of one eye that Batman would never in his life acknowledge aloud. Thank you. Ethan smiled, quiet and genuine, with none of the fanfare that usually accompanied his larger gestures. You're welcome, Bruce. He stepped through the portal, and it closed softly behind him. Chapter 153, The God of Plantation and the Girl from the Stars. Aeon Biotech, Chairman's Office, DC Universe. The red portal sealed shut behind him without a sound. Ethan stepped into the chairman's room of the Aeon Biotech branch with his hands easy at his sides, the faint residual warmth of the portal already fading from the air. The office was spacious and clean, all polished surfaces and large windows overlooking the city below, the kind of room that communicated quiet authority without needing to shout it. Lena and Eve were already inside. Both of them turned at the sound of his arrival, and their expressions shifted from focused to delighted in the span of a second. Lena rose from behind the president's desk in a single fluid motion, her composure briefly overtaken by something genuinely warm. Eve, standing at her side with her usual composed attentiveness, let a bright smile cross her face. Anna had already called ahead and they both knew. Ethan, Lena said, stepping around the desk to meet him. She extended her hand first, then seemed to reconsider and reached out to grip his arm instead, her smile wide and sincere. Congratulations. Truly. You are going to be a father. Congratulations, Mr. Carter, Eve added, bowing her head slightly, her smile carrying the quiet warmth of someone who meant it completely. Ethan smiled back at both of them, unhurried and genuinely pleased. Thank you. Both of you. He glanced around the office, taking in the state of things with the passive ease of his Genesis awareness brushing lightly over the building. How is everything here? Before Lena could answer, the door swung open. Pamela Isley stepped through with the particular energy of someone who had been moving with purpose and arrived exactly where she intended to be. Her green eyes found Ethan immediately and her entire face broke into a wide, radiant smile. She crossed the room in quick strides and took both of his hands in hers, squeezing them firmly. I just heard, she said, and her voice carried a reverence that sat somewhere between genuine emotion and the particular devotion she had developed for him over time. Congratulations, my lord. The son of the god of plantation is going to enter this world. Her eyes shone with real feeling. I cannot think of a more worthy occasion. Ethan looked at her with quiet amusement pulling at the corner of his mouth. God of plantation. That is the title now. He turned the thought over once. I wonder how far beyond that is going to go before it stops. He decided not to dwell on it. Thank you, Pamela, he said. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to see all three of you. He moved to the main chair at the head of the table and settled into it. Lena returned to the president's seat. Pamela and Eve took chairs across from him, and for a moment the room held the easy quiet of people who were comfortable in each other's presence. How is the company doing? Ethan asked, his tone direct. Any problems worth knowing about? Lena folded her hands on the desk, her expression shifting into the focused composure she wore when discussing business. Better than projected, honestly. The fertilizers, seeds, and related products are moving extremely well. High demand, low cost, and the market is only growing. The next few months should push us into a significantly stronger position than we are already in. Ethan gave a satisfied nod. Good. There is one thing, Lena added, and a slight crease formed between her brows. Lex. I have been watching for anything unusual from his side and I have found nothing. She paused. Which is, itself, unusual. The silence concerns me more than activity would. Ethan leaned back in the chair and considered that for a moment. He'll move eventually, he said. But don't let him occupy too much of your attention. Keep the focus on the company. Development, expansion, and reach. That is what matters. Lena gave a small nod before her expression settling. Pamela, Ethan said, turning to her. Your side. Everything is running smoothly, she said. The greening initiative in the eastern sectors has exceeded expectations. The soil recovery rates are ahead of schedule. A quiet pride moved across her face. Your formula truly is something miraculous. Good. He let a beat pass, then said, there is one more thing I want to handle while I'm here. The employees across this branch, all of them, are receiving 5 years' worth of their salary. Today. The room went quiet. Lena's composed expression cracked slightly. Eve blinked. Pamela's eyes went wide for just a moment before something almost worshipful settled back over her face. As expected, she said softly. He is generous beyond measure. Ethan, Lena said carefully, leaning forward. That is an extraordinary sum. The logistics alone, the sheer monetary volume required. Ethan smiled. It was a patient smile, the kind that preceded something that rendered the concern entirely irrelevant. Lena, he said. You keep forgetting who you're talking to. He raised one hand, and a red portal tore open in the center of the room without ceremony. What came through it was not subtle. Gold. Raw diamonds. Dense bars of platinum and silver. Precious metals in quantities that had no business existing in one room, pouring through the portal in a continuous, unhurried stream. They piled across the floor, stacked against the walls, filled the open space between the chairs with glittering, impossible abundance. It did not stop for several seconds. When it finally did, the room looked like the interior of a vault that had forgotten its own limits. Lena stared. Eve stared beside her. Pamela looked at the mountain of wealth surrounding them and simply closed her eyes for a moment, as though offering a silent prayer to whatever cosmic force had placed this man in her life. If you can't convert all of it to liquid currency in time, Ethan said evenly, give the raw materials directly to the employees. Equivalent value. It is easier that way. He looked at the gleaming pile without particular interest. If this isn't enough, tell me and I'll send more. Matter manipulation, he thought, with a quiet, private satisfaction. A single thought and any material in existence becomes whatever I need it to be. And the cleanup operation back in the Marvel universe alone gave me enough raw minerals to bury this entire city. Lena recovered herself in stages. Her expression returned to its professional sharpness and she straightened in her chair, already mentally cataloging the work ahead of her. Pamela was already on her feet, moving toward the piles with the energy of someone who had shifted seamlessly from awe into action. Ethan rose from the chair. I'll leave this with you, he said simply. You both know what to do. He crossed to the window, opened it with a gesture, and stepped out into the open air above the city. Above the city. He climbed until the buildings shrank beneath him and the noise of the streets dissolved entirely, until there was only the wind and the wide, open quiet of altitude. Then he stopped, hovering, and closed his eyes. A pulse of green light expanded from his body in a slow, silent wave, washing outward and then pulling inward all at once, like a breath drawn from somewhere deeper than the physical. When he opened his eyes, the world he saw was not the one anyone else could see. He was floating in the void. Countless green threads stretched before him in every direction, each one a living timeline, each one carrying its own weight of cause and consequence. They pulsed with quiet light, some dimmer, some burning with activity, an endless tapestry of possibility and history suspended in silence. It has been a while since I looked at this many at once, he thought. He did not linger on the view. He moved with purpose, scanning the threads until he found the one that belonged to this universe, this specific pocket of DC reality. It pulsed with a distinctive bluish-green light, faintly irregular, like a heartbeat under mild strain. He reached into it and traced back through it carefully, following the thread with the practiced precision of someone who had learned that time was not a river but a fabric, and that careless hands left marks. He moved to a specific point, a kitchen, a woman alone, a night that would shatter more than one life before it was done. It was Nora Allen. He paused time there. The thread froze beneath his touch, holding perfectly still. He stepped into the paused moment like stepping through a doorway, the world around him suspended in absolute stillness. Nora Allen stood in her kitchen, unaware and unhurt, her expression carrying the ease of an ordinary evening. Ethan moved quietly and carefully, drawing a few drops of her blood into a small vial with a precision that left no mark and no disturbance. He stored it, sealed the moment back exactly as he had found it, and stepped out. If my plan works, he thought, she will not have to die that night. Barry will not have to carry that wound for the rest of his life. Some things deserve to be corrected. He moved forward through the thread again, not stopping to linger, not seeking out anything more than what he had come for. Then he found a pod, launched from a dying world. Krypton shattered across the thread in a cascade of light and grief that even he, watching from outside time, felt the weight of. He watched the pod tumble, watched it drift off course, watched it get drawn into the gray, crushing gravity of the phantom zone before it could reach its destination. A system failure and a planet's death rippling outward and catching something small and precious in its wake. Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin. Sleeping inside a pod that had been lost to the void while her infant cousin grew up without her on a world she had never seen. He then placed a detection spell on the pod with a quiet touch, let the thread resume, and pulled himself back to the sky above the city. That's enough for now, he thought. His awareness brushed the cosmic currents lightly and he pulled it back in deliberately. I am going to be a father soon. This is not the moment to start drawing the attention of every celestial observer in the multiverse by rewriting timelines. He opened a portal directly into the Phantom Zone. The Phantom Zone. The Phantom Zone had no color worth describing. It was the gray that existed before colors were decided, a featureless expanse that pressed against the edges of perception without being anything solid enough to push back against. Sound did not behave correctly here. Distance meant very little. Ethan activated the detection spell and followed its pull without hesitation. It took seconds. The pod was exactly where the thread had told him it would be, drifting in absolute stillness, its outer hull scratched and cold. He opened a second portal, positioning it carefully in the outskirts of the city, far enough from the population center that a blonde girl waking up in unfamiliar atmosphere would not immediately be overwhelmed. He raised one hand. The front section of the pod dissolved cleanly, atoms dispersing without drama, the edges of the opening smooth as though it had been built that way. Inside, a young woman lay in peaceful, dreamless sleep. She was perhaps 18 or 19 by appearance, her blonde hair fanned loosely around her face, her expression completely undisturbed. Her features were clean and striking. Ethan studied her face for a moment with quiet recognition. She looks different from the Flashpoint variant, he noted. A few small differences in the lines of her face. A smile settled on his lips without effort. But she is more beautiful than that version, if anything. As if sensing the change in pressure around her, Kara's eyes opened. And immediately filling with the disorientation of someone waking up in a place they did not recognize, in the presence of someone they had never seen, with no anchor point whatsoever. Her eyes widened. She pulled in a sharp breath and looked around, her body tensing with the instinct to act, to flee, to fight, to do something. Ethan smiled. He extended his hand toward her, open and unhurried. Welcome back to Earth, Kara, he said. She froze. Her eyes fixed on him, wide and searching, the fear in them competing with the confusion of hearing her own name from a stranger's mouth. Before she could form a word, Ethan's voice remained even and calm. It's all right. Take a breath. I know you have questions and I am going to answer all of them. Let me show you what happened. It will be faster than explaining. His telepathy reached out and he gave her everything she needed to know in a single, carefully assembled current. What had happened to Krypton? What had happened to her pod? How long she had been adrift? What Earth was? Who her cousin was now? And who Ethan Carter was? He did not rush it. He let the information settle into her mind the way light settles into a room, gradually and without force. Her expression moved through shock, grief, disbelief, and then a fragile, unsteady kind of stillness as she processed it all. She looked at his extended hand for a long moment. Then she took it. Kent Farm, Smallville. The farmhouse had the particular warmth of a home that had been lived in with genuine care. The wooden furniture carried years of use without apology. The walls held photographs and small, ordinary things that collectively said more about the people who lived here than any formal introduction could. Martha Kent sat on the sofa beside Jonathan, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes moving between the young woman seated across from her and the men who had brought her here. Clark sat nearby, still in his civilian clothes, his broad frame slightly forward in his seat, attentive in the quiet way he became when something mattered. Ethan sat beside Kara with his posture relaxed. He had just finished delivering the full account of everything through a careful burst of shared telepathy, compressing hours of explanation into something that took under a minute to receive and a few minutes to absorb. The room had gone still. Telepathy, he thought with quiet satisfaction. The single most efficient communication tool in existence. An explanation that would take an hour by mouth takes few seconds and leaves no room for misunderstanding. He had done the same for Kara on the way here. Had walked her through Krypton's end, through the malfunction that had sent her pod drifting off course, through the Phantom Zone and the decades lost inside it. Had shown her the infant she remembered growing into the man now sitting across the room from her. Had given her Earth's languages, its cultures, its basic geography, all of it delivered directly into her mind with the care of someone who understood what it meant to wake up in a world that had moved on without you. She had been shaken and had been quiet for most of the journey here. Now the silence in the farmhouse held a different texture. The weight of everything that had just been understood settling over each person in the room at their own pace. Jonathan Kent looked at Kara with the careful, measuring expression of a man who said very little but felt a great deal. Clark looked at her the way someone looks at a piece of a world they had given up on ever seeing again. Martha Kent stood up and crossed the room without a word, stopped in front of Kara, and pulled her into a hug. Kara stiffened. Her shoulders came up and her hands hovered at her sides for a moment, uncertain and unprepared for this. Then, slowly, something in her gave way. Her arms came up and she held on. Ethan watched from his chair. Leave it to the women of the house, he thought. Hand them any situation, no matter how large or complicated, and they will find the human center of it without breaking a sweat. Chapter 154, Invitation for the Blonde Girl. Kent Farm, Smallville, afternoon. The next 2 hours passed at the gentle pace of a farmhouse afternoon, unhurried and warm. Ethan had intended to ease Kara into the Kent household, to make sure the transition did not feel too abrupt for a girl who had woken up in an unfamiliar universe with 2 decades of lost time sitting on her shoulders. As it turned out, he was not needed for that at all. Martha Kent had taken one look at Kara and done what Martha Kent did with any lost soul that crossed her threshold. She had hugged her and taken her to the kitchen for more private talk. The sound of quiet conversation drifted through from that direction now, Kara's voice still a little careful and uncertain, Martha's warm and steady around it, filling in the silences with the kind of unhurried ease that only came from someone who had spent a lifetime making people feel less alone. Ethan listened to it with half his awareness from the living room and decided that some forces in the universe were simply more effective than him. He, Clark, and Jonathan sat in the living room, the afternoon light lying in long, easy bands across the wooden floor. Clark had his forearms rested on his knees and turned to Ethan and said, "I want to thank you for finding her." He paused briefly. "After you explained and showed us the Flashpoint timeline footage, I knew Kara existed in that timeline. But on this one." He shook his head. "I didn't think she would be here. The divergence from Barry's interference, I thought it would change too much." His voice dropped slightly. "I had already accepted that she wasn't coming back, but here she is. And if you don't mind me asking, how did you know that she might be alive in this timeline?" Ethan nodded once. He had anticipated the question and had shaped his answer carefully on the way over. "I had a suspicion," he said. "Something about the timeline felt unresolved in that direction, so I went back in time to check." A small, honest smile crossed his face. "I wasn't certain I'd find anything. But I did find her, exactly where I thought she might be." He let the words settle before adding, "I am glad the suspicion was right." Clark held his gaze for a moment, then gave a single nod that carried more weight than most people's speeches. "Thank you, Ethan." Genuinely. Jonathan, who had been listening with his hands loosely clasped, turned the information over in his own way. He was not a man who reached for words quickly, and he did not reach for them now. Going back in time to locate and retrieve a girl from the Phantom Zone was simply not a sequence of events that slotted comfortably into the mental framework of a man who understood the world through soil, seasons, and the reliable logic of a working farm. After a long moment, he arrived at the same conclusion he usually arrived at with the things that went beyond his grasp. Everyone was here and everyone was fine. That was what mattered. "Dr. Carter," he said, with the careful respect of someone addressing a man whose work he recognized even if he couldn't fully account for it. "Just Ethan," Ethan said. "Please. I'm 29. That's about Clark's age. Dr. Carter makes me feel like I should be behind a desk." Jonathan's expression eased and a short, low sound came out of him that was as close to a laugh as Jonathan Kent usually offered. "Ethan, then." From there, the conversation shifted in the way that conversations on farms almost always do eventually. Jonathan asked about the fertilizers, his voice taking on the interested, grounded quality of someone talking about something he trusted because he had seen the results himself. Ethan answered with genuine attention, and for a stretch of time the three of them talked about crop yield and soil composition and the difference the Aeon products had made to the surrounding land, and it was one of the more quietly pleasant conversations Ethan had been part of in a long while. Eventually, he rose. "Before I go," he said, "I'd like a moment with Clark and Kara. In private, if that's all right." Jonathan gave an easy nod and settled back in his chair. Ethan crossed to the kitchen doorway. Kent Farm, storage shed. The shed smelled of dry wood and old equipment and the particular warm dust of a place that had been useful for decades. Ethan stood near the entrance with Clark on one side and Kara on the other, the afternoon light cutting in at a low angle through the slatted walls. He reached into his jacket and produced a small drive, holding it between 2 fingers. "The Kara from the Flashpoint timeline," he said, looking between them both. "She left a message. For both of you." He extended it toward them. "She wanted you to see it." Kara's breath stilled for just a moment. She had already absorbed the outline of the Flashpoint through what Ethan had shared with her earlier, enough to understand the shape of it without being buried under every detail. But hearing it said plainly like this, that another version of herself had existed in that broken timeline and had thought to leave something behind for them, brought a complicated stillness to her face. Clark took the drive carefully, as though it weighed more than it should. "Thank you," he said quietly. Ethan gave a brief nod, then turned to open a portal. The familiar shimmer of red light traced its edges across the shed wall. A hand closed around his wrist and he stopped. Kara's grip was light but deliberate, and when he turned back, she was looking at him with an expression that clearly surprised her as much as it surprised him. Her eyes were wide and direct, and there was a faint color rising at the edges of her cheeks. Clark looked between them. Kara let go of his wrist. She pulled her hand back and held it against her side. She drew a breath. "I want to meet with you again." Properly, to thank you. Her chin came up slightly. You saved my life. I would like the chance to say that to you when I'm not still recovering from a 20-year sleep. Clark's eyes shifted to Ethan, narrowing slightly as he made quiet, precise calculations. Ethan looked at Kara for a moment, reading the sincerity in her expression with no difficulty at all. Then a warm smile settled on his face and he reached out, taking her hand lightly in his. I have all the time in the world, he said. Especially when the invitation comes from someone beautiful like you. Kara's smile came quickly and brightly, lighting up her face. Speaking of which, Ethan continued, we are hosting a party tomorrow night at the MNC Hotel. My wife is pregnant and we are celebrating. Consider yourself invited. Clark already has the location, so you can accompany him. It will give us the chance to catch up properly. Kara's smile paused and blinked. The warmth in her expression did not vanish exactly, but it rearranged itself into something more careful and uncertain. Your wife. His wife, Clark confirmed, his tone making it clear he wasn't going to pretend he hadn't just witnessed what had unfolded. One of my wives, Ethan added pleasantly. The party is partly being held by my other wife as well. A brief, expansive pause later. And my other 3 girlfriends will be very pleased to hear the news when I return to my home universe. So the celebrations will continue there as well. He said all of this with the uncomplicated good cheer of a man reporting the weather. The shed went quiet. Clark had stopped moving entirely. He stood very still with an expression that was doing several things at once and managing none of them cleanly. Kara just stared at Ethan. In any case, Ethan said, the night after the party, before I head back. We can catch up then. His expression was easy and genuine as he looked at Kara. I meant what I said. I'd like that. He stepped toward her first, pulling her into a brief, warm hug that she returned after a beat of startled hesitation. Then he looked over her shoulder at Clark, who was still somewhere between bewildered and resigned. See you both soon, Ethan said. He stepped through the portal and it closed behind him. The shed held its silence. Kara stood looking at the empty air where the portal had been. After a long moment, Clark placed a hand on her shoulder. He had seen that expression before, had worn something close to it himself once, in a newsroom, watching a woman with dark hair argue fearlessly with her editor about a story deadline. He was still formulating what to say when Kara turned to him. Do you think he would be interested in me? Her voice was direct, but there was something genuinely uncertain underneath it. He's already in relationships with multiple women. Married to 2 of them. She looked at Clark. Is it wrong for me to feel this way? I don't even understand it myself. I only just met him. She shook her head and looked back at the space where the portal had been. But something about him makes me want to know more. I can't explain it. She turned back to him with slightly helpless eyes. I don't know what to do, Cal. Clark looked at his cousin for a long moment and he had absolutely no idea what to say. What exactly did Ethan do, he thought, somewhere between amused and genuinely baffled, in the span of a single afternoon, to have her looking like that? He considered the question from several angles. Then, as a secondary thought, how in the world is he managing relationships with 5 women when I am actively struggling to maintain one with Lois? He did not have an answer to either question. So, he put his arm around her shoulders instead and decided that was probably enough for now. MNC Hotel, DC Universe, evening. Ethan's suite. The suite was quiet when Ethan stepped through the portal and dropped onto the sofa. He let out a slow breath and let the stillness of the room settle over him. The Kryptonian technology from the Flashpoint timeline had been sitting in the back of his mind for some time now, and after his extended observation of it until now, the framework of how to use it was beginning to take solid shape. There were several directions he could take it, each one with its own scope and implication. But all of it could wait. He had today and tomorrow here. The day after that, he and Jean and Anna and Elizabeth would step through a portal and go home to the Marvel Universe, where a child was waiting to be born into a world their father was going to make sure was worth inheriting. So, he decided to put all his plans on hold and spend some time with Jean. He reached toward the telepathic link, the Nexus Mind Lattice, intending to check in with Jean, when suddenly the door opened. Anna stepped in, glanced at him on the sofa, and her expression softened into a teasing smile. Look at who's here, people, Ethan Carter, himself, she said, crossing her arms. The guy who disappears first thing in the morning, the very morning after finding out his wife is pregnant, leaving her completely alone. She let the words hang in the air for a moment. Irresponsible does not begin to cover it. Then she crossed the room and sat down directly in his lap. Ethan's arms came up around her without thinking, easy and immediate. I'm sorry, he said, and he meant it simply. I needed to take care of a few things. So that everything after this gets my full attention. Yours and Jean's. Anna's expression softened. She leaned into him and the teasing quality in her voice dropped away. I know, she said. I was only teasing. She hugged him properly then and her arms settling around him. After a comfortable quiet, Ethan said, "How is the power sitting with you? The one you absorbed from Doomsday?" Anna considered this for a moment. "Different," she said. "Strong. It feels like I became a little more like you, honestly. The adaptive evolution is already changing things inside me." A quiet note of wonder moved through her voice. "I had a hard time against Doomsday before I managed to pull it from him, but now." She paused. "I've already drained everything from him. If we fight again, with his powers in my hands along with my own, it will be a different story. And I'm interested to see how it ends." A brief, slightly odd expression crossed her face. "His memories were already a mess, so I used the containment spell you taught me to store them safely." Still sorting through the edges of that. Ethan's hand moved in a slow, steady arc across her back. "You'll settle into it," he said. "And every fight after this makes you stronger. That's how it works." A quiet pride moved through his tone. "An evolution power of your own. I am genuinely proud of you. But I don't know what to say. Jean's pregnant before you, even though you were the one who came into my life first." Anna was quiet for a moment. Then she let out a slow breath against his shoulder. "I know you can already feel everything I'm feeling," she said, without any particular complaint in it. "That annoying empathy of yours. It isn't something I turn on deliberately," he said. "I know." She tightened her arms slightly. "I can't hide anything from you even if I wanted to." Another breath later. "I am happy, Ethan. About Jean, about the baby. I am so happy for her. For both of you." A brief pause later. "But there is a small part of me that is jealous. Not badly. Just a small part, sitting there being honest about itself." Ethan shifted slightly, bringing one hand up to gently lift her chin until her eyes met his. The look on his face was direct and unhurried. "It isn't something I can control the timing of," he said. "But I promise you, Anna. You will be pregnant with my child. I will make sure of it." Her eyes held his for a moment. Then the corner of her mouth curved, and the familiar glint of amusement returned to her expression. "Is that so?" she said. "And how exactly are you planning to ensure that?" Ethan smiled. "You'll find out soon enough." He leaned in and kissed her. Anna made a small sound somewhere between a protest and a surrender, and then simply stopped doing anything other than kissing him back. Chapter 155, The Promise 1, R18. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was a claim. Anna's mouth met Ethan's with a ferocity that spoke of hunger, of a need that had been simmering beneath her joyful congratulations all day. Her hand cupped his cheek, her fingers pressing into the skin with possessive pressure, while her other hand dove into his hair, gripping the blonde strands as if to anchor him to her, to this moment. Ethan responded instantly, his own desire surging forward. His right hand found the soft swell of her breast through her thin top, his palm molding to her, feeling the heat and the quickened heartbeat beneath. His left hand cradled the nape of her neck, a point of control and tenderness amidst the growing storm. Their tongues tangled, a wet, urgent exploration. Saliva mingled and the taste of each other became a shared essence. The sound was raw, a symphony of gasps and moist, open-mouthed contact that filled the quiet room. Anna's giggle, when it came, was breathless and darkly amused, a spark in the escalating heat. She didn't wait. Her fingers, still tangled in his hair, guided his head back just enough for her to seize the collar of his shirt. With a sharp, tearing pull, the fabric gave way, buttons pinging softly against the hardwood floor. Ethan's answering move was just as deliberate, just as rough. His hand on her breast slid upward, gathering the material of her blouse at her shoulder, and he ripped it downward. The delicate weave tore with a satisfying shred, revealing the pale pink lace of her bra beneath, the cup straining slightly with her eager breath. "Someone is impatient," he growled against her lips. "You promised me something," she gasped back, her own hands now roaming his newly exposed chest, tracing the lines of his muscles, feeling the rapid, heavy thump of his heart. "I want to see you start keeping it." His smile was predatory with full of intent. He shifted on the plush chair, adjusting her weight on his lap so his hands could work freely. The pink bra was a beautiful obstacle. He hooked his fingers under the center clasp, and with a sharp flick, it opened. The lace fell away, and her breast spilled free, full and pale with dusky pink nipples already tightened into hard, eager points. "God, Anna," he murmured, his voice thick. His mouth descended on her right breast, his lips sealing around the nipple while his tongue lashed it in firm, circling strokes. His hand kneaded the other, his thumb rolling over the peak in a matching, rhythmic torture. Anna cried out, a sharp, pleasure-pained sound, her back arching to offer him more. The sensation was electric, a direct line from her chest to her core, where a deep, aching emptiness began to clamor for attention. Her own hands were busy, ravenous. She removed his pants using a magic spell. Ethan was already hard, a thick, heated length that jumped in her grasp. She took his dick and began to stroke it, her strokes along his shaft firm and knowing, her thumb sweeping over the slick head to gather the early dew there. The give and take was frantic, a race with no finish line they wanted to cross. Ethan released her breast with a wet pop, his mouth glistening. "My turn," he said, and before she could process it, he was moving her. He stood, lifting her effortlessly from the sofa, and in 2 strides he had her back against the nearest wall. The cool surface hit her skin, a shock against the fever burning through her. He knelt and his hands went to her hips, holding her steady as he pressed his face against the soft cotton of her panties. He inhaled deeply, the scent of her arousal, musky, sweet, uniquely her, driving him further. Then he hooked his fingers into the sides of the panties and tore them down. They joined the ruined blouse on the floor. Anna's pussy was exposed, glistening already with her need. Her folds were flushed a deep rose, swollen and open. Ethan didn't tease. He claimed it as if it belongs to him. His mouth covered her entirely, his lip sealing over her slit, his tongue pushing inside her in one long, deep, invasive stroke. Anna's head thumped back against the wall. Her hands flew to his hair, clutching, holding him there. "Oh. Ethan, fuck." The words were torn from her, ragged and desperate. His oral assault was methodical, relentless, and perfectly tuned to her responses. He licked her from root to clit, broad, flat strokes that coated his tongue in her essence. Then he focused on her clit itself, that sensitive, swollen pearl. He sucked it into his mouth, rolling it with his tongue, applying varying pressure until her legs began to shake. His hands held her thighs apart, his thumbs digging into her soft flesh to keep her open, to keep her vulnerable to his worship. He could feel her building, the tension coiling in her belly, the tremors in her muscles. He drove her faster. 2 fingers joined his tongue, slipping inside her soaking channel. They curled, finding that spongy, textured wall inside her, and pressed. There. Anna screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure overload. His tongue flicked rapidly against her clit while his fingers pressed and retreated in a matching rhythm. The orgasm broke over her like a wave of white-hot lightning. It started deep in her core, a detonation of pleasure that radiated outward, making her toes curl, her stomach contract, her vision blur. Her juices flooded his mouth, a warm, copious release that he drank greedily, swallowing every drop, his throat working to take it all. He kept his mouth on her, lapping at the aftermath, drinking the lesser streams that followed, until her spasms subsided and her body slumped against the wall, held up only by his hands. He rose, his face wet with her, his eyes burning with a satisfied hunger. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, tasting her again on his skin. Anna, panting, her eyes hazy with pleasure, looked at him. Then she looked at his cock, still hard and gleaming from her earlier attention. A new determination settled in her gaze. She pushed him back toward the sofa. He sat, and she didn't join him on his lap. She stood before him, her naked body glorious in its dishevelment, and then she knelt between his legs. Her hands took him, one at the base, one cradling his balls, feeling their heavy, taut weight. She leaned forward, and without preamble, her mouth enveloped the head of his cock. She didn't just suck, she consumed. Her lips formed a tight seal, and her tongue danced along the underside of his shaft, tracing the sensitive ridge there. Then she took him deeper, her throat opening to accept his length as she pushed forward until her nose touched his abdomen. Ethan groaned with a deep, visceral sound. His hands found her head, not guiding but simply holding, feeling the motion of her. She established a rhythm, deep, retreating to just the head where she applied fierce suction, then plunging deep again. Her tongue worked constantly, a wet, clever caress that made his hips twitch. She varied it, sometimes slow and worshipful, sometimes fast and demanding, reading his body's responses in the twitch of his muscles, the catch of his breath. She wanted it all. She wanted his seed, the physical proof of his promise. Her psychological desire was a clear, driving force. This is for me. This is for my baby. When she felt him nearing the edge, his cock hardening to an almost painful rigidity, his breathing becoming ragged, she changed her tactic. She pulled back until just the head was in her mouth, and she focused there. Her tongue swirled around the tip, flicking at the slit, while her hand pumped the base of his shaft in a tight, milking motion. Her eyes, looking up at him, held a fierce, loving command. Give it to me. Ethan's climax wasn't a slow build, it was a rupture. A thick, hot spurt hit the back of her throat. She swallowed instantly, taking the first load. The second followed, and she took it too, her throat working diligently. The third, fourth, a relentless, potent release, she drank them all, her mouth never leaving him, swallowing every drop of his cum as it pulsed from him. When the flow subsided, she kept him in her mouth, softening now, cleaning him with gentle, tender licks until he was spent. She rose, her mouth tasting of him, her body buzzing from her own orgasm and the power of having taken his. They were both naked, both marked by each other. Wordlessly, Ethan stood, took her hand, and led her across the expansive suite to the king-sized bed that dominated the far side of the room. The sheets were cool, crisp white. He didn't lay her down gently. He placed her on the edge of the bed, her back on the mattress, her legs still hanging over the side. He stood before her, his renewed erection, the sight of her, the taste of her, the sheer intent having revived him swiftly, standing proud and ready. He gripped her hips and pulled her to the very edge, then leaned over her, one hand braced on the bed near her head. His other hand guided his cock to her entrance. He didn't ask. He just looked at her, his eyes holding hers, and then he pushed. The penetration was deep, immediate, complete. He entered her in one long, inexorable thrust that buried him to the root. Anna's mouth opened in a silent gasp, then a moan tore free as her body stretched to accommodate him, the beautiful, familiar fullness a relief and a new hunger. He began to move. The pace was not gentle and exploratory. It was a fucking. Hard, deep withdrawals until just the tip remained, then hard, deep plunges back inside. Each thrust was a deliberate impact, his pelvis meeting hers with a soft, wet slap of flesh. The bed and even the entire room began to rock with their rhythm. Anna's hands clawed at his shoulders, his back. Her head tossed side to side on the pillow. More, she breathed, the word a plea. Ethan, more. He gave her more. He angled his thrusts, finding a spot that made her cry out sharply every time he hit it. His pace increased, the slaps becoming faster, the sound of their joining becoming a wet, rhythmic chorus in the room. He leaned down, capturing her mouth with his again, and the kiss was as rough as his fucking. Their tongues fought, their teeth clashed, their breaths mingled in hot, shared gasps. Each deep drive into her body was punctuated by a deep invasion of her mouth, a synchronized claiming. You will be pregnant, he grunted against her lips, the words a vow, a mantra. I'll fill you with it. Every drop. Until it takes. Yes, she keened, her body arching, trying to take him deeper still. Yes. Give it to me. Give me your baby. His hands moved from her hips to under her thighs, hooking them, lifting them to open her even wider, to allow him even deeper access. The new angle was devastating. He pounded into her now, each thrust a deep, reaching invasion that touched her very core. Anna's moans became continuous, a stream of sound broken only by gasps for air. Her eyes were wild, locked on his, seeing the same fierce determination reflected there. The room was a haze of sensation, the smell of sex, of their sweat, the sound of skin, of wet impact, of desperate breaths, the sight of their bodies joining, straining, shining, the taste of each other on their tongues. Ethan's thrusts became relentless, a machine-like rhythm designed to push them both to the brink. He could feel his own climax building again, a deeper, more potent reserve summoned by the primal intent of the act. He could feel Anna tightening around him, her internal muscles clutching his shaft in rhythmic spasms that signaled her own approaching peak. He drove into her, harder, faster, a final, furious sprint. Anna's cries became words, fragmented, raw. Don't, stop, there, please. Oh God. Her orgasm erupted, a convulsive, body-racking wave that squeezed him like a vice. Her back bowed off the bed, her nails scoring his skin. The clenching of her pussy around his cock was the final trigger. Ethan roared, a sound of pure release, and slammed into her one last, deepest time, holding himself there as he erupted. His cum flooded her, a hot, urgent gush that spilled deep into her womb. He felt it, the pulse of his release, each jet a deliberate offering into her depths. He kept pumping, even as his climax subsided, ensuring every last drop was deposited inside her, where she needed it, where she wanted it. For 2 seconds they remained in same position, Ethan remained inside her, still hard and connected with her. Anna's arms pulled and wrapped around him, holding him close, her face buried in his neck. Ethan activated his chronokinesis, letting time slow gently around them, as if the world itself had chosen to give them this moment. The room, already reinforced with quiet enchantments, held steady, untouched by anything beyond the two of them. They continued their intimate activities without a care about the world, as if it didn't matter at this moment. 20 climaxes later. They collapsed together onto the bed, a tangled, sweaty, breathless heap. Ethan remained inside her, softening now, but still connected. Anna's arms wrapped around him, holding him close, her face buried in his neck. They were both trembling, both saturated with the physical and emotional cataclysm. After a long moment of just breathing, of feeling their hearts hammer against each other, Anna whispered against his skin, her voice hoarse and unsteady. I'm not done yet. I need more. Ethan slowly pulled back to meet her eyes, a faint smile forming. That's my line, Anna. Chapter 156, The Promise to, R18. The word hung in the humid air of the suite, a raw and unfinished promise. Ethan lifted his head from the crook of her neck, his blue eyes searching her sweat-sheen face. Her whispered declaration, more, wasn't a request. It was a demand from her very cells, from the empty, yearning place inside her that his seed had just flooded. He didn't speak. He simply shifted, his cock slipping from her with a wet, intimate sound that made her gasp. He rolled off the bed, standing on legs that were solid, unwavering. He looked down at her naked, disheveled form shining with the evidence of their union, his sweat, her sweat, the glistening proof of his release already beginning to seep from her flushed, swollen folds. "Come here," he said, his voice a low rumble. He held out a hand. Anna took it, her fingers lacing with his, and let him pull her upright. Her legs trembled, muscles jelly from the onslaught of pleasure, but his grip was firm. He didn't lead her back to the bed. He turned and guided her, wordlessly, toward the sweet bathroom. Ethan reached in and turned the shower on. A hiss, then the sound of water striking tile, quickly warming into a cloud of steam that billowed into the bedroom, carrying the clean, expensive scent of hotel soap and heat. He stepped into the stream, pulling her with him. The hot water was a shock, 1,000 pinpoint sensations cascading over her sensitized skin. It sluiced through her hair, down her back, over her full, pale breasts where his mouth had left faint pink marks which are slowly healing. It ran in rivulets between them, mixing with the sweat and sex already on their bodies. Ethan backed her up until her shoulders met the cool, slick tiles. The contrast was exquisite, the hot rain on her front, the chill of the wall at her back. He looked at her, water plastering his blonde hair to his forehead, dripping from his chin. His predatory eyes burned, not with satisfied hunger now, but with a renewed, deeper intent. This wasn't over. The promise wasn't fulfilled by those deposit. It was a campaign. "You said more," he stated, his hands coming to her waist. "I did," Anna breathed, her own desire coiling tight again, fed by the visual of him, water streaming over the muscular planes of his chest, his cock already thickening once more under the hot spray. The sight of it, the sheer, potent maleness of him, sent a fresh, aching throb through her core. "For my baby." All of it. In one fluid, powerful motion, he bent his knees, hooked his hands under her thighs, and lifted. Anna cried out, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, her arms looping around his neck for balance. He held her there, pinned between his body and the wall, her weight nothing to him. The water pounded down on them both, soaking his shoulders, her hair, the space where their bodies pressed together. He didn't wait, didn't tease. He adjusted his grip, one arm banded around her back, the other hand guiding himself. The broad head of his cock nudged against her soaked, sensitive entrance. He looked into her eyes, held her gaze with a primal intensity, and shoved upward. Anna's head fell back against the tile with a soft thud. The penetration was brutal in its completeness, a deep, filling stretch that stole her breath. The water seemed to amplify every sensation, the heat, the slide, the incredible fullness as he buried himself to the hilt inside her. "Ethan," she moaned, the sound swallowed by the drum of the shower. He began to move. And it was a movement of pure, unadulterated power. With her weight anchored around him, he used the leverage of the wall to fuck her in hard, driving pistons of his hips. Each withdrawal was agonizing, leaving her empty and clenching for a fraction of a second before each thrust slammed back home, deeper, harder. The impact sent shockwaves through her, jolts of pleasure that radiated from her core, making her cheeks clench against his thighs, shuddering up her spine, tightening her scalp. The pace was relentless, a punishing, glorious rhythm set by the flex of his abdominal muscles. The wet slap of their bodies meeting, a slick, rhythmic counterpoint to the shower's steady roar, echoed in the tiled chamber. His mouth left hers, trailing scalding kisses down her jaw, her neck. He dipped his head, used his telekinesis to lift her breasts up, and his lips found her right nipple, pebbled hard from the water in the cold tile at her back. He didn't just suck. He took her as if it belongs to him. His mouth sealed over the dusky pink areola, his tongue flattening against the stiff peak before he sucked it deep, drawing a sharp, keening cry from her throat. The sensation was a live wire, a direct, searing connection to the deep, rhythmic pounding between her legs. He bit down. Not hard enough to hurt, but with a firm, possessive pressure that made her jolt and moan, her inner muscles clamping down on his invading length. "Yes," she hissed, her fingers digging into the wet muscles of his shoulders. "Like that." He released the nipple with a wet pop, his teeth grazing the sensitized flesh, and immediately switched to the other, giving it the same fierce, alternating attention, sucking hard, lapping, biting with just enough edge to make her gasp and writhe against him. He switched between them as a man possessed, his oral fixation a parallel claim to the one his cock was making deeper inside her. Each bite, each fierce suck, sent fresh bolts of pleasure arcing through her, feeding the tempest building in her belly. Anna was lost in a whirlpool of sensation. The hot water streaming over her face, her breasts in his mouth, the hard, unyielding tile at her back, and the exquisite, deep-dragging friction of him filling her, again and again. Her pleas became a constant, breathless stream, murmured into the steam-filled air. "More, don't stop, right there, fuck, Ethan, please." He leaned in, capturing her begging mouth with his. The kiss was a battle, a desperate, wet clash. Their tongues tangled, pushed, retreated, and advanced again, a mimicry of the carnal act their bodies were engaged in. The taste of the shower water, of each other's saliva mixed together in their mouths. She could feel the groan vibrate in his chest as he drove into her, the force of his thrust pushing her harder against the wall, the kiss becoming messier, more consuming. She begged into his mouth, the words shapeless, fervent. MMMPH. Give it, all, fill me. He broke the kiss, panting, water dripping from his nose onto hers. His eyes were glowing blue with intent. You want it all, he growled, his voice rough with strain and desire. Everything, she gasped, her legs tightening around him. Every drop. For me. For us. A feral grin touched his lips. He adjusted his angle slightly, tilting her hips, and the next thrust hit a place so deep, so devastatingly perfect, that Anna saw stars. A sharp, broken cry tore from her throat. He did it again. And again. Each deep plunge now brushed that sublime, secret spot with unerring accuracy, each impact sending not just shockwaves, but full-body tremors through her. Her climax began to coil, a tight, screaming knot of need at the base of her spine. His mouth found her neck, sucking a bruising kiss into the tender skin there as he fucked her with a frantic, focused intensity. The water pounded on them, washing over their joined bodies, but nothing could wash away the heat, the friction, the building, inevitable explosion. I can feel you, he grunted against her skin, his hips a relentless piston. Getting tight. Clenching for it. You want to milk it out of me, don't you? You want to take every last bit. Yes. God, yes, she sobbed, the words ripped from her. The psychological need fused with the physical, a single, white-hot purpose. Claim his seed. Anchor it. Make it take root. Her body was a vessel, and she wanted it overflowing, saturated, irrevocably filled by him. Her orgasm approached like a tsunami, undeniable. The signs were all there, the tightening in her core, the flutter of her internal muscles around his shaft, the dizzying rush of blood in her ears that even the shower's roar couldn't drown out. She was babbling, a litany of pleas and promises. I'm gonna. Ethan, don't stop, don't you dare stop. He didn't. He hammered into her, the pace becoming brutal, a final, furious assault on her senses. His mouth crashed back onto hers, swallowing her cries. His tongue plunged in time with his cock, a dual invasion that pushed her over the edge. Anna's world shattered. The climax wasn't a wave, it was a detonation. It erupted from that deep, touch spot and radiated outward in paralyzing, ecstatic shockwaves. Her back arched violently off the tile, only his arm holding her secure. A raw, guttural scream was lost in his mouth as her body convulsed, her inner walls clamping down on his cock in a rapid, rhythmic, milking pulse. Pleasure, white-hot and all-consuming, blotted out everything, the water, the room, everything but the feeling of him buried to the hilt inside her, and the furious, clenching contractions of her release. Feeling her come apart, feeling her pussy grip him with such violent, claiming intensity, was Ethan's final trigger. He tore his mouth from hers, throwing his head back with a roar that echoed off the tiles, a sound of pure, primal release. He drove into her one last, deepest time, grinding his pelvis against her clit, and held. His own orgasm erupted, a hot, torrential flood that seemed to have no end. She felt it, every thick, pulsing jet deep in her womb, a scalding claim that mingled with the heat of the shower and the aftershocks of her own pleasure. He pumped into her, short, sharp thrusts, ensuring the delivery, seeding her with a fierce, biological finality. He kept going, even as the pulses subsided, until he was spent, his body shuddering against hers, his forehead dropping to her shoulder. For long moments, there was only the sound of the shower and their ragged, synchronized breaths. Steam enveloped them. Ethan's grip on her thighs loosened, and she slowly, tremulously, unwound her legs, letting her feet find the slippery shower floor. He remained inside her, softening now, but they were still connected, a fact that felt profoundly significant as the water rinsed the external evidence of their passion from their skin. Nothing could rinse away what was inside. He finally, slowly, pulled out. The sensation made her whimper, a sudden, acute feeling of loss. He caught her as her knees buckled, holding her steady against his chest under the spray. His hands were gentle now, smoothing her wet hair back from her face. The water began to cool. He reached behind her and shut it off. The sudden silence was deafening. Dripping, they stood in the gloom, the city's light outlining their steam-wreathed forms. Ethan found a plush hotel towel and wrapped it around her, rubbing her arms briskly before securing one around his own hips. He led her, silent again, back into the bedroom. They didn't go to the rumpled, sex-soaked bed. He guided her to the large, upholstered armchair by the window. He sat, and then pulled her down onto his lap, just as they had begun the evening, but now they were clean, damp, and wrapped in towels. Anna curled into him, her head on his shoulder, her body humming with a deep satisfaction. The frantic energy was gone, replaced by a profound, liquid calm. His arms came around her, holding her close. After he deactivated his chronokinesis, they watched the silent city lights for a while, the occasional car tracing a path far below. Her hand drifted to her lower abdomen, pressing lightly through the towel. The thought was quiet but clear. In there. Right now. Do you think? She started, her voice hoarse from screaming. I know, he interrupted, his voice a quiet rumble in his chest. His hand covered hers, pressing it more firmly against her stomach. We made sure to do it in positions that yield results. There was no arrogance in his tone, only a fierce, protective certainty. Anna closed her eyes, a different kind of warmth spreading through her. It wasn't the fire of lust, but the glow of possibility. Of a promise moving from words, to action, to potential reality. After a time, Ethan stirred. You should rest. Wait, she said, her hand splaying on his chest. She looked up at him, her eyes serious in the dim light. The playful glint was gone, replaced by something vulnerable, raw. One more time. Before sleep. Not like that. Just. I want to feel you inside me. I want to fall asleep with you inside me and woke up with you still inside me. Ethan studied her face, reading the need there, not the desperate, hungry need from before, but a deep, yearning need for connection, for the physical affirmation of what they'd just done. He nodded and carried her to the bed, which he cleaned with magic spell. He pulled back the cool sheets and laid her down. He shed his towel, then gently removed hers. In the faint light, her body was a pale landscape he knew intimately, the full curves of her breasts, the gentle swell of her belly, the dark triangle at the junction of her thighs, still glistening faintly from his earlier release. He lay down beside her, facing her. He kissed her, slow and deep, a kiss of tenderness that held the memory of their ferocity. His hand stroked down her side, over her hip, and back up. He shifted closer, his body aligning with hers. He guided her top leg to hook over his hip, opening her to him. This penetration was different. It was a slow, inexorable slide, a homecoming. There was no desperate fury, only a profound, settling fullness. He sheathed himself completely, sighing as her warmth enveloped him. He didn't move. He just held her, buried inside her, his arms wrapping around her, pulling her flush against him. Her head found its place on his shoulder. They lay like that, entwined, joined. The residual tremors in her muscles stilled. His breathing evened out against her hair. The world narrowed to the beat of his heart against her ear, the solid warmth of his body, and the incredible, possessive fullness where they were one. Anna's last conscious thought, as sleep pulled her under, was a simple, fervent prayer to whatever forces governed such things. Let it take. Let this be the one. Her hand, trapped between their bodies, rested once more on her lower abdomen, as if guarding the precious, potential future within. After some time, Jean returned to her bedroom. When she stepped inside, she found Ethan and Anna already asleep while he is inside her. A soft smile touched her lips as she moved closer, quietly slipping into bed beside them. Resting her hand lightly on Ethan, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 157, Unwanted Attention in the Party. MNC Hotel, Grand Function Hall, the following day evening. The Grand Function Hall of the MNC Hotel had been transformed. Warm light poured from fixtures along every wall, cutting clean and golden through the large space. Tables were dressed in deep colors, the centerpieces tasteful and unforced. The kind of music that made conversation easier rather than competing with it moved through the room at a comfortable volume. The bar was well stocked, the food plentiful, and the staff moved through it all with the quiet precision of people who had been given a clear purpose and enough resources to meet it properly. Ethan had not wanted a crowd. He had wanted the people who mattered, gathered in one place, sharing something real. The room held exactly that. Bruce Wayne stood near the far side of the room, a glass in hand, drawing the attention of several people as he laughed with his girlfriend, Selina Kyle. Billy Batson, considerably more relaxed than Bruce, was already engaged in an animated conversation near the drinks table with his siblings. Hal Jordan stood with his arms loosely folded, grinning at something Barry Allen had just said. Barry stood beside him in civilian clothes, his arm around Iris West, who laughed at whatever had just been said with unguarded brightness. Victor Stone and his father held a quiet conversation near one of the tall windows, and the young woman from Silas's lab stood close enough to Victor that the distance spoke for itself. Arthur stood with Mara at his side, her posture carrying the natural gravity of Atlantean royalty even in civilian clothes, Arthur himself looking slightly more comfortable than he usually did in formal settings now that Mara was there. Martian Manhunter, wearing the face and form of Calvin Swanwick, stood near the edge of the gathering, quiet and observant. Clark stood with Lois Lane, who was speaking with the focused attention of someone already mentally writing something, even if she was not writing anything at all. Kara stood nearby, still finding her footing in the room, but she was already in conversation with Jean and Anna, and the visible ease in her posture said she was adjusting faster than anyone had right to expect. Elizabeth moved through the room and is currently occupied with Lena and Pamela in a conversation that appeared to be running on all three cylinders simultaneously. Jean was luminous. There was no other word for it. Whatever early pregnancy had done to the light in her eyes and the quality of her smile, it sat on her like something decided. Anna caught Ethan's eye from across the room and raised her glass slightly. He smiled back and did the same. The party had its own momentum now, and it was moving well. Then Lena took the microphone from the small stage at the edge of the floor and the room settled naturally around her. She did not need to call for silence twice. Her presence alone was enough. "This is a small gathering," she said, her voice carrying the kind of clarity that came from knowing exactly what you wanted to say, "but I believe the people in this room are exactly the right people to be here for this." She looked at Ethan and Jean with a quiet warmth that sat a little unusually on Lena Luthor's face but belonged there completely. To Ethan and Jean, on becoming parents. "The world you are giving this child is better than the one most of us were handed. I do not think we could ask for more than that." A round of genuine applause moved through the room. Hal, Barry, and Victor each took a turn at the microphone after that, their speeches ranging from warm to wry to heartfelt in equal measure. Clark's was brief and sincere and delivered with the quality of making an entire room feel included without appearing to try. The evening moved. Glasses were refilled. Conversations crossed and reconnected. Laughter rose and settled. Ethan stood at the edge of it and felt, feeling good and proud with exactly how much he had accomplished. But suddenly something changed in his awareness. It was not loud and was not aggressive. It arrived the way a pressure change arrives before weather, the sense of something large orienting itself in his direction. His Genesis awareness stretched outward instinctively and found the source before his eyes had even moved toward the balcony. Something was approaching. He set his glass down and excused himself from the circle of conversation around him, moving to the balcony doors with unhurried steps. Hotel balcony. The night air above the city was cool and clean. The lights of Washington spread out below in their familiar pattern, steady and indifferent to the conversation that was about to happen on this particular balcony. Ethan leaned against the railing and looked out for a moment before he spoke. "I don't remember sending an invitation to the Lord of Dreams," he said, without turning around. A figure in a dark coat stood at the far end of the balcony. Morpheus, the dream of the endless, stood there. When his eyes found Ethan, they carried the quiet gravity of someone who dealt in certainties. He did not look surprised that Ethan had sensed him. "My sister," he said simply. "How is she?" "She's well," Ethan said, turning to face him now, his posture easy. "Happy, in her own way. I'll bring her to you the next time I'm in this universe." Morpheus was quiet for a moment. "She is kind," he said, with a weight that was not quite a warning and not quite a request. "Do not take advantage of that kindness simply because it is extended to you." Ethan studied him for a moment. A quiet, genuine smile crossed his face. "You know, for cosmic beings, the lot of you feel far more human than most actual humans I've met." He tilted his head slightly. "But I suppose I'm not one to say anything different, given what I am." He held Morpheus's gaze steadily. "I will not make Dee Dee sad. You have my word." A beat passed. Morpheus gave a single, measured nod. Then, almost as an afterthought, he said, "Congratulations. On your child." "Thank you." Morpheus turned slightly, as though preparing to dissolve back into the dark. Then he stopped. "There is something else." His voice did not change in tone, but the quality of the silence around it shifted. "You've drawn attention," he said evenly. "Something I believe you're already aware of, especially now that you're stronger than before. But these aren't ordinary observers. They're cosmic beings, entities whose interest is never casual." His eyes shifted back to Ethan. "They're watching you. Watching where you came from, what you are, what you represent. Some of them are already considering acting on that interest." Ethan simply smiled. "And I believe you already know I'm strong, and that I'll become strong enough to handle them. Still, thanks for the warning." "You are strong, Ethan Carter," he replied calmly. "But the people in that room behind you are not." The easy quality drained from Ethan's expression slowly, the way light drains from a sky before a storm. What replaced it was not fear. It was something considerably colder and more considered. "Let them come," he said, his voice perfectly level. "I've met plenty who thought they could toy with me, not one of them walked away with anything to show for it." He held Morpheus's gaze without blinking. "I welcome the visit. I want to see what they can actually do. But I hope they don't move against me recklessly, which is bad for them." Ethan wasn't being reckless when he said that. He knew he was still far from reaching the level of the beings watching him, but that didn't mean he would cower in fear. He possessed a power that allowed him to grow stronger the more he faced powerful opponents. If any cosmic entity chose to act, he was confident he could deal with them. And as for the people he cared about, he had already made plans to keep them safe. For now, he wanted to spend time with his wife, who was pregnant, and with the other who wished to have his child. At the moment, his hands were more than full. Morpheus looked at him for a long, assessing moment. "I hope so too," he said. The dark gathered around him and he was gone. Ethan remained at the railing. He looked up slowly, letting his Genesis awareness extend in a wide, quiet arc across the sky above the city. He could feel them. Those watching eyes pressing against the edges of his perception like weight against glass. He held their gaze without expression. Suddenly the balcony door opened behind him. There you are. Anna stepped out with the warmth of the party at her back, her eyes moving over him with the quick, reading attention she always gave him when she sensed a shift in his mood. Who were you talking to out here? Ethan straightened and turned, letting the weight of the moment settle behind him. His arm went around her shoulders as he guided her back toward the door. A Tsundere brother, he said, warning me that my overwhelming handsomeness has attracted unwanted attention from across the universe. Anna glanced at him sideways. I bet he forgot to tell you that, she said flatly. Your narcissism is overflowing. And there isn't a single power in any universe that can affect that thing. Ethan laughed, and they stepped back inside together. Chapter 158, Farewells. MNC Hotel, Rooftop, DC Universe, September 28, 2010. The rooftop was open and quiet under the morning sky, the city of Washington stretching out in every direction below them, unhurried and unaware of what had taken place the night before last. Ethan stood with his hands easy at his sides, his awareness doing what it always did without his having to direct it. A calm, practiced sweep extended outward from him, touching every mind in the surrounding blocks with the lightness of a hand brushing over still water. Every memory of a party the night before, of guests arriving, of faces that had no business being publicly linked to a gathering at all, quietly smoothed over and set aside without disturbance. The CCTV cameras in the nearby areas had been handled before the party even began. Dark screens, clean logs, no footage worth finding. And deeper than that, for anyone who had been in proximity and might have begun to wonder, he had ensured they did not even form the question in their minds. The curiosity simply did not arise. There was nothing to investigate because there was nothing that had registered as unusual. That, Ethan thought with quiet satisfaction, is how you use telepathy correctly. Not as a weapon but as a scalpel when needed. He had explained the plan to every invited guest beforehand. The reasoning was simple and airtight. The entire Justice League had been in one room. If a single identity leaked, the chain of exposure that followed would be both rapid and catastrophic. Batman had not liked it. He had stood with his arms folded and that particular expression on his face that communicated a precise list of objections without stating any of them aloud. His instinct was always to maintain his own security on his own terms. But he had agreed in the end after some persuasion. Because Bruce Wayne understood, more thoroughly than anyone else in that room, exactly what it cost when the wrong person learned the name behind the mask. He had built his entire existence around that knowledge. It would have been contradictory to refuse protection that offered the same result. So as far as every external record and every nearby mind was concerned, the party had been attended by a group of people no one recognized and no one thought to question. Clean, contained, and complete. Ethan then turned his attention to the rooftop. Lena, Eve, and Pamela stood on one side, composed in their own ways. Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth stood across from them. The morning light sat warmly across all of them and the occasion, a farewell dressed as a perfectly ordinary morning, carried a quiet weight that nobody was pretending wasn't there. Lena stepped forward first and pulled Jean into a firm, sincere embrace. Take care of yourself, she said. Both of you. The look she gave as she pulled away was warmer than anything she usually let slip past her defenses. She shared a quiet moment with Anna and then Elizabeth, her hugs carrying a desperate sort of weight. It was clear she had a speech prepared, but in the end, she let the silence and the embrace do the heavy lifting. I wish you could stay longer, Lena said, looking between them all. A few more days would not have hurt anything. Under normal circumstances I would agree, Ethan said. But I'm not adding unnecessary variables to a pregnancy. Every extra day here is a variable I don't need. Anna raised an eyebrow at him. You haven't even seen what a truly overprotective father looks like yet and you're already like this. She turned to Jean. Is he going to be this way the entire time? Jean sighed, fond and resigned in equal measure. He has checked on the baby through his awareness at least 14 times since yesterday. 15, Ethan said. Then, after a pause, possibly 16. I read about this, Anna said while crossing her arms with a satisfied expression. Pregnancy phase protective fathers. There are entire articles about it online. I did not expect him to manifest the symptoms this quickly. I prefer the word vigilant, Ethan said. The articles use different words, Anna said pleasantly. Lena pressed her lips together to contain something. Eve did not quite manage to conceal her smile. Pamela made no attempt to conceal anything and laughed outright. Jean looked at Ethan with an expression that was entirely too amused for his comfort. I am being outnumbered at a farewell, he thought. Before we have even left. Moving on, he said. Eve stepped forward and embraced Jean with warmth that was entirely genuine, her usual composed reserve set aside for the moment. It has been far too short, she said quietly. She moved to Anna and Elizabeth in turn, unhurried and sincere. Please come back soon. All of you. We will, Jean said, and meant it. Pamela, who had been noticeably quiet, stepped forward last. Her eyes were bright with something that sat right on the edge of emotional. She took Jean's hands in both of hers, held them for a moment, and then pulled her into a close embrace. I am going to miss the birth, she said, the theatrical mournfulness in her voice not fully concealing the real feeling underneath it. She pulled back and fixed Ethan with a direct, expectant look. Please send us pictures of him the moment he arrives. And when he is old enough to travel safely between universes, you bring him here. Her, Ethan said. Him, Pamela said, without hesitation. You're wrong here, I have a feeling about this, Ethan said. That's a strong female one. Based on what I sensed. And I have a feeling, Pamela replied serenely, that my god of plantation is about to be proven wrong. Ethan, Anna said, you are outvoted 3-1 and we haven't even asked Elizabeth yet. Elizabeth, who had been listening from the side with her characteristic composure, simply said, boy, without looking up. The laughter that followed was genuine and warm. Even Ethan gave into it, shaking his head slowly. Fine, he said. We will revisit this conversation after the birth. Yes, Pamela said, with serene confidence. We will. The goodbyes continued for a while longer. Jean and Lena spoke about the company in quiet tones, and there was a real trust between them that had been built over time and showed now in the ease of the exchange. Anna and Eve are whispering some things. Elizabeth and Pamela spoke briefly about the greening initiative in terms that suggested they had found a mutual respect somewhere along the way that neither of them had announced. Ethan stood back and let it run its course. Eventually, he reached into his inventory and took out the Omni watch. The silver pocket watch sat in his palm, cool and familiar, catching the morning light along the casing's edge. He held it for a moment and looked across at Lena, Pamela, and Eve. Take care of the company, he said to Lena. And keep your eye on Lex. Quietly. Always, Lena said. He looked at Pamela. Keep greening the world. Pamela pressed a hand over her heart and gave him a look of absolute devotion that he had long since accepted was simply part of how she operated. He looked at Eve. Make sure those two don't forget to sleep occasionally. Eve's expression carried a small, warm smile. I will do my best. Jean, Anna, and Elizabeth exchanged their final words and Ethan opened the watch. The dial moved with its quiet, unhurried precision, the Roman numeral I clicking smoothly into position. There was no sound of great machinery, no dramatic build-up. Just a pulse of bright, clean light that expanded outward from the watch and swallowed all four of them in an instant. The rooftop was empty. Lena stood in the silence that followed, looking at the space where they had been standing. Eve was beside her. Pamela had gone very still, her eyes on the air where the light had been. Just like that, Eve said quietly. He really doesn't do anything halfway, Lena said, with the tone of someone who had observed this fact from multiple angles and reached a settled conclusion about it. Pamela lifted her chin slightly. They'll be fine, she said. He is Ethan Carter. She looked at the empty space a moment longer, then turned toward the rooftop door. Now. We have a company to run and a world to green. They left the rooftop one by one, each carrying the quiet hope of seeing a baby Ethan in 9 months' time. Dead End Bar, Hell's Kitchen, Marvel Universe, September 28, 2010. The bar had only been open for 3 days and it already felt like it belonged there. It had that quality about it, the particular warmth of a place that understood its purpose. The lighting was low and amber-toned, honest rather than atmospheric. The bar itself was solid and well-stocked, and the woman behind it moved through the space with an ease that suggested she had been doing exactly this for a very long time. Which, in a manner of speaking, she had. The Dead End Bar sat in the middle of Hell's Kitchen, and Hell's Kitchen had not been a quiet neighborhood before she arrived. The crime rate had been persistently high for years, reducing slowly and reluctantly. She had chosen this street deliberately. Not because she needed the income. Because the people here needed somewhere to come and someone to listen. She had done this before. In her home universe, the one Ethan called the DC universe because they had comic books written about some of the people who lived there, she had run a bar called the Afterlife. She had listened to endings. Given them a space to settle and breathe. Here, in this universe also, she was listening to the middles instead. The ongoing complaints, the small indignities, the weight of lives that were harder than they needed to be. It turned out the middles needed just as much attention as the ends. As for the practical side of establishing herself here, the formalities, the paperwork, the introductions, the name Aeon alone had been enough to speed run all of it. Doors that might have taken weeks to open had opened in days. It had been 3 days and the bar was already half full on any given evening. Dee Dee poured herself a small measure and took a quiet sip, leaning back against the bar with her thoughts settling around her like old friends. It had been 10 days since Ethan and the others had left for the honeymoon trip. 10 days of relative stillness in her corner of this world, and she had used the time well. Diana had left not long after them, heading out to test the God Slayer armor Ethan had gifted her before the honeymoon. The armor had gotten its test quickly. Reports filtered back through telepathic channels Ethan made which Dee Dee kept open, suggesting Diana had encountered demonic forces crossing over from several of the hell dimensions that pressed against Earth's borders. Given the frequency of those crossings, she had eventually decided that the most efficient approach was to go directly to the source. Specifically, to pay a visit to Mephisto's dimension in person and make her position on the matter of Earth invasions very directly and very physically clear. Dee Dee imagined Mephisto, the Hell Lord, had not expected to be on the receiving end of a goddess in new armor, and found the thought moderately satisfying. Susan had not left anywhere. She was buried in the runic knowledge Ethan had gifted her before his departure, working through its depths with the focused patience she applied to everything that mattered to her. Between that and her responsibilities with the Fantastic Four whenever the situation required it, her schedule had been full. At least Ethan had resolved the mutant stabilizer serum situation before leaving, handing its supervision over to trusted employees at Aeon Biotech. If he had not done that, Susan would have been stretched dangerously thin across too many responsibilities at once. And then there were the twins. Dee Dee smiled at her glass. Wanda and Pietro Maximoff were 16 years old and, for the first time in a long while, living like it. School, ordinary arguments, the occasional flash of wonder at a world that had more in it than they had previously been permitted to experience. Dee Dee had visited them twice in the last week. She had also quietly sorted out the misunderstanding that had been building between them and Tony Stark, smoothing it over before it calcified into something harder to undo. They were good children with extraordinary futures ahead of them. She intended to make sure the road between here and there was as clear as she could make it. And then there was herself. She had opened this bar. She was listening to this neighborhood. She was trying to give the people around her something to hold onto when things were heavy. It was the same work she had always done, just in a different universe, under a different sky. Then she touched the necklace at her throat. The pendant was small and unassuming, a simple silver chain with nothing remarkable about its appearance. But beneath that appearance sat something vast and patient. Ethan had stored a massive reserve of his life energy inside it before leaving, a deep well of it pressing gently between her presence and the world around her. It covered the leak of her nature. Death of the Endless, from a different universe, walking among the living, was not something that could simply go unnoticed without a very specific kind of intervention. Before the necklace, suppressing her presence had been an act of constant effort. 99% of what she was held tightly inward at every waking moment, like spending every day in clothes 2 sizes too small. Every movement constrained. Every breath measured. Now the necklace did the work and she could simply exist without bracing against herself. She took another sip and let the thought of it settle with quiet gratitude. I owe him for this, she thought. Among other things. A fairly long list at this point. That's a very beautiful necklace. Chapter 159, A Very Kind Old Man. That's a very beautiful necklace. The voice came from behind her at the bar, easy and unhurried, carrying the warmth of someone who had long ago stopped performing anything and simply was what he was. Dee Dee turned with her natural smile already in place. The man settling onto the bar stool was elderly, with silver hair swept back from a kind face, and thick-framed glasses sitting over eyes that were considerably sharper than their warmth initially suggested. He wore a light jacket over a simple shirt and comfortable trousers, his whole appearance communicating someone who dressed to feel good rather than to be noticed. He carried himself with the relaxed ease of a person who found something genuinely interesting about everywhere he went and everyone he met. He looked around the bar with the slow, appreciative attention of someone taking in a place properly. Dee Dee thought, studying him for just a moment behind her smile. Hello there. Yes, she said. I got it from my boyfriend. The old man's eyebrows lifted pleasantly. He has good taste. He has very good taste, she agreed. What can I get you? He named something simple and she poured it without fuss. From there the conversation found its own rhythm the way it does when both people are genuinely content to let it. He asked how the bar was going. She told him honestly. He commented on the neighborhood with the specific knowledge of someone familiar with it, and she listened with genuine interest. He made a dry remark about the particular stubbornness of Hell's Kitchen residents when it came to trusting new establishments, and she laughed because it was accurate. He spoke of humanity with the weathered warmth of a long-time observer, someone who had watched the messy, confusing dance of life for so long that he couldn't help but love the dancers. You've been here long, he asked. 3 days, she said. He glanced around at the comfortable half-full room, the easy noise of people settled into their evening. You've made it feel longer than that, he said, and it was a compliment delivered without ceremony. The conversation drifted, as conversations in bars tend to do, toward the personal. Your boyfriend, he said, after a comfortable pause. The one who gave you the necklace. Must be someone worth keeping around. Dee Dee's smile took on a particular quality. He is, she said. You've actually met him. You were the one who married him, in fact. As a pastor. 5 days ago to two very beautiful women. The old man's expression arranged itself into something that was either genuine surprise or a flawless impression of it. I'm not a pastor, he said pleasantly. I'm a janitor. Over at Midtown High, as it happens. Dee Dee looked at him with the precise amount of belief she chose to extend, which was exactly as much as she found appropriate. If you say so, she said. I'll take your word for it. She tilted her head slightly. I don't think I caught your name. I'm Dee Dee. Mr. Lee, he said. He picked up his glass and took a sip, then nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose standards were specific and had been met. Very good. He set it down. Now. This boyfriend of yours had 2 wives. And you're not bothered by that. He has 2 wives and 3 girlfriends, Dee Dee said. And every one of us is happy with it. We all know each other. We all accept each other. She folded her hands on the bar. I know it sounds unusual. Lee considered this in the way he seemed to consider most things, without rushing toward any particular conclusion. I'm an old man, he said, with the self-deprecating ease of someone who used that phrase as both observation and armor. The young people operate in ways I can't always follow. He raised his glass slightly. But if everyone is happy and no one is being harmed, then an old man's opinion on the matter isn't worth very much. A brief pause, and then a small dry smile. He's a lucky man, I'll say that. One lucky bastard. Dee Dee laughed. He really is. A comfortable silence settled between them. Lee swirled his glass lightly and looked around the room again with that same unhurried appreciation. Then Dee Dee looked at him with the same easy expression she always wore, and there was a slight narrowing to her eyes that had not been there a moment before. Mr. Lee, she said. Why are you really here? He smiled at his glass. A knowing, unhurried smile. I'm an old man looking for somewhere pleasant to pass the time, he said. Once you reach my age you understand what that looks like. He took another sip. The drink is good here and the company is good. He set the glass down and straightened slightly from the bar stool. Actually, I think it's about time I headed off. His eyes found hers directly, and his voice carried something measured underneath its lightness. Your boyfriend is about to arrive. I have a feeling he's bringing a very good surprise with him for everyone here. He paused. I hope you all find the happiness you're looking for in the life you've chosen. He was almost fully off the stool when he added, in the same easy tone, one more thing. Watch your back. Someone is trying to find out about you. The smile on his face did not change. Just a harmless warning from an old man. Pay it the attention it deserves. Dee Dee rose from her lean against the bar. Her eyes were steady on him. Am I welcome here? She asked quietly. The question was direct. I'm not from around here. I want to know honestly. Lee stopped and turned back to her fully. The smile that settled on his face was the most genuine thing in the room. I didn't try to send you away, he said. We've had a good conversation. You're smart enough to know the answer to that question already. He looked around the bar at the comfortable evening crowd, the amber light, the evidence of 3 days of something working properly. You haven't caused any harm by being here. Why would anyone try to send you away? He looked back at her. Everyone here seems to like you. Your boyfriend and his women love you. He raised one finger with the gravity of a man making his most important point. And your drinks are wonderful. I will be back after a long day sometime, when I have people with me who deserve something good. He gave a small, easy wave. See you later, Dee Dee. He walked to the door, and a moment later he was gone. The bar settled back around her into its comfortable murmur. Dee Dee lowered herself back into her chair behind the bar. She picked up her glass and drained it in one long, unhurried swallow. She set it down and stared at the door for a quiet moment. So that's how he looks in this universe, she thought. A kind old man with good jokes and a very specific kind of knowing. A slow smile crossed her face. Different from what I expected. But I like him. He had a real charm about him. She turned the pendant at her throat between her fingers. And if the one at the top of the chair says I'm welcome here, then there is nothing left to be afraid of. She stood up from the chair and reached for her apron strings to untie them. The warning, though. That one goes straight to Ethan the moment I see him. She glanced at the door again. He's coming back now. Which means I need to be home when he arrives. She pulled the apron free and set it on the bar. A thought moved through her that was warmer than she usually allowed herself unguarded. I hope that honeymoon was everything they needed it to be. She picked up her coat from the hook at the back. Because I have been waiting for a trip of my own. And I intend to collect on that. Chapter 160, Welcome Home, Future Monarch. Carter Residence, New York, September 28, 2010. Living room. A pulse of white light filled the living room and faded as quickly as it had come, leaving 4 figures standing in its wake. Ethan opened his eyes first. The familiar dimensions of the living room settled around him, the furniture, the wide windows, the particular quality of light that belonged to this apartment and no other. He closed the Omni watch, felt the soft click of its casing, and returned it to his inventory. Beside him, Anna had already moved. She crossed the distance to the sofa in 3 quick steps and dropped onto it with the unburdened satisfaction of someone reuniting with a beloved companion. She ran both hands across the armrest with genuine affection. "Oh, I missed you," she said to the sofa. "Don't let anyone take you away from me." Jean turned to look at her. "You're talking to the sofa." "The sofa understands me," Anna said, without looking up. Jean laughed quietly from where she stood. Elizabeth had not moved from her spot. She was looking around the room with her eyes moving slowly from one detail to the next, her expression carrying a particular attentiveness, as though she was cataloging everything and finding it more than she had expected. Jean noticed and moved to her side. "This is it," she said. "Our home." "Ethan Sama's house," Elizabeth said softly. She took a step forward, her gaze lifting to the ceiling height, then dropping to the details of the walls. "I had imagined it, but..." She shook her head lightly, lost somewhere between wonder and reverence. "It is wonderful." "Come on," Jean said. "I'll show you around." She guided Elizabeth toward the hallway, and their voices faded into the interior of the apartment. Ethan walked to the window. The city below was exactly as he had left it. People moved along the street with the particular purposeful energy of New York, each one absorbed in their own direction, their own urgency, their own version of an ordinary Tuesday. The digital calendar on the wall beside the window read September 28th, 10 days. That was all that had passed here. He looked out at the street and let his mind do what it had been quietly itching to do since the warp back. It opened up, stretched out, began sorting through the list of things waiting for his attention. Kryptonian tech first, he thought. I've inspected the mothership and what Zod had on it is extraordinary. Blueprints for almost everything. Advanced machine designs, structural frameworks, entire engineering philosophies that Earth hasn't reached yet. He turned the knowledge over. And I have the master key, which I took from Zod when I put him down. With that comes the full access to everything on that ship. He had already begun forming a rough picture of what the technology was capable of. But understanding the principles and applying them were different things, and he wanted to be certain before he committed to a direction. Then there was Nora Allen. He already had her blood stored carefully. The plan to keep her alive was taking shape. He needed to refine it before he moved on it, but the foundation was there. And Ben Grimm. The watch design for Ben's transformation had been sitting half-finished for months before the honeymoon trip. Runes carefully laid into the mechanism, a way to work with Ben's altered physiology rather than against it. He wanted to complete that soon. Then the Kryptonian technology opened a new door in his mind and he stepped through it without entirely meaning to. Mars. Mars, he thought again, slower this time, turning it over. He had been thinking for a while about the problem of Earth. He was doing everything he could for it. Aeon Biotech was greening it. The recovery was real and measurable. But Earth was still damaged in ways that would take generations to fully undo, and the humans living on it were not making the process easier. He was not going to abandon the planet. But his children deserved somewhere that was not starting from a position of accumulated damage. Mars had none of that history. A few drops of his blood could rejuvenate a barren landscape. He had seen what it did to dying ecosystems on a continental scale. What would it do to an entire planet given time and intention? And with the world engine, he thought, terraforming isn't a fantasy. It's engineering. On planetary scale. He could seed the atmosphere. Reshape the terrain. Turn that red, dead expanse into something that breathed and grew. Make it a second home. A real one, built from the ground up, for his people and his children. He paused. Do I want to use workers and manpower for the construction? I could do the whole thing myself. But he considered that honestly. Where is the satisfaction in that? A project like this deserves to be built, not conjured. Then again, doing it himself meant it was done correctly and done immediately, with no security vulnerabilities and no external eyes on something he was not ready to reveal yet. He would think about it. Then ideas began arriving faster than he could fully process them, each one connecting to the next with the particular momentum that happened when a plan found its own logic. Infrastructure. Population. A kingdom built on a world no one had claimed, governed by someone no one could challenge. The Genesis Chamber, the scout ship, the codex that Zod had recovered before his defeat, the genetic archive of an entire civilization. I could create new Kryptonians, he thought. That gives rise to Kryptonians. An army of them, raised on a world bathed in yellow sun radiation from birth, growing up in the gravity and atmosphere Ethan had built for them. His eyes widened slightly. The image that assembled itself behind them was vivid and completely uninvited. A vast throne room. High vaulted ceilings of stone and light. An empire that had been built by intention and will rather than inherited by accident. And on the throne, himself. Jean on his left with her red hair catching the light. Anna on his right, her arm resting against his. Didi behind him as her arms draped loosely over his shoulders and crossed at the front, her chin resting lightly on top of his head. Diana seated at his side with the composed grace of a warrior at rest. Susan on his lap, her blonde hair falling forward as she leaned back against him. And in front of them, spread across the open floor of the throne room, children were playing. His children. Running and laughing in the uncomplicated way of children who had never had to question whether they were safe. Outside, across the skies of a green and living Mars, a legion of Kryptonians flew their patrol routes. Behind them, the scaled silhouettes of dragons by the millions, an army that owed its existence to his will, moving in perfect formation against the colors of a terraformed sky. A few silver-coated beings rose from the planet and glided into space, riding shining surfboards that cut through the void. The whole architecture of a kingdom that did not yet exist but absolutely should, formed in his mind like a clear, vivid picture. Ethan's smile spread slowly across his face. That, he thought with complete and unhurried certainty, is what I want. And I am going to make every piece of it real. He made himself the promise then, quiet and absolute, the kind he only made when he already knew the outcome. You've been standing there for 5 minutes and your face has been doing something very specific. Anna's voice came from just behind him. He felt her arms wrap around him from the back, her chin settling on his shoulder as she leaned into him. You get this look, she said, when something has taken hold of your brain and you've stopped noticing the rest of the world. Ethan's smile stayed. He turned within her arms and pulled her properly into a hug, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. I'm planning a home, he said. A good one. For our kids. Anna's expression softened. She stayed where she was for a moment, then tilted her head up to look at his profile. How are you planning to do that? I'll show you when it's ready, he said. A warm, private smile stayed on his face. I want it to be a surprise. For all of you. He turned enough to meet her eyes. Trust me. You're going to like it. That sounds extremely suspicious, Anna said. It sounds like something worth waiting for, he corrected. Anna studied him for another moment. Then her expression shifted into something warm and decided. Fine, she said. But it had better be worth the wait. When have I ever undersold anything? She opened her mouth. That was a rhetorical question, he said. The front door opened and Didi stepped into the living room and the smile that crossed her face was immediate and genuine. She looked between Ethan and Anna, then let her eyes settle on Ethan with a particular warmth. Well, well, she said. Look who's finally back from their honeymoon trip. She crossed the room with unhurried steps. My boyfriend and his wives. Back in one piece. I'm very happy to see you. Anna shifted smoothly to Ethan's left. Didi stepped into his right side and hugged him, then tilted her face up and kissed him properly. Ethan kissed her back without hesitation. When they separated he kept his arm around her. I missed you, he said. I doubt that, Didi said, her tone light and amused. You were with 2 beautiful women on a honeymoon trip. I imagine everything went extremely well. She is not entirely wrong, he thought. But that is beside the point. I still missed you, he said. Didi looked unconvinced in the most comfortable way possible. She turned to Anna with a genuine smile. And how are you? Excellent, Anna said. Then Didi looked toward the hallway. Where's Jean? The question had barely finished when Jean's voice preceded her into the room, mid-sentence about the layout of the upper floor, with Elizabeth a half-step behind her, still absorbing everything she saw. Elizabeth came through the doorway and looked up. The house is much larger than my home castle, she said, with the plain certainty of someone making a factual observation. Jean laughed. I think that says more about the castle than the house. Elizabeth's brow furrowed slightly as she considered whether that was a compliment. Jean caught sight of Didi standing in the curve of Ethan's arm and her expression brightened. They moved toward each other and embraced with genuine warmth. I'm glad you're back, Didi said, and she meant it simply. I'm glad to be back, Jean said. Didi's gaze moved to Elizabeth, who was standing a polite distance away with a slight flush still working its way out of her cheeks from whatever Jean had said in the hallway. Didi studied her for a moment with an expression that was friendly and amused in equal measure. Is this one of my sisters? She asked, directing the question broadly to the room. It seems like Ethan picked up another beauty while he was away. Elizabeth's composure scattered entirely. The color that rushed to her cheeks was immediate and thorough. She pressed both hands together in front of her and shook her head with an urgency that was both earnest and slightly desperate. No, no, no. It is not like that. I am not, we are not. Laughter moved through the room from every direction. Anna covered her mouth. Jean gave up entirely. Even Ethan's expression cracked into something warm and amused. Elizabeth looked around at all of them, flushed and wide-eyed, realized that the laughter was not unkind, and her expression slowly settled into something that was mortified but surviving. Not what I meant, Dee said, her smile gentling into something genuinely warm. Welcome. I'm Dee. Elizabeth, she managed. Elizabeth Leoness. Come, sit down, Dee said, in the tone of someone who had been welcoming people into rooms for a very long time. All of you. I believe we have much to discuss about your trip. Ethan glanced at Anna and Jean. They both smiled. Yeah, we have some news to share. They settled into the living room in the configuration that seemed to arrive naturally without anyone directing it. Dee took her place on Ethan's lap with her arms looped easily around his neck. Jean and Anna occupied the sofa on either side of the space, both of them with coffee cups in hand. Elizabeth sat nearby, a little more composed now but still visibly taking in the room with quiet interest. Ethan held a glass of red wine. He took a measured sip and looked at Dee. So, it seems 10 days passed here, he said. Tell me, what did I miss? Jean glanced at Anna. It's interesting, isn't it, that only 10 days passed here while we had weeks over there. Anna nodded over her coffee cup. Time is not consistent across universes. I think I'm still adjusting to that. You'll get used to it, Ethan said. He turned his attention back to Dee. Dee reached over and picked up his wine glass, took a slow sip from it, and then held it thoughtfully between her fingers. The look on her face was that of someone deciding where to begin with a story that had more than one good starting point. She said. Many things happened. She settled more comfortably against him. Let's start from the beginning. Chapter 161, The Rider and the Belated Gift. Shield helicarrier, Fury's office, somewhere above the clouds. The helicarrier moved above the cloud line in the smooth, continuous way. Through the wide window behind Fury's desk, the tops of the clouds sat white and undisturbed below them, the sky above it a clean, deep blue that had nothing to say. It was a view that communicated, without subtlety, that the business conducted here was above the level of the world below. Nick Fury sat at his desk and read the report in his hands was the latest update from Romanoff and Barton, transmitted 2 hours ago from their current position in the field. He had read it twice already. Maria Hill stood on his left. Phil Coulson stood on his right. Neither of them spoke until he was done. 2 weeks out and they're close, he said. Fury lifted the report page and read aloud without particular inflection. There was another network operating on the global stage. Highly organized, completely invisible to conventional surveillance, and systematically targeting the corrupt and the wealthy across multiple jurisdictions. The assassinations were clean, purposeful, and escalating in frequency. Romanoff and Barton had been tracking the pattern for 2 weeks and their latest update indicated they were close to identifying the people behind it. He looked at Hill. Romanoff and Barton are close. They're almost at the source. He leaned back. When they have something concrete, I want backup ready to move on short notice. Not after. On short notice. Yes, sir, Hill said. Coulson cleared his throat slightly. On the matter of the Tesseract. Dr. Selvig's addition to the program has accelerated things considerably. Current projections put meaningful results somewhere inside the next 2 years, with the potential for mass production of advanced weapons-grade applications shortly after. Fury absorbed this with a nod. Good. He leaned back in his chair and folded his hands. Aeon Biotech. Neither Hill nor Coulson moved, but something in the quality of their attention sharpened. Most influential civilian power on this planet right now, Fury said, his voice carrying the flat, objective quality he used when he was not editorializing. Took Oscorp apart in no time at all. Absorbed it. Rebranded the whole operation as Aeon Industries. He looked down at the summary sheet. Immune Plus Protocol, Regeneration Cradle, Mutant Stabilizer Serum, Biofertilizer. With only 4 products and they are currently dictating the direction of multiple global markets. He looked up. Keep eyes on them. Closer than we have been. Understood, sir, Hill said. A beat of quiet settled over the office. Fury looked at both of them. You have something to ask, he said. Both of you. You've had it since you walked in here. Get it out. Hill and Coulson exchanged a brief glance. Coulson went first. Sir, he said, choosing his words with care. I apologize if this oversteps. But why didn't we attend Ethan Carter's wedding? We all received invitations. With respect. Carter has helped this organization on multiple occasions. The Hydra incident. The tip regarding Captain Rogers with the Mr. Sinister situation. The incident in Mexico involving Thor. He paused. You declined all of our attendance, including Sharon Carter. He held his ground. We're asking why. Maintaining a positive relationship with someone at his level of capability seems straightforward. Fury did not respond immediately. He turned his single eye to Hill. And you, he said. Hill's jaw set slightly. 2 questions, sir. First, whether using the Tesseract as the primary development platform for offensive weaponry is the right call, given who else might eventually notice what we are building with it. A brief pause later. Second, Sharon Carter. You sent her specifically to locate the Black Priestess. To negotiate. She kept her voice neutral and professional. The Black Priestess killed a significant number of people several years ago. A massacre by any measure. And Ethan Carter is Sharon's cousin. They are related by blood. Even if he has shown no strong reaction to her activities, sending his cousin to approach her carries a level of risk that I think warrants discussion. Fury was quiet for long enough that the cloud view behind him filled the silence. Then he leaned forward and folded his hands on the desk. Let me be clear on one thing first, he said. I trust Carter. What he has done for this organization and for this planet is not something I take lightly or without gratitude. That is not the issue. He stood from the desk and moved toward the window. The cloud line sat below them, unbroken and white. The issue, he said, is that Ethan Carter is not someone you simply walk up to and call a friend because you exchanged favors a few times. I have had a full read done on him. Not threat assessment but full read. He turned slightly. That man can dismantle a significant percentage of the life on this planet in minutes if he decides to. I'm not being hypothetical, but rather practical. The power set alone puts him in a category where the word friendship doesn't cover what a relationship with him actually requires. Hill and Coulson were still. We have had this conversation before, Fury continued. The question of how you read a person like that. Someone who is not an enemy, who has shown nothing but good intentions, and who could end everything we are trying to protect in the time it takes us to realize it is happening. He looked at them both. We need a contingency. Not because I think he will go rogue. But because the job of this organization is to have a contingency for everything that could threaten this planet, and Carter is powerful enough to qualify whether he intends harm or not. Besides, intelligence from those present at Ethan's wedding confirmed sorcerers and high-level global influencers in attendance, and the guest list alone was enough to keep him up all night. His alliances alone, Fury said, X-Men, Frost Industries, half a dozen other networks were still mapping. Neither of them spoke. If we go to him as friends while we are building contingencies against him, Fury said, he knows the moment we're in the same room. He is a telepath. More capable than Xavier by a margin we are still trying to measure properly. The blocking chips we developed don't work against him. We already tested that. And if he learns about our plan to move against him in any way, it will turn him against us. That's a far worse position than simply being honest about where we stand and keeping our distance. So yes, we sit this out until our position is better than it currently is. He turned back to the window. We are not avoiding him because we don't trust him. We are avoiding a conversation we are not equipped to have honestly yet. As for the Tesseract, the weapons development is not about Carter specifically. Thor was real. What happened in Mexico confirmed that the mythological world is not mythological. Zeus, Odin, creatures and forces that humanity has no frame of reference for handling, those are real possibilities now. Humanity cannot spend the rest of its existence relying on a single individual, however powerful, to stand between it and whatever walks through the next door. Humanity needs its own teeth. He glanced back at them. That is not negotiable. His voice was even. We build what we can build. That is the job. He looked at Hill directly. As for Sharon and the Black Priestess. I sent Sharon on that assignment deliberately and with purpose. I will address it at the right time. A pause. Trust me the way you always have. Both of you. That is what I'm asking. Hill and Coulson nodded. Fury held their gaze for a moment, then made a small, dismissive gesture with one hand. They understood it and left without further discussion, the door closing quietly behind them. The office was empty. Fury turned back to the window. The clouds moved below in their slow and indifferent way, the world continuing its business beneath them. He stared at the gray-white expanse and let the silence of the room close around him. I just hope, he thought, that everything works out the way it needs to. The light in the office shifted slightly, catching the glass of the window at a particular angle. He looked at his own reflection in the cold glass of the window. The face that looked back at him was not his. In the surface of the transparent pane, where Nick Fury's reflection should have been, something else looked back. Green-skinned, ridge-faced, with features that carried the unmistakable flatness of something shaped for an entirely different world. It looked back at him for exactly as long as he chose to let it. Then Fury turned away from the window, and the reflection was his own again. Hell Dimension of Mephisto, Day 10. The dimension stank of scorched stone and old blood. Corpses of demons lay scattered across every surface that could be called a floor, piled against the jagged outcroppings of rock, slumped over the ruins of structures that had once been something before a war had moved through them. The sky above, if it could be called a sky, churned in deep, bruised shades of red and black, lit from below by the fires that never went out in this place. And above all of it, two figures moved. Diana Prince cut through the smoke-thick air like something the dimension had not been designed to contain. The God Slayer armor covered her from shoulder to boot, its dark metal catching the hellfire light in sharp, clean lines, the craftsmanship of it precise and deliberate in a way that no demonic forge in any hell dimension had ever managed to match. It moved with her completely, responsive to every shift of her body, as though it had been built not around her measurements but around her will. The divine reaver blazed in her right hand, its edge carrying a sharpness that had nothing to do with simple metallurgy. It cut through matter, through magic, through the specific dense substance of spells woven in this dimension as easily as it cut through air. On her left arm, the Aegis of Dawn sat steady and immovable, its surface holding the full counter-enchantment Ethan had installed personally before he left, a spell that read incoming magical attacks and returned them to their source with precise, unforgiving force. Across from her, Mephisto moved with the coiled fury of someone who had been throwing everything she had at a wall for hours and had begun to genuinely consider that the wall might not have an upper limit. She was the daughter of Mephisto, born of a dimension that understood power in its most raw and unsubtle forms. Her magic was considerable and her rage was considerable, but neither had been enough. She hurled a wave of hellfire that expanded outward in a concussive arc, the kind of attack that flattened demon battalions without requiring a second thought. Diana angled her body slightly to the left and the Aegis of Dawn came up in the same motion. The full counter activated without a sound. The hellfire folded back on itself and returned to its origin at twice its original velocity. Mephisto moved sideways and the backwash scorched the stone beside her. Her teeth pressed together. She tried a binding spell next, a lattice of dark energy that wove itself through the air toward Diana in a pattern designed to saturate and hold rather than strike directly. Diana read it in the half-second before it arrived. The divine reaver came through in a clean, diagonal sweep and the lattice split apart, its component threads unraveling into nothing the moment the blade passed through them. That sword, Mephisto thought, fury threading through every layer of the thought, cuts through magic as though it were made of paper. She pulled back and circled, buying herself a breath, and used it to send a targeted disintegration hex at Diana's left pauldron. The kind of hex that dissolved the bonds between materials at the molecular level. She had used it to unmake constructs that had been considered indestructible. The armor did not respond. The hex struck the surface and simply stopped existing, absorbed or rejected in the same instant, and the pauldron sat exactly as it had before. Mephisto stared at it in disbelief. Earlier in the fight, she had managed to knock the Aegis of Dawn from Diana's arm entirely. She had seen it fall and had moved to press the opening. The shield had returned to Diana's arm on its own before Mephisto reached her, moving through the air with absolute purpose, snapping back into place as though it had never left. She had tried twice more after that. The result was identical both times. The armor could not be damaged. The weapons returned to their wielder regardless of how they were separated. And the woman inside them moved and fought with the instincts of someone who had been trained in warfare since she was born. Mephisto cursed Diana loudly and sent a fresh wave of attacks, increasing the rate and intensity of them, layering spell after spell with the furious logic of someone who refused to accept a ceiling. My father is not here, Mephisto thought, and the frustration of it pressed against the inside of her skull like a headache. He is not here when this demigod wages war against us. The bitterness of it sharpened into something more pointed. I was not here when the Hellbreaker, Aeon, came and humiliated him in his own dimension. And he is not here now when this worthless demigod who relies entirely on her fancy gifted weapons is outpowering everything we send against her. She thought of Aeon's visit and the state her father had returned from it in, and then she looked at what was currently left of this dimension. One demigod in borrowed technology had nearly destroyed the entire demon hell. She was a threat of a magnitude that Mephisto had not fully estimated before the fighting began, and acknowledging that honestly was the only thing keeping her alive in this exchange. How ironic, she thought, dodging another strike from the divine reaver by a margin that was becoming less comfortable with every exchange. He came in raw power but she came in fancy weapons. And somehow this is worse. Diana moved through the increased assault like water around stones. A dodge here, a shield raised there, the blade sweeping through anything that came too close to be simply avoided. Her battle sense was not the instinctive reaction of a trained fighter alone. It read the dimension around her, tracked intentions before they became movements, processed multiple incoming threats in the same instant. Fighting her was like fighting someone who had already seen the next 3 moves of every sequence Mephisto tried. Diana's voice cut through the noise of the exchange, clear and direct. This ends when you call back every demon you have sent to Earth. Every single one of them. That is the only condition I am offering. Mephisto answered with a scream of concentrated dark energy, but Diana cut through it. Chapter 162, The Rider and the Belated Gift. The 10 days that had brought her to this moment had been earned in full. When Ethan and the others had left for their honeymoon trip to other universe, Diana had gone directly to the Ancient One. She observed that the demons crossing over from the hell dimensions had been a persistent problem, ordinary people touched and influenced and in some cases destroyed by forces they had no knowledge of and no defense against. Diana had wanted to address it at the source, and she had wanted to test the God Slayer armor in the conditions it had been made for. The Ancient One had listened to her plan with the unhurried attention of someone who had heard many plans and had developed the ability to identify the ones worth supporting quickly. She had opened a safe passage to the hell dimensions and had given Diana a watch-like device, a simple device that allowed travel between the many separate hell dimensions, each one a distinct pocket of reality with its own architecture and its own particular brand of misery. She had issued one clear condition. The watch's function would run for 10 days. At the end of 10 days, regardless of where Diana was or what she was in the middle of, the mechanism would activate and pull her back. It was a protection measure built into the device itself, not a recommendation. The Ancient One had also packed Diana food for the journey. Diana had looked at the small parcel and felt something warm move through her chest at the quiet practicality of it. Even the Ancient One, it turned out, understood that a warrior fighting across multiple hell dimensions for 10 days was going to need to eat. The armor had been with her through every hour of those 10 days, and in those hours she had developed a relationship with it that went beyond equipment and use. It moved with her, protected her, and returned to her. It had performed in exactly the conditions it had been built for without a single failure. She had thought, on more than one occasion during the past 10 days, that she could kiss Ethan for making it. Not once but many times. Possibly a million times, which she had decided was a perfectly reasonable response to armor that had kept her alive through 5 separate hell dimensions and had never once let her down. 5 dimensions of demons. 5 dimensions of clearing out infestation, tracking leaders, dismantling the operations that fed the flow of demonic influence back toward Earth. And now she was here. Mephisto's dimension. The source and the primary force behind the flow of demons onto Earth, a being who played with human lives as though they were toys designed for his entertainment, who had continued that play even after Ethan Carter had come through and made a point about his objections. Diana intended to make sure the lesson she left behind was more durable. Before entering this universe, Ethan had given her the basic knowledge about threats she needed to know through telepathy. So, she knows how Mephisto operated. The scale of his influence. The history of his interference with Earth's population. She had understood, going in, what she was dealing with. She had understood it more thoroughly with every dimension she had moved through since. Now, after 10 days of it, she understood it completely. Mephisto came in hard with a combination attack, the kind built to overwhelm a single defensive system by forcing it to handle multiple threat vectors simultaneously. Her magic compressed into directed spikes, 3 of them, angled at Diana's joints where the armor's mobility had to allow for gaps. Diana twisted midair. The Aegis caught the first spike and reflected it in a sharp upward angle. The second she rolled under, coming back up inside Mephisto's guard. The third she cut through with the Divine Reaver in the same motion. She came out of the sequence with the point of the Divine Reaver angled at Mephisto's throat, her body carried by the momentum of her last movement directly into the space where Mephisto had no clean defensive option remaining. The watch on Diana's left wrist cracked. The face split cleanly across the middle, the mechanism inside giving out in one final, quiet failure. The 10 days were up. The light took her before the swing completed. Diana was gone and Mephisto blinked. The Divine Reaver had been a breath from her throat. She extended her senses outward in an immediate sweep, scanning the dimension for Diana's presence, for any trace of her energy signature, for anything that indicated she had simply relocated rather than departed. Nothing. She was gone. Fully and completely removed from this dimension by whatever mechanism had pulled her out. Mephisto looked at the empty air where Diana had been standing and said several things in a demonic language that did not translate into anything a human throat could produce. Coward, she thought furiously. Running in the middle of a fight. Disappearing mid-swing. The wave of relief that moved through her at the same moment was something she had absolutely no intention of examining closely or acknowledging to anyone, ever. She lowered herself slowly and looked around at what remained of her father's dimension. It was a ruin. The battlefield they had made of this place over the course of the fight was only the most recent layer of damage. Through the 10 days Diana had been active across the hell dimensions before arriving here, the structural integrity of Mephisto's territory had been steadily and methodically eroded. Demon populations that had numbered in the millions across the various pockets of this dimension were now measured in a few hundred. The architecture of command that her father had built to sustain his operations against Earth had been dismantled piece by piece from the inside. A single demigod in gifted armor had nearly destroyed the entire demon hell. She had been a threat to this dimension on a scale that Mephisto had not seen before and did not enjoy having to acknowledge. A demon shuffled toward her from a pile of rubble to the left. It was one of the larger ones, built for the kind of heavy labor that the lower orders were assigned to. It stopped at a respectful distance and trembled in the particular way of something that was simultaneously terrified and trying very hard not to show it. Mephisto looked at it with cold calculation. Her eyes moved across the expanse of ruined terrain, doing the arithmetic of what had been lost. The human woman in the holding cavern, she said. Use her. Increase the population numbers. We need bodies, and we need them quickly. This place needs to be repopulated. She turned her gaze back to the demon. Start immediately. The demon went with a combination of eagerness and fear that suggested it had been waiting to receive any order at all and was simply grateful for the direction, regardless of its source. Mephisto watched it go and stood in the silence of her ruined dimension and let herself think calmly for the first time in 10 days. Her father was not here. He was operating elsewhere, as he often did, moving his pieces across his various boards with the patience of a being who measured time in human lifespans the way humans measured it in minutes. He would return. When he did, he would find his dimension considerably reduced from the state he had left it in. She turned the problem over in her mind with the particular clarity that came after a fight had spent all the excess energy and left only the working parts. One demigod with gifted weapons had done this. The Hellbreaker, Aeon, had done considerably less with considerably less effort. Her father had shared what he knew of him after returning from that encounter, and she had listened carefully. The fragment of the Phoenix Force. The adaptive evolution that meant any power used against him became part of him over time, growing stronger and more refined with each exposure. The constant, limitless growth that made every battle an investment on his side. The cosmic fire that burned through things that had no business being burned through. Her father had not used his full strength in that fight. He had understood mid-battle that if he brought everything he had to bear, Aeon would absorb and adapt to it, and whatever came out of that process on the other side would be something Mephisto would face permanently and without any comparable counter. He had chosen to lose in a controlled and deliberate way rather than create a version of his opponent that could not be opposed at all. It was the most strategically sound retreat her father had ever made. And it had still not prevented the current state of this dimension. Mephisto considered the problem from a different angle entirely. Force had not worked. Magic had not worked. Escalation had not worked. Her father's careful retreat had not prevented the Hellbreaker from continuing to be a problem for their operations in the future. But there were other approaches. Aeon was a man and his weakness was not in his power set. His weakness was in what he valued. If I could charm him, she thought, and the smile that came with it was slow and entirely private, this entire arrangement changes. No more demigods in gifted armor. No more Hellbreaker making inconvenient visits. A different kind of relationship entirely. She would need her father's return before making any move. But the idea sat comfortably in her mind and she did not dismiss it. I will go after him once father returns, she decided. And she allowed herself the private luxury of thinking how interesting that would be. Texas, Johnny Blaze's apartment, September 28, 2010, evening. The crowd noise from the stadium was still fading in the distance when Johnny Blaze finally got back to his apartment and dropped into the nearest chair. The stunt had been the biggest of his career. He had known it before he ran the approach. He had felt it in the particular quality of the silence right before the jump, the one that preceded either glory or catastrophe, and this time it had been glory. The bike had cleared the gap with room to spare and the noise of the crowd had followed him all the way down. He sat in the quiet of his apartment with the comfortable fatigue of someone who had genuinely earned it, and he let himself have the stillness for a few minutes. Then he heard it. His name being called. Low and close, too close for the distance from the door to the chair to account for. It came from no specific direction, which was the part that made the hair on the back of his neck rise before his conscious mind had processed why. He knew that voice and would know it if he heard it at the bottom of the ocean. He would know it in a crowded room with every other sound competing for attention. It lived in a specific part of his memory that was made entirely of the worst night of his life, and it did not fade no matter how many years put themselves between him and it. There had been a night, years ago, when Johnny Blaze had been a teenager desperate enough to make a deal he did not fully understand with something he did not fully comprehend. His father had been sick. The cancer was progressing and the medicine wasn't working and the people around him were running out of things to say. Johnny had made a pact. He had offered what Mephisto asked for in exchange for his father's life. Mephisto had held up his end of the deal with precision. His father's cancer had been gone the next morning but his father had died the same day in a stunt accident. The deal had been fulfilled. The terms had been met. And Johnny Blaze had spent every year since then carrying the specific weight of someone who had been robbed by something that had technically given him exactly what he asked for. Mephisto had cured his father. And then taken him away in the same breath. The cruelty of it was not accidental. It was the point. He moved faster than fatigue should have allowed. He was outside in seconds, and he saw his bike first. Brand new, the paint still carrying the freshness of recent purchase, sitting on the street exactly where he had left it. The engine was running but no one was on it. The throttle wasn't idle but the sound of it was wrong, too purposeful, too present, like something waiting rather than something simply left running. He turned when his name came again. The man standing at the edge of the pavement looked entirely ordinary at first assessment. Mid-30s in appearance. Black hair. Dark eyes that caught the evening light at a slightly wrong angle. Dressed in clothes that were correct for a human being without quite sitting on the body the way clothes sat on someone who actually needed to wear them. Johnny's jaw set hard. His hands closed into fists at his sides. You. The word came out with the weight of every year that had passed since the teenage bargain and everything it had cost him. Don't you dare come here. Don't you dare. Mephisto smiled. The easy, unhurried smile of someone who found the reunion pleasant regardless of how the other party received it. Johnny, he said, the name sitting in his mouth like something handled carelessly. It has been a long time. He began to walk forward at a pace that communicated complete indifference to the reaction he was receiving. You are doing well for yourself. The work suits you. Johnny's body tensed to move. Every instinct pointed toward the same response: distance, exit, and refusal. He had learned years ago that Mephisto did not appear without a purpose and that purposes always ran deeper and darker than the opening conversation made them sound. He had also learned, the hardest way possible, what it meant to be on the wrong side of a deal with this particular entity. He was not going to stand here and find out what the current visit was for. He shifted his weight to leave, but his legs did not respond. He looked down with the specific horror of someone whose body has just communicated that it no longer belongs entirely to them. His feet were on the pavement. They were not moving. He could feel everything around him with complete clarity: the ground beneath his shoes, the evening air on his skin, the engine note of his bike at his back. He simply could not act on any of it. Mephisto continued forward without breaking stride, his expression pleasant and entirely unmoved by Johnny's situation. I am in a hurry, he said. I will not waste both our time. The rider has a job to do for me. His voice was conversational in a way that made every word of it worse. Whether you agree is not a requirement. Johnny's body moved without his direction. It turned. It crossed to the bike. It sat down on the seat with the practiced ease of someone who had spent most of their life doing exactly this. His right hand closed around the throttle and the engine note rose from idle into the focused, coiled readiness of something about to be unleashed. Mephisto leaned close to his ear. The warmth of human proximity was absent. What replaced it was something older and colder dressed in the shape of closeness. Find the woman named Susan Storm, he said, in a tone that dropped below the register of ordinary sound and landed somewhere else entirely. And kill her. Slowly. In the most painful way you can manage. Johnny's eyes went wide. His mind moved through the instruction and found no exit from it, no angle from which his refusal had any traction, no way to act on the complete and absolute rejection filling every part of him. Mephisto straightened and stepped back. He raised the walking stick he carried and brought it down against the pavement once, a single sharp impact that sent something through the ground and up through the bike and into the machine itself. Johnny Blaze left the curb at a speed the bike was not mechanically capable of producing. The fire came with him, trailing from the wheels in a continuous stream, burning orange-white against the darkening road, the line of it stretching back in a perfect arc as he rounded the first corner and disappeared from sight. Mephisto stood on the empty pavement and watched the fire trail fade into the distance. The smile that settled on his face was not the pleasant, social one he had used for the greeting. It was the one underneath, older and more honest, the expression that only appeared when a piece had been placed correctly and the sequence had been properly set in motion. I hope you enjoy the present, he said, to no one present and someone specific in mind. Consider it a belated wedding gift, Aeon. A pause, unhurried and deliberate. You were on your honeymoon, after all. It would have been rude to interrupt. His laughter moved through the empty street, bouncing off the buildings on both sides, rolling through the silence of an evening that had no idea what had just been set in motion within it. By the time it had finished, the shadows had already taken him back. The street was empty and still, carrying nothing but the faint, fading smell of something that had been burning. Chapter 163, Date Night. Carter Residence, New York, September 28, 2010, few hours earlier. Living room. The sun had not yet begun to set when Dee Dee finished telling them everything that had happened across the 10 days they were gone. The room had been a good place for it, warm and familiar, all of them settled into their usual positions with drinks in hand, the kind of quiet between exchanges that only existed between people who were genuinely comfortable with each other. When Dee Dee got to Diana, Ethan's expression shifted. She went after Mephisto, he said. The words came out somewhere between a statement and a thought he was still processing. Of course she did, he thought privately. 10 days of honeymoon and my girlfriend decides to wage a one-woman war across 5 hell dimensions. I should not be surprised. Anna laughed from her end of the sofa, bright and entirely without sympathy for the demon lord's situation. I genuinely feel sorry for him, she said, not feeling sorry for him at all. You went in there years back and destroyed half his entire hell. Now Diana shows up in that armor and probably finished off whatever was left. Jean's expression was more measured. She set her coffee mug down before speaking. Don't underestimate him. He is far older than any of us and considerably more cunning than his appearances suggest. She glanced around at the others. Reading about him in the Camartage library made that very clear. Everyone except Elizabeth in the room knew she was right. The books in Camartage had been thorough on the subject of Mephisto. Centuries of patience and deals constructed with precision, always on terms that served him and never entirely what the other party believed they were agreeing to. Ethan turned it over briefly, then let it go. If he tries anything funny, he thought, and there was a quiet finality to the thought, I will end him with Genesis fire. That will be short conversation with permanent result. He had complete confidence in Diana. The Ancient One had been the one to send her into those hell dimensions, and the Ancient One did not make decisions carelessly. If his master had believed Diana was not equipped for that journey, she would not have opened the passage. Both of them understood, with perfect clarity, what the aftermath of something going wrong with one of Ethan's women would look like. Neither of them wanted to find out what that aftermath produced. So he let the concern settle and release, and trusted the chain of decisions that had put Diana in the armor and the Ancient One at the other end of the watch. Dee paused in the middle of her sentence. A thoughtful look crossed her face, like she was turning something over in her mind, unsure whether to say it now or let it linger. She looked around at them all and then simply asked, "How was the honeymoon? Tell me everything." The question landed warmly and immediately. Anna and Jean exchanged a look that contained a full conversation in under a second, and then both of them started at the same time, which resolved itself naturally into Anna leading and Jean adding detail wherever the story required it. The solo-leveling world. Gates that tore open across the landscape of that universe without warning, dimensional ruptures that released creatures requiring specially trained hunters to manage. A world that had organized its entire social and military structure around the management of supernatural threat, with ranks and systems and hierarchies built on the foundation of who could fight and how well. The monarchs at the top of that hierarchy, ancient beyond measure, the original rulers of the gate system, beings of genuine cosmic weight. And Ethan, who had looked at those beings and seen their cores as gifts. Dee's eyebrows rose slowly as the story developed. Her attention sharpened into something genuinely curious. He killed monarchs, she said, and took their cores. To give to his women. He did, Anna confirmed, with obvious satisfaction. Dee turned to look at Ethan with an expression that sat directly between amusement and admiration. You stole power from cosmic beings, she said. For us. How romantic. Ethan's expression didn't waver in the slightest. They were barely scratching the surface of what they could do, he said. That kind of waste doesn't sit right with me. And besides, my girls needed a boost, they're not staying ordinary when their men is invincible. And I figured those powers would be better off in the hands of people who'd actually value them. A completely reasonable position, he thought. I stand by it. Dee shook her head slowly while smiling. Anna and Jean simply rolled their eyes. Elizabeth sat in her chair, listening, calm, attentive, and quietly absorbing every word. But when Jean gently turned the conversation toward her story, the room's energy changed. Dee listened in quiet stillness, as though fully aware of the weight of Elizabeth's past and determined to honor it. When Jean finished, Dee looked at Elizabeth directly. You are here now, she said. Her voice was simple and certain. Whatever came before, you will not have to go through any of it again. Elizabeth's expression shifted. Something in her face opened slightly, something that had been held carefully closed for a long time. Her eyes grew bright at the corners and she pressed her lips together briefly before her smile found its way through. She nodded once, the gesture speaking more than any speech could. Then came the surprise Ethan had been holding back. He stated it clearly and without embellishment that Jean was pregnant. Dee went still for a single moment. Then one eyebrow lifted in a clean, measured arc. She looked at Jean, then back at Ethan, and her expression settled into something warm and genuinely pleased. Congratulations, she said, to both of them, without making a production of it. Ethan studied her face for a moment afterward. If she could use her powers freely in this universe, he thought, she probably already knew the moment she saw Jean walk into the room. Death of the Endless has a particular relationship with the presence of new life. He kept the thought to himself. The afternoon moved through the remaining topics at its own pace, and by the time the light outside the windows had begun to shift toward the warm amber of early evening, they had covered most of what needed covering. Jean set her mug down and stretched her arms above her head. Anna, she said, with the tone of someone who had already made a decision and was now executing it. Let's show Elizabeth the city tonight. Anna's face lit up immediately. Yes. Absolutely yes. She looked at Elizabeth. New York at night is something you have to experience. There is no way to describe it properly. Elizabeth looked between them with quiet, delighted expression. But there was something more beneath it, a deep curiosity, a desire to understand this universe and experience the life she had missed all those years. The three of them disappeared toward the interior of the house in a chorus of footsteps and conversation, Jean guiding Elizabeth toward the guest room that had been prepared for her, Anna already discussing options for the evening from somewhere down the corridor. The living room settled into quiet. Dee moved to the window instead of joining the others in the corridor. And Ethan followed, coming to a quiet stop just behind her. Neither of them made any effort to draw attention to it. It simply happened, because they understood each other so well. She turned from the window as he came to stand near her, and a small smile crossed her face. "Nothing escapes you, does it?" Ethan smiled back. "If a man can't understand his own women well enough to notice when one of them has something she wants to say privately," he said, "he has no business running a harem of beautiful girls." Dee giggled at that, but then her expression shifted into something more considered. She told him about the dead-end bar. About the elderly men who had come in, silver-haired and sharp-eyed behind kind glasses, who had sat at her bar and talked with her about life and people and her boyfriend. Who had told her, before leaving, that her boyfriend was about to arrive with a very good surprise. Who had warned her, as an afterthought delivered in the same pleasant tone as the rest of the conversation, that someone was coming after her. And who had, when she asked directly whether she was welcome in this universe, answered her with the certainty of someone whose answer on that subject was the final one. Ethan listened to all of it without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. Stan Lee, he thought, and the certainty of it sat in his chest with a particular weight. The one above all. The creator of this entire Marvel multiverse, sitting at a bar stool and telling my girlfriend she's welcome here and making sure her drink was good. Out loud he said nothing about who the old man was. He absorbed the information and moved directly to what mattered. "The warning," he said. His voice was even, but the quality of his attention had sharpened as he registered this as something genuinely significant. "He told you someone is coming after you." "He did," Dee said. A warning from the one above all was not a casual observation. It was not the kind of thing that got issued without reason, and it was not the kind of thing that got ignored by anyone with the sense to understand whose mouth it had come from. Ethan looked at her directly. "Then we deal with it together," he said. "Whatever is coming, I am here. We face it together." Ethan thought he needed to stay vigilant, because if the warning had come from the OAA, then it was likely something serious. Dee held his gaze for a moment. Then she stepped forward and put her arms around him, and he held her back without ceremony, his chin resting lightly against the top of her head. They stayed like that for a while, catching up on the quieter things, the small details and the in-between moments that did not make it into the important conversations but mattered just as much as the ones that did. By the time Anna's voice drifted back down the corridor announcing that they were almost ready, the light outside had deepened into the gold and purple of early evening. The three of them appeared shortly after, Jean in a light dress with her hair loose, Anna in something that had clearly been chosen with the energy of someone who intended to make an impression on New York City, and Elizabeth wearing borrowed clothes that she was holding herself in with the careful and pleased expression. Goodbyes were exchanged and the front door opened and closed, and then the house was quiet again. Ethan stood in the living room and let his awareness stretch outward in a brief, passive sweep across the evening. He had a nagging feeling that something was going to happen this evening. He didn't know what, or when, or how it would unfold, but he trusted that his gut was right. Then he looked at Dee. "Whatever is going to happen tonight," he thought, "it is going to happen whether I go looking for it or not. And right now, Dee is standing in my living room and we have not had time alone together in longer than either of us would call acceptable." "Get ready," he said. Dee raised an eyebrow. "For what?" "A date," he said simply. "You and me. Tonight." The smile that crossed her face was slow and genuinely warm. They both went to their rooms to get ready. Camartage, evening. Inner courtyard room. The room was quiet and clean, the kind of quiet that came from thick walls and deliberate architecture. Diana sat with both hands wrapped around a ceramic cup of tea, her posture finally, completely at rest for the first time in 10 days. She wore the standard monk dress of Camartage, simple and pale, borrowed from the order's stores after a long and deeply appreciated bath. Her hair was still slightly damp at the ends. She took a sip of the tea and closed her eyes for a moment. "This," she said, with the quiet feeling of someone tasting something that had been earned, "is genuinely wonderful." Across from her, the Ancient One sat with amusement. She is someone who had seen many warriors return from many difficult places and was familiar with the specific gratitude that a cup of tea could produce under those circumstances. "You have been fighting in different hell dimensions for 10 days, the Ancient One said with a faint smile on her face. "Only now can you actually let your guard down. Of course it tastes wonderful." Diana exhaled slowly and set the cup down. The smile faded slightly as the honest assessment came. "It was not enough," she said. "I could not solve it. The demons will keep coming. There are too many dimensions, too many sources, and 10 days against that is barely a mark." She looked at the nearby candle flame for a moment. "But I made sure they know what is waiting for them if they cross over," she continued. "I, Ethan, and everyone standing with us will be there when they come to Earth. I wanted them to feel that before I left." Her expression settled into something resolute. So I made sure they felt it. The Ancient One studied her with calm, unhurried attention. I am not so certain it was enough, she said. Diana looked up, a small line of confusion between her brows. The Ancient One only smiled. You will understand in time. Before Diana could press further, the door opened and Wong stepped through, stopping just inside the threshold. He pressed his palms together in a brief bow toward the Ancient One, then straightened. His gaze moved to Diana for a moment, brief and careful, and something passed through his expression that he did not voice. He had a history with the women connected to Ethan Carter. It's a violent one and a sufficiently memorable one that his instincts had developed a specific kind of caution around anyone who fell into the category. Diana was new to the category. He was not going to make assumptions, but he was also not going to be careless. Best to be respectful and keep a safe distance, he decided internally, until proven otherwise. I apologize for interrupting, he said, directing himself to the Ancient One. We have located Caecilius. A team was sent to track him down. A pause later. He killed several of them. Some of his followers were also involved. Moments later, another figure stepped forward, Baron Mordo, his posture marked by a precise, restrained intensity, as if he had been holding onto a firm opinion and was now finally presenting it to someone with the authority to act. We should end this now, Mordo said. His voice was direct and without apology. Caecilius and his followers are getting bold. You have the power to do this yourself. The Order cannot keep absorbing these losses. Diana looked between them. Who is Caecilius? The Ancient One was quiet for a moment before she answered, and the quality of the silence before the answer told Diana that what came next was not a simple explanation. He was one of my students, the Ancient One said. As Ethan Carter was. As Mordo is. She kept her voice even. His family was killed in an accident few weeks ago. The grief changed the direction he was moving in. He turned toward the ruler of the dark dimension, a being called Dormammu, and what began as a search for meaning became devotion. She folded her hands in her lap. He and his followers are now working to open a gateway to the dark dimension. If they succeed, the consequences for Earth would be total. Diana absorbed this information into its proper place and already beginning to assess it. Then she looked around at all three of them and said, with genuine feeling, your universe has considerably more threats than mine. The Ancient One did not confirm or deny this. It is not yet time to move against Caecilius directly, she said, like this is the finality of a decision that had already been made at a level that did not require debate. She looked at Wong and Mordo both. His time will come. Until then, our responsibility is to limit the harm he causes. Protect the innocents. That is what we focus on. Mordo's jaw tightened slightly but he did not argue further. Wong gave a measured nod. Diana sat with the information for a quiet moment. A thought moved through her mind, simple on the surface. If Dormammu was the source, removing Dormammu removed the problem. It was the kind of clean, direct logic that had served her well in warfare. Then she thought about Mephisto. She thought about 10 days of fighting across 5 hell dimensions. She thought about the moments in that last battle where the outcome had been far less certain than she would have chosen. She thought about what it meant to face something she was not yet ready for. She only survived thanks to the God Slayer armor, so she filed the thought away. The Ancient One's voice broke through her thoughts. It is time for you to go. A golden portal opened at her gesture, its edges turning in the particular camartage manner, precise and clean. Through it, Diana could see the corner of a New York street in the early evening, lit with the ambient light of a city transitioning into night. Diana rose from her seat. She looked at Wong first, giving him a nod that was warm and direct. He returned it with the careful respect, like he wanted to maintaining a safe and sensible distance. She looked at Mordo next, who received her farewell with a contained composure. Then she turned to the Ancient One and held her gaze for a moment. Thank you, Diana said. It covered more than the portal and they both knew it. The Ancient One smiled and nodded. Diana raised one hand, and the requip magic Ethan had taught her moved through her without effort, the monk dress dissolving and reforming in the same breath. She now wore blue jeans and a red top, with purple-tinted glasses resting on her face. She rolled her shoulders once, settled into the familiar comfort of ordinary clothing, and stepped through the portal. The New York street received her without ceremony. The city was moving around her in its usual direction, taxis and pedestrians and the particular evening energy of a place that never fully stopped. Behind her, the portal closed. The Ancient One stood in the quiet of the room with the candles still burning around the room. She wore a knowing smile, as if her expression alone was saying everything was unfolding exactly as she had foreseen. She will not be resting tonight, the Ancient One thought, looking at the place where the portal had been. Some evenings simply do not allow for it. She reached forward and lifted Diana's unfinished cup of tea from the table. It would be a shame to waste it. Chapter 164, The Spirit of Vengeance and the Devil's Bargain. New York City, Baxter Building vicinity, September 28, 2010, evening. Diana looked around, noting the sparse crowd, and lifted her gaze upward to find herself standing near the Baxter Building. The towering structure loomed against the evening sky, unmistakable and familiar. The base of the Fantastic Four. The home of the team that Susan Storm belonged to, the woman who shared them and Diana loved. A small smile touched Diana's lips. It had been 10 days since she crawled out of 5 different hell dimensions. The thought of catching up with Susan, simply talking, without a blade in hand or fire at her back, sounded like exactly the kind of peace she needed right now. She took one step toward the building. Boom. The top floor of the Baxter Building erupted. A column of fire and smoke punched into the sky, the shockwave rattling windows across the block. Before Diana could react, a massive, rocky silhouette came hurtling out of the explosion, wreathed in flames, and slammed into the pavement a few feet from her with a ground-shaking crash. Boom. Crunch. The handful of pedestrians nearby screamed and scattered, heels scraping against concrete as they bolted. All except one man. An office worker with coffee cup in one hand and a briefcase in the other, who looked up at the flaming crater in the building's facade, exhaled a long, tired sigh, and kept walking. Better than my Monday, he muttered to no one in particular, stepping around a chunk of fallen debris. At least I don't have to worry about the quarterly deadlines. He glanced back at the people running and shook his head. Why is everyone panicking like this is the first time? He adjusted his tie and continued down the block at a steady, unhurried pace, as though the Baxter Building exploded every other week and he had simply learned to factor it into his commute. Knowing this route as well as he did, with the Fantastic Four next door, trouble was basically a standing appointment. He had long since stopped finding it alarming and started finding it deeply inconvenient. Diana stared after him for half a second, then turned back to the crater in the pavement. Sir, run. Get away from here. He waved a hand without turning around. She let it go and stepped toward the smoldering shape on the ground, crouching down to find Ben Grimm pulling himself up from the rubble, orange hide cracked and scorched, cursing under his breath with a fluency that would have impressed a sailor. He rolled his massive shoulders and pushed to his feet, already turning back toward the building. Hey. Diana moved into his path. She was in her civilian clothes, her dark hair loose, nothing about her appearance announcing what she was. What is happening up there? Ben stopped and looked at her. Recognition crossed his craggy face. He had seen her at Ethan's wedding. One of the man's girlfriends. The one Sue had told him about. You're one of Ethan's girls, aren't you? Ben said. It wasn't really a question. Diana nodded. Diana Prince. What is the situation? Ben opened his mouth to answer. Boom. A second explosion tore through the building above them, and out of the fire, a human-shaped comet launched into the sky trailing orange and gold, looping around the upper floors with blazing fists. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, dive-bombed something still inside the building, leaving a streak of fire across the evening. We're under attack, Ben said, his voice dropping into something flat and serious. And maybe we could use a hand. He knew Diana was no ordinary woman. Sue had told him enough. She was from another universe. The Wonder Woman, the very comic book character that existed as fiction in this world, standing in front of him in a pair of jeans. Reed had nearly had a breakdown when he found out and had gone after Ethan with 47 questions, all of which Ethan had shut down without answering a single one. Reed hadn't slept for 3 days because he couldn't find the answers he needed, but he refused to give up and kept searching for them on his own. Diana's expression sharpened and she nodded once. She stepped back, raised one hand, and the familiar shimmer of a equipped spell rippled across her body. The civilian clothes vanished. In their place, a gleaming tiara framing her dark hair, a fitted dark blue corset trimmed in gold with a red eagle embossed across the chest, a golden belt cinching her waist, dark leggings, and greaves of bright silver running from ankle to knee. A deep red cape swept from her shoulders. The bracers on her wrists caught the light as she straightened, golden lasso coiled at her hip, every inch of her the warrior she was. Boom. The explosion threw Johnny clear across the sky. He spun, corrected, and came down near them as Sue appeared from empty air beside Diana, the shimmer of her invisibility dropping as she let it go. Her blue Fantastic Four uniform was scorched along one side, her blonde hair loose and wild from the fight, but she was upright and her eyes were clear. Diana. The relief in Sue's voice was immediate. Susan. Diana gripped her arm briefly. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Sue said quickly. But we have a serious problem. Ben was about to add something when the sound reached them first. A deep, guttural engine roar, not the smooth rev of a sports car or the idle of traffic, but something that sounded like it was fueled on something other than gasoline. Something older and meaner. They all turned to see a motorcycle descended vertically down the face of the Baxter Building. Its wheels burned. Its frame burned. The rider burned, and not with any ordinary fire. Where a head should have been, a skull sat wreathed in pale orange flame, the eye sockets hollow and lit from within like twin furnaces. A length of heavy iron chain hung from one hand, swinging lazily with the motion of the descent. The bike hit the pavement with a concussive boom that cracked the concrete in a spiderweb pattern 20 feet wide. Diana's eyes narrowed. No ordinary men have a head like that. That is a demon. That guy appeared inside our home, Sue said, low and tight. Without warning and attacked the moment he was through. He came specifically for me, and I have no idea why. Ben stepped forward, fists up. Long as I'm here, nobody gets to Susan. Johnny flared higher, fire rippling off him in sheets. Nobody touches my sister, Skullface. Ghost Rider did not react to either of them. His burning gaze swept slowly across the group, unhurried, as though he had all the time in the world. Then his hollow eyes settled on Susan Storm and stayed there. The chain moved and launched from his hand in a wide arc, fast enough to blur. But Diana was already moving. She stepped into its path and caught it with one hand, the impact rattling up her arm with a force that would have taken a lesser fighter off their feet. With her other hand she drew the golden lasso from her hip in a single practiced motion and cast it forward. The loop settled around Ghost Rider and tightened. The lasso commands you, Diana called out, her voice carrying authority that cut through the noise of burning debris around them. Identify yourself. The lasso blazed gold. Ghost Rider's frame shuddered, straining against the truth that the weapon demanded. The chain in Diana's grip pulled. He fought it with everything he had, a low, guttural sound rising from him like the groan of something ancient being forced open. I am. His voice was gravel and hellfire, scraped up from somewhere deep. I am. The glow intensified. The spirit of vengeance. Then the chain in Diana's hand erupted. Hellfire poured up the length of iron and hit her grip in an instant, throwing her backward with enough force to send her skidding across the pavement. She released the lasso to keep her footing, and Ryder tore free of the loop in the same motion, the truth weapon sliding off him as his hellfire consumed the binding. He turned back to Susan. Sue threw up a circular psionic force field around herself, the translucent barrier snapping into place with a sharp crack of concentrated will. Ryder walked into it and pushed. The field held for 2 seconds, 3, then buckled and shattered under a surge of hellfire that turned the air around it orange. Ben charged. His massive fist connected with Ryder's shoulder and accomplished little beyond briefly shifting the man's balance. Ryder turned, looked at Ben with those empty burning eyes, and backhanded him with hellfire blast into a parked car with one arm. Johnny came in low and fast, hands blazing, landing a series of fireballs directly into Ryder's chest. The flames washed over him like they were coming home. Ryder glanced down at the impact, then looked back up at Johnny with an expression that could only be read as faint disappointment. The Rider lashed out with his chains and slammed Johnny out of the air. Johnny tried to dodge, but the chains moved as if they had a mind of their own, sending him crashing into a building. Johnny. Sue dropped her field, became visible, and ran towards him. Ryder saw the opening. He turned toward Ben, who was again charging towards him, picked up the fallen fire extinguisher from the building wall beside him, and held it. The metal darkened and warped, and in his grip it became something else, a weapon of condensed hellfire shaped like a cannon. The blast hit Ben square in the chest and sent him flying 3 blocks down the street, crashing through a fire hydrant on the way. Diana slammed the fire extinguisher, which the Rider had transformed into blazing fire, unleashing reservoir. She tore it from his hand with the lasso of truth, and then hurled her shield to keep him focused on her. Then she hit him from behind. The Divine Reaver carved across his side in a clean diagonal strike. The blade, forged to cut through almost anything, drew a line through the material of his form that made him stagger sideways. He turned to face her and for a moment they stood at close range, and Diana did not give him the second he needed to adjust. The Aegis of Dawn came up and she pressed the attack, sword and shield working together in the measured, efficient pattern of a warrior who had spent 10 days in hell killing things far older than this one. Ryder was fast on the bike. He disengaged, mounted in a single motion, and circled her with the cycle's hellfire wheels leaving scorched rings on the pavement. The chain whipped out and she cut it in two with the Reaver. He grabbed the frame of a collapsed scaffolding nearby and it transformed in his grip into a flaming spear, which he hurled. Diana deflected it with the Aegis and felt the counterspell absorb the impact, but the feedback dodged by the Rider and bike. The area around them was a ruin. Cracked pavement. Burning vehicles. Shattered storefronts. Better to call this guy Ghost Rider, Johnny rasped from the ground nearby, half-conscious and still smoking. He's got style, I'll give him that. Shut up and fight if you can talk back. Ben's distant voice echoed from down the block as he began the long walk back. Fight what? Johnny called back weakly. My attacks aren't doing anything. At least you were a distraction. He's completely ignoring me. Sue's voice came from somewhere behind Ben as he returned, invisible again. This is not the time. Where the hell is Reed? Johnny muttered. Reed said he was going on a trip, and he had been gone for 2 days. They couldn't reach him by phone or any other means, and they were planning to track him tomorrow, but then this happened today. Ben arrived back at the edge of the fight, cracked and put his fists up again. Susan supported them whenever they needed it, but her force fields didn't hold for long, and it was clear she was still weak. Johnny got back into the fight as well, even after being half-burned. He couldn't back off now, this guy was after his sister, and it was his job to protect her. Diana was the only thing standing between Ghost Rider and Susan Storm. She knew it and they knew it, 'cause Ben and Johnny are acting as distractions for him and Diana is the main damage dealer. Her sword kept him honest, the shield absorbed what the sword missed, and her experience in 5 hell dimensions in 10 straight days gave her an edge that had nothing to do with raw power. She had fought demons. She understood how they moved, but planned to take this to somewhere where she can unleash her full power. She didn't want to use her full power and God Slayer armor her as it can damage this place more. Then Human Torch made his move again, but this time Rider responded with his own hellfire. The Human Torch had made the mistake of thinking the Rider's flames were normal fire. Johnny's own fire, and Ghost Rider's, were a different matter entirely. He took a point-blank blast of hellfire to the chest and went down hard, hitting the rooftop of a car before rolling to the street, smoking and burned in a way his own flames had never managed. Susan cried out, "No, Johnny," and ran after him. Ben was enraged, and he tore a heavy pillar from a nearby building to slam into the Rider. But the Rider moved faster. From nearby, he yanked an iron rod, coated it in hellfire, and surged forward at blinding speed. Before Ben could bring the pillar down, the Rider struck him with the blazing rod, and the impact sent Ben hurtling through multiple buildings. Rider pulled back. He looked at Diana, then looked at the sword still smoking from where it had cut him, and made his calculation. "You are not guilty of sins," the Rider said, "and you are not my target. But since you wanted to fight me, so be it." He gunned the bike and drove directly at her. She caught him with the shield and the counterspell threw him off the bike and into the half-framed steel skeleton of a construction site 2 blocks away, rebar shrieking as he hit the structure and it folded around the impact and Diana flew after him. Nearby construction site. Rider pulled himself from the wreckage without hurry, crouching in the ruin of bent steel and scattered concrete dust, and watched her land in front of him. His chain had reformed. The fight continued there, away from the civilians, which was exactly what Diana had intended the moment she recognized the damage spreading through the block. She cursed herself anyway. She should have moved it sooner. Baxter Building vicinity, ground level. Sue knelt beside Johnny on the pavement, both hands pressed to his chest and her expression tight. His burns were severe. The hellfire had done something that his own flame resistance could not simply shrug off, and he was pale beneath the scorch marks, breathing shallow. Sue's hands shook. She reached into the front pocket of her uniform and drew out a small smooth stone, pressing the flat of it against her palm. She bit the tip of her finger without hesitation, and used the welling blood to draw a single rune across the stone's surface. Her memory of the character was imperfect, practiced but not fluent, the result of 10 days of study from a knowledge set that Ethan had placed directly into her mind before leaving for his honeymoon. Before he, Jean and Anna left, he had used his telepathy to give her the full knowledge of the runes of Asgard, the whole library of it placed into her mind like a book she now had to read at normal speed to actually understand. 10 days had given her one rune she trusted. The stone glowed faintly. She placed it against Johnny's chest, and the glow spread, slow and uncertain, but real. His breathing steadied slightly. The worst of the burns began, very slowly, to knit. It was working. Just not fast enough. Sue pressed her other hand flat against the ground and closed her eyes. She was supposed to call for help. Anna, Jean, and Ethan were one universe away, but Diana was right here, and she had told herself they could manage. She had been wrong. Why didn't I call Dee Dee earlier? Why didn't I call her the moment that thing walked through my wall? The thought curled tightly in her chest. This was because of her. Ryder had come for her specifically. Johnny was burned half to death on the pavement in front of her because she had been his target and her brother had gotten between them without knowing. It was her fault, and she could not even make the rune work fast enough to fix it. "It's a bit sad, isn't it?" said a voice. "Miss Storm." Sue's head came up. A man walked toward her across the debris-scattered street. Late 30s, well-dressed, unhurried. He moved with the careful precision of someone managing a bad leg, a carved cane clicking against the cracked pavement with each step. His smile was small and easy and entirely too composed for a man walking through the aftermath of a supernatural battle. No ordinary person walked toward the fight. They ran from it. "Who are you?" Sue's voice was flat. Her hands did not move from Johnny. The man's smile widened slightly. "Just an old man," he said pleasantly, "who happens to have exactly what you need. And I am more than willing to give it to you." He stopped a few feet away, looked down at Johnny with the same calm expression, then lifted his gaze back to Sue. The healing rune's faint glow reflected in his eyes. He's healing, the men observed. Slowly. He tilted his head. But it's not fast enough to save him, I think. Not at that pace. Sue's jaw tightened. How about a deal, Miss Storm? His smile did not waver. I can give you exactly what you need to get out of this mess. All of it. He spread his free hand, an easy, open gesture, as though he were offering her directions. Are you interested? Sue stared at him. Her hand stayed on her brother. Her mind was already working, already calculating, already measuring exactly how much trouble she was in. The man waited, perfectly comfortable with a cane in hand, smiling at her like he had done this 1,000 times before. Chapter 165, Date Night. Gelateria Dondoli, San Gimignano, Italy, September 28, 2010, 9 p.m. local time. The inside of Gelateria Dondoli was warm and bright, the smell of fresh cream and pistachio hanging in the air alongside the low hum of Italian conversation. The pale stone walls and the amber glow of the pendant lights gave the small shop the particular warmth of a place that had been exactly what it was for a very long time and was entirely unbothered about it. Ethan and Dee stood at the counter, hands hooked together, working through a large cone of gelato that had been the subject of active negotiation since the moment they ordered it. The rules were simple: whoever finished their half first won, and the winner had their way with the loser for the rest of the evening. The loser had agreed to these terms fully aware that they were not terms so much as a promise they were looking forward to keeping. Their lips had touched at least 7 times over the ice cream, which neither of them had commented on, both choosing instead to simply enjoy the contact and keep eating. The cone was empty inside of 30 seconds. Ethan pulled back and licked a trace of hazelnut gelato from the corner of Dee lips with deliberate care, then straightened and met her eyes with the full satisfaction of a man who had just won something he was going to enjoy. I win, he said, and licked his own lip where the flavor lingered. Dee's smile was quiet and warm. Congratulations on defeating death. I already won when I had your heart, he said easily. This was just dessert. She shook her head. You are dangerously smooth, Dr. Carter. She glanced at the empty cone. And your adaptive evolution is absolutely cheating. You only won because your adaptation kicked in. That's not cheating, that's the difference between you and me. You fight with what you have. I become what I need. She laughed, and he loved the sound of it, and they walked out of the shop together into the cool Tuscan evening. They had spent the first part of the evening in Paris, walking along the Seine in the blue hour after sunset, the lights of the city coming on one by one across the water, before Ethan had opened a portal and brought them to San Gimignano for gelato. Now they found themselves in a quiet lane off the main piazza, the medieval towers of the old city rising around them in the dark, the stone underfoot worn smooth by centuries of feet. They stopped near a low stone wall that overlooked the valley below, the rolling darkness of the Tuscan hills stretching out under a sky thick with stars. The lights of distant farmhouses dotted the black like scattered sparks. Ethan already reached out with his telepathy in a wide, gentle sweep, found the handful of people nearby, and nudged them all toward the idea that the lane behind them was more interesting tonight. They drifted away without knowing why, and the overlook became theirs. Dee looked out at the valley and was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, what was your life like? Before all of this. Before the reincarnation. She already knew the outline. She was Death of the Endless, and she could read the age of a soul the way most people read a face. She had known from the beginning that his soul was older than his body, that his memories were intact, that his powers had come later. From what Ethan had told her, the one who called himself the ROB, which, in her opinion, was a ridiculous name, though who was she to judge when she went by Dee? Anyway, moving on. Ethan had told her about the power, the life he gained after his transmigration. But she did not know the life before the life. The one he had been living before the watch changed hands. Ethan was quiet for a moment. He looked out at the valley and let the question settle. He knew he had broken the unspoken code of transmigrators and reincarnators by telling Dee the truth. But she was a cosmic being, someone who could tell at a glance that his soul was far older than his body. Besides, he loved and trusted her enough to share the secret he had once sworn never to reveal to anyone. And, in a way, it felt good. To finally say it out loud. To tell his girlfriend, and have her barely react, because compared to everything she had witnessed across her existence, this was just another strange story. Normal, he said finally. In every sense of the word. He exhaled. I was 26 years old with a desk job. Paid exactly enough to keep the electricity on and the fridge from being completely empty. Apartment that wasn't cramped but wasn't comfortable. The kind of place you live in rather than come home to. He paused. Wake up, get ready, and head to work, putting in 8 hours that aren't terrible but never truly meaningful. Then travel back home, eat something without really tasting it, and lose myself in anime or fanfiction until my eyes can no longer stay open. Finally, go to bed, only to repeat it all over again. Dee listened without speaking. Her hand was still in his. My father, mother, and elder sister, who got married young and seemed genuinely happy about it, which I could never figure out but respected. He smiled faintly. They were good people. We were close, in the way families are close when they don't need to talk about being close. And people. Got any friends? Dee Dee asked, a quiet note of amusement already in her voice. Friends, huh? Ethan repeated, and said nothing else for a second. I was an introvert, not very outgoing back then, but I had a few close friends who genuinely liked and cared about me. I kept my circle small because it made it easier to talk and share my problems with my buddies, and they shared their own troubles with me as well. He smiled, as if recalling those moments, and before you ask, I didn't have a girlfriend. In fact, I barely had any contact with girls at all. He glanced at her sideways. I could barely look at a woman I found attractive without calculating 17 ways the conversation could go wrong before I opened my mouth. Dee Dee laughed. It was an honest laugh, warm and bright, and she pressed her other hand over her mouth briefly to contain it. I am sorry, she said, composing herself. I am trying to reconcile that with the man who currently has 2 wives and 3 girlfriends. I adapted and evolved, Ethan said, straight-faced. She shook her head, still smiling. Ethan continued, and after that, I died, and you already know the rest of the story, how Rob tricked me. He glanced upward. That's the part I'll never fully let him live down. He handed me a cup, said it was something worth drinking before moving on. And by the time I realized what I'd swallowed, I was already here. He tilted his head slightly. I was angry about it for a while. Those first few months were, a lot. And then I met Anna. The word came out simply. Without performance. She walked into my life and that was it. I stopped being angry about the circumstances and started caring about what I was building. About who I was building it with. He is still looking at the stars. After her came Jean. Then Diana. Then you. Then Susan. A long beat later. I have a family now. Not one I was born into but one I made. And I would set the universe on fire before I let anything touch them. He turned to look at Dee Dee, and there was nothing complicated in his expression but certainty. That is why I will do whatever it takes, he said. To make you all happy. All of you. I am not going to let any of you regret choosing me. That is not a possibility I am willing to entertain. He paused, then added more quietly, and if I ever meet Rob again, I'll thank him. Because eventually, I came to love the life he gave me. Back then, I was afraid of life, but now, I welcome an infinite one with open hands. Dee Dee smiled and watched him in silence for a moment, her gaze softer than before, as if she could see every version of him layered beneath the present. Then she stepped a little closer and said, "You've changed more than you realize." Her voice was calm, but there was warmth in it now. Most people, when they're forced into something like that, hold on to the anger, or break under it. But you didn't. You grew past it. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. And the fact that you can stand there and say you'd thank him, not out of helpless acceptance, but because you've truly embraced what you've become. A faint smile touched her lips. That's not something ordinary, Ethan. That's strength beyond anything physical. I suppose I can thank Rob again for giving me the fountain of youth, and for forcing me to adapt to everything that came with it. The blue of his irises deepened, shifting toward something luminous, and the temperature did not drop so much as the warmth simply left, the comfortable evening air going neutral in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. Around the world, in the upper atmosphere, something stirred. Pressure systems that had been stationary for days began to rotate. The stratosphere moved. Someone is acting very brave, Ethan said. His voice was completely level, which made it worse. It's time to put some pests to rest. Chapter 166, Hell's Errand. New York City, nearby construction site. The crane groaned as hellfire poured through its steel frame, the metal darkening and warping under Ghost Rider's grip until it was no longer a construction tool but a weapon, a massive burning arm of scorched iron that swung down toward Diana with enough force to flatten the car. But Diana was already moving. The shimmer of a requipped spell rippled across her body in a single breath, the Wonder Woman armor dissolving and replacing itself with something different. The God Slayer armor settled onto her frame, dark silver plates edged in gold, forged for battles against things that should not die. The tiara was gone, replaced by a close-fitted war helm. The bracers were broader, the greaves thicker, and the energy that hummed through the armor carried the weight of a warrior who had spent 10 days in 5 different hell dimensions and come out the other side with more kills than she had entered with. The crane arm came down. Diana caught it with one hand, the impact shuddering through the armor's plating, and drove it sideways into the half-finished concrete wall beside her. The structure cracked and buckled. She stepped through the dust cloud without slowing. Ryder then circled her on the burning bike, chain whipping in a wide arc. He stumbled back, pulling himself off the blade, and the wound began to close almost immediately, the hellfire knitting his form back together from the inside. Strong regeneration. Of course. Because why would anything be simple? She did not give him room to breathe. The God Slayer armor was doing exactly what it was made for. She drove him back across the construction site, through a half-poured concrete floor that cracked under the force of their exchange, past a row of scaffolding that collapsed as Ryder threw it at her in desperation. She cut through the scaffolding midair. Ryder conjured a wall of hellfire between them, a solid curtain of orange and black that roared 20 feet high. Diana walked through it. The God Slayer armor held. She emerged on the other side with her sword arm already moving and the aegis raised, and the full counter threw his next chain strike back at him hard enough to wrap the links around his own frame. She was on him in the next instant, the lasso of truth out and settling around him before he could burn free of the chain. The golden light blazed. His legs buckled. His arms locked at his sides and the hellfire around him guttered and dimmed, suppressed by the truth the lasso demanded. Diana stood over him, breathing steadily, the reaver pointed at his skull, and looked at the smoking ruin of the construction site around them. Half the block was destroyed. Rebar jutted from cracked concrete at every angle. 3 cranes were either collapsed or burning. The street beyond the site perimeter was cratered. Her expression tightened. She had pulled him here to limit the damage and had still managed to turn a construction site into a war zone. She looked back down at Ghost Rider and began to hit him. Not with the sword, not with technique, just her fist, methodical and relentless, driving into his skull again and again. The lasso held him in place. It accomplished very little. His skull cracked and reformed. Cracked and reformed. His regeneration ran on hellfire and hellfire was something he had in abundance. He did not scream. He barely flinched. He simply looked up at her between hits with those hollow burning eyes and waited. "I will kill Susan Storm," he said. His voice was gravel dragged across hot iron. "I will tear her apart in the most complete way possible. You cannot stop what has already been set in motion." Diana stopped and crouched in front of him, the lasso taut between her hands, and looked at him steadily. "What do you mean? Why do you want to kill her?" Ryder strained against the lasso. The golden light pulsed harder. "Answer me," Diana said, her voice dropping into something quiet and absolute. "Why do you want to kill Susan Storm?" The silence stretched. The lasso blazed. "I was ordered," Ryder said through clenched teeth, the words dragged out of him against every instinct he had. "Ordered to kill her. In the most brutal way possible." Diana's eyes narrowed. "Who ordered you?" Ryder's frame shuddered. His hollow eyes burned brighter as he fought the lasso's compulsion with everything he had, and the lasso simply burned brighter in return, patient and certain, demanding the truth it was owed. "Mephisto." The word hit like a stone dropped into still water. Diana went very still. Mephisto. The Demon Lord. One of the most powerful and dangerous entities in this universe, and he had sent his spirit of vengeance specifically after Susan Storm with orders to kill her as brutally as possible. Why Susan? What did Susan do to earn the attention of a Demon Lord? Before she could form the next question, a heavy concussive boom rolled across the city from the direction of the Baxter building. The sound was wrong, too large, too concentrated, and it hit Diana in the chest like a warning she had already missed. Her eyes went wide. Sue. The anger came up fast and clean and she did not try to contain it. She pulled her fist back and drove it into Ghost Rider's skull without holding anything back, the full strength of a demigoddess in God Slayer armor behind a single strike. The skull shattered. The hellfire in his eyes went out. His body went limp and collapsed to the cracked concrete, the lasso going slack as he ceased to be a threat. For now. She was airborne before he hit the ground. New York City, Baxter Building vicinity. Diana came in fast from above and pulled up short, hovering for a fraction of a second as the scene below registered. Anna Marie was in the street in her casual clothes, her body wrapped in a white aura of cosmic energy that pulsed and hummed with the power Ethan had given her, and she was currently driving her fist into the face of the well-dressed man with the cane, sending him skidding across the pavement with each hit. Jean Grey knelt beside Johnny, both hands extended over his chest, a green magical healing circle glowing steadily from her palms. A silver-haired girl stood nearby, composed and watchful, saying nothing. Susan was on her feet. Shaken but upright. Diana landed beside her. "Susan. Are you hurt?" "I am all right." The relief in Sue's voice was immediate. Anna and Jean arrived just in time. Jean glanced up briefly from Johnny, the healing circle still turning. "He will be back in shape within minutes. His injuries are severe, which is why it is taking this long, but he will be fine." Sue let out a slow breath. Diana felt the tension in her own shoulders ease by a fraction. "What happened here?" Diana asked, keeping her voice low. Sue looked toward the man Anna was currently fighting. He appeared out of nowhere after the battle. Walked up to me while Johnny was down and offered me a deal. Said he could give me exactly what I needed to get out of this mess. Her jaw tightened. He knew exactly how bad the situation was. I think he had been watching. Diana looked at the men, at the way he moved even while taking Anna's hits, unhurried even in retreat, absorbing each strike with the patience of something that had no real reason to be afraid of anything. The wrongness of him was familiar in the specific way that ancient things were familiar, the same feeling she had standing in front of the oldest demons in Tartarus and other hell dimensions, the ones that had been there before the dimensions had names. This one is not what he looks like. Not even close. A few moments earlier. The man had stood with his cane and his smile and waited, comfortable and composed, as Susan Storm knelt over her barely breathing brother and tried to decide what she was willing to do. He had looked at Johnny's slow healing burns and then back at Sue with the expression of someone who had arranged the board exactly the way they wanted it and was simply waiting for the other player to notice. The offer is straightforward, he said pleasantly. I give you what you need. You give me something small in return. Everyone walks away satisfied. Sue stared at him with her hand still pressed to Johnny's chest and the rune stone glowing faintly between her palms, and said nothing. Because she had been raised by a man who taught her that when something seemed too simple, it was because the complexity was hidden somewhere you had not thought to look yet. Johnny's breathing was shallow. The rune was working but not fast enough. And this man knew it, and he was still smiling. She opened her mouth. Suddenly a blur crossed her vision so fast it registered as motion before it registered as a person, and then the man was airborne, launched across the street by a single punch to the cheek that hit him like a freight train, and Anna Marie landed in his place in her jeans and jacket, white cosmic energy already blazing around her like a second skin. It's about damn time I found you, you sick demon. Anna's southern drawl had gone sharp and flat the way it did when she was genuinely furious rather than performatively so. She rolled her shoulders and the white aura intensified. You got about 2 seconds to explain yourself before I rearrange that borrowed face of yours permanently. Mephisto, wearing the body of a man in his late 30s with a carved cane and a very expensive suit, straightened from where he had landed against a parked car, adjusted his collar, and smiled at her. It was the smile of someone who had been hit harder by better and found it mildly entertaining. Anna did not wait for the 2 seconds to expire. She flew at him in a blur and the fight moved down the block and away from Sue and Johnny, Anna hitting with the full weight of the cosmic power Ethan had given her and Mephisto absorbing each strike with the unhurried patience of something very old and very confident in its own survival. A portal opened beside Sue a moment later and Jean stepped through it, moving directly to Johnny without pausing. The green healing circle bloomed from her hands before she had fully knelt. I am sorry for being late, Jean said, her voice focused and even. We came as quickly as we could. Elizabeth stepped through the portal behind her and took a position near the perimeter, silver hair still, saying nothing, watching everything. Sue looked at Jean and then at the healing light spreading over Johnny's chest and felt something loosen in her that had been wound very tight for the last hour. Chapter 167, He's Here. Present. Diana and Sue stood together and watched Anna drive Mephisto back another 20 feet down the block. When did you get back? Diana asked Jean. This morning, Jean said, still working. She looked up briefly. When did you return from your trip through the hell dimensions? This afternoon. The Ancient One sent me here a few moments after I arrived. Jean's expression did exactly one thing, a small, dry flicker. Of course she did. Where is Ethan? Diana asked. Jean paused. On a date with Dee. In Italy. Diana absorbed this. Of course he is. Sue had gone quiet. She was looking at her hands in her lap, and both Diana and Jean recognized the expression without needing to discuss it. Diana looked at Jean. Jean looked at Diana. They nodded once at each other and Diana moved first, sitting beside Sue and placing a hand over hers. Susan, she said quietly. It was my fault, Sue said. Her voice was steady but the steadiness was the kind that required active maintenance. He came specifically for me. Johnny got hurt because of me. If I had been stronger, if I had learned more runes, if I had called for help earlier instead of thinking we could handle it. Susan. Diana's voice was gentle but it did not leave room for argument. You held a spirit of vengeance at bay with one healing rune and a force field. You kept your brother alive long enough for help to reach you. That is not weakness. That is a warrior doing what warriors do with what they have. Sue looked at her. And for what it is worth, Diana added, Ghost Rider gave me considerable trouble in the God Slayer armor with 10 days of demon hunting behind me. You are not weak. You were simply in a very bad situation. Jean looked up from Johnny. She is right. And for the record, Johnny is going to be fine. In about 3 more minutes he is going to wake up and immediately say something insufferable and you are going to be very glad he can. The corner of Sue's mouth moved despite itself. Diana straightened. It was Mephisto who sent Ghost Rider after you. Rider confirmed it under the lasso of truth. He had specific orders to kill you in the most brutal way possible. The quiet that followed that sentence was a different kind of quiet. Jean's hands did not stop moving but her eyes came up sharp. Mephisto, she said carefully. Mephisto, Diana confirmed. Sue's expression went through several things quickly. Shock first, then anger, then something cold and calculated that sat behind her eyes and started working on the problem immediately. Why me? What reason would Mephisto have to? A low roll of thunder cut across the sky above them, and every head turned upward. The clouds had come from nowhere, thick and dark and churning in a pattern that had nothing to do with any weather system that had been forecast for New York that afternoon. Blue lightning cracked between them in long, slow arcs, branching and rebranching across the sky. The wind had picked up, rolling fast through the streets and sending debris skittering across the pavement. The temperature was doing something that temperature was not supposed to do, rising and dropping simultaneously, climbing in the open air while dropping near the ground, the atmosphere itself behaving as though it could not decide what it was being asked to do. Everyone present looked at the sky and knew. Sue pressed her lips together. The relief and the frustration arrived at the same time and she could not fully separate them. She had almost lost Johnny. She had nearly made a deal with the demon lord out of desperation. I know, Jean said, reading her face without telepathy. She looked up at the clouds and her own expression was complicated. I know, Sue. I am sorry we were not here sooner. It's not your fault, Sue said. She meant it. Neither of them could have predicted this would happen out of nowhere on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. The fact that they had been nearby at all was fortunate. She stopped. I am very glad you were close. We were not as close as we should have been, Jean said simply. And that is on us. Diana remembered the last time she had seen that particular storm pattern in the sky. She had recalled, after seeing the ruins of MNC Hotel and Aeon Biotech branch in her universe after the Joker's bombing, Ethan's anger translated itself into atmospheric phenomena across the entire world. The same rising temperature. The same blue lightning. The same sense that the sky itself was being used as a pressure valve for something that could not be contained in a human expression. He is coming, Diana said. Yeah, he's coming, all right, Ben Grimm said from behind them. He walked up the block toward them, cracked and scorched and moving like a man who had been launched several blocks by a ball of hellfire and had decided to walk it off. He stopped at the edge of the group, took in Jean kneeling over Johnny, took in the state of the street, and crossed his arms. Kid gonna make it? He asked, jerking his chin at Johnny. Yes, Jean said. Ben grunted. He stood there. Jean glanced up at him. You took significant damage as well. Let me. I'm fine, Ben said. Don't worry about me, Red. I'm built different. Jean looked at him for exactly 1 second. Of course you are, Ben. Then the portal opened. Ethan stepped through it with Dee Dee a half step behind him and crossed the distance to Susan without pausing, both hands coming to rest on her shoulders. He looked at her face the way a person looks when the answer they are searching for is not always visible on the surface and they need to be certain they are not missing something. Are you okay? He asked. It was not a small question. Sue looked at him and everything she had been holding together since the fight started, through Ghost Rider and Mephisto and Johnny Burning and the stranger with the cane and his smile, cracked down the middle cleanly and completely. She closed the distance and wrapped both arms around him and pressed her face into his shoulder and held on with the grip of someone who had spent the last hour watching her brother nearly die and quietly cataloging every way it had been her fault. Ethan's arms came around her without a word. He held her and said nothing because he understood that she needed the holding first and everything else could wait. She pulled back after a long moment, gathered herself, and he kept his hands on her shoulders. I've got you, he said. I know, she said. Her voice was steady again. I know you do. He looked across at Jean. You okay? I am fine. Jean did not look up from Johnny. He will be fully healed in about a minute. Ethan held her gaze for a beat longer than the sentence required and something passed between them that did not need words. Jean's expression softened slightly at the edges. Diana was watching this with her arms crossed when Ethan's eyes moved to her. The warmth that came into his expression was a different register entirely from how he had looked at Susan or Jean, something more layered and more heated underneath the surface of it, and he let it show for exactly long enough to be intentional. Diana, he said. You look like you just won a war. I did, she said. His eyes moved over the God Slayer armor with appreciation that was only partly professional. The God Slayer armor. He tilted his head slightly. I have said it before and I will say it again. You could be wearing a potato sack and still make every other person in the room feel underdressed, but this. He let the sentence sit for a moment. This is something else entirely. Diana held his gaze with practiced composure. Focus, Ethan. I am completely focused, he said. On you specifically. Ethan. All right, all right. The warmth lingered on his face as he turned back toward the group, Sue still tucked comfortably in his arms, held close at his side. Anna touched down nearby, her white aura fading as she released the cosmic energy, and landed beside him with the particular energy of someone who had just chased a demon lord down a city block and was annoyed about the result. "That slimy old devil just up and vanished the second things started going south for him," she said, her southern drawl thick with frustration. "Slicker than a greased catfish, I tell you what. Had him dead to rights and poof, gone like smoke. He ran the moment he sensed me coming through the portal," Ethan said. He knew exactly what was about to walk through that door. Anna looked up at him, reading the stillness in his voice correctly. "Sugar," she said, with a note of gentle warning. "I am calm," he said. "Ethan Carter, you are about as calm as that sky up there." He glanced up at the churning clouds and the blue lightning threading through them and seemed to consider whether that assessment was fair. "I am calm about the people in front of me," he amended. "I am considerably less calm about the individual who sent a demon to kill Susan and then showed up personally to offer her a deal while her brother was dying on the pavement." The group went quiet. Anna tilted her head. "Wait, who sent Ghost Rider after Sue? Do you know who it was?" Diana answered before Ethan could. "Mephisto." Anna stared at her. Then she looked at Ethan. Then she looked back at Diana. "Huh," she said. Chapter 168, The Weight of a King's Regret. Carter Residence, Living Room, New York, September 28, 2010. Outside, the world looked like it was ending. The sky above New York was a churning mass of dark cloud split through with veins of blue lightning that branched and rebranched across the entire visible horizon. The wind rolled through the streets hard enough to send trash cans clattering down the block and strip leaves from every tree available. The temperature had done something that no meteorologist in the world could adequately explain in their report, climbing and dropping at the same time, the upper air hot and the ground level air cold, the atmosphere itself caught between two competing demands and unable to resolve them. Every place across the world is experiencing the phenomenon. Cities that once pulsed with life fall into chaos as fear spreads faster than any storm. People flood the streets, their voices rising in confusion and panic, while others remain frozen in place, staring at the sky as if it might offer answers. No one understands what is happening. Some whisper that it is the end, that this is how everything finally falls apart. Others cling to theories, wild and desperate, trying to force meaning into the unknown. Screens flicker with breaking news, experts contradicting one another as uncertainty grows heavier by the second. And somewhere, in labs and observatories across the globe, scientists work relentlessly, analyzing, calculating, searching for even the smallest clue. But the truth remains just out of reach. And the world holds its breath. Meanwhile, inside the Carter residence, it was perfectly calm. The living room was warm and well lit. The storm outside was a distant thing, present in the sound of wind against the windows but not in the room itself, as though the house had quietly decided to be exempt from whatever was happening in the sky. Ethan sat in the center of the couch, and his women arranged themselves around him with the natural ease of people who had learned each other's geometries over time. Anna was to his left, Jean to his right, Diana in the armchair angled toward him, Dee settled nearby with her legs folded under her, and Sue beside Anna with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee she had stopped drinking 20 minutes ago. Elizabeth sat close to the group, near enough to be included but with the careful posture of someone still learning where the edges of belonging were. After Jean had finished healing Johnny, Ethan had extended his chronokinesis across the affected area in a wide, precise sweep, rewinding time through every block the fight had touched until the cracked pavement was whole and the scorched storefronts were intact and the construction site was exactly as it had been before Ghost Rider had used it as a battlefield. The city around the Baxter building remembered nothing. Then he had handed an unconscious Johnny to Ben and spoken briefly with him before they left. Ethan even carried the unconscious Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, into the mirror dimension, and told them he would figure out what was going on with him. "What did Ben say?" Sue asked. "He said he would explain everything when Johnny woke up," Ethan said. "He also said, and I am quoting directly, that he had taken worse hits on a Tuesday and Johnny better wake up fast before he ate all the food in the building." Sue almost smiled. "That sounds exactly like him." "He also said to tell you he was glad you were okay," Ethan added. In the specific way Ben says things like that, which is to say he said it while looking at the wall and then immediately changed the subject. Sue's almost smile became a real one, brief and warm. Then it faded, and the room settled into something quieter. Ethan looked at his hands in his lap. The room waited. "I owe all of you an apology," he said. "Ethan," Anna started. "Let me finish." His voice was calm but it carried something underneath it, something that had been sitting in his chest since the moment he had sensed the situation from Italy and understood exactly what had been happening while he was eating gelato and watching the Tuscan stars. "You are my responsibility. Every one of you. Not because you are incapable, because you are all extraordinary and I have never believed otherwise. But because I made a promise to protect this family and I have been arrogant about what that means." He looked up. I convinced myself that no one would come after you knowing what I am capable of. That my power would be enough of a deterrent to keep you safe by proximity alone. He let the words sit for a moment. That was arrogance. In a plain and simple terms. I have the power to destroy galaxies, and today I nearly lost Sue's brother and probably even Sue because I was on a date in another country and none of you had what you needed to handle what came through the door. The room was quiet. It's not your fault, Sue said. Her voice was steady and she meant it fully. You cannot be everywhere, Ethan. None of us expect that. You can't predict every threat that comes out of nowhere, Jean said. Mephisto sending Ghost Rider after Sue with no prior warning is not a failure of planning. It is simply the universe we live in. That is exactly the problem, Ethan said. We live in the Marvel universe. He said it plainly, without drama, because the plainness of it was the point. I know what this universe is fully capable of. I know what lives in the dark corners of it. There are powers here that can erase someone from the timeline entirely, and my chronokinesis cannot bring back someone who has been erased from existence without consent. I know this. And I have been sitting on resources that could change that equation for every single one of you, and I have not moved on it because I thought proximity to my power was enough. He looked around the room. It is not enough. It was never enough. And today proved it. Nobody argued with that. Anna reached over and put her hand over his. She did not say anything immediately, which was its own kind of answer. Diana had her arms crossed and her expression was composed but her eyes were thoughtful. Dee Dee watched him with the particular quality of attention she brought to things that mattered to her, quiet and total. Sue was looking at her coffee. So, Anna said finally. What are you planning to do about it, sugar? Ethan's posture shifted slightly. The weight of the apology settled behind him and the forward-facing version of him came to the front. He used his telepathy then, not words but a complete and vivid transfer of information, images, and context and sensation, the way telepathic communication worked when the sender was precise about it. He shared everything to Diana and Susan. The solo-leveling world. The monarchs. The war he had fought there. The cores he had taken from the monarchs he had killed, each one a compressed essence of power that the original wielder had wielded throughout their existence, now contained and transferable. Sue's eyes went wide as the information settled into her. Diana's jaw tightened slightly, processing. The cores he currently held were these. Antares, the Dragon King and the Monarch of Destruction, second in power only to the Shadow Monarch himself, a being of pure destruction whose strength was so absolute that he could fight the Shadow Monarch to a standstill on his best day. Scyllid, the Frost Monarch, whose dominion over ice and cold operated on a scale that could freeze entire continents. Yogimunt, the Monarch of Transfiguration, who could reshape matter and living things at will. Rocken, the Beast Monarch, whose physical power and combat instinct had no ceiling that had ever been found. And Tarnak, the Iron Body Monarch, whose physical durability had made him nearly impossible to destroy. He then shared Elizabeth's situation, the full context of it, Coratia's possession, the destruction of her kingdom and her world, the length of time Elizabeth had held her own consciousness intact against a monarch's will, and how it had ended. The room fell deathly still as Dee Dee, Anna, and Jean understood what Ethan was silently transmitting to Diana and Sue through telepathy. Diana looked at Elizabeth with an expression that carried the specific recognition of one warrior seeing another. Elizabeth, Sue said quietly. Elizabeth looked up, surprised to be addressed directly, and found the room looking at her with an assortment of expressions that shared a common foundation of something warm and serious. She's one of the strongest people in this room, Anna said. She said it simply and without performance. Holden your mind against a monarch's will for that long. I don't think most people understand what that actually means. I do, Diana said. Her voice was quiet and certain. I have faced possession attempts from beings far lesser than a monarch during my journey in hell dimensions. What you endured is not a small thing, Elizabeth. Jean opened her eyes. It is remarkable, she said. Genuinely. Elizabeth's cheeks had gone pink. She looked down at her hands and then back up, clearly uncertain what to do with the weight of the room's attention. I did not think of it as strength at the time, she said carefully. Her voice was soft but it did not waver. I only knew that my family wished for me to live. My mother. My father. Everyone I had lost. She paused. The only reason I did not let Coratia consume me completely is because they wanted me to have a happy life. Letting go would have been a betrayal of that wish. She looked up and there was something very clear in her eyes. I know they are gone, she said. But I believe they are at peace. And I believe they would be glad to know that I am here, with people who are kind to me, living the life they wanted for me. A small smile touched her face. So that is what I intend to do. Live it. Not only for myself but also for them. Her hands rose to her chest, feeling the essence of Coratia settled within her, and her expression gradually steadied. I did not choose to have this power, but I have it so that I can live. And I refuse to waste it. This power was once used to destroy lives, and now I want to see if I can use the same power to protect the innocent. That feels right to me. The room was quiet for a moment. That, Dee said softly, is one of the most genuinely wise things I have heard in a very long time. And I am very old. Ethan looked at Elizabeth for a moment. He had seen a lot of things in his time across universes by using chronokinesis. He knew, with the clear-eyed practicality of someone who had watched reality operate without sentiment, that soft and caring people often paid the highest prices in worlds that ran on power. He knew that the universe Elizabeth lived in now was not going to be gentle with her simply because she deserved gentleness. He stood, crossed the room, and placed his hand on top of her head. Elizabeth looked up at him, startled. I will do everything in my power to help you, he said simply. Whatever you need to build that life. You have my word. Elizabeth's expression did something complicated and quiet. Ethan-sama, she murmured, barely above a whisper. Oh, she's definitely joining the harem, Anna said, from across the room, with the confident tone of someone announcing a fact. Anna, Jean said. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking, Jean. Elizabeth turned a remarkable shade of red. I did not mean it that way. I would never presume to. Ethan-sama has done so much already and I would never take advantage of his kindness by. So you're saying you don't like him? Anna asked pleasantly. I did not say that. Elizabeth pressed both hands to her cheeks. I like Ethan-sama very much, he is the most important person to me after my family, but that is not the same as. The room laughed. It was a warm laugh, not a cruel one, and Elizabeth seemed to understand the difference even through her embarrassment, but her eyes had gone glassy in the way of someone who had reached the outer limit of their composure. Dee stood, moved to the couch beside Elizabeth, and put an arm around her shoulders. Ignore them, she said serenely. They do this to everyone. I will protect you. Elizabeth looked at Dee with the expression of someone who had just been handed a lifeline in deep water. Thank you, she said, with complete sincerity. She looked at you like you were an angel, Ethan told Dee. I am very angelic, Dee agreed. You are literally death. Death can be very comforting, Dee said. Ask anyone. The laughter settled and the room found its way back to the purpose of the conversation. Ethan looked around at his girls, at the people who mattered most to him in any universe, and felt the weight of the evening shift into something more forward-facing. I want each of you to consider which core you want, he said. Take your time. This is not a small decision. Dee spoke first, calm and immediate. I appreciate the offer. But those cores add nothing to what I already am. She said it without arrogance, simply as a statement of fact. She was death of the endless. The essence of a monarch, however powerful, was a different category of thing entirely. Everyone nodded. There was no argument to be made. Jean was next. She was quiet for a moment before she spoke. I have been working towards something, she said. The Phoenix Force. The absolute peak of merging with the Phoenix. I can hold that state for a few minutes currently and I intend to master it fully. She looked at Ethan. Taking a monarch core right now would pull my development in two directions at once. I would rather perfect what I am building before I add something new to it. Ethan smiled. That is exactly the right call. Besides, Jean added, with a perfectly level expression, you already told me you are not giving a monarch core to the mother of your child without knowing the full range of possible interactions. The room went very still. Sue turned to stare at Jean. Diana's eyes moved between them. I'm sorry, Sue said carefully. The mother of your. Congratulations, Diana said, before the sentence could become a question. Her voice was warm and genuine and she looked at both of them with something that was clearly real. Truly. Sue recovered from the surprise with admirable speed and leaned across to squeeze Jean's hand. Jean. That is wonderful. I am so happy for you both. Thank you, Jean said. The composure she usually wore with such ease had softened at the edges, just slightly. We were going to tell everyone properly but the evening had other plans. Hey, quick question, what do you guys think the baby will be, boy or girl? Anna asked immediately, raising her hand like she was in a classroom. We are not discussing that right now, Ethan said flatly. That means he doesn't know yet, Anna shot back, turning to the room with a grin. But I'm confident it's a boy. Ethan exhaled softly, clearly trying not to get pulled into it. I'll be happy either way, he said, and then added, but if I had to choose. I'd prefer a girl. Anna folded her arms, smirking. You can't prove it won't be a boy. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. And you can't prove it is. Anna leaned forward slightly, her grin widening. Oh, I don't need proof. I have intuition. Ethan let out a quiet chuckle. Your intuition also said it wouldn't rain last week. And it almost didn't, Anna shot back instantly. A few quiet laughs spread through the room, easing the tension just a little. Dee shook her head, a soft smile on her face. You two are unbelievable. Anna pointed at Ethan like she had just made her winning argument. See? Even she agrees with me. That's not what I said, Dee replied calmly. Ethan crossed his arms, though the warmth hadn't left his expression. You're arguing over something neither of us can confirm yet. Anna shrugged, completely unfazed. That's what makes it fun. He looked at her for a moment, then sighed in defeat, though there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Fine. Believe what you want. Anna's smile turned triumphant. Don't worry, I will. And when I'm right, I expect full acknowledgement. Ethan smirked slightly. If you're right, I'll admit it. And if I'm wrong, she asked, tilting her head. Ethan paused for a second, then said, then be prepared for the punishment of messing with me. And trust me. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be screaming my name until your throat gives out. Anna's eyes lit up for a brief moment, a spark of excitement flashing across her face, but it faded just as quickly, replaced by a more cautious look, like she wasn't entirely sure she actually wanted to test that promise. Oh, I'm both curious and concerned now, she muttered. A few snickers rippled through the room. Ethan's expression didn't change much, but there was a quiet edge beneath it. But we'll discuss that later. We're moving on. Anna leaned back with the satisfied expression of someone who had gathered enough information to continue the conversation later at a time of her choosing. Ethan looked at the remaining three. Anna. Susan. Diana. Take your time. Anna spoke after a moment of consideration. She laid out her current power set plainly, the power cosmic that Ethan had given her, the Viltrumite physiology from Anissa, the absorbed traces of Logan and Lobo and Magneto and Doomsday, the absorption ability that came from her X gene. The problem, Ethan said, cutting in gently, is the inhibitor collar risk. Anna's expression acknowledged it without flinching. Yeah. Your X gene powers can be suppressed. A mutant inhibitor field, the inhibitor collar, a sufficiently advanced version of the technology that Trask Industries has been developing, any of those can take your mutant powers offline. Which means in the right situation you lose access to everything you have absorbed. The power cosmic stays because that was a direct transfer, not a mutation. Your mystic arts knowledge stay, but with right tech, one can make you unable to access your energy to perform mystic arts. So, you'll be mostly vulnerability. Anna nodded slowly. So more power that doesn't route through the X gene is a smart move. That is my thinking. She was quiet for a moment, running through the cores he had described. Then she looked up. The beast monarch. Rockin'. She said it with the certainty of someone who had already known the answer and was confirming it. Physical combat is where I live. More raw power, better combat instinct, a ceiling I have not hit yet. That works for me. Ethan nodded. It suits you. I had the same thought. Diana looked at Sue. I want the Dragon Monarch core, she said. And Terry's. If that is acceptable to you. Ethan's eyebrow went up slightly and he looked between them. He had known Diana would want it the moment she heard the descriptions. The Dragon Monarch was destruction embodied, raw overwhelming power, exactly the kind of strength a warrior with Diana's mindset and combat philosophy would reach for. And it was second only to the Shadow Monarch. But he had simply wanted to check with Susan first. Sue smiled. I do not mind. Susan, Ethan said. I want you to be certain. I don't want you to regret it later. If you're not sure, we can think this through. Diana would be fine with another choice. But make sure you're certain for yourself. Diana looked at Sue as well. If you want Antares, take it. I will find another path. I mean that. Sue looked at both of them and there was something quietly amused in her expression. I already know which one I want, she said. I had decided before Diana spoke. She looked at Ethan. The Frost Monarch. Silid. Chapter 169, The Hunt Begins. Ethan was quiet for a moment. Then a slow, genuine smile formed, one that carried both approval and quiet certainty. We were thinking the same thing, he said. I had the same idea for you. He tilted his head slightly, giving her space even as he spoke. That said, you can choose any other core if you want, he continued, his tone calm but firm in its confidence. This is still your decision. A brief pause followed, his eyes sharpening just a fraction. But psionic force fields, and absolute dominion over ice and cold, he added. That combination is going to work in ways I don't think anyone fully understands yet. His smile deepened just a little. I believe it's going to surprise everyone, including you. Sue looked pleased in the careful way she allowed herself to look pleased. Good, Ethan said, a note of finality settling into his voice. Since everyone's decided on the core they want, we'll proceed with the transfers, properly. He glanced around the room, making sure he had everyone's attention before continuing. But not tonight, he added. It's already late, and this isn't something to rush. You'll need to be in your best mental state for what comes next. So we move tomorrow evening, he said. Once everything is prepared, I'll merge the core into each of you. The conversation after that found its own level, drifting into lighter territory the way conversations did after something heavy had been resolved. Someone made deserts. Anna told a story about something that had happened during the honeymoon that made Jean cover her face with her hand and Diana raise both eyebrows simultaneously. Elizabeth laughed at something for the first time that evening, a genuine laugh, surprised out of her, and looked briefly startled by the sound of it. Ethan sat in the middle of it and watched his family and felt the anger in his chest, which had not gone away, sit alongside the warmth of the room and exist simultaneously with it, the way two true things could occupy the same space without canceling each other out. Jean's hand found his arm. She did not look at him when she spoke, keeping her voice low and even. The weather outside is getting worse, she said. Ethan glanced toward the window. Through the glass, a long arc of blue lightning split the sky from one end of the visible horizon to the other. I know, he said. Jean knew better than anyone in the room what Ethan was feeling. In many ways, she understood him more deeply than anyone else present. Ethan knew that too. Ever since he had grown more powerful, his emotions had begun to affect the weather around him whenever they reached extreme levels, like now. He tried to bring it under control, but his adaptation failed him this time, and he could not understand why. So he stopped trying to suppress it, letting his emotions run their course as the storm outside reflected his unrest. He had begun to notice something else too. It was becoming harder to keep his emotions from affecting the atmosphere as his power continued to grow. He planned to do something about it, because the last thing he wanted was for the world to suffer just because he lost his temper. Now, he finally understood what it felt like for someone overwhelmingly powerful to control their strength, so as not to accidentally destroy the world. There is only one thing that calms you down when you get like this. Jean looked at him then, direct and clear. Go take a walk. Get some air. Do what you need to do. Anna had been listening. She looked outside at the sky with the expression of someone reading a situation correctly. She's right, sugar. Go on. We will be here when you get back. She paused. But don't take all night. Elizabeth looked between them, genuinely confused. Is Ethan-sama all right? He seemed fine. He was laughing just a moment ago. Nobody in the room except Elizabeth needed the question explained. The only reason he didn't go after Mephisto immediately was because he felt he needed to be with his girls. Susan had gone through a loss in the past few hours, and Diana had just returned from her journey, where she had fought demons across 5 different hell dimensions. He knew he needed to be there for them right now. That was the only reason he didn't go after Mephisto right away and burn him with Genesis fire. And that was the only reason Mephisto was still alive. But now, after spending some time with them and making sure they were all right, it seemed it was finally time to rid this universe of that red devil pest. Dee Dee looked at Elizabeth with a small, kind smile. He is fine, she said. He is simply also very, very angry. He is very good at having several emotions like that. Oh, Elizabeth said, not fully understanding but accepting the answer. Ethan stood. He looked around the room once, at all of them, and something in his expression settled into a kind of quiet resolve. I will be back, he said. He was 3 steps from the door when Dee Dee rose from the couch and came to him. She took his face in both hands and kissed him, slow and deliberate, and when she pulled back her eyes were bright and certain. The prize from the gelato competition, she said. I have not forgotten. Do not keep me waiting long, Dr. Carter. Ethan's expression, which had been carrying a great deal of weight all evening, shifted into something warmer. He pulled her close and kissed her again, his hands at her waist. I will be back before you miss me, he said against her lips. I already miss you, she said simply. He smiled. Then he let her go, and walked out the door. Carter residence, front steps. The wind hit him the moment he stepped outside, rolling hard down the street and carrying the particular electric smell of a storm that was not entirely natural. The blue lightning overhead was continuous now, threading through the clouds in slow, branching arcs. Several neighbors' windows were dark. The street was empty. Ethan walked to the corner, stopped, and closed his eyes. He opened his Genesis awareness to its full extension, letting it reach outward across the city, across the country, across the continent, threading through dimensions and probabilities until it found what he was looking for. His telepathy ran alongside it, a parallel search, precise and thorough. Mephisto. The demon lord who had sent a spirit of vengeance after Susan Storm. Who had appeared in person with a cane and a smile to offer her a deal while her brother was dying on the pavement in front of her. Who had calculated the exact moment of maximum vulnerability and walked into it with the confidence of something that had done this 10,000 times and never been made to regret it. Ethan's eyes opened. He had found him. The location was unexpected enough to make him pause for exactly 1 second. Then he decided it did not matter and opened a portal. Castle Doom, Latveria. The throne room of Castle Doom was a large and deliberately imposing space, all dark stone and high ceilings and the particular architectural language of a man who had very specific opinions about how power should present itself to the world. Banners hung from the walls. Torches burned in iron brackets. The throne itself was not ornate in the way that most thrones were ornate. It was simply large and solid and faced the room with the permanence of something that had never considered the possibility of being moved. The men sitting in it wore grey armor and a green hood and cloak, and he was looking at the far wall with the posture of someone who had been waiting for a visitor and had known approximately when they would arrive. Suddenly a portal opened and Ethan stepped through it and let it close behind him. He looked around the room with the mild interest of a man arriving somewhere he had not been for a while, then looked at the figure on the throne. "Long time no see, Victor," he said, raising one hand in a casual wave. "Or do you prefer the other one?" A small, easy smile appeared on his face. Dr. Doom. Chapter 170, The Devil's Masterplan. Castle Doom, Latveria, September 28, 2010. The throne room of Castle Doom was exactly what it was designed to be. Dark stone walls rose 30 feet to vaulted ceilings hung with iron chandeliers. Torches burned in their brackets along the walls, casting long shadows across the banners of Latveria that hung between them. The throne sat at the far end of the room on a raised dais, solid and immovable, and the men in the grey armor and green cloak who occupied it had the posture of someone who had been expecting this visit and had spent the intervening time preparing for it. Ethan looked around the room with the mild interest of someone taking in a space they had not visited in a while, then settled his gaze on Doom. "It's been a while," he said. "At least from where I'm standing. For you it's probably been about 10 days. Doom said nothing. His masked face gave nothing away, as it always did, and his gauntlet hands rested on the arms of the throne with the stillness of someone who was being very deliberate about not moving yet. "Time is a strange thing," Ethan added. "I keep finding new ways to be reminded of that." Doom did not ask what he meant. Ethan had not expected him to. The fact that Ethan could travel between universes was something that no one outside of his own household knew, and Ethan had every intention of keeping it that way. If Doom had noticed the oddness of the statement, he filed it without comment. Then his hands moved. The green glow came first, building in both gauntlets simultaneously, a clean and precise magical construction that Ethan recognized the architecture of immediately. The no-magic zone that had been woven into the castle's foundation since Ethan stepped through the portal pulsed outward from its anchor points in the walls, and then the runes activated. They were good runes. Ethan could see the craftsmanship in them the way a teacher recognizes their own methodology in a student's work. Several of them fired in sequence, each one triggering the next in a cascade that was more sophisticated than anything Doom should have been able to build in 10 days, and then the chains came. Greenish-gray, forged of condensed runic energy, they wrapped around Ethan from every direction at once and locked him in place with the specific intention of keeping him there regardless of what he tried. Ethan looked down at them. "Huh," he said. He turned one wrist as much as the chains allowed and examined the construction of the binding closest to his hand. "These are actually impressive, Victor. I gave you the basics 10 days ago and you built this." He looked up. "I am genuinely impressed. That is not something I say lightly." Because it was true. 10 days ago, at the wedding reception, Ethan had watched Doom circulate among the sorcerers present with the carefully managed hunger of a man who wanted something and was not going to ask for it directly. He had tried to draw knowledge of the mystic arts out of Wong and several others, probing for any crack in their professional discretion. But the Ancient One had apparently given standing instructions on this particular subject, and every door Doom knocked on stayed closed, which had produced a very specific quality of irritation in a man who was not accustomed to doors staying closed for him. Ethan had found it more productive to redirect than to watch the situation fester. Since Doom's mother's grimoire contained material on runic systems and he had the magical talent and the intellectual capacity to develop it into something real. Ethan had shared a framework of rune knowledge, they had exchanged several words on the underlying complexity of the systems involved, and Doom had taken the knowledge away with the focused attention of someone who intended to do something serious with it. Apparently he had. I taught him the basics and he built a prison. I genuinely cannot decide if I should be flattered or annoyed. Probably both. It was true. Ethan knew the full depth of what Asgardian runes could become in the hands of someone who understood them completely. Doom had taken a foundational primer and in 10 days had produced something that was already operating above what most practitioners managed in a year. The intelligence that had always made Victor Von Doom dangerous had simply found a new direction to point itself. The no-magic zone pulsed again as Doom adjusted the working. Ethan felt the suppressive field pressing against his access to his powers, not eliminating them entirely, he was too far beyond the threshold for that, but creating friction, slowing response times, requiring more effort than usual to reach what he needed. And layered underneath it is a second system. A modified power siphoning harness built into Doom's armor, originally a separate device but now integrated directly into the suit. Doom had modified it so that only his own aura signature was exempt from its suppressive field. Everyone else inside the castle's perimeter was operating at reduced capacity. The device had been designed to siphon powers from others, and in its modified form it ensured that as long as it was active, no one except Doom could access their abilities freely. Around the room's perimeter, additional workings sat woven into the stone. Exit sealing spells. Dimensional anchors. The specific runic signatures of a man who had thought through the problem of keeping a particular kind of guest from leaving and had prepared answers for each scenario he could anticipate. Multiple spells layered across the entire castle ensured that no one could leave without Doom's permission. Doom had spent his 10 days well. Ethan stood in the chains and the suppression field in the no-magic zone and looked at Doom with an expression that was thoughtful rather than alarmed. Ethan looked at all of it calmly. His eyes moved across the room, cataloging each layer, each working, each point of suppression. His expression remained unhurried. Then his eyes stopped at the corner. Mephisto stepped out of the shadow there wearing the same body he had presented to Susan Storm. The well-dressed man in his late 30s with the carved cane and had a comfortable smile of someone who had arrived at the end of a long piece of planning and found everything exactly as intended. He looked at Ethan wrapped in chains and smiled nicely. Doom rose from the throne. He descended the dais steps without hurry and crossed the floor toward Ethan, stopping a few feet away. Even at this distance the mask gave nothing away. "Let me guess," Ethan said. "The reason you're standing against me, despite knowing how futile it is because he's holding something over you." His expression shifted, not into sympathy exactly, but into that sharp, focused attention that meant he was taking this seriously. "Your mother," he continued. "Cynthia Von Doom. Mephisto used her to blackmail you, didn't he?" Doom's silence was its own confirmation. His gauntlet hands were still but the green glow at them had not faded. "It doesn't matter which path leads to her freedom," Doom said. "The destination is the only thing that matters." Ethan held his gaze for a moment, reading what was behind the words. There was something in Doom's voice that he recognized, the specific flatness of a person describing a wound they had stopped expecting to heal but had never once stopped trying to treat. The sound of slow, appreciative clapping interrupted the moment from the corner of the room. Ethan turned his head to Mephisto. "Your intelligence continues to astound me, Carter," Mephisto said pleasantly. He had been watching this exchange with visible enjoyment and strolled away from the wall toward the throne and settled into it with the ease of someone occupying a seat they had always considered rightfully theirs, his cane resting across his lap. A glass of dark red wine appeared in his hand from nowhere, the crystal catching the torchlight as he turned it slowly between his fingers. "Now," Mephisto said pleasantly, "before you two begin cooking something between you, let me be direct." He crossed one leg over the other. "There is northwest escape from this place once you have entered it. I have used my power alongside Doom's to make this castle into a perfect seal. Every contingency has been accounted for, including the power cosmic you carry." His smile did not waver. "As long as you are inside these walls, nothing leaves without the permission of both myself and Victor. And since Victor's cooperation is already secured, I think you understand the situation." Doom said nothing. He stood where he had stopped and watched the exchange with his hands clasped behind his back. Ethan looked at Mephisto with an expression that was calm in a way that had nothing to do with being relaxed. "You said it yourself. No one leaves without permission from both of you. That cuts both ways. If Doom and I joined forces inside this room, and this room is already designed to prevent escape once entered, the room itself becomes the perfect prison for you. We contain you here permanently. That option also exists." Mephisto looked at him with mild amusement. "It would, yes. Except for the small matter of what happens to Cynthia Von Doom the moment Victor raises a hand against me." He took a slow sip of the wine. "I have linked my life force to her soul. Any damage dealt to me travels directly to her. Every wound. Every application of force. None of your powers like Phoenix Force, Power Cosmic, the little time manipulation will do anything about it. I make sure none of the solutions available to someone of your considerable resources apply here." He raised one hand and the air beside him rippled, and through it came the sensation of something that was not in the room but was absolutely present nonetheless, a soul, connected by a thread that Ethan could feel even through the suppression, pulsing faintly with the specific signature of something ancient and innocent and entirely at Mephisto's mercy. He swirled the wine in the glass. "Victor will not trade his mother's soul for a tactical advantage. I have known him considerably longer than you have, Ethan. I was confident in this variable." Doom's gauntlet fist tightened at his side. He remained still and said nothing. Ethan let the information settle. His eyes moved to Doom briefly. Something passed between them in that glance, brief and quiet. Then Doom's hands moved behind his back and two small precise sounds came from the direction of his gauntlet. Buttons, pressed in sequence. Both Ethan and Mephisto registered it. Neither addressed it immediately. Ethan had no reason to object. Mephisto noted it, understood what Doom was doing, and decided it was irrelevant to his purposes. The recording could exist. It would not matter. Ethan was quiet for a moment. Of course. Of course he linked the mother. Because why use a simple trap when you can use someone's love as the lock? Mephisto leaned back in the throne and took another sip of wine with the air of someone settling in for the most enjoyable portion of a story he had written himself. Let me explain how we arrived at this moment, he said. I have been watching you, Carter. From the shadows. For some time. Without your knowledge and without your awareness until recently when your power spiked off the charts. He let that sit for a moment. I am patient when patience serves my interests. Another sip. But I have to admit, you are a fascinating subject, Ethan Carter. The ability to adapt to anything and absorb the essence of what challenges you. A fragment of the Phoenix Force raised to a level that rivals the original host and perhaps exceeds it. And a soul. He paused, turning the wine glass slowly. A soul that is older than its body. A reincarnation, if I am reading the signature correctly. Doom's eyes widened as he turned, meeting Ethan's narrowed gaze. Ethan said nothing, but the silence spoke volumes. Doom's expression remained hidden behind his armor, yet the truth had shaken him far more than his mask allowed anyone to see. Mephisto continued. I grew curious about where you disappeared to on occasion. There are windows of time in which you simply cannot be located anywhere in this universe. I found that very interesting. I wanted to understand you completely, you see. Your mind. Your body. Your soul. All of it. He uncrossed and recrossed his legs. I wanted to own all of it. The chains around Ethan made a sound. A low, barely audible groan of stressed material as faint cracks appeared along the nearest links. New chains emerged immediately from the existing binding and covered them, the old material repairing itself at the same time. Calm yourself, Mephisto said, without urgency. I am still in the middle of explaining. The expression that crossed Ethan's face was specific and immediate. It was the expression of someone who had just heard something that registered as deeply, fundamentally wrong in a way that bypassed analysis and went straight to instinct. It was, in its particular combination of revulsion and flat refusal, remarkably similar to the face Tanjiro Kamado made the first time he encountered Zenitsu's approach to women. Nobody in the room commented on it. Mephisto chuckled and moved on without acknowledging it. I waited for your honeymoon. The window when you and your two wives would be absent from this universe together. Then I moved. Susan Storm had been the chosen target for a specific reason. Of all the people connected to you in this universe, Mephisto said, with the tone of someone explaining a logical sequence, she represented the most structurally damaging loss. Not merely grief, though there would have been considerable grief. But the specific fracture that comes from losing someone who is still in the process of becoming part of the foundation. He tilted his head. The timing was calibrated. He set the wine glass on the arm of the throne. The plan had two branches. Branch 1, send the spirit of vengeance after Susan Storm. Kill her. Break you. A grieving man is a compromised man. He laced his fingers together. Branch 2, in the event you somehow returned before Branch 1 was complete, which I admit I considered a low probability, Victor's preparations would be waiting for you here. It is a stupid plan, Ethan said. Mephisto raised an eyebrow and took the wine glass for a sip. You are supposedly the master of deception, Ethan continued, with the tone of someone delivering a fair and honest critical assessment. The ruler of one of the most significant hell dimensions in this universe. I expected considerably more structural elegance from you. This is workmanlike at best. Mephisto studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed, genuine and warm, the laugh of someone who found the critique entertaining rather than insulting. You are truly remarkable, he said. Even in chains. I try, Ethan said. Mephisto smiled with genuine patience. The plan succeeded, Ethan. You are standing in chains in Victor's throne room. Then he set the wine glass on the throne's armrest and leaned forward. His smile had taken on a new quality, the specific pleasure of someone about to reveal the card they had been saving. There is one more element, he said, his voice dropping into something smoother, it is the insurance. He let a beat pass. Your new girlfriend. The one with the gothic aesthetic in the recently opened establishment. He tilted his head with theatrical consideration. What is her name again? Right. Dee Dee. The room shifted. Doom's head turned toward Ethan. Or perhaps, Mephisto continued, his smile widening with the deliberate pleasure of someone landing exactly where they aimed, I should call her what she actually is. The incarnation of death from another universe. Doom went very still. The mask showed nothing. But the quality of his stillness communicated an expression clearly enough. He turned to look at Ethan, and the question in that look required no words. Is this true? Doom said. Yes, Ethan said. 2 seconds of silence. How in the name of everything rational, Doom said carefully, did you manage to seduce death? Ethan's expression settled into something that sat precisely halfway between a smirk and something genuinely, specifically irritating. My charming face, he said. And my pure heart. That is going to bother him for the next decade. Minimum. Doom made a sound that was not quite a word and turned back to face the front of the room with the posture of a man filing something away for later. Chapter 171, The Devil's Masterplan. Mephisto, who had listened to this exchange with visible amusement, rose from the throne. He straightened his jacket, set the wine glass aside, and began to walk toward Ethan with the unhurried pace of someone who had nowhere else to be and wanted to make that clear. Enough of the pleasant conversation, he said. His voice had changed. Not dramatically, but in the way that a temperature drop changes a room without announcing itself. Let me give you the full scope. He stopped a few feet away and looked at Ethan directly. Then he let the borrowed form go. The well-dressed man dissolved from the outside in, the human appearance peeling back layer by layer to reveal what existed underneath it. The figure that emerged stood well over 8 feet tall, built on a scale that belonged to a different order of existence. His skin was the deep red of cooling lava, dense and ancient-looking, with a surface that suggested something far older than flesh. His face was severe and angular, heavy-browed, the jaw wide and set, with eyes that burned a deep and constant amber beneath the heavy brow, the specific amber of something that had been alight for longer than recorded history and had never once considered stopping. His hands were enormous, each finger ending in something that had not fully decided between a nail and a talon. Dark material covered his frame, something that moved with the quality of shadow given physical weight, shifting slightly with each movement as though it was not entirely committed to being solid. There were no theatrical additions, no horns and performance. He did not need any of it. The scale of him and the sheer weight of his presence in the room did everything that theater would have attempted and did it more effectively. The temperature in the throne room rose by several degrees. Mephisto closed the remaining distance to Ethan in 2 steps. His hand came up and wrapped around Ethan's throat, the grip large enough to cover most of his neck, and he lifted slightly, the chains shifting and creaking with the movement. Ethan did not flinch. His expression did not move. He looked back at Mephisto with the flat, unimpressed composure of someone who had decided before arriving that they were not going to give this moment what it was asking for. Mephisto applied pressure. His amber eyes narrowed. "You're Diana, Prince," he said, and his voice in this form carried a resonance that made the stonework of the walls vibrate at a frequency just below hearing. "Your demigod girlfriend. She entered my dimension, wore armor inscribed with Asgardian runes." His grip tightened. "She destroyed more of my demons than I have lost in several centuries combined. She pushed them to the edge of extinction in 10 days. The amber glow burned hotter. "Do you have any understanding of the humiliation in that sentence? When I learned from my daughter that she tore my dimension apart while I was away, do you even know what that feels like?" The temperature climbed another degree. Doom watched from across the room. His posture carried the particular tension of someone who had entered an arrangement they had not fully controlled and was watching it extend beyond the boundaries of what they had agreed to. But his hands remained behind his back. "And you," Mephisto continued, his voice dropping lower, "personally entered my dimension and humiliated me in front of the entire demon race. The insults from that have only piled up over the years." The grip tightened further. "I have spent millions of years building what I am. I have patience that your species cannot measure. And I have waited for this precise moment with complete confidence that it would arrive exactly as I planned." He leaned in. The amber eyes filled Ethan's field of vision. "I have made this space into something that can hold anything that enters it," he said. "I have accounted for your power cosmic. I have accounted for your adaptive evolution. I have linked Cynthia Von Doom's soul to mine so that Victor cannot act against me without destroying the only thing he has spent his entire life trying to recover." A pause, long and deliberate. "And if you resist me in any way, if you attempt to break free, if you cause me any harm at all, every person you have ever cared about will come to understand what it means to have my complete and undivided attention. Your company. Your employees. The X-Men. Everyone who has ever sat at a table with you and called themselves your family." He held Ethan's gaze. "I have already made arrangements to leak the existence of your death girlfriend to entities who will find the information very interesting indeed," he continued. "The consequences of that particular disclosure will keep you occupied for years, if you survive long enough to deal with them." His grip on Ethan's throat reached its maximum pressure. "Submit to me," Mephisto said. His voice had changed, stripped of all charm, all pretense. What remained was something cold, absolute, like a law being spoken into existence. Completely. Without condition. The air itself seemed to tighten around his words. "Become what I require. Function as I direct. Give me unrestricted access to everything you are." His gaze burned with quiet malice. "Or face the consequences of your defiance, consequences that will tear apart the life you've built in this world, Carter." A faint, cruel smile touched his lips. "I don't believe you'll be granted another chance to reincarnate, to start over from nothing. He paused deliberately, letting the weight of that sink in. Then his voice dropped lower, final, commanding. The only option you have now is to kneel. His eyes locked forward. Call me your master, Ethan Carter. Say it. He waited. The room was completely silent except for the sound of the chains and the low vibration of the castle's stonework under the weight of Mephisto's presence. Ethan looked back at him. There was no fear in his expression. There was no panic, no visible calculation, no sign of a person running through options and finding them closing one by one. There was something else entirely, something very quiet and very certain and very cold, sitting behind his eyes with the particular stillness of something that had already made its decision and was simply waiting for the right moment to act on it. His eyes began to glow. Who are you to decide that? Chapter 172, The Day the Devil Learned to Kneel. Castle Doom, Latveria, September 28, 2010. His eyes locked forward. Call me your master, Ethan Carter. Say it. He waited. The room was completely silent except for the sound of the chains and the low vibration of the castle's stonework under the weight of Mephisto's presence. Ethan looked back at him. There was no fear in his expression. There was no panic, no visible calculation, no sign of a person running through options and finding them closing one by one. There was something else entirely, something very quiet and very certain and very cold, sitting behind his eyes with the particular stillness of something that had already made its decision and was simply waiting for the right moment to act on it. Ethan's eyes began to glow. Who are you to decide that? Not the soft luminous blue of his Genesis powers warming up. Something deeper. Something that started at the center of his irises and pushed outward with the specific quality of light that exists at the heart of things that are about to become very large and very dangerous. A grin spread across his face. The grin of a man who had been waiting for exactly this moment and was genuinely enjoying the arrival of it. Who the hell are you? Ethan said, his voice carrying the particular clarity of someone who no longer needed to raise it to fill a room, to decide that. And who the hell are you to ask me to kneel, you demon bastard? Mephisto's eyes widened and Doom's head snapped toward Ethan. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from Ethan's body. Not the measured, controlled release of someone deploying a power carefully. This was something that had been always inside Ethan and was now coming out all at once, the full force of it expanding outward in a single breath. The greenish-gray chains covering him from shoulder to ankle burned. Not gradually and not with resistance. They burned in a single second, the runic energy in them dissolving into ash and scattered light as the blue fire ate through every binding simultaneously. The force of the release threw Mephisto backward. The demon lord who had stood in this universe's hell for millions of years slid across the throne room floor, his enormous frame leaving deep furrows in the stone, and came to a stop against the far wall with an impact that cracked the masonry from floor to ceiling. Doom staggered. The castle had begun to vibrate, not the natural vibration of a structure under external pressure but the deep resonant trembling of something reacting to a presence it had not been built to contain. Every rune he had laid throughout the walls, every working he and Mephisto had constructed together over the days of preparation, began to destabilize simultaneously. He threw both hands forward and fed more power into the suppression network, trying to hold the framework together, but the feedback running through the runic channels was like trying to hold a river in his hands. Ethan's golden aura intensified. The authority of Genesis was fully awake now, the golden light pouring off him in waves that made the air around him shimmer and distort. Behind his back, something formed. It started as an outline, a suggestion of shape made from blue fire and light, and then it became something else entirely as it pushed outward and upward and spread its wings across the full width of the throne room. The blue phoenix screamed. The sound of it was not a sound that belonged in a physical space. It hit the castle's walls and the castle's walls had nothing to say back to it. Every trap, every spell, every layered working that Doom and Mephisto had spent days constructing across the length and breadth of Castle Doom caught fire simultaneously. The no magic zone dissolved. The power suppression field collapsed. The dimensional anchors burned out of the stonework. The exit seals came apart like paper. Mephisto reached for the runic network with both hands, his power surging into it in an attempt to reinforce what was left. Doom joined him from the other side of the working, the two of them pouring everything they had into the same framework. The blue phoenix looked at their effort and increased in size. Immediately everything burned. The castle walls cracked and fell outward in sections, the stonework separating cleanly from the foundations as the energy tore through the structure's load-bearing points. The ceiling came down in pieces and then it was simply gone, the throne room opened to the sky above Latveria, and what was in that sky was not clouds in any natural sense of the word. A massive whirlpool of storm had been forming above the point where Ethan stood, a churning column of dark cloud and blue lightning that reached from the upper atmosphere down to within a few hundred feet of the ground, the wind inside it moving fast enough to strip bark from trees across the valley below. The temperature across the surrounding region had become something that no thermometer was calibrated to describe accurately. It was not cold and it was not hot. It was both and it was neither, the atmosphere itself behaving as though it was receiving two sets of instructions at once and could not resolve the contradiction. Ethan floated upward through the open roof, the golden aura around him throwing light across the ruins of the castle below, and looked down. Doom was on his knees on the shattered floor. He was not injured in any visible way. He was simply held there, completely and thoroughly, every avenue of physical movement closed off by Ethan's telekinesis and every channel of coherent thought disrupted by the lightest possible application of his telepathy. Doom could not move, could not act, could not form the sequence of thought required to attempt either. He remained kneeling on the rubble of his own throne room, and the specific quality of stillness in his posture communicated clearly that he was aware of this and had made his assessment of the situation. He was not afraid. Ethan could sense that clearly. He was furious and he was calculating and he was watching everything, but he was not afraid, and that was something Ethan noted and filed away with a measure of respect he did not particularly feel like expressing out loud at this moment. Mephisto had managed to partially resist the telekinetic hold. He was not Doom. Millions of years of experience in the raw power of a cosmic entity that had survived everything the Marvel Universe had thrown at it over the length of its history gave him resources to draw on that a human sorcerer simply did not have. His head came up slowly, the effort of it visible in the strain across his massive frame, and his amber eyes found Ethan floating above him. "What the hell are you thinking, Carter?" he said, and his voice had lost the pleasant, conversational quality it had carried through most of their exchange. Something rawer sat underneath it now, something that had not needed to come out in a very long time. "Do you have any understanding of what it means to resist me? Do you have any idea what I will do to you and everyone connected to you for this?" He was already moving his awareness toward his connection with Cynthia Von Doom, reaching for the leverage he had prepared, the thread that linked her soul to his and made Doom complicit in whatever came next. His awareness reached for it. But it was not there. He reached again, certain he had simply missed it, certain the connection he had spent considerable effort constructing was simply temporarily disrupted by the chaos around them. But the connection was gone. Completely and cleanly. As though it had never existed. "Don't worry about Cynthia," said a voice behind him, warm and light and entirely unbothered by the ruins and the storm and the floating man generating a phoenix made of blue fire 20 feet overhead. "She is perfectly fine. And your connection to her has been severed." Mephisto used most of his available strength to turn his head. Dee stood on the broken ground behind him, her black tank top and blue jeans completely unaffected by the wind tearing through the open castle. Her dark hair moved slightly in the gale but she herself was perfectly still in it, the way things that do not need to brace against forces are still, because the forces in question have nothing to push against. She was smiling, small and genuine, the smile of someone who had arrived exactly when they intended to and found the situation exactly as they expected. She stepped off the ground and walked upward through the air as though the air were solid, each step finding purchase on nothing, her path curving up toward where Ethan floated above the ruins. Ethan watched her come up to him and the expression on his face shifted completely. The cold fury that had been sitting in his eyes since Mephisto had closed his hand around his throat moved to the back and something entirely different came to the front as he opened his arms and she stepped into them. He kissed her. She wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed him back, and the storm above them did not care, and the phoenix burning behind him did not care, and the demon lord on the ground below them trying to understand how everything had gone wrong had no say in the matter at all. They pulled back and Ethan looked at her with the specific warmth he reserved for moments when something had gone exactly right. "You never cease to amaze me," he said. "You know that. Every single time." Dee's smile widened slightly. "You called. I came. That is how this works. And you severed the connection to Cynthia without harming her." "Of course," she said, as though this had required no particular effort, which for her it likely had not. "She is unharmed and removed from his reach entirely." "I owe you for this one," Ethan said. Dee tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. "Then let's go on more dates," she replied, as if it were the most obvious arrangement in the world. "And specifically, I'm open to considerably more locations. The world is large, and I do have a list." She let that sit for a moment, just long enough to make it clear she was entirely serious. "And," she added, almost as an afterthought, "I want more space in Hell's Kitchen for the dead-end bar. The current arrangement is becoming insufficient for the clientele." Ethan raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk forming. "That's quite a list for one favor." Dee met his gaze without hesitation. "You said you owed me." "Done and done," Ethan replied with a smile. "Both of them. Then we are settled." She settled her head lightly against his shoulder and looked down at Mephisto below. Ethan looked down at Mephisto as well. His expression had completed its return to something cold and forward-facing. "You want to know how she did it, right?" he said, to Mephisto below. "You're sitting there trying to work out which trick my girlfriend used and how she got past everything you prepared." Mephisto said nothing but the amber in his eyes was working hard. Dee said nothing. She simply continued to look at Mephisto with that calm, distant expression, and it was somehow worse than any threat. Mephisto's jaw tightened. His eyes moved across the ruins burning out of the stonework around them, across Doom still held motionless on the ground, across the storm overhead, and Ethan could see him running the calculation, assessing whether any path out of the current situation existed that he had not already tried. "You are making the worst mistake of your existence, Carter," Mephisto said, and his voice had found a new register. "I don't care what trick your death girlfriend used. What you have done here today has consequences that extend far beyond this conversation. The moment she used her powers openly, every cosmic entity in the relevant tier of awareness is going to notice the presence of a death from another universe operating in this one. That disclosure is already done. You cannot undo it." He pushed himself partially upright, the muscles of his enormous frame straining against the weight of what was holding him down. "Not only that," he continued, "I will make sure every person connected to you understands what it means to have made an enemy of me. Your employees. Your company. Everyone who called themselves your people. I am very good at what I do, Ethan Carter. And what I do is not kind." He was watching Ethan's face as he said it, looking for the calculation, for the moment where the consequences became too large and the retreat began. He had done this before. He knew what that moment looked like on a person's face. Ethan's face did not do that. He was looking at Mephisto with the expression of someone who had listened to the argument, understood every word of it, and had already decided that none of it was going to change what's going to happen next. Then he looked at the sky above them. The massive runic characters were already there, carved into the clouds themselves in lines of deep red light, each one stretching across miles of sky, the full working covering the visible horizon in every direction. They were recognizable. They were the same runes that had comprised the no-magic zone that Doom and Mephisto had used to suppress Ethan's powers inside the castle. Ethan had taken that working, the one they had built specifically to trap him, and applied it to the entire surface of the earth. He looked back down at Mephisto and produced a blue Uno reverse card from somewhere, holding it between two fingers with a grin that was entirely too pleased with itself. "I believe," Ethan said, "this one suits you." Mephisto stared at the card. He stared at the runes in the sky. He tried, again, to reach for any of his available powers, any exit, any lever he had not yet pulled. Everything he reached for found a wall. The working above him was not the original no-magic zone in its limited castle-scale form. It covered the world. It had his specific aura signature locked out of it the same way Doom's modified harness had locked Doom's signature in. He was, on the surface of this planet, completely unable to access what he was. He looked up at Ethan floating above him with Dee Dee at his side and the blue phoenix burning behind him and the storm filling the sky, and for the first time in their entire exchange, something flickered in his amber eyes that had not been there before.